Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 99, Aftermath and Recovery. Chapter 99, Aftermath and Recovery. For a brief moment, everything froze. The Green Goblin lay crumpled on the floor amid the twisted remains of his high-tech armor, his grotesque mask now split down the middle to reveal a very human, very stunned face beneath. I was unsure earlier if this was Norman or Harry, but William Dafoe's face was unmistakable. Even Spider-Man seemed at a loss for words, his white-eye lenses widening to comical proportions. Did you just, with a hand gesture, wow. Omega levels are just cheats. I finally managed, turning to Madeline. She shrugged, lowering her hand. He was being obnoxious. And don't act like you're not the greatest cheater here. What does that mean? Remind me never to play poker with you, Jessica said to Madeline, already moving toward the other containment cells. That was terrifying. Spider-Man quickly webbed over to the fallen goblin, checking him for serious injuries. He's unconscious but breathing. Probably for the best, his monologues were getting repetitive anyway. Doesn't he look familiar? No way, that's... He froze. Normal Osborn. What? Jessica was stunned. Oscorp's CEO. That doesn't make any sense. A short silence fell over the place. I didn't know if the Spider-Man knew Harry or not, but clearly a lot of things were going inside his masked head. Yeah. Anyways. A moment later, he shook his head and glanced up to look at Madeline as if to change the subject. Impressive telekinesis. You look familiar. You an X-Man or something. Or something, she replied cryptically. Oh, by the way, he turned to me. Who are you? The brief moment of shock passed as the reality of our situation reasserted itself. We had a dozen mutated test subjects, including Walter Hardy, who needed immediate evacuation and medical attention. The Omnitrix had managed to stabilize Felicia's father, but the others were still in various stages of painful mutation. They weren't in a condition as bad as Walter, but it was far from normal. I looked down at the device on my wrist. The red glow was already shifting toward orange, recharging faster than expected. Maybe it sensed the urgency. We need to move quickly, I said, taking charge. Weren't there hunters too? They should be here any time now after such a commotion. Jessica, contact whoever you can for medical support. Spider-Man, can you help secure transport? Already on it, Jessica replied, phone pressed to her ear. Trish has connections at Metro General. They can arrange a secure ward with no questions asked. Spider-Man nodded. I know a guy with a van. He's eccentric, but reliable. Plus, there's an abandoned warehouse near the waterfront that the Defenders used as a safe house. It's got basic amenities and security. Perfect, I said, turning to Felicia, who hadn't left her father's side. How's he doing? She looked up, tear tracks of worry still visible on her face though her composure was returning. He's stable. His pulse is stronger. Her eyes met mine. What you did, how did you do it? I glanced at the Omnitrix, which was gradually shifting from red to yellow. Madeline was right. What a cheat. My voice softened. The Omnitrix was designed as a preservation tool, not as a weapon. It contains genetic material from thousands of species. I've never tried using it for this sort of healing before, but hey, it worked. It used the general human DNA as a template to rewrite the corrupted sections of your father's genetic code. Can you do it for the others? Madeline asked, gesturing toward the remaining patients. I hesitated, studying the Omnitrix. I don't see why not, once it recharges. But it's going to take time. And... I rolled my shoulder, wincing at the lingering pain. It's not exactly a pleasant process. Better than leaving them like this, Spider-Man pointed out, already helping free a woman whose skin had begun developing a strange chitinous armor. Agreed. Jessica rejoined us, tucking her phone away. Trish is arranging everything. They can have a secure medical team at the warehouse in an hour. But we need to move now, security's regrouping on the upper floors. Over the next few minutes, we worked with practiced efficiency. Madeline used her telekinesis to safely transport the most critically unstable patients. Spider-Man secured them with webbing where necessary, creating makeshift stretchers that he and Jessica could carry. Felicia stayed with her father, monitoring his vitals as we moved through the maintenance tunnels beneath Oscorp Tower. As for Green Goblin, Spider-Man webbed him to the wall, unconscious with his mask off. People would come and find him here. If they didn't report him to the police, us doing that wouldn't help either. Norman would find a way out. Our hands were busy with other stuff. As we reached the evacuation point, which was a loading dock serviced by a private service road, a battered van with suspicious-looking custom modifications pulled up. The driver's window rolled down to reveal a middle-aged man with wild eyes and an even wilder beard. "You Spider-Man's friends?" he asked, glancing nervously at our unusual group. "Because I didn't sign up for a full-on superpower convention." "They're cool, Mr. Driscoll," Spider-Man assured him. "Just a quick transport job. No questions asked, remember." The man, Driscoll, sighed dramatically with his arms in the air. "Fine, fine. But if my van gets disintegrated by laser beams or sucked into another dimension, you're buying me a new one." "Noted," Spider-Man replied cheerfully. We loaded the patients into the van, arranging them as comfortably as possible. By now, the Omnitrix had recharged enough for me to begin working on the other victims. One by one, I placed my hand on their chests, initiating the genetic repair sequence. Each time, that same brilliant yellow energy flowed from the device, seeking out and correcting the damage caused by Oscorp's twisted experiments. And each time, it felt like my own cells were being torn apart and reassembled. By the fourth patient, my vision swam with black spots. "Hey, Ben, that's enough," Jessica said firmly, pulling my hand away as I swayed on my feet. "You look like death warmed over." "There are still 3 more, I protested weakly. "And they're stable enough to wait until we reach the safe house," she countered, crouching beside me and giving me a hug. "Come on. You're no good to anyone if you collapse, yeah." I couldn't argue with her logic, or rather, I lacked the energy to try. Every muscle in my body screamed in protest as Jessica helped me into the passenger seat of the van. The others crowded in the back with the patients, while Spider-Man announced he'd follow above to keep watch. "I'll meet you there," he said, firing a web at a nearby building. "Try not to crash, Mr. Driscoll." "No promises," the driver muttered as he pulled away from the curb. There was a chase from some mercenary group. Spider-Man and Madeline took care of that. We arrived at our destination relatively safely. The warehouse Spider-Man had mentioned was indeed abandoned, but someone had clearly put effort into making it livable. The main floor had been converted into a makeshift medical ward, with partitioned areas for privacy and basic equipment scattered throughout. Trish was already there with a small team of medical professionals who, true to Jessica's word, asked no questions as they began assessing the patients. I slumped onto a folding chair, exhaustion weighing me down like lead. The last 3 patients still needed treatment, but the doctors assured me they were stable enough for me to take a short break. Ah, damn it. Alien Force Ben didn't seem hurt from the DNA repair thing. Was this because I had the classic watch? "Hey man, you look like you tried to arm wrestle the Hulk," Spider-Man commented, dropping from the ceiling to land beside me. "And lost badly." "Feels like it too," I admitted. "Genetic manipulation apparently takes a toll." "Tell me about it," he replied, tapping his chest. "Radioactive spider bite. Spent 3 days thinking I was dying." I chuckled despite the pain. "Guess we're both poster children for science experiments gone weird." "Excuse you," Spider-Man put a hand to his chest in mock offense. "I usually go by the man who was miraculously gifted through unlikely circumstances," he laughed, then added, You're the 4 arms dude, right?" "Seriously, man. Take some rest once all this is over." Peter Parker. Spider-Man. He was a smart dude, one of the smarter people on Earth. It didn't take him long to realize the men who could transform into a ghost from a watch might be the men who could transform into a 4-armed alien, given they shared the same Omnitrix symbol. "Thanks. Ben Tennyson, right? I think I've heard that name before." I nearly laughed. Maybe he should start calling me uncle. Or maybe he just knew Gwen. Spidey went to Midtown High, too. "Relax," he lowered his voice, perhaps assuming things on his own since I fell silent. "Jessica called you that earlier. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. Besides, we're in the same boat. Secret identities and all that." "You're right about that, Peter." "Oh. How?" "Ghost," I explained. He nodded. I nodded back, happy that we stood at the same ground. Except he doesn't know that I know all about his life and many possible futures. I wouldn't be using it against him, of course. I wasn't a Spider-Man villain. The superhero community had unspoken rules, and respecting secret identities was one of the most important. "Oh yes. Speaking of boats," Spider-Man continued, "I managed to download some data before Gobby crashed the party." He handed me a small drive. Oscorp's entire research database on the cross-species genetics program. "Thought you might want it for leverage." I pocketed the drive. Should have given it to Jess, but thanks. This could help keep them from trying again with other victims. That's what I figured. Just be careful. Norman has friends in high places. "So do we," I replied, nodding toward Jessica, who was deep in conversation with Trish on the other side of the warehouse. Or Grandpa if that wasn't enough. After a few minutes of rest, I managed to stand again. My body recovered quite fast. Was it because of the Omnitrix, or because of the enhancement from the Blitzwolfer transformation? Now the Omnitrix had fully recharged, its familiar green glow restored. I approached the remaining patients, steeling myself for another round of pain. First of all, I asked the doctors to step outside for a bit. It wouldn't hurt me for them to see this, but you could never be too cautious in this world. I began my magic then. True to form, it hurt just as much as before. By the time I finished with the last patient, I could barely remain upright. But watching scales recede, chitinous growth soften, and distorted limbs return to human form, seeing these results made it worth every second of agony. When the doctors returned, they were baffled by the result of medical miracle. But they quickly adapted, providing supportive care as the patient's bodies stabilized. Most remained unconscious, their systems overwhelmed by the rapid genetic restructuring. They'll need time to recover, one doctor explained as she checked a patient's vitals. And there may be lingering effects. We'll monitor them closely. Felicia found me as I finished treating the last patient. She'd changed out of her black cat costume into civilian clothes borrowed from one of the medical staff. Without the mask and tight leather, she looked younger, more vulnerable. Ben, he's awake, she said simply. He's asking for you. Can you come? I followed her to a partitioned area where Walter Hardy lay on a hospital bed. The man looked frail but undeniably human again, save for the faint scale-like patterns that remained visible on his forearms. His eyes, normal human eyes now, not reptilian, fixed on me as I entered. So you're the miracle worker, he said, his voice rough but warm. My daughter tells me you saved more than my life today. I shook my head. Not just me. It was a team effort. And your daughter did most of the heavy lifting. Modesty, Walter chuckled. A rare trait in people with power. He extended a hand, which I carefully shook. Thank you. For giving me back my humanity. And for helping my daughter when she needed it. Anytime, I replied, meaning it. Later, as the immediate crisis passed, our unlikely team gathered in a quiet corner of the warehouse. Jessica had ordered an obscene amount of Chinese food, which we devoured like we hadn't eaten in days. The adrenaline crash left all of us ravenous. So what happens now? Madeline asked between bites of lo mein. With the Oscorp data, I mean. Jessica shared a look with Trish, who'd found the time to join us. We expose them. Carefully. Trish can break the story, but we need to be strategic about it. But Norman has too many connections, Spider-Man agreed, perched on a stack of crates. He'd rolled his mask up to his nose to eat, revealing a surprisingly young-looking jaw. So I might be right about him attending Midtown High. Release everything at once, and he'll bury it. We need to be smarter. What about the patients? I asked. They'll need protection. I can't imagine Oscorp just leaving them be after they'd spend so much money researching them. I have friends who can help with that, Jessica replied. People who specialize in keeping enhanced individuals off the radar. And my father? Felicia asked quietly. Trish smiled reassuringly. Relax, Catgirl. We already arranged a secure rehabilitation facility upstate. Officially, he's recovering from an experimental treatment for his condition. Which isn't even a lie, technically. Wow, it's so exciting to be a part of a superhero mission for once. As the conversation continued, I found myself watching our strange assembly with a sense of wonder. A private investigator with super strength. A telekinetic woman with cosmic power. A thief with a heart of gold. A popular RJ. A web-slinging vigilante. And me, a kid with an alien watch. Crazy world, isn't it? You look thoughtful, Jessica observed, sliding into the chair beside me. She leaned over to kiss my cheek as if to announce to everywhere I was marked. Just appreciating the company, I replied with a smile. Not every day you end up having dinner with such an interesting group. She snorted. That's one word for it. As the evening wound down, Spider-Man stood to leave. Well, this has been fun and only moderately traumatizing. But I should patrol before heading home. Call if you need me, Jewel has my number. Thanks for the assist, I said, offering my hand. He shook it firmly. Anytime, Ben. Us science experiment disasters have to stick together. With a mock salute, he fired a web at the ceiling and swung out through an open window. He's certainly energetic, Madeline commented. You have no idea, Jessica replied dryly. He's a good guy though. Really serious shout this hero stuff. Later, as we prepared to leave for Jessica's apartment, I checked the Omnitrix one final time. The device glowed a healthy green, fully recharged and seemingly none the worse for its unusual use today. Yet something felt different about it, a warmth, a resonance I hadn't noticed before. Perhaps using it to heal rather than fight had awakened something new in its programming maybe. Or perhaps it was simply responding to my own evolving understanding of what it meant to be a hero. Either way, I couldn't help but wonder for the first time how this universe's azimuth thought of me, considering everything. Ready to go? Jessica asked, keys dangling from her fingers. I nodded, pushing the thought aside for now. Yeah. Let's go home. It had been a fantastic day for heroism. Chapter 100, Phoenix Dreams. Chapter 100, Phoenix Dreams. Flames danced across her vision, consuming everything in their path. The fire wasn't ordinary. It lived, it hungered, it sang to her with a voice both ancient and terrifyingly familiar. Madeline felt herself dissolving into the cosmic inferno, her identity burning away like paper in a furnace. She felt herself becoming cosmic. Mine, whispered the flame. You are mine. The voice grew louder, more insistent, until it became a screaming chorus that tore through her consciousness. Her body temperature spiked impossibly high, her skin glowing from within as if her veins carried molten gold instead of blood. Rise, commanded the phoenix. Rise and burn. Madeline jerked awake with a strangled gasp, her body drenched in sweat. For a panicked moment, she expected to find herself ablaze, the bed reduced to cinders beneath her. Instead, cool morning light filtered through unfamiliar curtains, and the only heat came from the sunbeam stretching across her borrowed blankets. Reality reasserted itself as she blinked away the nightmare. Last night, they had saved lives. They had extracted victims from Oscorp's twisted experiments. Walter Hardy was recovering. The other test subjects were safe. And she was just Madeline Pryor, not Jean the Phoenix's vessel, not a destroyer of worlds. She had a seed, yes, but that was just that. A seed. Madeline was just a woman trying to build a life. The sounds of domestic activity drifted through the partially open door. She could hear a quiet conversation, the clinking of dishes, and water running. Jessica's apartment. Her new home, at least temporarily. Madeline slipped from bed, running fingers through her sleep-tousled hair. She had chosen the black t-shirt she slept in partly for comfort and partly as another visual reminder that she wasn't Jean Grey. The red streaks in her hair had been a deliberate choice for the same reason, though now she wondered if she might enjoy them for their own sake. When she padded into the kitchen, the scene that greeted her was unexpectedly domestic. Ben sat at the counter, looking pale and slightly unfocused. Jessica stood at the stove, stirring something that filled the apartment with a fragrant, herbal aroma. Good morning, sleepyhead, Jessica said, glancing over her shoulder. There's coffee in the pot. Thanks, Madeline replied, her voice still rough from sleep. Is that tea I smell? Special blend, Jessica confirmed. For our feverish hero here. His grandpa sent me the recipe. Turns out genetic manipulation comes with a price. Ben attempted a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I would say it's worth it, he said, though the slight tremor in his hand suggested otherwise. How'd you sleep? Fine, Madeline lied, pouring herself coffee. The dark liquid spilled into her mug, and she recalled that she preferred tea over coffee. Jean liked coffee. Not that she was going to complain about it to the kind people letting her crash here. Is the fever serious? Jessica shook her head, her expression softening as she looked at Ben. He's mostly fine. His temperature's only slightly elevated. Probably just his body recovering from the strain. The Omnitrix usually handles the hard stuff, Ben explained, accepting the steaming mug Jessica handed him. But yesterday was different. Thanks, Jess. The casual intimacy between them struck Madeline with unexpected force, the way Jessica's fingers lingered on his as she passed him the mug, the concerned glance she cast his way when she thought he wasn't looking, the easy rhythm of two people who had found their orbit around each other. An adorable girlfriend he has, Madeline thought, sipping her coffee to hide the sudden tightness in her throat. Makes sense why he doesn't see me that way. Or didn't he? Hadn't he embraced Jean in the kitchen that morning? Hadn't there been something in his eyes when they'd talked in the library? And wasn't that girl Charmcaster his lover too, from what she'd gathered? Hello, Earth to Madeline, Jessica's voice broke through her thoughts. You want breakfast? I'm not much of a cook, but I can manage eggs without poisoning anyone. I'd appreciate that, Madeline replied, forcing a smile. This is all still so normal. In a good way. Jessica arched an eyebrow. Normal is a stretch for any apartment containing a guy who turns into aliens, a PI superhero, and a telepath with cosmic fire inside her. But the mundane parts, Madeline clarified, gesturing to the coffee pot, the morning light, the sounds of traffic drifting through the window. Breakfast. Morning conversations that don't involve world-ending threats. It's nice. Ben chuckled, then winced as if the action had cost him. Give it time. The world-ending threats have a way of finding me. Don't jinx us, Jessica warned, cracking eggs into a pan. We've got enough on our plate with the Oscorp fallout. Trish is working her sources, but we need to stay ahead of Norman's damage control. As Jessica cooked, she outlined the immediate challenges facing them, establishing Madeline's legal identity, ensuring the safety of the Oscorp victims, leveraging the stolen data without exposing themselves to retaliation. Professor Charles already offered help with the identity documents, but Maddie denied his help. But if she's okay with it, I can ask Grandpa, he can help too. Ben offered. Grandpa Max has connections through the plumbers. And I've got a friend at the Hall of Records, Jessica added. Between us, we should be able to create a paper trail that will hold up to scrutiny. The conversation flowed easily as they ate, plans taking shape between bites of scrambled eggs and toast. For the first time in her short existence, Madeline felt something like hope unfurling in her chest, not the desperate determination that had driven her through the procedure to remove Sinister's influence, but a quieter, steadier optimism. This could work. She could build a life here. Ben's phone chimed with an incoming message. He checked it, his expression shifting from casual interest to concern. Jubilee, he explained, scrolling through what appeared to be a lengthy text. The Genosha opening ceremony is in 3 days. Despite your talk with the professor? Jessica asked, her fork pausing midway to her mouth. Ben's jaw tightened. Apparently. Xavier tried, but Magneto is too proud to postpone, even with what we uncovered. Well, I'm not surprised. Madeline recalled the conversation from right before they left the school. Ben talked with the X-Men, where he explained what he and Jessica had discovered using his gray matter form and her investigative skills. Rumors of anti-mutant extremists planning something during the ceremony. Whispers of Sentinel technology being developed in secret facilities, which might be deployed in Genosha. Ugh. He did say he'd be more cautious, but this is supposed to remain between the stronger mutants. He doesn't want to scare the general population of Genosha. Ben continued, setting down his phone. Additional security measures, stricter screening protocols. But the ceremony goes forward as planned. And you're still going, Jessica said. It wasn't a question. Ben nodded, meeting her gaze. I have to. If something happens, I need to be there. The tension in the room thickened, an unspoken argument hovering just below the surface. Jessica pushed her plate away, her appetite apparently gone. So you're headed into potential danger, and I'm supposed to sit here watching the news for reports of disaster, she said, her voice deliberately level. Sounds perfect. I've already explained things, Jess. No, I get it. I'm not powerful enough to handle whatever might happen there. I'm a liability. That's not what I said, Ben protested, reaching for her hand. Jessica withdrew it smoothly. But it's what you meant. Madeline found herself in the uncomfortable position of witnessing an argument that felt intensely private. She focused intently on her coffee, trying to become invisible. I could go too, Jessica pressed. You know I can handle myself. It's not about whether you can handle yourself, Ben said, frustration evident in his voice. It's about the scale of what might happen. If they deploy Sentinels. Then you'll need all the help you can get, Jessica finished. Madeline cleared her throat. She should come, she said quietly. Both turned to look at her, seemingly surprised she'd spoken. I'll look after her, Madeline continued. Between my abilities and your transformations, we can ensure her safety while benefiting from her skills. Ben's eyes narrowed. You know what? If Jessica's not going because it's too dangerous, then you shouldn't be there either. Madeline laughed, the sound surprising even her. You're nearly a decade younger than me, young man. Who's letting you order me around? The tension broke slightly as Ben's lips twitched toward a smile. Your memories might be older, but you've existed for how long again? Call me uncle from now on. Semantics, Madeline replied, leaning forward with a playful challenge in her eyes. Besides, I've got cosmic fire inside me. I'm hardly defenseless. The look that passed between them carried an electricity that made Jessica clear her throat pointedly. As fascinating as this debate is, Jessica interjected, I can make my own decisions. She paused, studying Ben's worried expression, then sighed. But I'll listen to my sick little baby this time. I won't attend. The relief on Ben's face was palpable. He crossed to Jessica, pressing a kiss to her cheek. Thank you. I promise I'll be careful. Jessica nodded, though the annoyance still lingered in her eyes. You'd better be. And next time, don't assume I can't handle the big leagues. As they reconciled, Madeline felt a sharp pang of something she recognized as jealousy. The feeling bothered her, not just because it seemed petty, but because she wasn't sure which of them she was jealous of. Ben, with his easy confidence and remarkable abilities. Jessica, with her grounded strength and the clear affection Ben held for her. Or was it simply their connection she envied, the natural understanding between two people who had chosen each other? So it's settled, Ben said, turning back to include Madeline in the conversation. Grandpa Max, Gwen, Madeline, and I will attend the ceremony. Jessica stays here to coordinate with Trish on the Oscorp exposure. Madeline nodded, pushing aside her complicated emotions. I should probably get some new clothes before then. I can't keep borrowing Jessica's. Shopping spree. Jessica declared with forced enthusiasm. One normal girl activity, coming right up. As they cleared breakfast dishes, Ben's phone chimed again. His expression darkened as he read the new message. What now? Jessica asked. Charmcaster, he replied. She's sensing unusual disturbances around Genosha. Says the energies are wrong somehow. Yeah, that pretty much confirms it. The implications were heavy. Madeline felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The phoenix seed within her stirred restlessly, responding to her unease. What kind of wrong? She asked, already dreading the answer. Ben looked up, his eyes meeting hers with grim understanding. The kind that precedes extinction events. The breakfast dishes were forgotten as they gathered around the phone, the brief moment of domestic tranquility shattered by the looming shadow of what awaited them in Genosha. As they discussed possibilities and plans, Madeline couldn't shake the feeling that her nightmares might have been more prophetic than she wanted to admit. The phoenix stirred again, a whisper of flame in her consciousness. Soon, it seemed to say. Soon. Night settled over New York, the city lights transforming into a galaxy of electric stars. I sat cross-legged on the bed in Jessica's spare room, shirtless in just a pair of sweatpants, with my phone's blue glow illuminating my face. The room was sparse but comfortable. It had a queen bed, a nightstand with a lamp, and a window that framed the Manhattan skyline like a living painting. Kai's texts had been a welcome distraction from the worries plaguing me. So what ancient curse are you dodging this week? Furry girl, just boring cataloging work. Found Anasazi pottery fragments showing what might be a solar eclipse. Wow, no way you're calling ancient pottery boring. The Chinese masters will be offended. Furry girl, we can't all fight aliens and mad scientists, Mr. Exciting. I smiled despite the heaviness in my mind. I didn't talk with Kai much, but whenever I did, it always grounded me. She pulled me back to Earth when my mind spiraled into cosmic threats and world-ending scenarios. Her life on the reservation, connected to ancient traditions while dabbling in modern archaeology, seemed refreshingly normal compared to mine. Honestly, boring sounds pretty good right now. Her response took longer this time. When it came, I could almost hear a thoughtful tone through the text. Furry girl, something's troubling you. I can feel it through the screen. Just some political thing this time, more than punching and blasting. You might have heard of it in the news. Mutant Nation opening ceremony in a few days. Furry girl, grandfather spoke of this yesterday. Said the mountain spirits are restless, paths converging where they shouldn't. I stared at her message, sighing to myself. Navajo mysticism wasn't something I took lightly anymore, not since witnessing the Enaldushi and experiencing Blitzwolfer's transformation. Their traditions had ways of sensing disruptions in the natural order that science couldn't always explain. Any advice from the spirits on how to stop a massacre? She vanished for a good minute. When she returned, her tone was different, like a shaman chanting prophecy. Furry girl, stand between worlds, as you always have. Bridge what others would divide. The spirits see you, Ben Tennyson, walker of many paths. Her cryptic wisdom hit closer to home than she could know. My unique position, human yet alien, outsider yet insider to both mutant politics and secret organization operations, gave me perspective others lacked. It also burdened me with knowledge I couldn't fully share. I tossed my phone aside, rubbing my face with both hands. 3 days until Genosha's opening ceremony. 3 days until Magneto proudly unveiled his mutant sanctuary to the world. 3 days until what should be a celebration might become a slaughter. I tried warning Xavier again, sent a carefully worded text about automated threats and orbital weapons platforms without revealing too much of my foreknowledge. His response had been polite but dismissive. We've increased security measures. Your concern is noted, but perhaps excessive. The weight of responsibility pressed down on me. I wasn't just worried about myself. Gwen would be there, along with Grandpa Max. Now Madeline too, with her unstable phoenix seed. At least Jessica. A twinge of guilt flashed through me at the thought of Jessica. I'd convinced her to stay behind, used her lack of cosmic-level powers as justification. But wasn't the truth more selfish? Wasn't I simply trying to protect someone I couldn't bear to lose, while at the same time, failing to stop millions of mutants from walking into the same danger? When did my life get so complicated? The roster of women who'd somehow become entwined with my life ran through my mind: Jessica, Gwen, Kai, Charmcaster, and now Madeline. All of them were different, had their own strengths and weaknesses. I didn't want to lose any. I flopped back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The Omnitrix glowed faintly on my wrist in a steady pulse of green in the darkened room. Sometimes I wondered if Azimuth had foreseen this, not just the heroics, but the human complications that came with them. Or maybe he hadn't. That's why he sent it to a retired old plumber. A soft knock interrupted my thoughts. "Come in," I called, sitting up and reaching for a t-shirt. The door opened slowly, revealing Madeline in an oversized t-shirt that hung to mid-thigh, one of mine, I realized with a raised eyebrow. I thought she and Jessica went shopping earlier. Her red hair with its black streaks fell loose around her shoulders, and something in her expression stopped me from pulling on my shirt. "Image here. Sorry to bother you," she said quietly. "I can't sleep." "Nightmares?" I asked, setting the shirt aside. She nodded, hovering uncertainly in the doorway. "Can I?" "Of course." I patted the edge of the bed. She crossed the room and sat beside me, her weight barely denting the mattress. Up close, I could see the faint shadows under her eyes, the slight tremble in her hands. "Want to talk about it?" I asked. Madeline drew a shaky breath. It was the Phoenix. Fire consuming everything. Genosha, the ceremony. She paused, meeting my eyes. "You." The directness of her gaze sent an unexpected heat through me. "It's just anxiety," I said, though I wasn't entirely convinced. "With everything that's happened, your mind is processing fears. You just have a seed, not the entity itself." "Maybe," she conceded. "Or maybe it's a warning. The Phoenix Force isn't just power, Ben. It's awareness. It exists outside linear time." I took her hand, struck by how cold her fingers felt despite the Phoenix seed burning within her. "If it is a warning, then we're already taking precautions. I won't let anything happen to you, or anyone else at that ceremony." Her lips curved in a sad smile. "Always the hero." "Occupational hazard," I replied lightly, trying to ease her mood. She squeezed my hand. "Thank you. Not just for this, but for everything. For seeing me when others saw only Jean's shadow. For helping me find myself." The sincerity in her voice touched something deep within me. Here was a woman literally created to be someone else, fighting every day to carve out her own identity. Her struggle resonated with me somewhat. A man from another world. "You never needed my help for that," I told her. "You were always your own person. I just pointed it out." She leaned closer, her eyes searching mine. "You don't understand what that meant to me. After Sinister, Xavier, and Jean, after all that, to have someone look at me and see Madeline." Her free hand came up to touch my face, fingers tracing my jawline with surprising tenderness. My breath caught in my throat as she closed the distance between us, her lips meeting mine in a tentative kiss. I should have pulled away. I should have thought of Jessica in the other room, thought of the complications this would create here, thought of a dozen reasons why this was a bad idea. Instead, I found myself responding, my hand sliding to the back of her neck, drawing her closer. The kiss deepened, her initial hesitance giving way to a hunger that matched my own. There was a desperation in the way she pressed against me, as if she were trying to prove her own existence through physical contact. "Madeline," I murmured against her lips, "are you sure about this? You know I'm a taken man. I can't bring myself to leave them." "I've never been more sure of anything," she whispered, her eyes fluttering open. "I want to feel real. I want to feel like me. Won't you help me?" Something in her words broke through my remaining hesitation. I pulled her onto my lap, her legs straddling my hips as our mouths met again. The oversized shirt rode up her thighs, revealing she wore nothing underneath. My hands found her waist, then slid higher, feeling the smooth warmth of her skin. She gasped when my palms cupped her breasts, her head falling back to expose the pale column of her throat. I trailed kisses down its length, feeling her pulse quicken beneath my lips. "Ben," she breathed out, fingers tangling in my hair. The sound of my name on her lips sent a jolt of desire through me. This wasn't Jean. This wasn't anyone's copy or shadow. This was Madeline Pryor, unique and real and vibrant in my arms. She tugged at the hem of the shirt, pulling it over her head in one fluid motion. My eyes focused. The sight of her naked body, pale and perfect in the city light filtering through the window, stole the breath from my lungs. "You're so beautiful," I whispered, hands tracing the curves of her body with reverence. She smiled, a flash of confidence replacing her earlier vulnerability. "Your turn," she said, tugging at my sweatpants. I lifted my hips, helping her slide them down my legs. Her eyes widened slightly as she took in the sight of me, fully aroused and unashamed. Somehow my little Tennyson always earned that look. "Well," she said with a mischievous smile, "the Omnitrix isn't the only impressive thing about you." I laughed, pulling her down for another kiss. She shifted in my lap, the heat of her center pressing against my hardness. I groaned at the contact, my hands moving to her hips to guide her movements. We were so lost in each other that neither of us heard the door open. I thought I heard, "Oh." Jessica's voice froze us both. Madeline scrambled to cover herself, panic written across her face. I felt my heart plummet to my stomach as I met Jessica's eyes over Madeline's shoulder. Well, this is awkward, I cleared my throat. She and I already talked about my other lovers, but it was a whole entire thing to be caught like this in her house. Jess, I can explain, I began, the words tumbling out. But Jessica's expression wasn't what I expected. There was no rage nor betrayal, just a raised eyebrow and the ghost of a smile playing at her lips. It's okay, she said, closing the door behind her. It was supposed to happen one day or another. She moved further into the room, her eyes never leaving mine. We did talk about this, Ben. About your capacity for multiple connections. Madeline looked between us, confusion evident on her face. You're not angry? Jessica approached the bed, still fully dressed in sleep shorts and a tank top. Well, I was at first. Ben and I already had this talk, and I accepted it. I'd be a hypocrite if I were still angry. I knew what I was getting into with him. She reached out, brushing a strand of hair from Madeline's face. And I can't blame him for being drawn to you. The tension in the room shifted, transforming into something electric. Jessica's fingers lingered on Madeline's cheek, then trailed down to her collarbone. If you two don't mind, Jessica said, her voice dropping to a husky whisper, I'd like to join. My mouth went dry as she pulled her tank top over her head, revealing her perfect breasts. Her eyes met mine, challenging and excited. Unless you'd rather I leave, she asked, knowing full well what my answer would be. Stay, I managed, reaching for her. Definitely stay. Image here. Big 2025, but we still need to put the threesome warning since somehow I got some readers specifically asking, will there be Yuri? Will the girls touch each other when having sex with MC? Answer is yes. How else is a threesome going to happen? Skip if that makes you uncomfortable. Everyone else, free to go on. Jessica's tank top hit the floor with a soft whisper, her skin glowing in the dim light filtering through the curtains. Ben's pulse hammered as she slid onto the bed, her movements deliberate, eyes locked on his. Madeline shifted slightly, her bare thighs brushing against Ben's hips, uncertainty flickering in her gaze but mingled with raw curiosity. The air was full of anticipation, charged like the moment before a storm breaks. Jessica lunged like a hungry beast. She leaned in, capturing Ben's mouth in a fierce kiss, her fingers threading through his hair to pull him closer. Ben responded hungrily, one hand sliding up her back while the other stayed on Madeline's waist, keeping her anchored in the intimacy. Madeline watched, breath-catching, until Jessica broke away and turned to her, cupping her face gently. Relax, all right. You're safe here, Jessica murmured, her thumb tracing Madeline's jaw. Then she closed the distance, pressing a soft kiss to Madeline's lips. Madeline tensed at first, surprise widening her eyes, but she melted into it, her hands tentatively exploring Jessica's shoulders. Ben understood that Jessica was trying to calm Maddie down. Without that kiss, she'd feel unsure and out of place. Ben joined in, his mouth finding Madeline's neck while Jessica claimed her lips again. He nipped at the sensitive skin, drawing a gasp from Madeline that vibrated against Jessica's mouth. Hands roamed freely now. Ben's fingers skimmed Madeline's curves, teasing the swell of her breasts, while Jessica's trailed down Ben's chest, nails scraping lightly over his abs. The three of them tangled together in a mess of limbs and heated skin, breaths mingling in short, urgent bursts. See. Jessica whispered against Madeline's ear, her voice husky. We don't mind. It's just how it is here. Feels good, doesn't it? Let him show you. She guided Madeline's hand to Ben's chest, encouraging her to explore, while she kissed along Ben's collarbone, her touch bold and teasing. Madeline's fingers trembled as they mapped Ben's muscles, her breath hitching when he captured her mouth again. The kiss built slowly, tongues dancing, while Jessica worked her way lower, peeling off her shorts and tossing them aside. Naked now, she straddled Ben's thigh, grinding against his cock with intentional friction that made him groan into Madeline's mouth. She loved the feeling of his monster twitching against her hungry pussy. Ben broke the kiss, his hands roaming Madeline's body with growing urgency. He cupped her breasts, thumbs circling her nipples until they hardened, drawing whimpers from her. Jessica watched, her own arousal building, and leaned in to kiss Madeline's shoulder, then her neck. She then whispered encouragements. Touch him properly, Maddie. Feel how much he wants this. How much he wants you. Madeline's hand slid down Ben's abdomen, hesitating before wrapping around his grumbling cock. She stroked him tentatively at first, staring at the size she wasn't familiar with, then with more confidence as Jessica guided her rhythm, their fingers intertwining around the cock. Ben's head fell back, pleasure coiling tight in him. Jessica smirked, her free hand slipping between Madeline's thighs. Looks like Ben isn't the only one excited. You're soaking already, she teased, fingers circling her clit with expert pressure. MHM. Madeline moaned, arching into the touch, her strokes on Ben growing erratic. Jessica was trying to establish her position here by taking the lead, that much was obvious. But Ben couldn't take it anymore. He surged forward, flipping Madeline onto her back and settling between her legs. "Maddie," he said, voice husky. "Since you want this, I'll give it to you," he said, and her eyes flicked to the massive railgun resting over her stomach. "Don't you want it?" Jessica moved beside them, kissing Madeline deeply while Ben trailed his mouth down her body, nipping at her collarbone, sucking on her breasts until she writhed. "Please, I'm craving you." Madeline gasped, her telekinesis flickering unintentionally, lifting nearby objects before they clattered back down. "Patience," Ben growled, his voice rough with need. He spread her thighs wider, dipping his head to taste her. Madeline cried out, hips bucking as his tongue worked her relentlessly, circling and plunging. Jessica pinned her shoulders down gently, strength holding her steady while whispering filthy encouragements. "Let him wreck you. It's what you need." How can his girlfriend be so into this? Madeline was turned on. She shattered first, her orgasm ripping through her with a scream, body convulsing as Ben lapped at her through the waves. Jessica kissed her neck, soothing her down, then turned to Ben with a wicked grin. "My turn to play." She pushed him back, straddling his face without hesitation. Ben gripped her hips, pulling her down as his tongue delved into her cunt. Jessica ground against him, moaning, while Madeline recovered enough to crawl forward. Eyes locked on Ben's throbbing cock, she took him into her mouth, tentative at first, then bolder, sucking and swirling her tongue. Maddie started her head game. "Fuck," Ben groaned into Jessica, the vibration making her gasp. He thrust up into Madeline's mouth, careful not to overwhelm her virgin inexperience, but the sight of her eager lips stretched around him pushed him to the edge. How long did the three of them dance this shameless dance? Then Jessica came hard, thighs clamping around his head as she rode out her release. She slid off, breathless, and pulled Madeline up for a deep kiss, tasting herself on the other woman's lips. "Ready for the real thing?" she asked, voice laced with mischief. "I've been begging for it, you bastard." Madeline nodded, eyes hazy with lust. Ben positioned himself at her entrance, rubbing the head against her slick folds. "Tell me if it's too much," he said, voice strained. "NNGH. Shut up and do it already," she breathed, pulling him closer. He pushed in slowly, inch by inch, feeling her tight heat envelop him. Madeline gasped, nails digging into his shoulders as he stretched her, the barrier giving way with a sharp cry. A barrier. Ben stilled, kissing her through the pain, whispering praises. "My lovely girl, looks like this body was still a virgin. Relax your muscles, it'll feel good soon." Something softened in Jessica too hearing that. This was what made Madeline different from Jean. This was Madeline's first time. Jessica stroked her hair, murmuring, "Breathe. It'll feel good soon." Once she adjusted to his stupid size, whimpering for him throughout the minutes, Ben began to move, shallow thrusts building to deeper ones as Madeline adjusted. Her whimpers turned to moans, hips rising to meet him. She wanted more. She didn't want to be treated like a delicate doll. Hard. Harder, she demanded, surprising them both. That's when Ben's dominance surged. "Sure thing, girl." He flipped her onto all fours, slamming into her from behind with brutal force. Madeline's eyes rolled back, mouth falling open in a silent scream as he pounded her relentlessly, the slap of skin echoing. "Fuck, you're so tight," he growled, slapping her as hard enough to leave a red mark. She yelped, pushing back for more. Jessica watched, touching herself on the side, then joined in, kissing Madeline's nape while he was pulling her red hair. Then she moved to worship her man, trailing kisses from his abdomen to his face. "Break her, Ben," she suggested. "Give her a purpose since she's looking for one so bad. Make her yours." Ben obliged, his pace punishing, cock splitting her open with each thrust. Madeline screamed for him while the bed groaned under the three of them. When he spanked her one more time, making her fat ass jiggle for him, her body gave up. She came, squirting around him, body shaking as tears of ecstasy streamed down her face. "F you," she moaned. But he didn't stop, flipping her onto her back and driving deeper, choking her now, watching her eyes bulge and roll. "Take it just like that," he commanded, slapping her breasts, pinching nipples until she screamed another orgasm. Jessica straddled Madeline's face, grinding down while Ben ruined her pussy, cum finally erupting inside her in hot ropes. They switched after that, giving Madeline some time to recover. Ben pulled Jessica onto his cock, pounding her missionary style, her legs over his shoulders as he choked and slapped her. "You loved watching me fuck her, Jess. I didn't know you were into that," he taunted, spanking her clit. Jessica's teeth clenched, eyes crossed, and body convulsed in release. Madeline recovered, hugging Ben, her breasts rubbing against his strong muscular back, kissing his nape from behind, while he railed another woman. Then they switched again. They formed a chain, Ben taking Madeline doggy while she ate Jessica out. Orgasms blurred together, bodies slick with sweat, makeup smeared, come dripping from both women. Ben marveled at his endurance, his enhanced body handling the superhuman women without faltering. They kept going, switching positions, exploring every filthy urge until exhaustion claimed them, collapsing in a tangled, satisfied heap, and yet ready for more rounds as the night grew juicier. Chapter 101, 101, The Morning After. Chapter 101, The Morning After. Sunlight stabbed through the gaps in the curtains like laser beams, painting stripes across the tangled sheets. I woke slowly, blinking against the brightness, my body pleasantly sore in ways I hadn't experienced before. The events of last night crashed back into my consciousness all at once, and I was suddenly aware of the warm bodies pressed against me from both sides. Jessica lay on my right, her dark hair spilled across my chest, one leg hooked possessively over mine. Her breathing was deep and even, her face relaxed in a way it rarely was when she was awake. On my left, Madeline curled against my side, her red hair with its black streaks standing out vividly against the white pillowcase. Her hand rested over my heart, fingers splayed as if checking I was still there. I stared at them for a bit and then relaxed into my pillow. I looked up at the ceiling, trying to process how my life had become like this. Dating and relationships were complicated to say the least in my previous life, but somehow having an alien watch eased a lot of those complications. Why else would two girls like this get along so well? A year ago, I was just an ordinary teenager with ordinary problems. Now I wielded the most powerful device in the galaxy, juggled relationships with women who could bend reality with their minds or punch through concrete walls, and prepared to prevent a genocide on a sovereign mutant nation. Just an average Tuesday, really. Jessica stirred first, her eyes fluttering open. She looked up at me, and for a brief, heart-stopping moment, I wondered if regret would cloud her expression. Instead, she gave me a sleepy smile that melted something in my chest. "Morning, alien boy," she murmured, voice husky with sleep. "You still alive after last night?" "Barely," I whispered back, careful not to wake Madeline. "You two nearly killed me." Not our fault you're so." Her eyes flickered to Madeline, popular. The teasing note in her voice reassured me. This wasn't awkward morning after regret. This was the Jessica I knew, adapting to our new reality with the same pragmatic attitude she brought to everything else. "How are you feeling about all this?" I asked, gesturing vaguely with my free hand. She propped herself up on one elbow, considering the question. "Honestly, less weird than I expected. Though we definitely need to establish some house rules." "House rules?" "Yeah. Like, who gets you on which nights?" She traced a lazy pattern on my chest. "Scheduling is important when sharing resources." I nearly choked. "I'm a resource now." "A very." Her hand drifted lower, "valuable one." "That's crazy." Madeline stirred, saving me from whatever Jessica had been planning. Her eyes opened, green and disoriented, before focusing on my face. A smile spread across her lips, then faltered as she registered Jessica's presence. Uncertainty flashed across her features. "Good morning," I said, trying to ease the tension. Madeline sat up, pulling the sheet with her. "Morning. I should probably stay," Jessica said, surprising us both. "We need to talk anyway. Might as well do it over coffee." Madeline hesitated, then nodded. "Coffee sounds good." I watched with fascination as they both slipped from the bed, Jessica completely unself-conscious about her nakedness, Madeline more hesitant as she retrieved her borrowed t-shirt from the floor. The contrast between them was striking, Jessica all lean muscle and confidence, Madeline with her pale skin and cautious movements. "I'll start the pot," Jessica said, pulling on my discarded t-shirt. "Ben, you make breakfast. Something with protein. We all need it after last night. I can barely cook." "Yes, ma'am," I saluted, climbing out of bed and grabbing my sweatpants. "And Madeline," Jessica added, pausing at the door, "the bathroom's all yours if you want to shower first." It was such a normal, domestic moment that it almost made me laugh. Here we were, planning breakfast after a night that had fundamentally altered our relationships, acting like this was any other morning. The kitchen became our neutral territory, and the three of us navigated around each other with a newfound awareness. I scrambled eggs and fried bacon, stealing glances at Jessica as she measured coffee grounds with scientific precision. Madeline emerged from the shower, hair damp and wearing clothes she must have gotten from the shopping tour with Jessica yesterday, black leggings and a faded NYU t-shirt that hung loose on her curvy frame. "So," Jessica said once we were seated around the small kitchen table, plates of food before us, "let's establish some ground rules for, whatever this is." "A throuple," I suggested, earning a snort from Jessica. "Oh, shut up, you know it's more than 3 people. Are you trying to piss me off?" She shot me a glare, and I shrugged. "Call it what you want. I just need boundaries." She ticked points off on her fingers. 1. Communication. I want to know who's sleeping where and when. 2. Honesty. No sneaking around as we're all adults here. 3. Discretion. The hero community is small and gossipy. Madeline nodded, sipping her coffee. Makes sense. 4. Jessica continued, safe words. For when things get intense. The memory of last night flashed through my mind as I recalled Madeline actually choking at one point rather than enjoying the cannon down her throat. Agreed. And 5. Jessica's expression softened slightly, no jealousy. At least try to hold it back. If it happens regardless, we talk about it when it happens. Because it will. Is that directed at me? Madeline asked, raising an eyebrow. At all of us, Jessica clarified. I'm not immune either. I watched them slowly, two extraordinary women establishing the framework for our unconventional relationship, and felt quite amazed. Wasn't I the luckiest guy around the block? I'd have enjoyed this a lot more if a genocide weren't looming over my shoulders. Madeline suddenly winced, her coffee cup clattering against the saucer as her hand flew to her temple. You okay? I asked, reaching for her. Just a headache, she murmured, eyes squeezed shut. It's been happening since. She broke off with a gasp, both hands now pressing against her head. The coffee cup rattled on the table, though neither of us had touched it. Small objects around the kitchen, utensils, the salt shaker, a dish towel, began to levitate, suspended by invisible force. Madeline, Jessica said sharply, what's happening? I recognized the signs immediately. The Phoenix seed was active, responding to Madeline's distress. I'd seen her go through similar episodes in the X-Men '97 animation, moments where her powers spiraled beyond her control, often accompanied by visions. It's the Phoenix, I'm assuming, I said, moving to Madeline's side. Maddie, focus on my voice. Ground yourself. Her eyes flew open, but they weren't entirely hers anymore. Golden fire flickered in their depths, cosmic energy struggling against the mental barriers Jean, I and Emma had helped her create. Fire, she whispered, her voice distant. So much fire. I can see it consuming everything. Metal men raining from the sky. Screaming. So much screaming. Was the Phoenix showing a possible future, or the exact thing that'll happen in Genosha? Does my presence not make any difference at all? Jessica exchanged an alarmed glance with me. Is she seeing the future? Not exactly, I explained, but even I wasn't sure. I was just trying to reassure all of us. The Phoenix exists partially outside linear time. It doesn't see the future so much as all possibilities at once. Most carriers can't process it, so it comes through as fragments, nightmares, premonitions. I wondered if I should go ghost freak, but decided to try talking to her on my own one more time. I placed my hands on either side of Madeline's face, forcing her to look at me. Maddie, can you hear me? Come back to us. Whatever you're seeing, it's not happening now. You're safe. The fire in her eyes flickered, then receded. The floating objects crashed back to the table and floor. Madeline slumped forward, and I caught her against my chest. Sorry, she mumbled against my shirt. It's been happening more frequently. Ever since we started planning for Genosha. What exactly did you see? Jessica asked, her voice carefully neutral as she picked up the fallen salt shaker. Madeline shuddered. Metal men. Giant robots falling from the sky onto a crowd of people. Magneto screaming. And fire, my fire, consuming everything. Sentinels. She was seeing the Sentinel attack that Magneto had dismissed so easily when I'd warned him. The attack I was desperately trying to prevent. It won't happen, I said firmly, stroking her hair. That's why we're going to stop it. What if we can't? Madeline pulled back, her eyes haunted. What if by going there, I'm the catalyst that makes it worse? The Phoenix responds to emotion, to threat. If I lose control in a crisis. You don't have the Phoenix force. It's a seed. You just need to remind yourself of that, and it'll stay away from you. And if you still lose control, I'll help you regain it, I promised. Feedback will show the cosmic flame its place. You trust me, right? And I can kick your cosmic butt if you get too fiery, Jessica added, the joke lightening the moment despite the tension behind it. Madeline gave a weak laugh, wiping away tears I hadn't noticed falling. Some houseguest I am. First I seduce your boyfriend, then I have a cosmic meltdown over breakfast. Both Jessica and I laughed. Please, that barely cracks the top 5 weirdest breakfasts I've had, Jessica dismissed with a wave. Though I am keeping track of these infractions for future leverage. They shared a look, part challenge, part growing camaraderie, that made me realize something profound. Beyond the physical aspect of last night, these two were developing a genuine connection. Like dear sisters. Different as they were, they understood aspects of each other's experiences in ways I never could. The moment broke as Jessica stood, gathering the dishes. So when do you two leave for this potentially apocalyptic field trip? I don't know. Tomorrow afternoon, I think. I replied, helping clear the table. We'll meet Grandpa Max and Gwen at the airport. Magneto's sending a private jet. Jessica's movements became more forceful, plates clattering as she stacked them in the sink. Of course he is. Very dramatic. You sure I can't come? I could be useful. We've been over this, I said gently. If something goes wrong, then you'll need all the help you can get, she cut me off, spinning to face me. The fear she'd been hiding broke through briefly, her eyes wide and vulnerable. Ben, I can't just sit here and wait for news that a mutant nation got wiped out with you in it. I pulled her into my arms, feeling her resistance before she grudgingly relaxed against me. I need you safe, I whispered into her hair. I need to know that no matter what happens, you're out here, ready to avenge us if necessary. She thumped my chest with her fist. Don't talk like that, you idiot. Besides, I added, someone needs to stay with Trish to monitor the Oscorp situation. Those patients still need protection. She sighed, her breath warm against my neck. Fine. But you better call me every 6 hours, or I'm stealing a Quinjet and flying there myself. I believe you, I laughed, knowing she absolutely would. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of preparations. Jessica helped pack, pretending to be annoyed while secretly checking that we had everything we might need, extra batteries for phones, first aid supplies, protein bars. Madeline recovered from her episode, though I caught her rubbing her temples occasionally, the shadow of vision still lingering. Around noon, my phone rang. Gwen's face appeared on the screen, her expression already telling me something had changed. Hey, what's up? I answered, putting her on speaker. Change of plans, she said without preamble. Magneto wants us there tonight, not tomorrow. He's invited Xavier and his closest associates for a pre-ceremony dinner. Diplomatic posturing, basically. I felt the weight of time compress around us. Tonight. That's. I know. Grandpa's already at the airfield. The jet lands in an hour at LaGuardia. Can you make it? I looked at Madeline, who nodded firmly. We'll be there. As I hung up, Jessica stood in the doorway, arms crossed. Well, that accelerates things. Yeah, I admitted, already moving to grab the packed bags. Sorry about the rushed goodbye. She shrugged, the casualness not quite hiding her tension. Whatever. Just try not to get killed at dinner. Would be anticlimactic after surviving 2 supercharged women. The joke landed exactly as intended, breaking the heaviness that had settled over us. I laughed, pulling her into a kiss that she returned fiercely. We'll be careful, I promised. You better be, she murmured against my lips. I just broke you in. Would hate to have to replace you so soon. Madeline entered with her small bag, hesitating at the sight of us. Jessica surprised me by extending a hand to her. Come here, Phoenix girl. You get a goodbye kiss too. Madeline's eyebrows shot up, but she approached, allowing Jessica to pull her into a brief, surprisingly tender kiss on her cheek. How adorable of them. I could tell that Madeline was loving the prospect of having a sister-like figure after Storm. Take care of our boy, Jessica said, forehead resting against Madeline's. And yourself. I'm starting to like having you around. The simple statement seemed to mean the world to Madeline, whose expression softened with gratitude. I'll protect him with my life. Haha, no. Let's aim for a solution where nobody needs to sacrifice their life, I suggested, shouldering both our bags. As we headed for the door, Jessica called after us, Ben. I turned back. She stood in the center of her apartment, looking smaller and more vulnerable than I'd ever seen her. Remember what you promised in Harlem, she said quietly. About always coming back. I remember. The door closed behind us, and I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead. Genosha waited between a powder keg of mutant politics, anti-mutant sentiment, and potential disaster. But first, we had dinner with Magneto. Somehow, that seemed almost as dangerous. Chapter 102, 102, A Table Set for Wolves. Chapter 102, A Table Set for Wolves. The private airfield stretched before us, a narrow strip of concrete cutting through the greenery of upstate New York. A stiff breeze carried the scent of jet fuel and freshly cut grass as our small group stood waiting near the runway. I noted that the sky today. It above was painfully blue, the kind of perfect day that makes disaster seem impossible. I knew better. Gwen stood beside me with her arms crossed, her ginger hair dancing in the wind as she scanned the horizon. They're late, she muttered, checking her watch for the 3rd time in as many minutes. Only by 4 minutes, I replied, trying to sound casual despite the knot of tension in my stomach. Even X-Men aren't that punctual. Grandpa Max moved with military precision, checking our bags and surveying the perimeter with practiced eyes. Though he wore civilian clothes, his usual Hawaiian shirt that somehow looked more intimidating than comforting, his posture remained that of a veteran plumber. Ready for anything. Madeline stood slightly apart from us, her gothic transformation drawing curious glances from the nearby mutant students. The black streaks in her red hair whipped around her face like war paint, her dark lipstick and clothes creating a striking silhouette against the bright day. "You okay?" I asked, moving to stand beside her. She nodded once, sharp and decisive. "Just thinking about what awaits us. Fancy dinner, diplomatic posturing with an international terrorist, and then potential genocide," I counted off on my fingers. The usual Tuesday. That earned me a small smile. Your ability to joke in the face of apocalypse is either your greatest strength or a concerning coping mechanism. Why not both? I winked, just as the distant roar of engines drew our attention skyward. 2 aircraft approached, the sleek, predatory shape of the X-Men's Blackbird and a smaller, more conventional private jet behind it. They descended in perfect formation, touching down with barely a whisper despite their size and speed. Storms work, no doubt, manipulating air currents to ensure a smooth landing. As the Blackbird's engines powered down, the side hatch opened to reveal a short staircase. First came Storm, regal in her X-Men uniform, white hair flowing despite the absence of wind. Behind her was Scott Summers wearing his ruby quartz visor, jaw set in that permanently uptight expression I'd come to associate with him. Then Jean Grey emerged, and I felt Madeline tense beside me. The physical resemblance between them remained perfect, same height, same build, same emerald eyes. But where Jean radiated calm authority in her standard X-Men uniform, Madeline had deliberately crafted herself as Jean's visual opposite. "This should be interesting," Gwen whispered, picking up on the tension immediately. Jean spotted us, her gaze moving from me and then immediately to Madeline as if she didn't want to maintain eye contact with me. A flash of something that I couldn't quite place crossed her face before she schooled her expression into diplomatic neutrality. "Ben, Gwendolyn," she greeted, approaching with outstretched hands. "And Madeline. You look good." Very good to the eye, even if different from Jean's own style. Madeline's smile was razor-sharp. "That's rather the point." I watched as Jean took her hand, and the two of them shared a look. The exchange took seconds, yet volumes passed between them in the brief contact, unspoken questions, boundaries established, power assessed. They wanted to see if they'd changed as a person in the last day. "Ah, Maxwell," Xavier's voice cut through the tension as he emerged from the jet on his hovering wheelchair. "I apologize for making you wait. We had to make a quick detour to drop Emma off at her school. She'll join us by herself later." "Haha, that's perfectly all right, Charles." Grandpa Max's voice held warmth beneath its professionalism. "The small details that we must maintain." Indeed. While they exchanged pleasantries, my eyes flickered to see more X-Men coming. Beast's blue fur was unmistakable, even at a distance. As usual, Logan's compact frame radiated controlled aggression, followed by several younger mutants I recognized from the Institute. Jubilee waved at me. "So many people rushing to our deaths, huh? Ready for this?" Gwen asked me quietly, her green eyes scanning the assembled mutants. "Not even slightly," I admitted under my breath. "Professor," Jean called over her shoulder. "Perhaps we should board. Magneto is expecting us by sundown." Xavier nodded, gesturing toward the Blackbird. "Of course. Benjamin, please join us with your companions on the Blackbird. The diplomatic envoy from the UN will follow in the secondary craft." As we approached the sleek aircraft, Storm offered a gracious smile. "Welcome aboard. We've prepared for a comfortable journey." The interior of the Blackbird was more spacious than it appeared from outside, with rows of padded seats and sophisticated technology lining the walls. Grandpa Max immediately began examining the control panels with professional interest. Vertical takeoff capabilities, scramjet propulsion, and if I'm not mistaken, some form of cloaking technology, he asked Beast, who beamed at the recognition. "Ah, indeed. The Blackbird incorporates various advanced technologies, some of extraterrestrial origin, I suspect." Beast's eyes twinkled behind his glasses. "Perhaps we could compare notes sometime, Magistrate Tennyson." Grandpa Max laughed. "It's been a while since anyone's called me that." That was his polite way of saying no. We settled into our seats as Storm and Cyclops took their positions as pilot and co-pilot. I found myself between Gwen and Madeline, the two redheads sharing a look, while Jean sat directly across the aisle from me. Her gaze kept returning to Madeline, a mixture of scientific curiosity and genuine concern. A holographic screen flickered to life at the front of the cabin, displaying Professor Xavier's face. He'd already boarded the second aircraft, but I guess he wanted to address everyone. "We've talked about this time and time again, but I must mention it one last time. This mission carries significant diplomatic weight," he began, his voice calm but authoritative. "Genosha represents the first sovereign nation created by and for mutants. Its success or failure will impact mutant-human relations for generations to come. I shifted uncomfortably, knowing what Xavier didn't want to believe. That Genosha's fate hung by the thinnest of threads, with catastrophe looming just days away unless we could change its course. All mutants deserve the opportunity to see Genosha's promise fulfilled, Xavier continued. Remember that we are guests of Magneto, but also representatives of a different path toward coexistence. As the engines powered up with a subsonic hum, I gripped the armrests. The weight of foreknowledge pressed against my chest. Beside me, Madeline's breathing had quickened slightly, her eyes fixed on some middle distance as if seeing something the rest of us couldn't. What do you see? I whispered as the blackbird lifted smoothly into the air. Possibilities, again. She murmured, so quiet only I could hear. Too many endings, most of them in flames. All right. The aircraft accelerated, pushing us gently back against our seats as we soared toward Genosha. And whatever fate awaited us there. Genosha unfolded beneath us like a fever dream made real. As the blackbird descended through cloud cover, the island nation revealed itself in all its surreal splendor. Crystal spires rose from the landscape, catching the sunlight and fracturing it into a rainbow of patterns across the ground. Buildings curved and flowed in ways that defied conventional architecture, some hovering without visible support, others spiraling upward in impossible helixes. Holy shit, Gwen blinked rapidly beside me, pressing her face against the window. Isn't that a beautiful sight? She wasn't wrong. Between the gleaming structures lay vibrant gardens where plants from every climate seemed to thrive side by side, tropical flowers beside alpine conifers, desert succulents intertwined with rainforest vines. Weather-controlling mutants maintained different microclimates throughout the city, creating ecological diversity impossible anywhere else on Earth. I agree. Impressive what they've accomplished in such a short time, Grandpa Max commented, though his eyes seemed to be assessing the defensive capabilities rather than the aesthetics. Magneto has been planning this for decades, Jean replied. Gathering resources, technology, designing everything down to the smallest detail. As we circled lower, I could see mutants going about their lives, using powers openly in ways that would have drawn fear or violence elsewhere. A teenager with translucent, butterfly-like wings fluttered alongside her mother, carrying groceries through open air rather than walking. A man casually manipulated metal, crafting intricate sculptures that assembled themselves from raw materials floating around him. Children with various physical mutations played in parks designed to accommodate their unique abilities. Paradise, Madeline said softly, though something in her tone suggested skepticism. The landing pad awaited us, a circular platform of polished metal that seemed to adjust its molecular structure as we approached, creating the perfect surface tension for our descent. Storm guided the Blackbird down with characteristic precision, the engines powering down to a whisper. Welcome to Genosha, a voice announced through the communication system. The sovereign nation where mutation is celebrated, not feared. As we disembarked, the air hit me first. It was impossibly clean and carried traces of a dozen different flower scents. The temperature was perfect, like perpetual spring. Even the gravity felt slightly different, as if Magneto had adjusted the Earth's magnetic field to make his domain more comfortable. A small delegation awaited us at the edge of the landing pad. They weren't in uniform, but something about their posture and vigilant eyes identified them as security rather than diplomatic staff. Professor Xavier's group. A tall woman with iridescent scales covering her arms stepped forward. I'm Diplomat Shara. Welcome to Genosha. As we made introductions, I noticed Grandpa Max studying the surroundings with the practiced eye of someone who's seen too many battlefields to ever fully relax. What is it? I asked him quietly as we followed the delegation toward a transport vehicle. Defense systems, he murmured. Integrated throughout the architecture. Sensor arrays, concealed weapon platforms, redundant power nodes. Magneto's built a fortress disguised as paradise. I glanced around, suddenly seeing what he saw, the subtle positioning of buildings to create overlapping fields of fire, the way certain structures could clearly transform into defensive barriers, the pattern of metal inlaid throughout the streets that could become weapons with a thought from Magneto. He's prepared for war, not just governance, Grandpa continued. This isn't your usual nation. It's a bunker with good views. Before I could respond, Madeline stumbled slightly beside me, one hand flying to her temple. Her eyes flashed orange for just an instant, so brief I might have imagined it. You okay? I caught her elbow, steadying her. The energy here is strange, she whispered, glancing around as if seeing something invisible to the rest of us. Like the island itself is holding its breath. Jean frowned from the side. From the looks of it, she didn't share the same vision. How interesting. We boarded our transport then. It was a sleek, hovering vehicle without wheels that glided silently through the capital city. Through the windows, I could see everyday life in Genosha unfold. Cafes where patrons with physical mutations sat comfortably without stares or whispers, schools where children practiced powers under careful supervision, markets where goods from around the world were traded freely. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling of borrowed time. Every laughing child. Every peaceful scene. They felt like a photograph about to be burned at the edges. Look, the citizens are watching us, Gwen observed, nodding subtly toward the pedestrians we passed. Their reactions varied widely, hope and curiosity in some faces, suspicion and wariness in others. They're not sure if we're allies or threats. Well, we as in the X-Men. Can you blame them? I replied. Most of these people came here escaping persecution. Trust doesn't come easily. Our transport turned onto a wide boulevard leading toward the center of the island, where Magneto's citadel dominated the skyline, a masterpiece of metallurgy and magnetic manipulation that seemed to defy gravity itself. Sections of the massive structure rotated slowly around a central spire, maintaining perfect balance through forces only Magneto fully understood. The House of Magnus, our guide announced with unmistakable pride. The heart of Genosha and home to our founder and protector. Our king. Magneto, the king of mutants. As we approached the imposing structure, I couldn't help but think of all the effort, all the dreams poured into this place. And then how quickly it could all be reduced to ash 2 days later. The weight of that knowledge felt like Atlas's burden, crushing me with responsibility I'd never asked for but couldn't ignore. Benjamin Tennyson, fix your expression a little, Gwen whispered, her hand finding mine. You look like you're at a funeral. I could only squeeze her fingers briefly. For now comes the immediate threat. Dinner with Magneto. Magneto's citadel was even more impressive from within. It was like an artwork of metal and magnetism that hummed with barely perceptible energy. The walls themselves seemed alive, responding to the presence of mutants by subtly reshaping doorways or adjusting lighting to accommodate various physiologies. Curved corridors opened into vast chambers where metal flowed like water, forming and reforming into functional art. The greeting hall stood at the center. It was a magnificent space with a domed ceiling that displayed a real-time projection of the sky above, currently transitioning from afternoon blue to the first hints of sunset orange. Representatives from various small and big mutant factions already mingled, their conversations creating a low murmur beneath the faint musical tones emanating from vibrating metal sculptures. And there, at the far end of the hall, stood Magneto himself. Without his helmet and cape, he looked both more human and somehow more imposing. Silver hair framed a face weathered by decades of struggle but unbowed by it. His posture was perfect, shoulders straight, hands clasped behind his back as he conversed with a small group of officials. He wore a tailored burgundy suit rather than his combat attire, yet the authority he projected remained unmistakable. The muscles underneath couldn't be hidden by fabrics. The architect of all this, I thought, watching him, and I'm here to stop his dream from becoming a nightmare. He turned as we entered, seeming to sense our presence despite the busy room. With a subtle gesture to excuse himself from his current conversation, he moved toward us with the fluid grace of a predator perfectly at ease in his territory. Charles, he greeted, genuine warmth in his voice as he extended a hand to Xavier. Welcome to Genosha. Eric, Xavier replied, clasping the offered hand. Your accomplishments here are remarkable. And it feels great to see you without the helmet for once. Thank you, I'm trying to relax for this. And no, they are the accomplishments of all mutants who dared dream of freedom, Magneto replied smoothly. His gaze swept over our group, pausing briefly on me with an expression I couldn't quite interpret. And I see you've brought interesting companions. Several Brotherhood members had gathered behind Magneto, Mystique in her natural blue form, her yellow eyes coolly assessing, Pyro fidgeting with a lighter, and Rogue, who stood slightly apart, her white streaked hair framing sharp eyes that found mine immediately. So Magneto accepted her back into the ranks after the success of her previous mission. She should thank me, I made a mental note to ask her about it later on. For now, I had more serious matters to handle. For Magneto was staring at me as if I was a zoo animal. The Tennyson boy, Magneto acknowledged with a slight nod in my direction. I hear you've been busy since our last encounter. Anna spoke well of you as well, despite you causing that big misunderstanding. Just trying to keep the world spinning, I replied with a casualness I didn't feel. Nice place you've got here. His lips quirked in what might have been amusement. Indeed. Perhaps later you'll allow me to show you some of our technological achievements. I believe they might interest someone with your unique perspective. The way he emphasized those last words made me hold back a sigh. What did he have in mind about me? About the Omnitrix. About what I knew. Introductions continued around the circle. Grandpa Max received a surprisingly respectful greeting from Magneto that hinted at a shared history, Gwen was assessed with subtle curiosity, and Madeline drew particular attention. Ah, Magneto said, studying her with unabashed interest. Jean Grey's sister, I believe. Madeline Pryor, she corrected firmly, meeting his gaze without flinching. You can say that, but I'm more of my own person. Of course, he inclined his head. Forgive the presumption. In Genosha, we understand the importance of self-determination better than most. That was it. For now, Magneto didn't seem interested in grabbing the Omnitrix and cutting my wrist. Whatever plan he had for me, if at all, it probably wouldn't unfold before the ceremony. As the formalities continued, I noticed subtle dynamics playing out across the room. Emma Frost soon joined us somehow, resplendent in white as always, and dismissed Madeline with a glance before engaging Xavier in conversation. Mystique maintained careful neutrality, though her posture shifted minutely whenever Magneto moved, revealing her protective instincts. Most interestingly, Magneto continued to show Grandpa Max a degree of respect that surprised me. "I need to pee," I lied to Gwen after several minutes of diplomatic small talk that set my teeth on edge with its false normality. She nodded, barely glancing away from her conversation with a blue-skinned mutant discussing energy manipulation techniques. "Don't get lost. Or kidnapped. Or start an international incident." "That never happened," I protested, earning a snort before slipping away. "I wanted to check out this place. Perhaps transform into Ghost Freak to look around the island for hidden sentinels." The corridors beyond the main hall were quieter but no less impressive. Metal inlays in the floors responded to my footsteps with faint luminescence, guiding me without the need for signs. I followed them, allowing myself a moment to breathe away from the tension of playing nice with people who might be enemies within hours. "Lost, transformation boy," a familiar southern drawl came from behind me. I shook my head and turned to find Rogue emerging from a side passage, her usual combat gear replaced by an elegant emerald dress that complemented her eyes. The black material covered her completely from neck to wrists to ankles, beautiful but functional for someone whose skin was a weapon. Although the turtleneck made her face far too small. "Image here." "Just exploring," I replied, studying her. Without the adrenaline of battle between us, I could see the strain behind her confident posture, the vigilance of someone always aware that their touch could kill. "Thought I'd get the unauthorized tour. Dangerous hobby in a place like this." She leaned against the wall, keeping a careful distance between us. "Some areas are off limits for a reason. If you act too suspicious, I might have to give you a beating." Was she trying to catch hands or what? Chapter 103, Mutant of the Mutant Nation. Chapter 103, Mutant of the Mutant Nation. I didn't mind if she wanted to fight, but I wanted to back off to avoid meaningless annoyance later on. Grandpa would lecture me for hours. So I ignored her attempt. Off limits for a reason. Let me guess, power generators. Weapon systems. Maybe a big red button labeled as, in case of human attack. Her lips twitched, though she fought the smile. "Cute. You always this suspicious of people inviting you to dinner. Only when they've tried to kill me previously." "Come on, that was just business, and I was holding back," she shrugged, studying her gloved hands. "Nothing personal. Could have fooled me with that right hook." I rubbed my jaw in exaggerated memory. "You pack quite a punch for someone so." "Careful how you finish that sentence," she warned, though something playful flickered in her eyes. I was going to say, "someone so reserved," I finished innocently. Then I decided to make her a little uncomfortable. "You keep people at a distance." "I get it." The playfulness vanished, replaced by wariness. "You get me?" "Ha. You don't know anything about me, sugar." "I know more than you think, Anna Marie." She shrugged. "A name can be learned easy." I really wanted to split ways with her and continue my search, so I said, "I did see glimpses of your memories, too. I told you about this already. Ghost Freak, remember?" In my defense, that was not my intention. I didn't know how Ghost Freak worked back then. I didn't mean to pry. But it happened anyway. I was in your head. I took a small step ahead, watching her tense. "So yes, I do get you somewhat." The silence stretched between us like a taut wire, charged with things neither of us wanted to say. Anna Marie's eyes searched mine, looking for traces of the memories I'd accidentally stolen from her. I could see the conflict there, curiosity warring with the instinctive need to protect herself from anyone who might know too much. "You saw glimpses," she said finally, voice carefully neutral. "That doesn't mean you understand the whole picture." "No," I agreed, leaning against the opposite wall. "But I saw enough to know you didn't choose this isolation. It was forced on you." Something flickered across her face, vulnerability quickly masked by defiance. She pushed off from the wall with a fluid motion that spoke of countless hours of combat training. "Come with me," she said, already walking past me down the corridor. "If we're gonna have this conversation, might as well have it somewhere with a decent view." Well, that backfired. I thought she'd get mad and back off. Damn it. I followed, matching her pace as we navigated the winding passages. The Citadel's architecture was even more impressive up close, metal flowing seamlessly into organic curves, responding to our presence with subtle shifts in lighting and temperature. It felt alive, breathing around us as we climbed a spiraling staircase that defied conventional engineering. "Magneto built all this himself?" I asked as we ascended. "Most of it. Though he had help from some talented architects among our people." Her gloved hand trailed along the railing, which adjusted its height automatically to accommodate her touch. "He wanted to prove that mutants could create, not just destroy." The staircase opened onto a balcony that took my breath away. We stood hundreds of feet above the city, with Genosha spread out below us like a glittering artwork. Night had fallen while we'd been inside, transforming the crystal spires into prisms that caught and scattered the light from thousands of sources. Bioluminescent plants traced patterns through the gardens, creating constellations on the ground that rivaled those in the star-scattered sky above. Holy shit, wow, I said, gripping the railing. This is incredible. Anna Marie moved to stand beside me, maintaining that careful distance she always kept. First time seeing a mutant nation at night. First time seeing anything like this. The city pulsed with gentle energy, mutants using their powers to maintain the incredible ecosystem below. A figure with wings soared between the towers, while others manipulated elements to tend the gardens. It's beautiful. It's freedom, she corrected quietly. For the first time in my life, I can walk down a street without people staring. Without parents pulling their children away when they see me coming. The pain in her voice hit me like a physical blow. I'd seen fragments of her memories, the fear, the rejection, the crushing loneliness that came with being untouchable. But hearing it spoken aloud gave it weight that mere images couldn't convey. That must have been hell, I said. You get used to it. She shrugged, but the gesture was too casual and practiced. Besides, Magneto gave me a purpose. A place where I belong. There it was, that absolute trust in Magneto that I'd noticed earlier. It worried me more than I cared to admit. Is this the gross timeline? Probably not, since I hadn't heard anything about Rogue becoming his queen. That aside, it was still worrying. In most of the timelines I knew from comics, animations, and movies, this sweet girl eventually found her way to the X-Men and learned to see beyond Magneto's vision of mutant supremacy. However, with Genosha actually succeeding, that growth might never occur. We were standing side by side right now, but in the future, we might end up fighting again. Has he told you about the intelligence reports? I asked carefully. About potential threats to the ceremony? Her green eyes sharpened. You mean the possible Sentinel attack? Yeah, he briefed the senior Brotherhood members. High-tech killer robots, designed to hunt mutants. Cute bedtime story. You don't believe it. I've fought them before. So I believe humans are capable of that kind of hatred, she said, turning to face me fully. But I also believe Eric is the most powerful mutant alive. You think some metal toys are gonna get past him? She laughed, the sound carrying genuine amusement. Sugar, he can feel every metallic object within miles. If government death machines were hiding anywhere near Genosha, he'd know. Her confidence was absolute, unshakable. And maybe that's what scared me most. I knew what was coming and had seen the devastation the Sentinels would bring. But how do you convince someone to fear an enemy their hero has already dismissed? You really trust him completely, I observed. He saved my life, she said simply. When everyone else saw a monster, he saw potential. When I thought I'd never be able to touch another person again, he gave me a family that understood. Her voice grew softer. That kind of debt doesn't get repaid easy. I wanted to argue, to point out that Magneto had also manipulated her pain for his own ends. But standing here, watching the peaceful city below, it was hard to frame his actions as purely villainous. Whatever his methods, he'd created something genuinely beautiful. What about you? Anna Marie asked suddenly, cutting through my brooding. All that power, all those transformations. Don't you ever feel like you don't belong anywhere? The question caught me off guard with its perceptiveness. Not really, but for the sake of this conversation, let's say sometimes, I admitted. When I'm human, I think about all the alien forms I could become. When I'm alien, I remember being human. It's like existing in the spaces between identities. That why you let me go? Back in Philadelphia. She turned to lean against the railing, studying my profile. You could have captured me easily, but you didn't. You were being used, I said. Just like those test subjects we saved from Oscorp. Nobody deserves to be someone else's weapon. She was quiet for a long moment, processing that. When she spoke again, her voice carried a warmth I hadn't heard before. You know, when you grabbed my hand during that fight and still managed to stay conscious, and when your ghost freak thing was inside me. I felt something I ain't felt in years. Pain. I guessed, remembering how she'd screamed. Contact, she corrected. Real contact, without fear. Without death. Her fingers flexed unconsciously, as if remembering the sensation. Been a long time since someone touched me without dying or losing their powers. Even if it wasn't totally human. The vulnerability in her admission was pitiful. She was someone who'd been denied the most basic human connection, finding a moment of genuine contact through supernatural means. I'm sorry it hurt, I said. Don't be. It was worth it, just to remember what it felt like. She glanced at me sidelong, a ghost of a smile on her lips. You got a real gift, kid. Not just the watch, but the way you see people. The way you let me go despite defeating me. Most folks look at me and see a weapon or a victim. You saw a person worth giving a chance. Don't give me too much credit, my head will get big, I replied, and she laughed for a bit. The silence that followed was different from before. It was comfortable rather than tense. Below us, the city continued its nocturnal dance, mutants living freely in ways that would be impossible anywhere else on Earth. It was a perfect moment, beautiful and peaceful. And in 2 days, it might all be ash. Speaking of people worth saving, I said, changing the subject, how's Clancy doing? Oh, that bug boy. Anna Marie's expression brightened. He's adapting better than expected. Turns out controlling insects is actually pretty useful for urban planning and agriculture. Who knew? She shook her head in amusement. Kid's got a whole apartment full of ant farms now. Says they help him think. And he's happy here. Happier than he was in Philadelphia, that's for sure. No more hiding, no more people screaming when they see him. He's even dating someone, you know. Another mutant with physical manifestations. They're adorable together. The warmth in her voice when talking about Clancy revealed another side of Anna Marie, protective, almost maternal toward the younger mutants who'd found refuge here. It made the looming threat feel even more personal. That's good to hear, I said. Everyone deserves a place where they can be themselves. Even you, she asked, that perceptive gaze returning. You seem pretty comfortable in your own skin, despite all the alien DNA. That's the thing, I shrugged. Not everybody is Ben Tennyson. Anna Marie studied me for a moment longer, eyebrow raised. I forget how arrogant you are at times. It's adorable, though, she said, and then gestured toward the city below. So what's the real reason you wanted to explore, she asked. C-. And don't say curiosity. You got that same look Xavier gets when he's plotting something for the greater good. That's very insulting, but I'll let it slide, I said. In my head, I debated how much to reveal. Anna Marie was sharp, sharper than most people gave her credit for. Lying outright would only insult her intelligence. I want to scout the island, I said finally. Go Ghost Freak, check the underground areas, make sure there's nothing hiding that shouldn't be there. She raised an eyebrow. You really think Eric missed something? The man's paranoid on a good day, and this is the most important week of his life. He's probably scanned every grain of sand on this island. Probably, I agreed. But I'd rather be paranoid and wrong than optimistic and dead. Fair point. She pushed off from the railing, that fluid grace evident in every movement. Though you're wasting your time. Anything metal bigger than a paperclip, Eric would know about it. Anything organic, Storm would sense through the weather patterns. Anything technological, the technopaths would have found. Maybe, I said, activating the Omnitrix. The familiar green glow bathed the balcony as I scrolled through alien forms. But I've got advantages they don't. The transformation was swift, flesh becoming transparent, form elongating, reality bending around me as human DNA gave way to ectoneurite genetics. Ghost Freak, I announced, my voice now carrying that otherworldly echo that always made people uncomfortable. Anna Marie didn't flinch, which impressed me. Most people took a step back when confronted with a ghost, especially one that had previously taken over their body. Instead, she leaned forward slightly, green eyes studying my spectral appearance with scientific curiosity. You know, you're actually kind of beautiful like that, she said thoughtfully. In a completely terrifying way. I laughed, the sound distorting strangely through my altered vocal cords. Thanks, I think. Go do your ghost thing, she said, waving me off. I'll be here when you get back. Someone's gotta make sure you don't phase through the planet's core by accident. Be sure to be back before dinner, though. Phase through the planet's core by accident is actually impossible with this form's limitations, but I appreciate the concern. She smirked. Smart ass. I smiled, or tried to, hard to tell with an ectoneurite's anatomy. Then I phased through the floor, beginning my descent into the depths of Genosha. Time to see what secrets Magneto's paradise was really hiding. Throw us some stones. Chapter 104, 104, Dinner Diplomacy. Chapter 104, Dinner Diplomacy. The bowels of Genosha were a marvel of engineering that would have made Stark Industries weep with envy. Floating through layers of reinforced metal and crystalline support structures, I discovered enough defensive systems to make most countries jealous. This place was filled with automated turrets that could emerge from seemingly innocent walls, energy barriers that could segment the entire underground network in seconds, and most impressively, a network of tunnels filled with some kind of liquid metal that Magneto could presumably weaponize at will. The men built a fortress disguised as paradise, just like Grandpa said. But, no sentinels. I found no giant robots. No hidden weapons caches from hostile governments. No orbital strike beacons or sleeper agents. Either Magneto's security was so thorough that he'd already found and eliminated any threats, or my theory of these being hidden underground had been a stupid one from the beginning. The absence of evidence was somehow more unsettling than finding smoking guns. I phased back through the floors of the Citadel, my spectral form sliding through walls and barriers like they were made of mist. The sensation never got old, that weightless freedom of existing between dimensions, unbound by the physical laws that constrained normal matter. When I emerged onto the balcony, Anna Marie stood exactly where I'd left her, though she'd apparently grown bored of the view and was now examining her gloved hands with intense focus. "Find anything interesting while I was gone?" I asked, materializing beside her. She didn't startle, which impressed me. "Nah. Just been thinking about touch," she said, flexing her fingers. Wondering what it'd be like to feel someone's skin without seeing their life drain away. The casual way she spoke about her curse was really something. It was difficult to forget that she'd been denied the most basic human connection, reduced to a weapon by circumstances beyond her control. "Maybe someday you'll find a way," I offered, shifting back to human form in a flash of green light. "Maybe," she shrugged, pushing off the railing. Though I'm not holding my breath. "Speaking of which, you're cutting it close. Dinner starts in 5 minutes, and Eric gets pissy when people are late to his carefully orchestrated diplomatic theater." "Oh well. Lead the way." She guided me through corridors that rearranged themselves subtly as we passed, the Citadel responding to our movement like a living organism. The metal floors pulsed with faint energy that I could feel through my shoes, and I realized the entire structure was essentially one massive circuit that Magneto could manipulate at will. "So," Anna Marie said as we walked, "find any scary government death machines hiding under Eric's perfect paradise?" "Nothing," I admitted, the frustration clear in my voice. "Either Magneto's security is flawless, or we're looking in the wrong direction entirely. Or maybe you're being paranoid about threats that don't exist," she suggested, though something in her tone indicated she didn't fully believe that either. We reached an ornate set of double doors that opened silently at our approach, revealing a dining hall that belonged in a palace rather than a citadel. The room soared 3 stories high, with a domed ceiling that displayed a slow-moving aurora of electromagnetic energy. Floating candelabras provided warm, flickering light that danced across polished metal surfaces and rich tapestries. At the center sat a massive circular table crafted from a single piece of dark metal, its surface polished to mirror perfection. Around it, the most powerful mutants in the world had gathered for what might be their last supper together. "Wow. Look at this guest list." Professor Xavier sat to Magneto's right, his expression carefully neutral as he engaged in what appeared to be pleasant conversation with his oldest friend and greatest enemy. Emma Frost occupied the chair to Magneto's left, resplendent in white silk that seemed to glow in the candlelight, her diamond-hard beauty drawing glances from every male present. But the Real Surprise sat directly across from Emma, Sebastian Shaw, the Black King of the Hellfire Club, his massive frame contained within an impeccably tailored black suit. The tension between him and Emma was so thick you could cut it with a knife. When did Shaw get here? And why is he here? Storm sat between Xavier and Beast, her white hair flowing despite the absence of wind, while Scott Summers looked uncomfortable in civilian clothes beside Jean. Grandpa Max had positioned himself strategically where he could observe the entire table, his Hawaiian shirt an almost comical contrast to the formal attire surrounding him. And there was Gwen, looking elegant and hot in a dark blue dress that made her red hair shine like copper fire. Her eyes found mine immediately, and I caught the pointed look she gave me, noting that I was arriving with Anna Marie, who was wearing an emerald dress that accentuated every dangerous curve. "Oh, I'm definitely getting interrogated later." "Ah, Benjamin." Magneto's voice carried across the room as conversations paused. He rose from his chair with fluid grace, arms spread in welcome. "And Anna. Perfect timing. Please, join us." The smile he directed at me held layers of meaning I couldn't quite decode. Amusement, certainly. Interest, absolutely. I have to be careful. But there was something else, a chess player studying an unexpected piece that might prove useful. "Sorry for the delay," I said, allowing Anna Marie to guide me toward 2 empty chairs. "I got turned around in your maze of corridors." "The Citadel can be confusing for first-time guests," Magneto replied smoothly, resuming his seat as we settled into ours. "I trust you found the architecture educational." There it was. He knew I'd been exploring. Of course he did, every piece of metal in this place probably reported to him. "Very impressive," I replied without being intimidated. "The integration of function and form is remarkable." Shaw's deep laugh rumbled across the table. "The boy has an eye for construction, Eric. Perhaps he'd appreciate hearing about your expansion plans." Expansion plans? That was new information, and potentially crucial. I filed it away while accepting a glass of wine from a server whose metallic skin reflected the candlelight. "Sebastian speaks of business at a celebration dinner," Magneto chided gently, though his eyes glinted with something predatory. "Though I suppose some topics are unavoidable when such distinguished minds gather." "Distinguished minds," Emma repeated, her voice carrying just enough acid to strip paint. Is that what we're calling Sebastian's collection of corporate raiders and arms dealers now? Shaw's smile never wavered, but his eyes hardened. Oh come on, you know me better than to say that, Emma. I prefer visionaries who understand that power shapes reality. Not everyone can afford the luxury of playing dress-up with teenagers. The temperature in the room actually dropped several degrees as the Black King and White Queen of the Hellfire Club locked gazes, decades of personal grudge clashing against one another. I could feel Madeline tense beside me, her fingers tightening on her wine glass as something flickered in her eyes. Phoenix Seed responding to conflict. Great. Perhaps, Xavier interjected smoothly, we could focus on the positive aspects of this gathering. After all, we're here to celebrate Genosha's achievements. Indeed, Magneto agreed, raising his glass. To Genosha. The first nation where mutants need not hide their gifts. To Genosha, the table echoed, though I noticed the varying degrees of enthusiasm in their voices. As we drank, Shaw leaned forward, his dark eyes studying me with uncomfortable intensity. Young Tennyson, I understand you've had some fascinating encounters recently. Particularly with our mutual acquaintance, Lady Selene. Fuck. Every conversation at this table was a minefield. We've met. Met, Shaw chuckled. Such modesty. I should honestly be careful with what I say, but I heard you defeated one of the most powerful mutants in existence in direct combat. Quite impressive for someone so young. Gwen's eyebrows shot toward her hairline at the stupidity of those words, while Grandpa Max's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. Clearly, they hadn't heard the full story of the Mexico incident. I had not won. I had help, I deflected. And she was distracted by trying to control an Aztec death god's avatar. Hardly a fair fight. Still, Emma interjected, her voice soft, fascinating that you could resist her psychic influence so completely. The Omnitrix alerted me that she'd just tried to communicate with me using her telepathy. I ignored it. Almost as if your mind operates on entirely different principles. I met her gaze evenly, thinking as loudly as I could. Stay out of my head, Emma. Although the Omnitrix blocked telepaths when I wanted it, I could reply back if I wanted. Her lips curved in a small smile of acknowledgement. Power, Shaw continued, unbothered by our exchange, is the only currency that matters in our world. Governments rise and fall, but those with true strength endure. Is that your philosophy? Gwen asked, her voice deceptively innocent. Rule through force. Shaw turned his attention to her, and I felt a spike of protective anger at his gaze. Not force, young lady. Influence. Those with power have a responsibility to guide those without. Guide, Storm repeated, her voice carrying the rumble of distant thunder. An interesting euphemism for domination. Aurora raises an excellent point, Xavier said. The question isn't whether we have power, but how we choose to use it. Do we lift others up, or do we stand above them? Magneto's fork paused halfway to his mouth. And what of those who would destroy us simply for existing, Charles? Do we lift up the humans who build sentinel programs designed to exterminate our children? There it is. The conversation I'd been dreading. Every face around the table reflected the central question that divided mutant kind, coexistence or dominance. The sentinel programs are a threat, yes, I said, surprising myself by speaking up. But they're not representative of all humanity. Fear drives those decisions, not inherent evil. Fear, Anna Marie scoffed, though not unkindly. Sugar, fear got me thrown out of my home at 15. Fear made people cross the street when they saw me coming. Fear builds concentration camps. And yet, I pressed, fear also built this place. Magneto's fear of persecution created a sanctuary for mutants who had nowhere else to go. Fear isn't inherently good or evil, won't you agree? Fear drives a man to think. Fear is a tool that can build or destroy. Beast nodded thoughtfully. An astute observation. Fear is a constructive force rather than merely destructive. Pretty words, Shaw interrupted, but ultimately naive. The strong rule, the weak serve. It's the natural order. Natural order, Grandpa Max spoke for the first time since dinner began, his voice carrying decades of authority. I've seen civilizations rise and fall across the galaxy, Mr. Shaw. The ones that survive aren't the strongest. They're the most adaptable. The table fell silent. It's really difficult to argue back when someone starts the sentence with, I've seen civilizations rise and fall across the galaxy. Grandpa was so cool. In the stillness, I could hear the faint hum of electromagnetic energy that pervaded the citadel, the distant sound of nightlife in the city below, and the almost inaudible whisper of mental conversation between the telepaths present. Across the galaxy, Magneto repeated slowly. Maxwell, you continue to surprise me with the casual scope of your experiences. My plumber times were comprehensive, Grandpa replied with a slight smile. Shaw's eyes narrowed. Plumbers. I've heard whispers about that organization. Intergalactic police force with access to technologies beyond current human understanding. Grandpa clearly disliked Shaw's interest in plumber tech, but maintained a respectable silence. Madeline's wine glass suddenly cracked, a hairline fracture appearing down its side as her grip tightened. The candles around the table flared higher, their flames dancing with colors that had nothing to do with the wax they consumed. "Madeline," Jean said quietly, "perhaps some air." "I'm fine," Madeline replied through gritted teeth, though the phoenix fire continued to flicker in her eyes. "Just tired of listening to people discuss ruling over others like they're cattle." Magneto leaned forward, his attention focusing on her with laser intensity. "An interesting perspective, Miss Pryor. And what would you have us do? Hide while humans develop more sophisticated methods of hunting us?" "I'd have us stop pretending there are only two choices," she snapped, the fractured wine glass beginning to smoke in her hand. "Integration or domination? Coexistence or conquest? Maybe the real answer is something nobody in this room has considered." "Which is?" Shaw challenged. Madeline's eyes blazed with cosmic fire for an instant before she got herself under control. "Evolution. Not of powers, but of perspective. Stop thinking like apex predators and start thinking like gardeners." The metaphor hit the table like a bomb. In the silence that followed, I could see minds processing the implications, not conquest or surrender, but cultivation. Growing something new rather than destroying what existed. Only I smiled. Madeline Pryor. She really was different from Jean Grey. As I observed the others, I realized they had reached the same conclusion. Gardeners, Beast mused. Nurturing growth rather than imposing dominance. "I find that hopeful." "Hopeful," Emma repeated flatly. "And utterly impractical. You can't garden while someone's shooting at you. But you can plant seeds," Gwen added quietly, her eyes bright with understanding. "Even in hostile soil." Anna Marie looked around the table, then directly at me. "What do you think, transformation boy? You got more experience switching between different perspectives than most." All eyes turned to me, and I felt the weight of the moment. These weren't just dinner guests, they were some of the most powerful beings on the planet, each representing different paths forward for their species. What would a kid with alien transformations and future knowledge say here? I'm just a kid. But since you're so curious. I think, I said slowly, that every alien species I've become has taught me something different about strength. Heat blast showed me that power can create or destroy. I'd absorbed a forest fire into me and so saved who knows how many poor animals. Forearms taught me that sometimes you need overwhelming force to protect what matters, like when I stopped Hulk and the Abomination. But Ghost Freak. I paused, meeting Anna Marie's eyes. Ghost Freak taught me that sometimes the strongest thing you can do is exist in the spaces between worlds. Not human, not alien, but something new. Something that's not an enemy to either. Magneto raised his wine glass again, but this time his smile held genuine intrigue rather than political calculation. To existing in the spaces between worlds, then. May we all find the wisdom to build something worthy of our children. As we drank, I caught Grandpa Max's approving nod and felt a flush of pride. But beneath the table, my hand clenched around my napkin as I thought about what was coming. 2 days. 2 days until this beautiful, impossible dream gets tested by the worst humanity has to offer. What the hell was I even saying to these people, when I knew it'd be humans who'd launch attacks at them? The conversation continued, flowing from philosophy to practical politics to shared stories of persecution and triumph. But I barely heard it, my mind racing through possibilities and contingencies. Because no matter how eloquent our dinner conversation, no matter how hopeful our toasts, I knew the real test wasn't happening at this table. It was coming from the sky. Chapter 105, 105, The Ceremony. Chapter 105, The Ceremony. I stood before the mirror in my guest quarters, tugging at the collar of a pristine white suit that felt more like a straitjacket than formal wear. The fabric was some Geno-Shan blend that adjusted its temperature automatically, which should have been comfortable but instead made me hyper-aware of every movement. "Stop fidgeting," Gwen commanded, circling me like a predator sizing up prey. Her emerald dress caught the morning light filtering through the gravity-defying water features that served as windows. "You look almost respectable for once." "I look like I'm about to get married or buried," I muttered, watching our reflections. The contrast was striking, my reluctant formality against her natural elegance. "Maybe both." She smacked my shoulder. "Drama queen. It's just a ceremony. Just a ceremony." If only she knew what I knew. Well, she knew from my words, but she didn't understand the lethality of it. The weight of what's coming tonight pressed against my chest, making each breath feel stolen from a future that might not exist. My mind drifted to the dinner from 2 nights ago, to the way Magneto had studied me like a puzzle with missing pieces. Shaw's predatory interest. Emma's calculated intrusions. Rogue's lonely defiance. Each interaction was like a move on an invisible chessboard where I couldn't see half the pieces. You're doing it again, Gwen said, fixing my tie with practiced efficiency. That 1,000-yard stare thing. Don't be so worried, Ben, aren't I here? Gwen. Probably the only person whom I can guarantee will survive this, given her heritage. I wanted to hold her waist and ruin her makeup, but that was when the door opened, and Grandpa Max entered. I looked at him in surprise. He wore his full plumber dress uniform, deep blue with silver trim, medals, and commendations from a dozen different worlds adorning his chest. I'd seen photos, heard stories, but witnessing Maxwell Tennyson in his official capacity hit differently. This wasn't my Hawaiian shirt-wearing grandfather. This was Magistrate Tennyson, protector of Sector 2814. Grandpa. I started, then stopped. What could I say? You look ready for war. This might be our last peaceful morning. He read something in my expression and crossed the room, placing a heavy hand on my shoulder. Whatever happens today, Ben, remember, we adapt. We survive. We protect those who can't protect themselves. The unspoken acknowledgement hung between us. He knew something was coming and was ready for it, even if he didn't have my specific foreknowledge. He tapped a button on his suit, and all of that condensed into a single point, inside a button on his shirt. Now he looked ready for a party. The ceremony starts in an hour, he said, voice shifting back to casual grandfather mode. The Nain Plaza, which is an elevated platform for dignitaries. 3 exit routes, north through the gardens, south via the transit tunnels, and emergency vertical evacuation courtesy of storm if needed. He was giving me escape routes. Cataloging them like a soldier preparing for retreat before the battle even started. I appreciated all that. A knock interrupted the somber moment. Madeline entered, and I welcomed her with a smile. Sup? Looking good. She'd chosen a black dress with subtle red accents that seemed to shift and move like living flame when caught in certain light. Her makeup was dramatic, red lipstick making her skin appear almost luminescent. But it was the small details that concerned me, the way shadows gathered slightly deeper around her, how the metallic fixtures in the room resonated faintly with her presence. The Phoenix is restless, she said without preamble. It keeps showing me, fragments. Screaming. Fire. Metal raining from above. Gwen and Grandpa exchanged worried glances, but I stepped forward, taking Madeline's hands. They were cold, trembling slightly. We'll handle whatever comes, I promised, though the words felt hollow even to me. She searched my eyes, and for a moment I saw not Madeline Pryor but something ancient and terrible looking back at me. Then she blinked and was herself again, vulnerable and afraid. I should sit this out, she said. If I lose control during a crisis. You won't, Gwen interrupted, surprising us both. Because we won't let you. Treat us like family, will you? Family doesn't leave during a crisis. The word family from her was unexpected and powerful. Madeline's eyes glistened, and she pulled both of us into a brief, fierce hug. Save the sentiment for after, Grandpa said, though his voice was warm. Time to play our parts. As we prepared to leave, a presence brushed against my mind. Not invasive, more like knocking on a door. I allowed the Omnitrix to let it in. My, don't you clean up nicely, Mr. Tennyson. Where are you? The party feels dry without you. Emma Frost. Her mental voice was silk wrapped around steel, promising pleasure and threat in equal measure. Somehow amid all this, I had to care about her games too. Ugh. Time to dance with the White Queen. The courtyard sprawled beneath Genosia's impossible sky. Weather-manipulating mutants had crafted perfect cumulus clouds that never quite blocked the sun. Hovering refreshment tables drifted between guests like elegant metal jellyfish, their surfaces rippling to accommodate whatever anyone reached for. I stood between Gwen and Grandpa Max, watching delegates from 50 nations mingle with mutants whose very existence would have caused panic in their home countries. The irony wasn't lost on me. That's the Secretary General, Grandpa murmured, nodding toward a severe woman in a gray suit. And beside her, the Wakandan ambassador. Interesting that King T'Challa sent someone. Wakanda. Isn't that a poor country? What's interesting? Gwen asked, while I was surprised. Grandpa knew King T'Challa. Black Panther. Before he could respond, an orchestra began playing, except the instruments floated independently, controlled by a young woman whose fingers danced through the air like a conductor wrestling with invisible threads. The melody was hopeful, almost achingly beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, Magneto's voice carried across the plaza without amplification, his mastery of magnetic fields allowing perfect acoustic control. Today, we celebrate not just a nation, but an idea made manifest. The crowd quieted, drawn to him like iron filings to a magnet. He stood on the elevated platform in a suit that managed to look both stately and battle-ready, the purple and red somehow working despite everything. Ben. Gwen. Jubilee appeared at my elbow, practically vibrating with excitement. Her yellow jacket stood out like a sunburst among the formal wear. Come on, there's a demonstration area showing off Genoshan tech. They've got these bikes that respond to thought and. Maybe later, I said, distracted by the way the crowd was thickening, making it harder to track potential threats. Your loss, Broody, she shrugged, grabbing Gwen's hand instead. Come on, at least you'll appreciate genius when you see it. Gwen glanced at me, clearly torn between staying and her genuine interest in the technology. Go, I said. I'll catch up. As they disappeared into the crowd, I found myself momentarily alone. Well, as alone as you could be surrounded by hundreds of people. I drifted toward one of the floating tables, picking up something that looked like a cross between a pastry and a flower. Trying local flavors, Mr. Tennyson. The voice was honey poured over broken glass. I could offer you something more refined. Emma Frost materialized beside me, having walked so quietly that I hadn't noticed. For once, she didn't wear white. Her dress was black with white fur at the edges, elegant and dangerous at the same time. It clung in all the right places, daring anyone to look away, but carried itself with the kind of class that made you wonder if you were the one being judged. When she shifted, the fabric moved as if it had a mind of its own, revealing her single thigh to the world. Scandal and royalty stitched into one. She wore black lipstick and dark mascara, and somehow her hair had grown slightly longer overnight, reaching her shoulders. Image here. Ms. Frost, I acknowledged, trying to ignore how her perfume made my head swim slightly. Is that a wig? She looked offended. Huh? Of course not. This is the nation of mutants, Ben. Many mutant barbers can grow hair, although their fees are beyond anything normal people can handle. This is all natural. Do you like my longer hair? I ignored her probe and asked, enjoying the celebration. Oh, immensely. She took a sip, leaving a faint lipstick mark on the crystal. Though I find the company more interesting than the pageantry. Tell me, what does someone with your unique perspective make of all this? Before I could answer, a deck of cards appeared between us, fanned perfectly despite no one holding them. Is this a private party, or can anyone play? Remy LeBeau, Gambit, grinned at us with the confidence of someone who'd never met a situation he couldn't charm his way out of. His red-on-black eyes danced with mischief as the cards performed impossible feats, shuffling themselves in midair. Emma's expression could have frozen hell. She introduced him to me by the gesture of her hand, Remy LeBeau. Talented thief, unreliable ally. He pressed a hand to his chest in mock offense. The White Queen remembers me. I'm touched, Sherry. Though unreliable seems harsh, unreliable. I interjected, remembering everything I knew about the Cajun mutant from my past life. He's probably the most reliable person you could have watching your back. Just ask anyone from the Thieves Guild. Oh wait, you can't. He chose exile over assassinating someone he loved. Gambit's eyebrows shot up, the cards freezing mid-shuffle. Then he burst out laughing, a rich sound that drew curious glances. Mon Dieu. The boy knows things he shouldn't. He flicked a card toward me, the King of Hearts. I like you already, You see past the surface, that's rare. Emma's grip on her glass tightened imperceptibly. How fascinating. And here I thought you were just another pretty face with an alien watch. Across the courtyard, I caught sight of Anna Marie watching us. I waved, and she raised her glass slightly in acknowledgement, though something in her expression suggested she wasn't thrilled about the company I was keeping. It was natural to dislike Emma. Ladies and gentlemen, Magneto's voice, which had been going on for the last few minutes, rang out louder this time. Today marks not an ending, but a beginning. Today, Genosha opens its doors to the world. Today we celebrate. The music changed. New music erupted from the floating orchestra. Laudate omnes gentes laudate. Magnificat in secula. Et anima mea laudate. Magnificat in secula. It was Happy Nation by Ace of Base. The same song that played during the X-Men '97 TV show. It was prophetic in its irony. The crowd cheered, delegates applauded, and mutant children released butterflies made of living light into the air. Emma used the distraction to slip her arm through mine. Dance with me. It wasn't a request. The music shifted to something slower, more intimate, as she led me to the area that had been cleared for dancing. Other couples were already moving, but they parted for the White Queen like water. I don't really dance, I protested even as she positioned my hands with practiced efficiency. Liar, liar, she murmured, pressing closer than strictly necessary. Your body knows exactly how to move. That watch of yours doesn't just give you alien forms, does it? It enhances everything about you. She wasn't wrong. But it was my wolf transformation that had given me this body. Semantics. I could probably dance without embarrassing myself. Happy nation, living in a happy nation. Where the people understand and dream of perfect men. The song continued. We moved together, and I became hyper-aware of everything, her warmth, the way her dress whispered against my suit, How her telepathy created a faint tingle at the edge of my consciousness like static electricity. The crowd watched us, some with interest, others with concern. The mysterious newcomer dancing with one of the most dangerous women in the world. "You're scared," she said quietly, "for my ears only. Not of me, not of this. Of what is coming. Do you really believe it'll happen? Your reaction shows far more than a simple investigation by a newbie PI." I met her ice blue eyes, seeing past the calculated seduction to something deeper. Fear. Emma Frost was afraid too. "Midnight will come whether we're ready or not," I said, spinning her elegantly. "For now, we dance." Her laugh was genuine surprise. How unexpectedly philosophical. As the music swelled, I let myself relax for just a moment, appreciating the absurdity of it all. Here I was, slow dancing with Emma Frost while a genocide clock ticked down in my head. My hand lowered, squeezing her ass, and she smirked. Her breasts pressed against me, soft and warm despite her diamond-hard reputation. For just this instant, I could pretend we were just two people moving to music. But the weight of the coming hours wouldn't leave me alone. Even as Emma smiled, even as the crowd celebrated, even as Genosha showed its best face to the world, I could feel it approaching like storm clouds on the horizon. The ceremony was beautiful. The ceremony was a lie. For the people, for the good. For mankind, brotherhood. Chapter 106, 106, The Fate of All Paradise. Chapter 106, The Fate of All Paradise. Madeline Pryor stood at the edge of the celebration, one hand pressed against her temple as she watched Ben and Emma Frost move together on the dance floor. The White Queen's black dress caught the light with every turn, creating a stark contrast against Ben's white suit. They moved with surprising grace, Ben's earlier protests about not dancing apparently forgotten. A small smile tugged at Madeline's lips despite the persistent throb behind her eyes. After what she, Ben, and Jessica had shared just nights ago, jealousy seemed almost quaint. The intimacy they discovered went beyond simple possession or competition. Still, watching Emma press herself against him with calculated precision stirred something in her chest. Not jealousy exactly, but perhaps protectiveness. Emma Frost played games with everyone, and her Ben, for all his power, could be surprisingly naive about certain dangers. The music swelled around her, that hopeful anthem that seemed to mock the visions burning behind her eyelids. She'd been the one to suggest it to the orchestra conductor, having heard it in Jessica's playlist a few days ago. Now her recorded voice carried across the plaza, weaving through the melody as mutants and humans alike swayed to the rhythm. Beautiful voice, Jean Grey materialized beside her, elegant in deep blue that complemented her natural red hair. "Though I don't remember teaching you that song." Madeline kept her eyes on the dancing couple. "Some things are mine alone." Jean followed her gaze, watching as Emma whispered something in Ben's ear that made him laugh. "What do you think about that?" "About what?" Madeline asked, though she knew exactly what Jean meant. "I know you care for him." Jean's voice carried no judgment, just gentle observation. "And Emma's intentions are about as subtle as a nuclear explosion. She wants him, probably for his power more than anything else." Madeline considered the words, watching Ben spin Emma with unexpected skill. The crowd had given them space, creating a small circle where the most dangerous telepath in the room danced with the boy who could become most anything. "Emma wants everyone," Madeline said finally. "It's her nature to collect powerful people like chess pieces. But Ben's not as easily captured as she thinks." "You sound confident about that." "I am." The memory of his hands on her skin, the way he'd looked at her not as Jean's shadow but as herself, gave weight to her words. Ben sees people for who they are, not what they can do for him. It's his greatest strength and biggest weakness. Jean made a thoughtful sound. "You've changed since leaving the mansion. You seem more real." Madeline supplied with a bitter laugh. "Less like your defective copy." "Come on," I was going to say confident. Jean's hand briefly touched her shoulder, and Madeline felt the genuine warmth there. "And you were never my copy. Sinister might have built you from my template, but everything you've become is yours." Before Madeline could respond, Storm's voice called out from across the plaza. "Jean, Charles needs you." Something about the Wakandan delegation. Jean squeezed Madeline's shoulder once more before departing, leaving her alone again at the party's edge. The irony wasn't lost on her. Even in a crowd of thousands, she stood apart. Neither X-Men nor Brotherhood, a mutant sure, but an artificially created one. She was just Madeline Pryor, the woman who shouldn't exist. "You look like you could use a drink." Gwen appeared at her elbow, pressing a glass of something sparkling into her hand. "Or maybe 3. "Just thinking," Madeline replied, accepting the drink gratefully. She actually liked Gwen a lot, and perhaps there was more to it than both of them being redheads. Dangerous hobby at parties. Gwen's green eyes sparkled with mischief. "Have you tried the food? There's this thing that looks like crystallized starlight but tastes like chocolate. I may have eaten 12. Despite her mood, Madeline found herself smiling. Crystallized starlight. Mutant chef with matter manipulation powers. Turns out you can do amazing things when you rearrange molecules for flavor instead of fighting. Gwen grabbed her hand, tugging her toward one of the floating tables. Come on, you need to try this before Jubilee and Kitty eat them all. They spent several minutes sampling increasingly bizarre delicacies, Gwen providing running commentary that ranged from hilarious to mildly disturbing. It was nice, Madeline realized. Normal. Or as normal as anything could be when you were eating food that technically shouldn't exist at a party for a nation that challenged the world order. I need some air, Madeline said eventually, the press of so many minds making her headache worse despite the mental shield she maintained. Want company? Gwen offered, but Madeline shook her head. Just need a moment. She made her way through the crowd, politely deflecting attempts at conversation. Near the main doors, Sebastian Shaw intercepted her path, his bulk blocking her exit with practiced casualness. Miss Pryor, his voice rumbled like distant thunder. Leaving so soon? The night's barely begun. Just stepping out for a moment, Mr. Shaw. She kept her voice neutral, though every instinct screamed danger. Shaw radiated the kind of power that came not from mutation but from absolute certainty in his own superiority. I've been hoping to speak with you. He moved closer, close enough that she could smell his expensive cologne mixed with something darker. A woman of your particular gifts shouldn't be wasting time with children playing hero. The Hellfire Club could offer you so much more. The Phoenix Seed stirred in response to his proximity, recognizing a predator. Children playing hero. He means Ben. Hot and pure anger surged within her. I'm quite happy with my current arrangements, she said. Happiness is temporary. Power is eternal. His hand reached toward her arm, and she saw the calculation in his eyes. The belief that every woman had a price, that enough pressure would crack any resistance. If you'll excuse me, she said, sidestepping him with fluid grace. The air inside has become rather stifling. His laugh followed her out, dark and knowing. Think about my offer, Miss Pryor. Opportunities like this don't come often. She wanted to smack his face, but she held herself back. The night air hit her like a blessing, cool and clean after the press of bodies inside. Genosha spread before her in all its impossible glory, a city that shouldn't exist functioning perfectly. Bioluminescent gardens traced patterns through the streets while floating structures hummed with gentle energy. In the distance, she could hear celebration, millions of voices raised in joy as fireworks painted the sky in colors that had no names. The music from inside drifted out, that hopeful anthem continuing its loop. Happy nation, living in a happy nation. Below, mutant children played in the streets, their laughter carrying on the wind. A couple flew past, hand in hand, the woman's wings carrying them both while the men created small fireworks that spelled out words of love. This was what they, the mutant kind, had built. This impossible dream had been made real. And despite Ben's warnings, despite the visions that plagued her sleep, nothing had happened. The ceremony had been beautiful. The world had watched Genosha open its doors without violence, without catastrophe. Maybe he'd been wrong. Maybe the future could be changed simply by existing in it. Taking a breather. She turned to find Ben approaching, his white suit slightly rumpled from dancing, his tie loosened. The moonlight caught his dark brown hair, making him look older than his years. How was your dance with the White Queen? She asked, unable to keep the teasing note from her voice. He laughed, running a hand through his hair. Exhausting. Emma doesn't do anything halfway. She's definitely trying to get her hooks in me. And... I don't know. Maybe it's kind of working, he admitted with a sheepish grin. She's not that bad. She definitely wants me for my power, but it's not like she's hiding that fact. She's not trying to make me fall in love with her. She's brilliant, dangerous, and knows exactly which buttons to push. It's like playing chess with someone who can see 5 moves ahead and looks incredible while destroying you. Madeline raised an eyebrow. Should Jessica be worried? Jessica would probably find it hilarious. She'd place bets on who wins. He moved to stand beside her, looking out at the celebrating city. Haven't seen you at the party much. I was there, she laughed softly. Standing at the edges, watching everyone else pretend the world isn't holding its breath. How are you feeling? He turned to face her fully, genuine concern in his eyes. The headaches. Better now, actually, she said, the truth. I started feeling better right after I walked out. The fresh air helps with. She trailed off as warmth spread across her upper lip. Her hand came away red. Blood trickled down her nose. Maddie. Ben stepped closer, alarm replacing casual concern. Before she could respond, someone burst through the doors behind them, not from the party but from the street entrance. A man in military gear, scarred and weathered, his eyes wild with urgency. Stop the music, he shouted, voice raw with desperation. Stop the music now. They both turned, and Madeline frowned. She knew that face, had seen it in Jean's memories. Cable. The time traveler who appeared at moments of crisis, always too late to prevent disaster but never stopping his attempts to change the past. Whose actual name nobody knew. Cable, she asked, but he'd nearly frozen in time. His attention had already fixed on Ben, more specifically on the Omnitrix glowing softly on his wrist. In one fluid motion, Cable drew a massive futuristic gun, pointing it directly at Ben's head. You bastard. Madeline moved without thinking, stepping between them, her hands already glowing with telekinetic energy. What the hell are you doing? Get out of the way, Cable's voice was ice, his eyes never leaving Ben. You don't understand what he is. What he becomes. I become. Ben's voice was steady, but Madeline could hear the tension. His hand hovered near the Omnitrix, ready to transform at the first sign of violence. You. The Destroyer. The Ender of Worlds. Cable's finger tightened on the trigger. In my time, you're the greatest villain Earth has ever known. The one who broke reality itself. The accusation hung in the air like poison. Behind them, the music continued its cheerful loop, mocking the tension with its optimism. Cable's expression shifted, frustration replacing hatred. But none of this matters if we don't stop the music. You'll die here anyway. Everyone will. Ben's attention shifted to the side, his face going pale. Oh shit. A crackling sound filled the air as space itself seemed to tear. Charmcaster tumbled through a portal that looked nothing like Doctor Strange's clean circles. This was raw, desperate magic, edges sparking with barely controlled power. She was drenched in sweat, her usually perfect appearance disheveled, eyes wide with terror. I'm sorry, she gasped, hands on her knees. Sorry for the delay. The wards, they were hiding them, I couldn't. What's going on? Ben demanded, but she shook her head frantically. No time to explain. Just go. Get everyone and. That no man's fit to rule the world alone. A man will die, but not his ideas. Turn off the music. Cable roared simultaneously. Around this time. In a world Madeline didn't know about. She ceased to exist. The coming explosion was fated to engulf and kill her. Her short, miserable life was supposed to end. This time around, that fate had a Ben Tennyson standing against it. No need. Understanding dawned on Ben's face like sunrise after the longest night. His hand was already on the Omnitrix. I got this. The device flared green, brighter than Madeline had ever seen it. The transformation was instant, Ben's form blurring into something built for speed. XLR-8. And in that moment of transformation, the green light, the world ended. Light erupted across Genosha. Not from one source but dozens, hundreds. Beams of coherent energy are designed for one purpose. Complete annihilation. The closest one was already hitting nearby buildings, the explosion racing toward them like a wall of destruction. But the largest, most powerful beam was aimed directly at their gathering, at the heart of Genosha's celebration. Time crawled like honey for Ben Tennyson. His XLR-8 form perceived the world in microseconds, each heartbeat an eternity. Even the beam of destruction approaching them seemed to move at a leisurely pace, though he knew it was traveling at significant fractions of light speed. Sentinels. The word burned in his mind as he processed what he was seeing. But how? From where? The sky had been clear moments ago. No aircraft, no orbital platforms visible. Had they been cloaked? Hidden in some pocket dimension? Teleported at the last second? Questions for later. Now, he had work to do. The explosion from the nearby strike was already expanding, sending debris toward the party at velocities that would shred normal humans. One beam, the largest, would hit the palace in 2.7 seconds of real time. An eternity for XLR-8. His heart hammered impossibly fast, even for his accelerated form. The strain was already building. He wasn't the Flash with access to the speed force. He was just an alien with biological limits, no matter how extreme they seemed. First priority was Madeline and Charmcaster. Cable could take care of himself, the time traveler had survived worse. Ben grabbed both women, their forms feeling like statues in his grip, and accelerated. The world blurred past as he carried them 5 blocks away, setting them down in what he hoped was a safe zone. Back. Gwen and Grandpa Max next. His muscles were already burning, metabolism consuming energy at an impossible rate. He grabbed a handful of food from a floating table as he passed, shoving it in his mouth without tasting. The calories burned instantly, buying him a few more seconds of peak performance. Gwen was mid-conversation with Jubilee, her mouth open in laughter that would never complete. Grandpa Max stood near Xavier, one hand somehow already moving to activate his suit. They'd live. One by one, he grabbed everyone. Emma Frost, her diamond form just beginning to manifest as her mind processed the danger. Shaw, his absorption powers starting to activate but far too slow. Magneto, whose head had turned toward the beams, his magnetic senses screaming warnings his body couldn't act on fast enough. Storm's eyes were beginning to glow white. She'd noticed. So had several others. But noticing and acting were separated by chasms of time at this speed. He saved them all. Every dignitary, every mutant, every human who'd come to celebrate or condemn. His legs felt like they were on fire, his lungs desperate for oxygen despite his accelerated breathing. He grabbed more food, a drink, anything to keep his system from completely shutting down. The children were the hardest. Their small forms were so fragile at these speeds. He had to be careful not to snap their necks with the acceleration. One girl with butterfly wings. A boy whose skin was living jewel. Dozens of others, each one a life that wouldn't end today if he could help it. Everyone from the party had been brought out. Even Cable, at the last. Now, Ben looked around. Who else could he save? Where else could he run to? But even as he thought, he could see the other beams hitting across the island. Buildings vaporizing. Streets turning to glass. And the people. There were millions on Genosha. He was fast, but not that fast. Not omnipresent. He could save thousands, but hundreds of thousands would still. His transformation gave out. Ben Tennyson collapsed to his knees in human form, chest heaving, sweat pouring down his face. Around him, the world snapped back to normal speed as explosions bloomed across Genosha like deadly flowers. The saved stood in shocked confusion, their minds struggling to process the sudden displacement. They'd been at a party. Now they stood in an emergency shelter 3 blocks away while their city burned. Humans. Magneto's roar shook the ground itself, metal responding to his rage by trembling throughout the structure. Humans, humans, humans. They dare? They dare. But even his rage was drowned out by something worse. The telepaths began screaming. Not in pain but in anguish as they felt it. Hundreds of thousands of minds crying out in terror and then going silent. The emotional weight of genocide crashed into them like a physical blow. Emma Frost, even in diamond form, fell to her knees. Jean Grey pressed her hands to her temples, tears streaming down her face. Even Xavier, for all his experience, looked like he'd aged a decade in seconds. Madeline stood frozen, her face pale as the Phoenix Seed responded to the mass death with hungry interest. So much life force released at once. So much potential fuel for rebirth or revenge. Ben remained on his knees, fists clenched so tight his nails drew blood from his palms. He'd known. He'd warned them. He'd prepared. And it hadn't been enough. He'd saved thousands, yes. The leadership of Genosha survived. The X-Men lived. The dignitaries who'd witnessed this atrocity could tell the world what happened here. But Genosha itself. The paradise was burning. The dream was dying. And all his speed, all his transformations, all his foreknowledge hadn't been enough to stop it. The beautiful ceremony had become exactly what he'd feared. A funeral for hope itself. Above them, the night sky flickered with unnatural light as more beams began to charge. The Sentinels weren't done. The genocide had only just begun. Chapter 107, 107, The Crimson Dawn. Chapter 107, The Crimson Dawn. The world had fractured into moments of impossible clarity and stretches of numb horror. Genosha burned. Not metaphorically or politically, but literally. The paradise that Magneto had spent decades dreaming about was being systematically erased from existence. Crystal spires that had caught sunlight now reflected flames. Gardens where mutant children had played hours ago were craters of molten glass. The air itself tasted of ozone and death. Omega-level threat detected. The mechanical voice echoed across the burning cityscape. Initiating termination protocol. A sentinel, 3 stories of gleaming murder, fired another beam that carved through a residential complex like it was made of paper. The building didn't just collapse. It ceased. Vaporized at the molecular level, leaving only shadows burned into the ground where people had been standing. Xavier pressed both hands to his temples, blood trickling from his nose as the psychic backlash hit him again. Every death was a scream in his mind, every extinguished consciousness a wound in his psyche. So many, he whispered, voice breaking. Eric. Old friend, there are so many dying. Jean Grey had fallen to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she felt each life snuffed out. The weight of genocide pressed against her mind like a physical thing, threatening to drown her in its horror. Emma Frost, even in her diamond form that should have protected her from psychic trauma, trembled with each new wave of death. Perhaps the most dangerous of them all was Madeline, who lay collapsed on the ground, her phoenix energy flickering around her in erratic pulses. The cosmic force within her fed on the mass death, growing stronger with each extinguished life. Her body convulsed as she fought to contain it, to prevent the phoenix from emerging and turning an already apocalyptic scene into something far worse. This is it. Cable's voice cut through the chaos, weary and bitter. The time traveler stood watching the destruction with the expression of someone witnessing a recurring nightmare. This is the day it all went wrong. The Genoshan massacre. 16 million mutants dead in less than an hour. The number hung in the air. 16 million. Not a statistic, but people with names, dreams, families. Children who'd been playing in the streets. Parents who'd thought they'd finally found safety. All of it ending in fire and mechanical precision. Magneto stood frozen, his entire body trembling with rage so pure it made the air around him vibrate. Metal debris orbited him in increasingly violent patterns, responding to emotions too vast for words. Humans, he whispered, then louder, humans. It's always humans. The ground itself buckled under his fury. What have we ever done to them? Eric, your rage will not save them. Storm's voice cracked like thunder across the chaos. While others collapsed under grief or fury, Ororo Monroe rose. Wind and lightning gathered around her, forming a protective dome that deflected falling debris. Her white hair whipped in the gale of her own making, eyes blazing with controlled power. Charles, your grief will not honor them. She continued, her voice carrying the authority of someone who'd seen paradise burn before. We fight, or we die with them. Choose now. The challenge in her words cut through the paralysis. Leaders weren't allowed the luxury of despair, not when people still needed saving. Grandpa Max had already shifted into full plumber mode, his Hawaiian shirt replaced by advanced combat armor that materialized from what had seemed like an ordinary shirt but Tom. His fingers flew across a holographic display, analyzing attack patterns and energy signatures with decades of experience. The beams are coming from multiple vectors, he announced, voice carrying military precision. Even orbital platforms, cloaked until the moment of firing. Someone coordinated this down to the second. Beast limped over, singed from a near miss, his scientific mind already working despite the horror. The energy signatures match theoretical Sentinel weaponry, but the power output is magnitudes beyond anything on record. They've been preparing, Cyclops said, his voice tight with controlled fury. While we celebrated, while we tried diplomacy, the low-lives built weapons specifically to exterminate us. His eyes flickered to Max and the panting Ben. I apologize, I'm simply beyond angry. Max nodded grimly. I too am cursing in my head. Eric, you can continue. Let us focus on things that matter. We need simultaneous response. Defense for the survivors, offense against the platforms before they fire again. How? Shaw demanded, for once his arrogance replaced by genuine fear. We can't reach orbital platforms. We have flyers, Storm stated. Jean, can you maintain a telekinetic shield while airborne? Jean wiped blood from her nose, forcing herself to stand. I'll manage. I can help with that. Everyone turned to see Charmcaster, her hands already glowing with magical energy. The sorceress looked haggard but determined. Teleportation magic. I can get a strike team to the platforms. It's suicide, Emma said flatly. We don't know what defenses they have. Then we die fighting instead of cowering, Magneto snarled, finally finding his voice again. His rage had crystallized into something sharp and purposeful. I will tear their machines apart rivet by rivet. Storm nodded. Then we have our plan. Charmcaster, prepare your strongest teleportation spell. Eric, Jean, you're our primary assault. Scott, coordinate ground defense with whoever's still combat capable. Henry, see if you can hack their communications, find out who's coordinating this. She turned to Max, Magistrate, can your technology track the platforms? Already on it, Max confirmed. I'm uploading coordinates to everyone's comms. And you can expect plumber backups in 10 minutes. In the span of 30 seconds, they'd transformed from victims to warriors. But even as plans formed and people moved with purpose, the mechanical voices continued their chant across the burning city. Omega level threat detected. Initiating termination protocol. While the others planned, I was having trouble. Gwen's hands grabbed my shoulders before I even realized I'd fallen to my knees again. The world spun in nauseating circles, my body screaming protests from the XLR-8 sprint. Every muscle fiber felt like it had been dipped in acid and set on fire. Ben. Ben, look at me. Gwen's voice seemed to come from very far away. You're in shock. You need to breathe. I was breathing. Wasn't I? The air tasted like copper and ash, each inhale bringing the scent of vaporized concrete and worse things I didn't want to identify. Charmcaster knelt beside us, her eyes wide as she assessed the magical disturbances rippling through the air. The dimensional barriers are weakening. This much death, this much energy release, it's tearing holes in reality itself. I'm fine now. Damn it. Help Madeline, I managed to croak out, my throat feeling like sandpaper. Please. She's, the Phoenix is responding to all this death. If she loses control. Gwen's eyes widened in understanding. One world-ending catastrophe was enough. We didn't need a cosmic entity of rebirth and destruction joining the party. She squeezed my shoulder once before rushing to where Madeline writhed on the ground, golden fire crackling around her form. I forced myself to look up at the burning sky. Orange and red painted the darkness, punctuated by the electric blue of sentinel beams. The city I'd refused to explore was dying. When Jubilee had invited me to see the technology demonstrations, when Nightcrawler had offered to show me the cultural districts, when various mutants had tried to share their paradise with me, I declined every time. Because I'd known this was coming. I'd known, and some cowardly part of me had thought that if I didn't see it, didn't connect with it, maybe it wouldn't hurt as much when it burned. I was wrong. It hurt anyway. Every scream in the distance, every building that collapsed, every life that winked out. It all hurt because I'd known, I'd warned them, I'd tried everything I could think of, and it hadn't been enough. And oh, how worse it was compared to my expectations. It was one thing to read it in a comic book panel, and an entirely different experience to live within it. Boiling anger ignited in my chest, hot and pure. Not at fate or destiny or the cruel randomness of the universe. At people. Specific people with names and faces who'd made choices. Bastion, I whispered, the name tasting like poison on my tongue. The Technomancer. The hybrid of Master Mold and Nimrod technology given human form. He'd orchestrated this. But not alone, of course. It would have taken resources, political cover, willing blindness from world leaders who'd rather see mutants burn than share power. Did King Chala know too? The human governments who'd been warned about terrorist threats but chose to interpret that as the mutants being the terrorists. The intelligence agencies that had to have known something this massive was being prepared but stayed silent. The media that would spin this tomorrow as a tragedy but never ask why nobody stopped it. Humans did this. Not all humans, but enough. Enough to build the weapons. Enough to aim them. Enough to pull the trigger. Get up, Ben. Grandpa Max stood over me in his full plumber armor, the blue energy cells glowing along its surface. His expression was granite, the face of someone who'd seen worlds burn and still found the strength to keep fighting. I know you're hurting. I know you're angry. But you're the only one here with the power to stop those machines. So get up, soldier. That's an order. The military command in his voice snapped something back into place in my mind. Right. This wasn't over. The Sentinels were still firing. People were still dying. And I had the most powerful device in the universe strapped to my wrist. I pushed myself to my feet, legs shaky but holding. Earlier as XLR-8, I managed to interpret some information. I used a half-assed excuse. If asked for details later, I'd have to think more. The Sentinels are being controlled by someone named Bastion. A Technomancer, basically a human-machine hybrid with the ability to interface with any technology. He's probably coordinating everything from somewhere safe. Grandpa's eyes sharpened. Can you override his control? I think so. Upgrade is a Technomancer too, in a way. An Upgrade species, from what I've collected, was created by Azimuth, the smartest being in 5 galaxies. I'd say some Earth-based tin cans shouldn't be a problem. I managed a weak smile. Time to show these machines what real technology looks like. The Omnitrix pulsed green on my wrist, ready and eager. Around us, the resistance was organizing. Storm's winds, Jean's telekinesis, Magneto's magnetic fury. All preparing to strike back against the machines that had stolen paradise. Rogue's POV. The metal giant's fist missed Anna Marie's head by inches, close enough that she felt the wind of its passage. She rolled, came up running, and didn't stop as another beam carved through the space she'd just occupied. Omega-level threat detected. Yeah, I heard you the first dozen times. She snarled, diving behind the wreckage of what had been someone's home minutes ago. Her breath came in ragged gasps, ribs aching from a glancing blow that had sent her through a wall. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. Magneto had promised them safety. Strength. A place where mutants could fight back against anyone who tried to hurt them. She'd seen that dream come true. For a few days, it had been reality. But these things, these Sentinels, adapted to everything. When she'd absorbed one mutant's fire powers from a dying woman, the machines had shifted to ice beams. When she'd touched a strongman mutant for enhanced strength, they'd switched to energy nets that strength couldn't break. They learned. They evolved. They were better at being mutants than mutants were. Sugar, if you got any fancy plans, now'd be the time, she muttered to herself, pressing against her cover as footsteps that shook the ground approached. The Sentinel rounded the corner, its glowing eyes fixed on her. No emotion, no hatred, just cold calculation. She was a target to be eliminated, nothing more. Termination imminent. She had nothing left. No absorbed powers remaining, her Captain Marvel strength running low as she'd been fighting and saving people for a while now. There was no hope of touching the machine to drain it. This was how Anna Marie died, alone and helpless, just another statistic in a genocide. The Sentinel's chest began to glow, building to a final blast. Then something impossible happened. Green lines suddenly spread across the Sentinel's form like living circuitry, racing from its feet to its head in seconds. The charging beam guttered and died as the machine's eyes shifted from cold blue to bright green. Not today, you stupid fucking toaster. That voice. Coming from the Sentinel itself. The machine turned its own weapons on another Sentinel, blasting it apart with precision no human or mutant could have managed. Ben. She whispered, hardly daring to believe it. The possessed Sentinel turned to her, and despite being a giant death machine, something in its posture was unmistakably Ben Tennyson. Hey, Anna. Rough night. A laugh bubbled up from her chest, hysteria mixed with relief. Despite the situation, despite the shaken panting state she'd seen him in earlier, he was now making jokes. It wasn't cheap, it made her feel better. You possessed a Sentinel. Upgrade, baby. Told you I had tricks you hadn't seen. The Ben Sentinel turned and fired at 2 more approaching machines, taking them down with their own weapons. Now get to safety. I've got some house cleaning to do. She watched in awe as he systematically began dismantling the Sentinel forces. Each machine he destroyed, he seemed to learn from, adapting their weapons and strategies. It was like watching someone play chess with death itself and winning. He saved me. The thought hit her like a physical blow. The boy she'd fought, who she'd nearly killed on Magneto's orders, had just saved her life without hesitation. I guess not all humans are bad. Well, not all humans were Ben Tennyson. He moved like a green ghost in the machine, turning the bitter humanity's weapons against themselves. And for the first time since the attack began, Anna Marie felt something she'd thought lost forever. Hope. Chapter 108, 108, A Mutant Nation's Worst Threat. Chapter 108, A Mutant Nation's Worst Threat. Metal screamed around Eric Lencher. Not in agony. Metal had no voice to cry out with. But in sympathetic resonance with his own rage. His power flowed outward like a tsunami, seeking every scrap of ferrous material within his sphere of influence. The very foundations of Genosha, his dream made tangible, vibrated with his fury. And yet, it wasn't enough. The Sentinel before him shuddered as he tore at its structure, the joints of its massive frame groaning under his assault. But it didn't fall. The machine's eyes flashed an unnatural blue as it reconfigured its molecular structure, adapting to his attack even as he launched it. Omega-level threat detected. Countermeasures deployed. Countermeasures. Eric snarled, the word tasting like poison on his tongue. You want to see a threat? He closed his fist with brutal force. The Sentinel's arm compressed inward as if crushed by an invisible vice, metal warping and buckling. For a moment, triumph surged through him. Then faltered as the damaged limb simply detached, sacrificed without hesitation, and a new one began reconstructing itself from reserve materials. They've prepared for me specifically. The realization hit him like a physical blow. These weren't the clumsy robots he'd dismantled in the past. These machines had been engineered with one purpose. To counter mutants. To counter him. Their metal composition was only partial, integrated with polymers and ceramics that slipped through his grasp like water through fingers. Behind him, the screams of his people rose to a cacophony that tore at his soul. People who had trusted him. People who had believed in his promise of sanctuary. A child's wail cut through the din, higher and more desperate than the rest. Eric turned to see a group of mutant children, barely older than 10, huddled beneath a partially collapsed structure. 3 Sentinels converged on their position, targeting systems that were locked onto their small forms. Genetic anomalies identified. Purge protocol initiated. Genetic anomalies. How dare they? But even amid anger, worry surged. No. The word erupted from him like physical force, his power surging outward with such intensity that the air itself seemed to crackle. He lifted from the ground, magnetic fields propelling him toward the children faster than human reaction. Time seemed to slow as calculations raced through his mind. The distance. The charging weapons. The children's terrified faces looking up at him with desperate hope. There's no time to move them all. The decision formed with crystalline clarity. He could position himself between the children and the beams. He'd erect an electromagnetic shield around him, and his body could then absorb the brunt of the attack. Perhaps long enough for them to escape. Perhaps not. It didn't matter. He would not watch children die again. Not when he had the power to prevent it. Not like before. Memories of another time flashed through him. Rain against a concentration camp fence, his parents torn from him, his powers manifesting too late to save them. Never again. Eric thrust his arms outward, calling upon every reserve of his considerable power to create a magnetic shield. It wouldn't hold against a direct hit from all three sentinels, but it didn't need to. It just needed to last long enough for him to reach the children, to place his body in the line of fire. The sentinels' chest plates glowed with building energy. 1 second to firing. The children screamed. And then, impossibly, one of the sentinels turned. Its glowing chest plate swiveled away from the children and fired directly into the second sentinel's head, decapitating it in a shower of sparks and molten metal. For a moment, Eric thought he was hallucinating. Then he saw it. Green circuitry spreading across the machine's form like living veins, its eyes shifting from cold blue to vibrant emerald. These heartless tin cans. The sentinel's voice was all wrong. Young, defiant, distinctly human. Get the kids out of here, Magneto. I've got this. Ben Tennyson. The boy had somehow merged with the sentinel, taken control of it from within. As Eric watched, the hijacked machine turned with surprising grace, firing precision blasts that disabled the third sentinel's weapon systems without detonating its power core. Eric didn't waste the opportunity. He reached the children in seconds, enveloping them in a protective magnetic bubble that lifted them from the ground. Their terrified faces pressed against the energy field, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder. You're safe now, he told them, his voice gentler than anyone who knew only Magneto would have believed possible. I'm taking you to the evacuation point. As he guided them away from the immediate danger zone, Eric glanced back at the Tennyson-controlled Sentinel. The machine moved with a fluid efficiency that belied its massive frame, systematically dismantling other Sentinels with their own weapons. A grudging respect formed in Eric's mind. The human boy, not a mutant, yet not entirely human either, fought with everything he had to save Eric's people. People who, in many ways, were not his own. Perhaps Xavier had been right about some things after all. But as Eric carried the children to relative safety, his eyes lifted to the burning sky where more sentinels descended, numberless as stars. One boy, no matter how powerful, could not stop this. The dream of Genosha was ending in fire. Unless. A plan began forming in Eric's mind. A desperate, terrible plan that would require resources he'd hidden away for the darkest of contingencies. Resources that even Charles didn't know about. If he couldn't save Genosha today, he would ensure that humanity paid for its treachery tomorrow. The children were safe. Now Magneto had a war to plan. But first, he would fight alongside the Tennyson boy. Just this once, their goals aligned perfectly. The extinction of these abominations from the sky. The Sentinel's internal systems felt like swimming through digital syrup. Every circuit, every processor, every line of code was mine to command. The machine's body moved with my thoughts, its weapons discharged with my intent. This is different from before, I thought, analyzing the tactical data flowing through the Sentinel's sensors. These aren't the clunky robots from the shows. They're learning, adapting in real time. Another Sentinel approached from the east, already shifting its armor configuration based on my attack patterns. I fired, but it had anticipated the move, dodging with inhuman grace before returning fire. I absorbed the hit, using the Sentinel's own adaptive armor against it, then retaliated with a combination of attacks that finally overwhelmed its defenses. 7 down. How many more? The answer came from the machine's communication network. Hundreds. They were everywhere, systematically executing what their protocols called genetic cleansing. The clinical term for mass murder made my consciousness burn with rage within the circuitry. But then I felt it. Resistance. Not from the Sentinel's base programming, but from something else. Something reaching through the network, trying to reassert control. Interesting. The voice resonated through the digital space, neither male nor female but somehow both. A technological consciousness interfacing with my children. You must be the Tennyson variable. Bastion, that bastard. The Technomancer himself, trying to override my control through long-range network access. Not a chance, Alexa. I pushed back, upgrades Galvan-designed consciousness easily repelling his intrusion. Azimuth had created something that could interface with technology from any corner of the universe. Some Earth-based hybrid wasn't going to override that. Impressive, Bastion admitted. Your technology is not of this world. But neither am I anymore. The pressure increased, but I held firm, continuing to use the Sentinel to protect fleeing mutants. A family here, a group of children there. Each life saved was a small victory against the horror. Unfortunately, Bastion continued. It seems I can't enjoy you for long. See you. That's when I felt it. Not through the Sentinel sensors but through some instinct that transcended technology. Danger. Immediate and overwhelming. The telekinetic force hit me like a sledgehammer made of pure thought. One moment I was merged with the Sentinel, the next I was being violently ripped from its circuitry. The separation was agony, like having your nervous system pulled out through your pores. I materialized in my human form 20 feet in the air, held by an invisible grip around my throat. The pressure was immense, not just cutting off air that I didn't require in this form but threatening to snap my neck entirely. Through watering eyes, I saw her. Bald. Female. Features that bore a disturbing resemblance to a twisted mirror of Charles Xavier. She stood amid the burning ruins with perfect poise, not a speck of ash on her pristine white outfit despite the carnage around her. No. Not her. Not Cassandra Nova. The recognition hit me like ice water. Xavier's twin sister. The living antithesis of everything Charles represented. A being of pure malevolence who existed only to cause him pain. I'd miscalculated something when planning for Genosha. This world wasn't simply the animated show's timeline, I'd forgotten that. The comics had a Genosha incident as well, which was far more gruesome. Because Cassandra Nova led it. A dangerous villain had entered the game. I'd been preparing for the wrong threat. This isn't just about Sentinels, it's about her. She walked in the air slowly, studying me like a scientist examining a particularly interesting specimen. The telekinetic grip shifted but not enough to speak or scream. Ben Tennyson. Her voice was Xavier's but wrong, like a beautiful melody played in a minor key. The boy with the watch. How fascinating to finally meet the variable I couldn't predict. I recalled that scene from the Deadpool and Wolverine movie. Where Cassandra had torn apart the Human Torch as if he were a piece of loosely woven clothes. Damn it, this is bad. The smile that spread across her face was the most terrifying thing I'd seen all night. And in a night full of genocide and giant robots, that was saying something. You've been quite troublesome, young man. Saving all those important people, disrupting carefully laid plans. She tilted her head, and I felt pressure against my mind, like fingers trying to pry open a locked door. But don't worry. I have special plans for you. The Omnitrix pulsed on my alien chest, ready to transform into something that'd be more helpful in this situation, but the telekinetic grip had my arm locked in place. I couldn't move, couldn't struggle, and couldn't even call for help. And somewhere in the burning city, the Sentinels continued their work, no longer held back by my interference. The genocide resumed. And Cassandra Nova just smiled. Chapter 109, 109, When Paradise Burns. Chapter 109, When Paradise Burns. Genosha writhed in its death throes. Above the crystal spires, now shattered like broken teeth, Storm wrestled with the sky itself. Her white hair whipped as she summoned hurricane winds to deflect sentinel beams, but for every attack she stopped, 3 more found their targets. Lightning forked from her fingers, splitting a descending sentinel in half, its molten remains raining onto evacuating families below. In the financial district, Iceman had transformed into living glacier, his ice form stretching stories high as he shielded a hospital full of patients. The sentinel beams turned his frozen barriers to steam, forcing him to constantly regenerate, each reformation taking more from him. Blood seeped through the ice where his human form was failing. Jean Grey floated above the ruins of a school, her telekinetic shields flickering like dying stars. Children huddled beneath her protection, their tears mixing with ash as she held back debris from 3 collapsed buildings. Her nose bled freely, every psychic exertion drawing from reserves already depleted by feeling thousands die. And through it all, the mechanical chorus continued. Purge protocol active. Genetic cleansing 27% complete. The paradise that took so long to build was dying in minutes. Everybody wondered where had Ben Tennyson vanished. His interventions that had saved the lives of thousands, no, millions, earlier was suddenly gone. In this island of dying screams, the current resistance failed to slow things down properly. My upgrade form hung suspended in Cassandra Nova's invisible grip like a puppet with cut strings. The liquid metal of my body rippled and sparked, trying to reshape itself, to flow out of her grasp, but her telekinesis wasn't just holding me. It was containing me, creating a psychic prison that my alien form couldn't slip through. Fascinating, Cassandra murmured, walking through the air toward me with the casual grace of someone strolling through a garden. Behind her, the city burned, but not a single ash flake dared touch her pristine white outfit. It pissed me off despite my fear that she was taking this so casually. Your consciousness isn't human at all in this form. It's something other. Machine, yet alien, and yet familiar. Like looking at evolution's next draft. Lady, I don't know what you're talking about, I managed to gurgle out, my mechanical voice distorting under the pressure. Playing dumb was my only card here. If she knew I recognized her, knew what she was capable of, she might skip the monologue and go straight to the execution. Since she couldn't read my mind, and since my upgrade face wasn't human, she couldn't see through my lies. Above us, salvation and disaster arrived simultaneously. Plumber ships, their blue-silver hulls gleaming with energy shields, descended from the clouds. Grandpa Max's backup had arrived. I felt hopeful for a moment. But Cassandra didn't even look up. She simply raised one hand, fingers splaying elegantly, and 3 ships crumpled like paper balls. Metal screamed as the vessels compressed into nothing, their crews. I couldn't think about their crews. Insects, she said dismissively. Though I suppose even insects serve a purpose in the ecosystem. I felt anger surge through my blood. Unfortunately, I couldn't even move my hand to switch to something else. That's when I saw him. A shadow moving through smoke and flame, approaching with the careful calculation of someone who'd spent a lifetime navigating danger. Yellow eyes glowed in the darkness, and I caught the faint scent of sulfur even through my alien form's limited olfactory sensors. Kurt Wagner. Nightcrawler. Our eyes met for a fraction of a second. I tried to shake my head, to warn him off, but Cassandra was still talking, still gloating about genetic superiority and evolutionary dead ends. You see, Benjamin, she continued, and how did she know my name? The problem with your kind, with all these lesser beings, is that you think power makes you special. But power without purpose is just noise. BAMF. The world exploded in sulfur and shadows. One moment I was suspended in the air, the next Kurt's arms wrapped around my form and reality folded in on itself. The sensation of teleportation felt wrong through Upgrade's consciousness, like being forced through a digital filter that kept glitching. We materialized 50 feet away, my form crashing to the ground as Kurt immediately grabbed me again. BAMF. Another jump. This time onto a rooftop. BAMF. Into an alley. BAMF. Behind a collapsed building. Each of his teleportations was desperate, unplanned, Kurt pushing his power to its limit as Cassandra's psychic screams followed us like guided missiles. Buildings exploded where we'd been microseconds before, her rage manifesting as pure destructive force. Can't keep this up, Kurt gasped between jumps, his blue fur matted with sweat. Blood trickled from a gash on his temple where debris had caught him. BAMF. This time we landed hard, Kurt's legs buckling as we materialized in what used to be a park. Now it was a crater garden, decorated with crystallized sand where intense heat had transformed the playground. I was quick to shift back to human form in a flash of green, immediately reaching for the Omnitrix. While looking for the alien I wanted, I spoke. Thanks for saving me, man, I was in deep shit. But you okay? You saved my... I am good, he panted, his German accent thicker with exhaustion. But she is not far behind. You need your help, Ben. You must. There you are. The voice came from directly above us. Cassandra Nova descended like an angel of death, her bald head reflecting the fires around us. But she wasn't looking at me anymore. Her attention had fixed entirely on Kurt. A teleporter, she mused. How quaint. You know, I've always wondered what would happen if someone's molecules were scattered during transit. She raised her hand, fingers curling into a claw, and Kurt screamed. I watched, hand frozen by her telekinesis for a short second, while Kurt's skin began to peel away like old paint. Not torn, not ripped, but removed, layer by layer, with surgical precision. His blue fur fell away in sheets, revealing raw muscle that glistened in the firelight. Stop. I screamed, but my hand was still hovering over the Omnitrix, so close, and yet unable to move because of this bitch's telekinetic force. Kurt's yellow eyes found mine even as his body came apart. Through the agony, through the impossibility of still being conscious, he managed 2 words. Run. Ben. Then he collapsed. Dead, with a mass of exposed tissue and visible bone, his nervous system laid bare to the ash-filled air. Every pain receptor must have fired at once at the moment of his death, making him go through a torture that was impossible to survive. It was more painful than most deaths, and he'd faced it because he tried to save me. Cassandra smiled, examining her work like an artist admiring a painting. Interesting. I thought his healing factor will try to compensate, but without skin to protect the exposed tissue, guess it gave up. A dead devil. She turned to me. Would you like to be next? Or should I get more creative? Rage. Not the hot rage I'd felt watching the city burn. Not the desperate anger of failing to save everyone. This was something colder, deeper. The kind of rage that burns so pure it feels like clarity. Somehow my hand slammed down on the Omnitrix. Was it because she'd let her control slip for a moment at my expression? Or did I simply push through? No, that didn't matter. The transformation hit different this time. Usually, becoming feedback felt like plugging into the universe's power grid, all sparks and energy and electric joy. This time it felt like becoming a living weapon. Every circuit in my body hummed with lethal intent, and for the first time since I'd gained this form, feedback wasn't smiling. Cassandra Nova, I said, and my voice crackled with barely contained lightning. You just made the last mistake of your life. She tilted her head, amused. Oh. The boy knows my name somehow. How delightful. Thunder rumbled overhead, but it wasn't from Storm's weather manipulation. It was me, my rage manifesting as atmospheric disturbance. Every piece of metal in a 100-foot radius began to vibrate, responding to the electromagnetic field I was unconsciously generating. You want to see power without purpose? Electricity arced between my antenna and fingers, each bolt carving gouges in the ground. Let me show you what happens when purpose finds its power. I blitzed forward. The first exchange nearly killed me. Cassandra didn't just rely on telepathy and telekinesis. She was a master combatant who'd studied every form of violence across centuries. When I lunged forward, channeling electricity through my fists, she sidestepped and grabbed a chunk of building the size of a bus, hurling it at speeds that broke the sound barrier. I absorbed the kinetic energy at the last second, converting it to electricity, but the strain made my form flicker. Before I could recover, she was already attacking again, this time with a barrage of steel beams she'd turned into improvised spears. Disappointing, she said as I desperately dodged and absorbed what I could. All that power and you fight like a child throwing tantrums. She was right. I was fighting angry, not smart. In my defense, she didn't use attacks that'd allow me to absorb more power, so I wasn't at my strongest right now. And Kurt's destroyed form lay 20 feet away, in a horrible sight that made my rage spike higher. That's when Anna Marie arrived. She came from above, having apparently launched herself from a nearby building, her fist already cocked back. The punch connected with Cassandra's jaw with enough force to crater the ground beneath them. Cassandra flew backward, but caught herself telekinetically, floating upright with blood trickling from her split lip. You, Anna snarled, and I'd never heard such venom in her voice. She'd seen Kurt. Her adopted brother through Mystique, the one person who'd never been afraid of her touch, reduced to exposed meat. You did that, to him? Another insect joins the feast, Cassandra said, wiping blood from her mouth. Though you're slightly more interesting. All that borrowed power, but still just a parasite. Anna charged again, but this time Cassandra was ready. She caught Anna mid-leap with telekinesis, trying to compress her like she had the plumber ships. But Anna's enhanced durability, courtesy of permanently absorbed Captain Marvel powers, held firm. That's the thing about parasites, Anna growled through gritted teeth. We're hard to kill. She broke free through sheer strength, landing in a crouch that cracked the pavement. I took the opening, firing a concentrated beam of electricity at Cassandra's back. She deflected it with a psychic shield, but the effort of fighting both of us began to show over time. As minutes passed, Anna looked at me, and something passed between us. Not words, just understanding. We'd fought each other before, and we knew each other's rhythms. Time to use that. We moved in perfect synchronization. When Anna went high, I went low. When I fired electricity to force Cassandra's shields up, Anna would attack from behind. It was a deadly dance, and for a moment, I thought we had her. Rogue threw her gloves away and jumped, trying to touch her. But Cassandra caught Anna with her telekinesis, this time by the throat, lifting her into the air. Enough games. Anna's hands clawed at the invisible grip, her face turning purple. This is the worst. I realized. Rogue wasn't capable of absorbing psychic energy like feedback, so this was troublesome for her. She might die. I fired everything I had at Cassandra, but her shields held. In desperation, I did something stupid. My antennae absorbed the telekinetic energy holding Anna, while my right hand grabbed her hand and yanked her free of the hold. Only then did I remember the mistake. The contact should have killed me. Anna's power absorption was involuntary, unstoppable. She drained everyone she'd ever touched. But that's when I was surprised. Feedback's energy absorption created a bizarre feedback loop. She pulled at my energy, and I felt it. So I pulled it right back, creating a circuit between us. I could touch her in this form, without her killing me. It also went the other way around, too. Wait, this is perfect. I suddenly had an idea. I allowed her to absorb some of my powers, just a little. What? Anna gasped as her fingers began to change, taking on feedback's distinctive blue-white coloring. Energy coursed between us, and suddenly she wasn't just super strong. She could feel the energy in the air, in the ground, in everything. You know what this means? I said, and she nodded. Since she only had the fingers and not the entire body of a conductoid, she wouldn't be as good, but her body was made for absorbing stuff. She'd be fine. We turned toward Cassandra in unison, and her smug expression faltered. Anna's hands crackled with newfound electrical power while mine hummed with her absorbed strength. We were sharing power, something that should have been impossible. Fascinating, Cassandra began, but that's when Emma Frost arrived. The White Queen materialized from diamond form directly behind Cassandra, and then immediately returned to her human form. Her dress was torn, showing skin and blood. I didn't get to worry for her, though. The next situation happened in a matter of seconds. She launched a psychic assault on the bald woman that made the air itself ripple. Did you really think you were the only telepath here, darling? Emma asked, and I felt electricity ripple across my skin. Like goosebumps. Emma had used the fact that her diamond form was impossible to detect for telepaths, and flanked her. If it's the three of us, then. Ben, now. Emma called. Cassandra screamed, not in pain but in rage. Two telepaths of their caliber fighting created psychic shockwaves that shattered every piece of glass for blocks. Normal humans would have been comatose instantly, but Emma's assault gave us our opening. Anna and I moved as one. Her energy-enhanced fist connected with Cassandra's ribs while my electrified punch struck her jaw. The combined force sent her flying through 3 buildings, each impact weakening her psychic defenses as both Rogue and I sapped off her power in the brief contact during our punches. You insects! Cassandra roared, blood streaming from her nose as she fought Emma's mental intrusion while trying to block our physical assault. I am evolution. I am the future. No, I said, catching her next telekinetic attack and converting it to raw electricity. You're just another genocidal psychopath who thinks power makes you right. The fight became brutal. Not heroic, not clean, but desperate and ugly. Anna and I took turns pummeling Cassandra while Emma kept her mentally off balance. Every time Cassandra tried to remove our skin like she had Kurt's, one of us would disrupt her concentration with a lightning bolt or superhuman punch. Around us, I was peripherally aware of the larger battle continuing. Plumber ships fired precision strikes at Sentinels while Magneto tore them apart with their own metal frames. Jean and Madeline worked in tandem, their combined telekinesis evacuating hundreds at a time. Storm and Cyclops had formed a lethal combination, her winds carrying his optic blasts to strike multiple targets. But our fight with Cassandra carved its own swath of destruction. Our missed attacks leveled buildings. Cassandra's desperate counters vaporized entire blocks. We were so focused on killing each other that we didn't notice the collateral damage until it was too late. A shelter full of mutant families, crushed when Cassandra threw a parking garage at us. A medical station, vaporized when I redirected one of her psychic blasts. Hundreds, maybe thousands, dying because we turned their refuge into a battlefield. Finally, through blood and lightning and sheer determination, Anna got behind Cassandra while I held her attention. Anna's hands were burned black from channeling so much electricity, and I was panting, but we had one chance. Anna's hands found Cassandra's head, one on her jaw, one on her skull. My antennas were plugged into her neck, absorbing her power in real time to stop her struggles. Our eyes met over Cassandra's shoulder. Do it, I said. The crack was audible even over the sounds of battle. Cassandra Nova's neck snapped cleanly, her body going limp in Anna's grip. But I didn't stop there. I couldn't take the risk with someone like this. I didn't want her to become some cheap recurring villain. Kurt's destroyed form, the murdered families, the crushed shelter, they all demanded more than just death. Bzzzt, electricity crackled at the tip of my fingers. Then I pressed both hands to Cassandra's corpse and channeled everything. Every volt I'd absorbed, every joule of energy, all of it poured into her body until it glowed white hot. The corpse didn't just burn, it disintegrated at the molecular level, becoming less than ash, less than memory. When it was over, Anna and I stood in a circle of glass where the sand had melted from the heat. Around us, the battle was winding down. The Sentinels were falling back or falling apart, the combined might of the X-Men, Brotherhood, and Plumbers finally overwhelming them. Mostly the Plumbers, with their advanced weapons, cut down the casualties by a long shot. But the city, Genosha, was broken. Entire districts had been leveled. The crystal spires that had touched the clouds were stumps of melted silicon. The gardens were ash. The carefully maintained microclimates had collapsed, leaving only smoke and fire. And the bodies. We won, Anna said, her voice hollow. The shared power had faded, leaving her normal again, but her eyes remained fixed on the destruction we'd caused. Didn't we? I couldn't answer. Because looking at Kurt's still form, at the crushed shelter, at the thousands who died while we fought our battles, I wasn't sure there was such a thing as winning anymore. The paradise was saved, but paradise was dead. And amid my fight with Cassandra, I'd helped kill it. Chapter 110, The Fate of Mutant Kind. Chapter 110, The Fate of Mutant Kind. Dawn broke over Genosha like a wound opening. No birds sang. No wind stirred the ash that fell like gray snow across the ruins of paradise. The only sounds were the crackling of still-burning fires and the soft moans of the dying, a symphony of suffering that would haunt survivors for the rest of their lives. 4,320,000. That was the number Beast had calculated, his blue fur matted with blood and ash as he worked tirelessly in the makeshift medical tents. His hands trembled, not from exhaustion but from the weight of mathematics. 27% of 16 million. Each digit represented lives, families, futures that had been vaporized in minutes. I sat on a chunk of what used to be someone's home, staring at my hands. Clean hands. Heroes' hands. Hands that had saved 12 million while 4 million burned. Some hero you turned out to be. The thought tasted like bile. In my previous life, I'd read about Genosha's destruction in comic panels, felt that distant sadness you get from fictional tragedy. But living it. Breathing air thick with vaporized flesh. Hearing telepaths scream as they felt millions die at once. This wasn't entertainment. This was Holocaust. Ben. Gwen's voice came from behind me, soft and broken. She looked wrong, her usual confidence replaced by something hollow. Magic sparkled weakly at her fingertips as she tried to heal a young girl's burns, but the energy flickered and died. My magic, it feels empty. Like the universe itself is wounded. I wanted to comfort her, to say something profound about how we'd rebuild, how we'd honor the dead by protecting the living. But what came out was, I knew this would happen. She sighed. You tried your best. I warned them. Magneto, Xavier, everyone who'd listen. My voice sounded dead even to my own ears. But fair enough. Why would they believe some kid with an alien watch over their world-class intelligence networks? Their satellites, their psychics, their perfect mutant paradise that couldn't possibly fall. The bitter laugh that escaped me didn't sound human. Maybe because part of me wasn't anymore. The fanfics I read never showed this. Everything was fun and sunshine, and even in tragedy, the main character was always the cold badass. I didn't feel that. I feel weak. How many times had I thought myself special because I had meta-knowledge? Because I knew the plot. Fat lot of good it did when nobody listened. You could have done more. Pushed harder. Taken control. But that would have made me the villain, wouldn't it? The human forcing mutants to abandon their celebration because of paranoid theories. And deep down, some traitorous part of me had wanted to be wrong. Had hoped that maybe, just maybe, this universe would be different. Anna Marie stood 20 feet away, kneeling beside what remained of Kurt Wagner. She'd removed her gloves, pressing bare hands against his ruined face in the only safe touch she'd ever have with her brother. No power to absorb from the dead. Just cold flesh and the memory of sulfur. Should have been faster, she whispered, though whether to Kurt or herself, I couldn't tell. Should have been there when that bitch, when she. Her shoulders shook, but no tears came. Maybe she'd run out. Maybe we all had. Storm struggled to maintain even a gentle breeze to clear the toxic smoke, her powers failing from sheer exhaustion. Every few minutes she'd collapse, then force herself up again, driven by duty that wouldn't let her rest while people choked on the ashes of their neighbors. Emma Frost's diamond form showed spider web cracks that wouldn't heal, psychic trauma made physical. She stood like a statue, afraid that moving might shatter her completely. Even Charmcaster, usually so composed, clutched her head as magical feedback screamed through her senses. Gwen isn't wrong. Reality itself is wounded, she gasped. The amount of death, the violation of natural order, it's like someone took a knife to the fabric of existence. Yet, despite all these people, somehow it was Magneto who truly broke my heart. The master of magnetism, the most powerful mutant alive, knelt in the ruins of what had been a school. In his hands, he held a child's drawing, edges charred but image still visible. A stick figure in purple and red, labeled Mr. Magneto, in crayon, surrounded by smaller figures under a rainbow. They drew me as a hero, he whispered, and hearing Eric Lencher's voice crack was somehow worse than all the screaming. These children, they thought I could protect them. Everywhere I looked, I saw failure. My failure. Somehow, Magneto blamed himself too. We were on the same boat somehow. I should have done more, I whispered, not even realizing I'd spoken aloud. I knew this was coming. I tried to warn everyone, but I should have been more convincing. Should have fought harder. Magneto's laugh was a terrible sound, brittle and sharp-edged as he turned me. You warned us, boy. You did more than any human has ever done for mutant kind. His eyes tracked across the destruction. Something dangerous was building behind them. All this isn't your fault. It's Charles and I, we were too proud, too convinced of our own invulnerability. Too eager to show the world our achievement. A wave of nausea rolled through me as I realized what Magneto was saying. The man wasn't blaming me. He was absolving me. He was treating me as a kid. And somehow, that felt worse. It's all right. It's time I woke up, anyway, Magneto said. His tone was truly dangerous now. Xavier rolled closer in his wheelchair, reaching out to his old friend. Eric. Don't. Magneto's voice turned to steel. Don't you dare comfort me, Charles. Not when your dreams of coexistence led us here. He stood slowly, the drawing crumbling to ash in his clenched fist. We tried it your way. We opened our doors, showed them we meant no harm, and they responded with genocide. Not all humans, Xavier began. Enough. The metal in 100-yard radius screamed in response to Magneto's rage. Their governments knew. Had to know. You don't build weapons like these in secret. You don't coordinate orbital strikes without infrastructure, funding, and approval at the highest levels. Grandpa Max's communicator crackled with static. His face, already grim, went pale as he listened to the transmission. Indeed. Even the plumber reinforcements were delayed, they were intercepted. They were blocked when they were about to enter Earth's atmosphere. Of course we are. This is Earth's mess. Earth's hatred. The plumbers had managed to push through, of course. It was the plumbers, after all. They were present all across the island, helping people with anything they could. No more, Magneto said quietly, and that soft tone was more terrifying than any scream. No more treaties. No more patience. No more mercy. He began to rise, magnetic fields lifting him above the ruins. Around the world, satellite systems started malfunctioning, their electronics responding to his rage even from thousands of miles away. Eric, what are you doing? Storm demanded. What I should have done years ago. His eyes blazed with power that had reshaped mountains. If humanity wants to play extinction games, then let them learn what it means to face extinction themselves. Every satellite, every power grid, every electronic system on Earth. I'll send them back to the dark ages they clearly prefer. You'll kill billions. Jean protested. They killed millions of us in minutes. Magneto roared back. Where was their concern for life then? Where was their humanity when they pressed the button? He raised his hands, and I could feel it. The electromagnetic pulse building, ready to cascade across the planet. Hospitals would fail. Life support systems would die. Planes would fall from the sky. It would be revenge on a scale that would make the Sentinels look merciful. And part of me, the dark part that had watched Kurt die, that had failed to save Paradise, the deeply uncivilized person that I was in my previous life, whispered. Let him do it. What's the worst that'll happen? That's when my wrist exploded with light. Not the usual green glow of the Omnitrix preparing for transformation. This was different. Deeper. The faceplate displayed scrolling text in Galvan script that I could somehow read, though I'd never learned the language. Anomaly detected. Analyzing. Analyzing. Creator protocol engaged. A hologram flickered above the watch. For a heartbeat, Azimuth himself appeared, the tiny Galvan's eyes meeting mine across impossible distance. He said nothing, but his expression conveyed volumes. I couldn't understand what. Then he dissolved into streams of code that poured back into the device. Section 007, Subsystem 14 has been unlocked. The voice was different. Not the usual mechanical tone but something older, more solemn. Like the universe itself was speaking. It was all in my head. New DNA accessible. Everyone was still busy staring at Magneto while I looked at the Omnitrix in shock. A new transformation. Now. But as I scrolled through the display, I saw him. A figure I recognized from episodes that were always awesome. My hands shook as I selected the form. No way. This could actually. Ben. Gwen asked. What's happening? I looked up at Magneto, still hovering with world-ending power at his fingertips. At Xavier, paralyzed by the failure of his dreams. At Anna Marie, cradling her dead brother. At the ruins of Paradise scattered with 4 million corpses. I don't know, really. But. I'm about to do something impossible, I said, and slammed my hand down on the watch. The transformation was wrong. Different. Instead of the usual sequence where my body shifted and changed, this one moved in reverse. Parts of me aged and unaged simultaneously, experiencing every moment of my existence at once. My consciousness scattered across temporal streams, seeing infinite possibilities before snapping back together. When it finished, I stood as something that shouldn't exist in this universe. My body was mechanical, constructed of copper and brass that gleamed despite the ash-filled air. Gears turned visibly beneath transparent panels in my chest, each tick marking moments that hadn't yet happened. A large key protruded from my head, turning on its own with a sound like 1,000 pocket watches synchronized to the heartbeat of time itself. Clockwork, I announced, my voice carrying harmonics that made reality shiver. The Chronosapien DNA. Benjamin, what? Magneto lowered his hands, the building electromagnetic pulse forgotten. Do not try to stop me. I will not kill you, for I am grateful, but I can't promise that I won't hurt you. I don't plan to fight you, I admitted, looking at my mechanical hands. Time visibly distorted around me, dust reversing its fall, small fires unburning themselves within my proximity. But I think I'm about to do something crazy. I reached up, grasping the key protruding from my head. The moment my fingers touched it, I understood. Not everything, but enough. This wasn't just time manipulation. I could be selective. I suddenly knew what to do. Benjamin. Stop. Reality folded like origami as the Ancient One materialized, not through a portal but by unfolding from space itself. Her face showed genuine alarm, something I'd never seen on the Sorcerer Supreme. You don't understand the consequences. Temporal revision on this scale could create paradoxical fractures that. Magneto's hand shot out, and the Ancient One was restrained by metal bands that flew from the debris around. She scowled, glaring at Magneto, but he continued holding her in place with desperate efficiency. Let him try, Magneto said quietly. Whatever he's planning, it can't be worse than this. The Ancient One's expression shifted from alarm to something like understanding. Oh, I hate this. Then I guess I better not screw up. I turned the key. The mechanics in my chest began moving faster, gears spinning with increasing speed until they blurred into pure emerald light. Power built inside me, not energy but time itself made tangible. Every second that had passed since the attack began pressed against my consciousness, demanding to be acknowledged. I angled my chest toward the sky and fired. The beam that erupted from my chest wasn't light or energy but crystallized time. It shot upward, then expanded into a dome that grew to encompass first the island, then the ocean, then continents, until it covered the entire planet. But even as it expanded outward, it was already contracting, moving backward through its own existence. What's happening? Jean gasped, her telepathy picking up something impossible. I can feel minds returning. The dome raced back toward me, and as it passed, reality rewrote itself. Not everything. The buildings remained destroyed. The sentinels stayed as scattered wreckage. But the people. They appeared like ghosts becoming solid. A child here, an adult there. Mutants of every description materialized where they had been standing moments before death, expressions confused and disoriented but unmistakably alive. A mother materialized mid-scream, then blinked in confusion at being alive. Children reformed from ash, looking around in wonder. Families reconstituted from vapor, falling into each other's arms. The dome contracted faster now, spawning thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Each person appearing at the moment before death would have claimed them, pulled forward through time to now. 4,320,000 souls, plucked from the jaws of extinction. Kurt Wagner materialized last, gasping and whole, his blue fur restored, his yellow eyes wide with shock. Anna Marie let out a sound that was half sob, half laugh as she threw her arms around him, gloves be damned. The dome finished contracting, disappearing back into my chest with a sound like the universe exhaling. I stood there for a moment, mechanical body humming with residual temporal energy, then the Omnitrix flashed red. The transformation ended, and I collapsed to my knees as Ben Tennyson, human and exhausted and laughing like a madman. Oh, what a feeling this was. How incredible. I did it, I gasped between hysterical giggles. I really did it. Eat that, fate. Destiny can kiss my ass. People were laughing and crying all across the island. Millions of people who'd been dead minutes ago stood in shocked confusion. But the X-Men, the Brotherhood, and everyone who'd witnessed the impossible were frozen in shock, staring at me like I'd grown a second head. Then Magneto descended, landing with surprising gentleness. He walked toward me slowly, deliberately, and for a moment, I tensed. He reaches out his hand toward the Omnitrix. Was he going to try to take the Omnitrix? After what it had just done? Instead, he grabbed my wrist and raised my arm above my head. "I, Magneto," he shouted. The master of magnetism and king of Genosha, his voice carried across the island through magnetic manipulation of sound waves, reaching every ear, every survivor, every resurrectee. Hereby declare that from this day forward, Benjamin Tennyson shall be known as the savior of mutantkind. The hero of Genosha. The one who denied death itself. The roar that erupted from 4 million throats shook the very foundations of the broken island. People who didn't even know what had happened, who only knew they were alive when they shouldn't be, took up the chant. 10 New York Sun. 10 New York Sun. 10 New York Sun. As I stood there, supported by Magneto of all people, surrounded by people I'd saved from a tragedy I couldn't prevent, I realized something. I wasn't just a kid with an alien watch anymore. I just became something else. Something more. A symbol. And symbols, I was learning, had responsibilities that went far beyond throwing punches and shooting lightning. The paradise was still broken. The dream of Genosha had still been wounded, perhaps mortally. But its people lived. 4 million souls who would remember this day not as when paradise fell, but as when one human with an alien watch told death itself to fuck off. Not bad for a Tuesday. Chapter 111, The Weight of Divinity. Chapter 111, The Weight of Divinity. The world came back in pieces. The smell was antiseptic, mingled with ash, blood, and an unfamiliar floral scent. I heard distant voices whispering in hushed, reverent tones as if in a church. It was weird. When I finally yawned and opened my eyes, a canvas stretched overhead, sunlight filtering through to cast everything in amber. I tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Every muscle screamed in protest, like I'd run a marathon through molten glass. The Omnitrix on my wrist felt heavier than usual, its normally vibrant green dulled to red. Still recharging. Easy there, miracle worker. The voice belonged to a nurse, though nurse seemed inadequate for someone whose skin literally glowed with bioluminescent patterns. She approached with the careful reverence usually reserved for holy relics or unexploded bombs. How long was I out? My voice sounded rough, which startled her. I smiled to show it wasn't intentional. She relaxed. 14 hours. She checked something on a floating medical display. Your cellular structure showed signs of temporal displacement. The healers weren't sure if you'd age backward or forward when you woke up. How do you feel? Of course, even if the prototype Omnitrix wasn't capable of handling clockwork without a recharge, it wouldn't allow me to age 1,000 years either. How do I feel? Like I got hit by a truck, then the truck backed up for another go, that made her laugh. It was a strange sound. Just 14 hours. That made me smile. I'd reversed the deaths of 4 million people and only needed 14 hours of sleep. Either the Omnitrix was more incredible than I'd thought, or I was becoming something that didn't quite fit the human template anymore. That's when I noticed them. What's all this? The offerings. They covered every available surface around my bed. Flowers ranging from earth roses to plants that seemed to exist in 7 dimensions simultaneously. Handwritten notes in dozens of languages, some I recognized, others that were annoyingly complex. There were personal tokens too, I noticed. A child's favorite toy, a wedding ring, military medals, photographs of families that existed because I'd pulled them back from oblivion. Wait, no, who the hell gave me their wedding ring? They've been coming all night, the nurse said softly. The people you saved. They wanted to thank you somehow. Well, I'll let you enjoy your time with them. Call me when you need me, I'm right around. She said that and left. I waited for a bit. Then I reached for the nearest note, written in shaky English. You brought back my daughter. I don't know how to repay that. I don't think anyone can. But know that the Ramirez family will remember the boy with the watch forever. I could only grin as I set it down. Have you ever saved a child and been thanked by her parents? If not, you should try. Highly recommended. The warm feeling in my chest was easily better than most things. My finger brushed against another item, this time accidentally. It was a small crystal that pulsed with inner light. The moment my fingers made contact, reality rippled. The Ancient One materialized, or rather, a recording of her did. The projection flickered with mystical energy, her expression more serious than I'd ever seen it. If you're somehow not turned to dust and seeing this, Ben Tennyson, then you've done something monumentally stupid and miraculously successful. Her voice carried the weight of centuries. Reversing death on that scale should have shattered the timeline into infinite shards and caused entities we don't want to see to suddenly rush into Earth. The fact that it didn't means one of two things. Either you're far more talented with temporal manipulation than any mortal has a right to be, or... She paused, and I swear the projection looked directly at me, not at where I would be, but where I was. Or that device on your wrist is something far more significant than even I suspected. The barriers between life and death aren't meant to be crossed so casually like that. What you've done will have consequences, ripples that spread through dimensions. Forces that feed on death will have felt their meal stolen. Entities that maintain the balance have noticed the scales tip. The hologram flickered. Many eyes are now fixed upon you, some belonging to entities that normally don't concern themselves with mortal affairs. You've played a role reserved for gods, and gods can be territorial. Death. I was unsure if even the Ancient One knew that, among those entities, one was literally the concept of death. I was half surprised when I woke up in this chamber rather than in front of Lady Death herself. More cosmic attention. Just what I needed. But, the Ancient One's expression softened slightly. You saved 4 million souls. In all my centuries, I've never seen such defiance of fate itself. Whatever comes next, know that you've earned the right to face it. The universe bends for those who refuse to accept its rules. The projection dissolved, leaving me with more questions than answers. Standard Ancient One conversation, really. Ben. The tent flap burst open, and suddenly I had an armful of Gwen. She squeezed me tight enough to restart the pain in my ribs, but I didn't care. She smelled like home, like normalcy in all this insanity. You moron, she whispered against my shoulder. You stupid, stupid idiot. How do you feel? Grandpa Max stood behind her, and the look on his face was surprising even for me. Pride mixed with relief mixed with something I'd rarely seen from the old plumber. Aw. You did good, kiddo. His voice was thick with emotion. You did real good. I could only smile, yeah, thanks. And Gwen, I feel fine now. I was just a bit tired, not injured. For a moment, We just existed in that bubble of family, of people who knew Ben Tennyson, not the savior of Genosha. Then Grandpa's expression shifted to something more serious. But not everything's celebration. He pulled out a tablet, its screen already glowing with news feeds. The world knows what happened here. Not everything, the plumbers made sure your identity stayed hidden, but the screen showed chaos. CNN, miraculous resurrection at Genosha, 4 million dead returned to life. Fox News, is it divine intervention or mutant deception? BBC, temporal entity reverses death itself, scientists baffled. The footage was grainy but unmistakable. My clockwork form, that brass and copper mechanical god, firing time itself into the sky. The dome expanding and contracting. People materializing from nothing. Every religion on earth is having a theological crisis, Grandpa continued. Some are calling it the second coming, others proof that death isn't final. Governments are in panic mode. If someone can reverse death, then death becomes negotiable, I finished. The implications were dangerous. Every dictator, every grieving parent, every person who'd lost someone would want to find clockwork. Would want to bring back their dead. I checked the Omnitrix, and it was finally green again. I cycled through the available forms. As I'd expected. There was no clockwork. The transformation had vanished as quickly as it had appeared, returning to whatever playlist it had come from. The rule of the Omnitrix was that it only gave the user access to some playlists, not particular aliens. Azimuth had intervened to rattle that slightly. But I doubt it'd happen again. So until I get the completed Omnitrix, clockwork was a faded memory. Well then, I said with a bitter laugh, they're out for some bad luck. That was a one-time deal, it seems. Courtesy of whatever protocol Azimuth activated. The problem was, people would still try to find me. That'd be really troublesome. My phone buzzed. Jessica's face lit up the screen, and suddenly I needed to hear her voice more than I needed air. I should take this, I said, already standing despite my protesting muscles. Gwen gave me a look but didn't comment. She understood. She too was worried, so she understood. After playing God, I needed something human to anchor me. The rooftop of the medical tent wasn't much, just a platform for air units to land, but it gave me privacy and a view of Genosha's wounded skyline. I answered on the third ring. Please tell me you're not dead, Jessica's voice crackled through, tight with barely controlled panic. The news is showing. God, Ben, they're showing impossible things. Yeah, that was me, I admitted, surprising myself with the honesty. The time thing. That was me. Silence for 3 heartbeats. Then, of course it was. You didn't have to admit that, I could have guessed. Why would I expect anything normal? No, I mean it. Her laugh was slightly hysterical. I'm sitting here in New York, anxiously watching the news with Trish when the resurrection happened. And she turns to me and says, that's Ben, isn't it? And I realized. I just knew. Because who else would flip off the laws of physics that hard? I laughed. We probably shouldn't talk about this on the phone, she said, but I didn't care who was listening. Not that anyone was. Don't worry about it, plumber security, I said, and I could hear her eye roll. They're securing all lines, nobody's eavesdropping. Encrypted lines, quantum entanglement, whatever. You know those words? Wow. Someone's been studying, she teased, feeling more like herself with each word. We fell into our rhythm, the easy back and forth that made everything else fade away. She told me about Trish's reaction to the news, she literally fainted, Ben. Fainted. Like a Victorian lady. She told me about herself, about how she'd punched a wall when the first reports came in about the genocide. I thought I'd lost you, she admitted quietly. When they showed the destruction, all those bodies, I thought. I'm harder to kill than that, I said, injecting as much confidence as I could manage. Besides, someone has to come back and deal with your Netflix password crisis. It's not a crisis. I just forget which email I used. Yeah. But like. You have 17 emails. A girl needs options. We talked for nearly half an hour, about everything and nothing, until I felt human again instead of some cosmic force wearing Ben Tennyson's face. When we finally hung up, promising to see each other soon, I had dozens of texts waiting. Furry girl, so, raising the dead now. Grandfather says you've walked between worlds and need spiritual cleansing when you get back. But I'm just checking you're alive. You are, right. Text back or I assume you've been possessed by something ancient and terrible. I smiled, typing back. Still me. No possession. Grandfather is probably right about cleansing though. We should dance in the rain together. Setting my phone aside, I looked out over Genosha one more time before heading back. The sun was beginning to set, painting the ruined landscape in golds and reds that somehow made it beautiful despite everything. I was thinking about this and that when footsteps interrupted. Not normal footsteps, the kind that came with a faint smell of sulfur. Kurt Wagner materialized beside me, no longer the destroyed flesh Cassandra had left him as, but whole and haunted. He settled onto the rooftop's edge with careful precision, tail wrapping around a support beam. "Her Tennyson," he said formally, then softer, "Ben." "Kurt." I pocketed my phone. "How are you holding up?" He laughed, but there was no humor in it. "I died, man, what you think?" I shook my head. I felt every second of it, felt that woman tear me apart layer by layer. Then suddenly I was breathing again, whole, like it was just a nightmare. "That sounds tough, man," I said, because what else could I say? "Sorry I couldn't save you the first time. Sorry you had to experience that. It was tough, but as they say, if the end's good all's good." He turned those yellow eyes on me, and I saw something that made my chest tight. "You did something that should not be possible. In all my years of faith, all my prayers, I never imagined." He gestured at himself. "I was really dead, my friend. Not dying, not mostly dead. Dead. And you reached into whatever place we go and pulled me back." Kurt's laugh was hollow. "I was raised Catholic, you know. Death was supposed to be the gateway to judgment, then heaven or hell. But I died, and there was nothing. Just darkness, then suddenly I was back, whole again." He looked at his blue hands as if unsure they were really his. "It makes one question everything. I have a bad feeling about where you're going with this." "It wasn't divine intervention, nor did I mean to play God," I said quietly. "Just alien technology and good timing. Perhaps." His tail swished thoughtfully. "Or perhaps divinity comes in forms we don't expect. A boy with a watch who refuses to accept that death is final." The weight of his words was like a lead blanket. It felt damn awkward. "I'm not a god, Kurt," I reminded him. "I'm just a guy with a watch." I held up my wrist where the Omnitrix gleamed in the fading light. "A guy who couldn't stand by and do nothing." "No," he agreed. "But you did something godlike. The distinction matters less than you might think to those who were dead 5 minutes ago." Kurt studied me with those penetrating yellow eyes, then he smiled. "You know what is strange? When I was dead, or whatever I was, I felt nothing. No fear, no joy, nothing. But since coming back, everything feels more. Colors are brighter. Food tastes better. Even pain feels like a gift, because it means I'm alive to feel it." He shook his head. "Perhaps that is the miracle. Not just life, but appreciation for it." We sat in silence for a while longer, watching the stars emerge. "What will you do now?" Kurt asked eventually. I thought about Jessica, waiting for me back in New York. About Gwen and Grandpa, about the world that now saw me as something more than human. About the Ancient One's warning of cosmic entities watching. About Magneto declaring me a savior, and 16 million people who owed me their lives. Keep going," I said simply. "One day at a time. Try to live up to what I've become, I guess. That seems wise." Kurt stood with natural grace. "And I will do the same. Live this second chance fully." He extended his 3-fingered hand. "Merci, Ben Tennyson. Not just for my life, but for showing us all what true heroism looks like." I took his hand, feeling the weight of his words. "You're welcome, Kurt." As he walked away, I remained sitting, watching the stars appear one by one above Genosha. Paradise had fallen, but its people lived. Tomorrow will bring us new challenges. Governments giving explanations to the enraged Magneto, religious institutions questioning what had happened, and people begging me to resurrect their loved ones. But tonight, under the sky filled with stars that had witnessed both genocide and miracle in the span of days, I allowed myself to simply be. Not a god, not a savior, just Ben Tennyson. A kid with the most powerful device in the universe, trying his best to do right by a world that grew more complicated with each passing day. In a safe house thousands of miles from Genosha, Cassandra Nova grumbled in front of the mirror. She touched her neck, staring at her reflection. She remembered dying. The snap of her neck, the electricity burning through her body at a molecular level, erasing her because the young man didn't want to risk her returning. Then nothing, until suddenly she was back, materializing in the exact spot where she'd fallen. But she wasn't a fool. The blue-skinned demon was alive again. The girl with Death Touch had her powers back. And that child with the watch, he'd done something impossible. Cassandra touched her neck again, feeling the phantom memory of breaking bones. Her lips curved into a thin smile. "Oh, wasn't this fun?" She fled because, no, she wasn't scared. Of course not. She just had to plan better. This was an opportunity. Let them have their celebration. Let them think they'd won. Time would teach them otherwise. After all, she had already died once. What was there left to fear? Chapter 112, The Economic and Political State of the World. Chapter 112, The Economic and Political State of the World. The conference hall felt different in daylight. Yesterday's ruin had been transformed into something that screamed, serious diplomatic meeting. The floating candelabras were gone, replaced by harsh fluorescent panels that made everyone look slightly ill. Metal chairs arranged in perfect rows faced a raised platform where Magneto's throne had been swapped for a utilitarian conference table. I tugged at my collar, regretting the formal shirt Grandpa had insisted on. The fabric felt like sandpaper against skin still sensitive from yesterday's temporal displacement. Every nerve ending seemed hyper-aware, like my body was still figuring out which timeline it belonged to. At least the pants fit this time. The thought died as I stepped through the doorway and saw a living legend. He was sitting at the conference table like it was the most natural thing in the world. His shield rested against his chair, catching the light in a way that made the metal sing with barely contained energy. The super soldier serum had given him a physique that made statues weep with envy, but it was his presence that hit hardest. This was a man who'd punched Hitler in the face and meant it. Steve Rogers. Captain America. The Star-Spangled Man himself. Holy shit. He's already out of the ice. I was never a fanboy, but he was a boring character written damn well. This was the Captain America, the moral compass of the Marvel Universe, the guy who could make language sound like a battle cry. And he was sitting 10 feet away, reviewing documents with the focused intensity of someone preparing for war. Ben. A voice like honey poured over broken glass interrupted my starstruck moment. There you are, darling. Emma Frost materialized from wherever she'd been lurking, and before I could react, pulled me into an embrace that was anything but professional. She smelled like winter roses and danger, her body pressed against mine in ways that made several officials clear their throats uncomfortably. My boy, she murmured loud enough for everyone to hear, her lips brushing my ear. Then, telepathically she sent a message which I permitted Omnitrix to let in. Why that face? Let them wonder about your allies, darling. Confusion is a weapon. Captain Rogers looked up from his documents, blue eyes narrowing as he took in the scene. His gaze traveled from Emma's possessive hold to my face, assessing with the tactical precision of someone who'd survived World War II. Who's the young man? His voice carried that specific brand of Brooklyn confidence that had rallied troops across Europe. And is it wise to have him in a meeting of this magnitude? Magneto, seated at the head of the table in a suit that somehow made him look more dangerous than his full armor, smiled thinly. That, Captain, is Ben Tennyson. He's someone very important. The way he said important made it sound like a threat and a promise wrapped in velvet. Roger's eyebrows rose slightly, but he nodded, accepting the non-answer with military grace. That's when I noticed the hologram. Nick Fury flickered at the far end of the table, his projection crisp enough that I could count the stitches on his eye patch. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked like he'd aged a decade in the last 48 hours, and his single eye kept sliding toward me with the intensity of a predator sizing up prey. Magister Tennyson, Fury's voice cut through the tension like a plasma knife. His hologram turned to face Grandpa Max directly. Is your grandson? I will not be answering that. And I hope you won't dwell on this subject, Fury. Grandpa's interruption was smooth as aged whiskey. For old time's sake. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. These two had history, layers of it, probably involving things that would never see declassification. Fury's jaw worked like he was chewing glass, but eventually he sighed, the sound carrying across continents through the holographic projection. Fine. But we're going to talk about this later, Max, count on it. All old men know each other. Emma's hand found my arm, guiding me to a seat with the practiced ease of someone who'd navigated 1,000 political minefields. She settled beside me, close enough that our thighs touched, and I caught Rogers watching the interaction with poorly concealed concern. He thinks she's manipulating the naive kid, Emma's voice whispered through my thoughts. How adorable. As if you were that easy to manipulate. Storm called the meeting to order, her white hair crackling with subtle electricity that made the overhead lights flicker. We're here to discuss the international response to the Genosha incident and establish protocols moving forward. Xavier, positioned directly across from Magneto in what had to be deliberate symbolism, cleared his throat. The world has questions. About the attack, about the resurrection, and about what this means for mutant-human relations. The world can choke on its questions, Magneto replied pleasantly. They tried to exterminate us. The fact that we're having this conversation instead of watching their cities burn is a courtesy they don't deserve. Eric, Xavier's voice held decades of patient frustration. Charles, Magneto mimicked the tone perfectly. Captain Rogers shifted forward, hands clasped on the table in that way people did when they were trying very hard not to punch someone. With respect, we need to focus on facts here. Someone coordinated this attack. Someone with resources, intelligence, and technology beyond what any single government should possess. Beast limped forward, his blue fur still showing patches where it hadn't fully grown back from yesterday's burns. He activated a holographic display that made everyone lean forward. The Sentinels utilized adaptive nanotechnology integrated with learning algorithms that border on true AI, he explained, adjusting his glasses that somehow stayed on despite his transformed features. The energy signatures match theoretical weapons that shouldn't exist for another decade. Unless someone had help, Cyclops added from his position by the door, acting as security despite his obvious exhaustion. Alien technology, perhaps. Or time displaced. Emma's fingers drummed against my thigh, a gesture hidden by the table but hard to ignore. Ugh, men and politics. Who thought to mix these two? Do you see it? They're dancing around it, her mental voice carried amusement. None of them want to say what they're thinking. Which is that humanity has been preparing for war longer than anyone suspected. That this wasn't a sudden decision but the culmination of years of planning. The UN representative, a blonde woman whose perfectly styled hair somehow survived Genosha's ash-filled air, cleared her throat. The international community is prepared to offer reparations. Financial support for rebuilding, medical aid, diplomatic recognition of Genosha's sovereignty. How generous, Emma said aloud, her voice dripping sarcasm. Money to rebuild the paradise you burned. I'm sure the 4 million who died yesterday are deeply grateful for your checkbook. They didn't die, the representative countered, though her voice shook slightly. Thanks to the intervention of the temporal machine god mutant. That's what they were calling Clockwork. The temporal machine god. That name was popularized by 4chan. I saw the chats, and somehow it made it into the real world. A complete violation of everything humans thought possible. Ah, yes. Rogers leaned forward again, that earnest intensity that had sold war bonds now focused entirely on the conversation. About this individual. I'd like to meet them. To thank them personally, and perhaps discuss how their abilities might help prevent future tragedies. Magneto's smile could have frozen hell. I'm certain they have no interest in becoming a government asset, Captain. That's not what I meant. Isn't it? Emma interrupted, and I felt her power flex, not reading minds but letting everyone know she could. You want to recruit them. Turn them into another asset for whatever shadow organization you're building. Roger's jaw tightened, but before he could respond, Fury's hologram crackled. The mutant is right here somewhere, isn't he? Fury's eye fixed on me with laser intensity. The time mutant. I have a feeling he's eavesdropping as we speak. The room went silent except for the hum of electronics. Everyone who didn't know the truth looked around while Fury glanced at me in a barely noticeable way. I felt Emma's hand tighten on my arm. Say nothing, she advised. Let them wonder. Maybe you guys shouldn't have called me here, then. I countered. Director Fury, Grandpa Max's voice could have cut diamond. You're speculating. Am I? Fury leaned forward, his hologram flickering with the intensity of his focus. Strange how my decades of experience as a spy tell me otherwise. I met his gaze steadily, letting him see nothing but a kid in an uncomfortable shirt trying to follow a conversation beyond his understanding. It was a mask I'd perfected, the harmless teenager who just happened to have a weird watch. Rogers was an idealistic man, but he wasn't stupid. He'd noticed who Fury meant by those words. He studied me with those impossible blue eyes, and I saw the moment he dismissed Fury's theory. To him, I was just a kid, maybe enhanced, maybe important to Magneto for political reasons, but not the entity that had reversed death itself. Beautiful, Emma's approval washed through my mind like silk. You play the innocent so well. That's so adorable. The conversation shifted to logistics. Reconstruction efforts, security protocols, diplomatic channels. Important stuff that mostly went over my head while I sat there being furniture. Emma provided running commentary, her mental voice a mixture of political insight and increasingly personal observations. Notice how Rogers keeps checking his watch. He has somewhere else to be. I wonder what has Captain America so busy in a world where wars have died. The UN representative is lying about the reparations. The number she's offering is 1/10 of what they've allocated. Your grandfather is armed with at least 3 weapons I can sense, and probably more I can't. You smell nice today. Did you use a different soap? That last one made me shift uncomfortably, which she noticed with a small smile. Perhaps, Captain Rogers said during a lull in negotiations, we should discuss the elephant in the room. The fact that humanity now knows death can be reversed. The temperature dropped again. This was the real issue, the thing that had governments panicking across the globe. It can't be done like that, Magneto said firmly. What happened yesterday was unique. The temporal machine god saved those people in the moment, but they can't bring back everyone who's ever died. How do you know? The UN representative's mask slipped, showing the desperation underneath. How can you be certain? Because if they could, Xavier said quietly, they would have already done so. The fact that they haven't suggests limitations. Emma laughed, the sound like crystal breaking. Or perhaps they simply choose not to. Power doesn't obligate usage, despite what some might believe. She looked directly at Fury when she said it. Grandpa Max had been silent for most of the meeting, but now he leaned forward. The plumbers have seen this before. Civilizations that discover resurrection technology, time manipulation, death reversal. It never ends well. What happens? Cyclops asked. War, Max said simply. Always war. Those with access to the technology become gods. Those without become desperate. The natural order collapses, and eventually, someone or something steps in to restore balance. Someone like who? Rogers asked. Max's expression went carefully blank. Entities you don't want to meet, Captain. Forces that make the Sentinels look like toys. The meeting continued for another hour, but my mind wandered. Emma's commentary became background noise as I thought about what Grandpa had said. Entities that policed death itself. I knew who he meant, even if he probably meant someone like Vilgax. Lady Death. The Mad Titan's obsession. The one who'd probably noticed when I yanked 4 million souls out of her grasp. You're worried, Emma observed, her mental touch surprisingly gentle. She couldn't read my mind beyond sending messages, but she could see through my eyes. Your mind is racing with possibilities, most of them dark. Wouldn't you be? Perhaps. But I find your concern for consequences refreshing. Most men with your power would be drunk on it by now. As if to emphasize her point, she shifted closer, her breath warm against my ear as she pretended to point something out in the documents before us. The gesture drew a frown from Magneto, who'd been watching our interaction with increasing displeasure. I'm certain Benjamin prefers younger company, Emma, he said abruptly, cutting through someone's presentation about medical aid. You should have some shame. The room went silent. Emma raised one perfect eyebrow, her hand still resting on my arm. It's interesting you say that. What are you planning, Magneto? The master of magnetism smiled, and metal throughout the room hummed in response. Planning. I'm simply noting that Benjamin is 18, while you're careful. Emma's voice could have frozen the sun. Age is such a fluid concept among our kind, wouldn't you agree? After all, Benjamin has shown wisdom beyond his years. She turned to me, ice blue eyes holding mine with an intensity that made me wonder what those eyes would look like under me. Haven't you, darling? Before I could answer, Captain Rogers stood, clearly having reached his limit for whatever this was. I think we've covered the essential points, he said with crisp military efficiency. The UN will provide the promised aid, SHIELD will investigate the attack's origins, and Genosha will coordinate with international security to prevent future incidents. How efficiently summarized, Magneto drawled, but he stood as well, the meeting clearly ending. As people began filing out, Rogers approached me directly. Up close, he was even more impressive, carrying himself with the easy confidence of someone who'd earned every accolade through blood and sacrifice. Mr. Tennyson, he extended his hand, and I shook it. Which was quite the crazy thing, if you thought about it. I wanted to thank you. For what? His smile was surprisingly warm. For being here. For standing with these people when they needed it. Your grandfather speaks highly of you. He does. Haha, somehow Max and I go way back, Roger said, and there were volumes of untold stories in those words. He says you're going to change the world. After what I've seen of him, I believe him. He retrieved his shield, the metal singing as he lifted it, and headed for the door. But he paused at the threshold, looking back. When you meet the Time Mutant, he said, and I swear there was a knowing look in his eyes, tell them I said thank you. And that if they ever need anything, Captain America owes them a debt. For saving a nation. Then he was gone, leaving me standing there with Emma's arm still linked through mine and the weight of impossible expectations on my shoulders. Well, Emma purred, wasn't that interesting? Yeah, I thought, watching the door Rogers had disappeared through. Interesting is one word for it. How does he and Grandpa go way back, though? The age doesn't add up. Chapter 113, Touchy Interaction. Chapter 113, Touchy Interaction. The afternoon sun painted Genosha's ruins in shades of gold and shadow. From the balcony, I could see the reconstruction efforts in full swing. Mutants with various powers worked alongside human volunteers, lifting beams with telekinesis, welding with controlled flame, and growing temporary shelters from seeds that bloomed into living wood. It was beautiful in its own broken way. This balcony had been the first thing Magneto rebuilt. Pure metal construction, it had taken him less than an hour to restore it to its original glory. The same balcony where Anna Marie and I had talked that first night, where she'd shared her loneliness and I promised things I wasn't sure I could deliver. Penny, for your thoughts. I didn't turn at the voice, recognizing that southern drawl immediately. Anna Marie's footsteps were barely audible as she approached, that assassin's grace she'd learned from Mystique serving her even in casual moments. Wondering if they sell pennies here, I replied, earning a soft laugh. She settled against the railing beside me, close enough that I could smell her shampoo but far enough that we couldn't accidentally touch. Always that careful distance, that invisible wall her powers created. So, she said after a moment, fidgeting with the fingers of her gloves. Quite the meeting this morning. Heard Emma was all over you. News travels fast. Sugar, everything travels fast here. We're a small island full of telepaths, empaths, and people with super hearing. Privacy's about as real as unicorns. Unicorns are real though. I've seen them on other planets. She blinked. You're messing with me. Completely, I admitted, and her laugh was worth the lie. Though knowing this universe, unicorns probably did exist somewhere. We stood in comfortable silence, watching the city rebuild itself. A young girl with crystalline skin was helping clear rubble, her body refracting light into rainbow patterns. An older man grew vines that carefully extracted survivors' belongings from collapsed buildings. Everyone working together, united by shared trauma and hope. The reconstruction's going well, I offered, trying to fill the silence that had stretched too long. Yeah, Anna agreed, but her fingers kept twisting, pulling at the leather of her gloves like she wanted to tear them off. Ben, can I ask you something? Anytime. She turned to face me fully, and I saw the nervousness she was trying to hide behind bravado. That alien form yesterday. That's the one you talked about before, right? Feedback. He was quite the performer. You said he could absorb energy. Yeah. And I can absorb life force, powers, memories. She took a breath. Do you think, would it work? Could I actually touch you in that form without hurting you? The hope in her voice was devastating. It had already worked mid-fighting, and now she was wondering if it'd work now too. Here was someone who'd been denied the most basic human contact, asking if maybe, possibly, there might be an exception to her curse. I thought about it seriously, cycling through what I knew about Feedback's abilities. The energy absorption, the conversion of various forces into electricity, the feedback loop we'd created during the fight with Cassandra. One way to find out, I said, already reaching for the Omnitrix. Wait, you don't have to. Anna. I met her eyes. When's the last time someone held your hand? Really held it, without fear or pain or stolen memories? Her silence was answer enough. The transformation washed over me in a wave of electric sensation. My body shifted, flesh becoming something between organic and energy, my skeleton restructuring into the distinctive conductoid form. The world looked different through Feedback's eye, everything outlined in electrical fields and potential energy. Anna stared at me, hands trembling as she slowly, carefully pulled off one glove. Her bare fingers shook as she extended them toward me. You're sure? Trust me, I said, my voice carrying that electrical buzz that came with the form. Our fingers touched. The sensation was immediate and intense. Her power activated instinctively, trying to drain my life force, but Feedback's nature created something unprecedented. She pulled at my electrical energy, and I pulled it right back, creating a perfect circuit between us. Energy flowed from me to her and back again, neither gaining nor losing, just cycling in an endless loop. Oh my God, she murmured, and then her fingers interlaced with mine, holding on like I might disappear. Oh my God, I can feel you. No way, I can feel you. Despite looking slick and electric, Feedback's skin wasn't metal or energy. It was soft, warm, alien but undeniably alive. She squeezed my hand experimentally, marveling at the simple sensation of touch without consequence. It doesn't hurt, she whispered, and I realized she was crying. Ben, it doesn't hurt at all. Good, I said softly, squeezing back. That's good. She pulled off her other glove with her teeth, then grabbed my hand with both of hers, running her fingers over my palms, my wrists, mapping the strange anatomy of Feedback's form with the wonder of someone discovering touch for the first time. Your skin, she murmured. It's so soft. I expected it to feel like metal or static, but it's weird alien biology, I offered, and she laughed through her tears. Then, with a boldness that surprised us both, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around me, pressing her face against my chest. I froze for a moment, then carefully, gently, returned the embrace. My antennas wrapped around her. She sobbed against me, years of isolation and loneliness pouring out in shuddering breaths. I held her through it, one hand stroking her hair while she clung to me as if I were the only solid thing in a drowning world. Thank you, she whispered against my chest. This feels so unreal. It's all right, I replied, meaning it. She pulled back slightly, looking up at me with those green eyes that held so much pain and hope. Her hands came up to frame my face, thumbs tracing the alien contours of Feedback's features. You have no idea what this means, she said. To touch someone without fear. To be held without death. You've given me something I thought I'd never have. The moment stretched between us, heavy with possibility. Her face tilted up, lips parting slightly, and I knew if I leaned down. How touching. We jumped apart like guilty teenagers as Magneto materialized from the stairway, his expression unreadable. Anna quickly shoved her gloves back on, face burning red. Eric, she said, trying for casual and failing spectacularly. Anna. Benjamin. He nodded to each of us, then studied the way we positioned ourselves, close but not touching. I sensed the electrical disturbance. Quite powerful. I came to investigate. Just testing if Feedback's energy absorption could counteract Anna's power, I explained, the half-truth coming easily. And it worked, Anna added quickly. I could touch him without draining him. Fascinating, Magneto said in a tone that suggested he found it anything but. He moved to the railing, looking out over his broken kingdom with the air of someone about to make a proclamation. You know, Anna, he said conversationally, I've come to think of you as a daughter. The closest thing to family I have in this world. Anna shifted uncomfortably. Eric. And as such, I want what's best for you. He turned to face us, and there was something calculating in his eyes. Benjamin, are you aware that I formally adopted Anna years ago? Legally, she's royalty here. The Princess of Genosha, if you will. What? Anna's voice pitched high. Eric, what are you doing? Simply noting facts, he said with perfect innocence. And perhaps observing that a union between the savior of Genosha and its powerful princess would be politically advantageous. Your combined powers, your shared experiences, the symbol it would create for our people. Oh my God, Anna buried her face in her hands. Are you seriously trying to arrange a marriage right now? Hey dude, marriage? I shouted, and my voice actually cracked despite being in alien form. We were just holding hands. Of course, Magneto agreed pleasantly. Hand-holding. Nothing more. Though I should note that Emma Frost has been quite persistent in her interest. A woman of her experience and power might seem appealing, but I wonder if someone closer to your own age, someone who understands isolation and the burden of dangerous gifts. I'm going to die, Anna muttered. I'm going to die of embarrassment right here. Eric, I said firmly, transforming back to human form in a flash of green light. With all due respect, you can't just auction off your daughter like some political commodity. His eyes flashed dangerously. I would never. I'm simply noting that you two seem compatible. Both powerful, both touched by destiny, both carrying burdens that few others could understand. We're friends, Anna said firmly, though her cheeks were still burning. That's all. Of course, Magneto agreed with a smile that said he didn't believe a word. Friends who embrace on balconies while the sun sets. Tale as old as time. He turned to leave, then paused at the doorway. Oh, Benjamin. Emma asked me to tell you she'll be in the Eastern Gardens after dinner. Something about continuing your discussion from this morning. I'm sure it's purely professional. The way he said professional made it clear he thought it was anything but. When his footsteps faded, Anna and I stood in awkward silence for a long moment. So, she said finally. That happened. Princess of Genosha? I asked, trying to lighten the mood. God, don't start. He's never pulled that card before. I think he's trying to claim you before Emma sinks her perfect nails in. Nobody's claiming anybody, I said firmly. I'm not some prize to be won. She studied me for a long moment, then smiled, soft and sad. No, you're not. You're something better. You're hope. Before I could respond, she pulled her gloves back on with practiced efficiency. Thank you, she said quietly. For the touch. It made me feel like I'm more than just my curse. It was fun. Anna. I should go, she interrupted, already backing toward the door. People will talk if we're up here too long. And God knows this island loves its gossip. She paused at the doorway, looking back with an expression I couldn't quite read. And Ben. I'll change Eric's offer a little. If you ever need to talk to someone who understands carrying power you didn't ask for, I'm here. Then she was gone, leaving me alone on the balcony with the setting sun and the weight of too many expectations. Below, Genosha continued rebuilding, and I noticed Emma Frost in those Eastern Gardens Magneto had mentioned, her white outfit impossible to miss among the greenery. She seemed to sense my gaze, looking up and offering a small wave. I waved back, then turned away, exhaustion suddenly hitting like a sledgehammer. The hero of Genosha. The savior of mutant kind. The machine god. The boy with the watch. So many titles, so many expectations, so many people wanting pieces of me I wasn't sure I had to give. Tomorrow, I decided. I'll figure it all out tomorrow. For now, I just wanted to watch the sun set over a broken paradise that was slowly, impossibly, learning how to heal. The universe could wait one more day for Benjamin Tennyson to figure out what the hell he was supposed to do next. Chapter 114, 114, Echoes of Tomorrow. Chapter 114, Echoes of Tomorrow. The rooftop garden had somehow survived the attack. That was my first thought as I sat on the edge of what had once been someone's private sanctuary, 30 stories above Genosha's wounded streets. Somehow, impossibly, the plants here thrived despite being at ground zero of genocide just days ago. Bioluminescent flowers that only grew in Genosha pulsed with soft blue light, their glow competing with the stars above. The air carried the scent of night-blooming jasmine mixed with something alien, sweet but not cloying. Below, reconstruction continued even at this late hour. Mutants who didn't need sleep worked through the night, their powers lighting up the darkness like fireflies. Crazy to think they tried to destroy it all, I thought, running my fingers along a vine that responded to touch by changing colors. Not just people, but possibility itself. There you are. I thought I'd find you hiding somewhere dramatic. Madeline's voice didn't startle me. Perhaps it was because a part of me had been expecting her, or maybe because, after everything we'd shared, I could sense her approach like gravity pulling at my awareness. Telepaths and all. She moved through the garden with casual grace, wearing a simple black dress that made her red hair seem to glow in the bioluminescent light. Not hiding, I said as she settled beside me, close enough that her warmth cut through the cool night air. Just thinking. Dangerous habit. Her fingers found mine, interlacing with the familiarity of lovers who'd discovered each other's rhythms. No hesitation or awkwardness there. After what we'd shared in Jessica's apartment, after the way she'd fallen apart and been rebuilt in my arms, pretense seemed pointless. Penny for them. Inflation's a bitch. Gonna cost you at least a nickel. She laughed, and the sound was so light that it made her seem younger, less burdened by the cosmic entity sleeping in her soul. I wanted to thank you. For sending Gwen and Charmcaster to me during the attack. The Phoenix Seed, it wanted to feed on all that death. I think it would have, if they hadn't helped stabilize it. You'd have managed. No. Her grip tightened. I wouldn't have. You have no idea what it was like, Ben. 4 million souls screaming as they died, and this thing inside me wanting to consume them, to use their life force to birth itself into reality. Scary. Without Gwen's magic and Charmcaster's knowledge. She shuddered. We'd be having a very different conversation. Probably through the ashes of what used to be Earth. The weight of that settled between us. Another apocalypse avoided by the narrowest margin. Story of my life lately. Cable's gone, she said after a moment, changing the subject with the subtlety of a sledgehammer. Left this morning. The time traveler. Good riddance. Guy pointed a gun at my head. He came to see me before he left. Something in her voice made me turn to look at her fully. Not Jean. Me. It was strange. Strange how. She frowned, clearly trying to organize thoughts that didn't want to be organized. He felt familiar, but wrong. Like looking at someone through frosted glass. And the way he looked at me. She shook her head. Whatever. Important part is that he asked about you. I wasn't surprised. What about me? Everything. Who you were, where you came from, how you got the Omnitrix. She squeezed my hand apologetically. I'm sorry. I told him some things. About your transformations, about us, about what you did here. It's fine, I said, though my mind was racing. She didn't know anything crazy anyway, not even the date when I got the Omnitrix, so it was all right. It must be a more subconscious choice by her mind, as Cable was her son. What was his reaction? That's the strange part. He was shocked. Not surprised you existed, but surprised by what you'd done. He kept saying it was wrong, that this wasn't how it was supposed to happen. Remember that day at the party? He seemed especially confused that you were here, at Genosha, at all. Interesting. The pieces clicked together in my mind like a puzzle I hadn't known I was solving. When Cable first arrived, he'd called me a villain, the destroyer of worlds. But he'd also acted like Genosha's destruction was inevitable. Which meant his timeline had a Ben Tennyson. But that Ben either wasn't present during Genosha, didn't have my memories of Earth, or didn't have access to clockwork. Maybe all three. The implications made my head spin. How many timelines were there? How many versions of me existed across the multiverse? And in how many of them did I become the villain Cable feared? Ben. Madeline's voice pulled me back. You're doing that thing where you think too loud. What thing? Your face gets all scrunched up and you mutter under your breath. Although I can't read your mind, I can tell. She smiled, moving closer until she was practically in my lap. It's adorable in a plotting to save or destroy the world kind of way. Can't it be both? I said, relaxing a little, while my arms went around her slim waist. My fingers brushed against her warm skin, gently squeezing it. With you. Probably. Her lips brushed against my jaw, and I felt the familiar heat that seemed to ignite whenever she was near. Stay with me tonight. The invitation was loaded with promise. Part of me wanted nothing more than to lose myself in her warmth, to forget about timelines and cosmic entities and the weight of being everyone's savior. But tempting, I said, catching her face between my hands, but Grandpa would really kill me if I disappeared again. We're leaving tomorrow, remember? She scowled playfully, an expression that should have looked ridiculous on someone who housed a cosmic entity but somehow just made her more appealing. Fine. But you owe me a proper good night later. Deal. We stayed like that for a while, her in my arms, watching the city rebuild itself below. It was peaceful in a way that felt stolen, like we'd grabbed this moment from a universe that preferred chaos. Eventually, she pulled away, pressing a kiss to my forehead. I'll have to meet the X-Men. You should go. Before I decide to keep you here through force. The Phoenix Force or the other kind. Her smile was wicked. Wouldn't you like to know? She disappeared in a flutter of telekinetic energy, leaving me alone with the glowing flowers and the weight of tomorrow. I stayed for another minute, memorizing the view, then made my way back down through the building. I'd barely made it 3 blocks, waving at kids, and receiving some candies too. But then, another troublemaker appeared. Charmcaster materialized from shadows that shouldn't have existed under Genosha's enhanced lighting, and I stopped to look at her. I didn't have the chance to appreciate it when she appeared at the end of the party a few days ago, but she looked different. Not dramatically, but in subtle ways that spoke of fundamental change. Her silver hair was longer, braided with what looked like threads of actual moonlight. The perpetual tension in her shoulders had eased, replaced by something that might have been confidence if it didn't still carry echoes of wariness. Most striking were her eyes, still that impossible shade between blue and violet, but clearer somehow, like she'd stopped looking through the world to focus on what was actually in front of her. She must have properly moved on from the regrets of her father, then. The thirst for revenge. It definitely was there somewhere, but not as hungry as before. Hope, I said, locking eyes with her and smiling. You look good. Ben. She nodded, then surprised us both by adding, you look tired. Playing God takes it out of you. I wouldn't know. She moved closer, and I caught the scent of ozone and lavender, magic made manifest. I'm sorry I haven't come to see you. After helping Madeline, I've been. She gestured vaguely at the city. Helping where I could. The magical resonance after your temporal reversal created opportunities to heal reality fractures. I thought you'd want that. The fact that she'd considered what I'd want, that she'd prioritized healing over seeking me out, said more about her growth than any grand gesture could have. You thought right, I said, meaning it. Thank you. She shrugged, uncomfortable with gratitude as always. Then, businesslike, she pulled a scroll from what I was pretty sure was a pocket dimension. You asked about chi training. You found something. Information, yes. The complete scrolls, no. She handed me the parchment, which felt ancient despite looking newly made. Look, chi training is really complicated stuff. If I really wanted I could grab some cheap stuff, but I want the best ones for you, and those are difficult. It's best we go to China. You and me, you know. Is that a date plan? No, she didn't sound convincing. Anyways. One of the many options I found is this recent rumor, the spirit of a long-dead Iron Fist that somehow is roaming the earth. Ah, an Iron Fist is a dude who's blessed by dragons and shit. Like that anime Dragon Ball or something, I haven't watched it. Anyways. That spirit is hidden in a temple which doesn't technically exist in normal space. Many people are trying to search for it, while others run away at the mention of it since it's the spirit of an Iron Fist. Somewhere in China, between heartbeats and breaths. Cryptic. Love that. I'll tell you more about it, but I don't think the spirit will just hand over its teachings to you. The knowledge has to be earned through trials that test more than just strength as far as I can tell. She pulled out a second item, a thin manual bound in leather that seemed to shift between brown and black depending on the angle. This is what I could gather. Introduction to Chi Manipulation, Basic Exercises, Theory. Enough to start, not enough to master. Oh, so she does have something. I flipped through the manual, noting diagrams that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. This is perfect, Hope. Even if the Omnitrix doesn't time out anymore in most cases, there are still situations. I thought of Cassandra, her telekinesis holding my arm in place, preventing transformation. Being physically stronger, having my own power beyond the watch, could make all the difference. That's what I thought. She was studying me with an intensity that would have been uncomfortable if I hadn't grown used to it. I'm not some hero type, you know that, Ben. But what you did here, reversing death itself. I raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Pink touched her cheeks, and suddenly she looked younger, less like the dangerous sorceress and more like the woman who'd fallen apart in my arms in limbo. I already loved you. Before, I mean. But now. She took a look around, visibly steadying herself. Now I understand why the universe seems to bend around you. You don't accept its rules. You make your own. It's not like you to say stuff like this. It's just crazy, she shouted. Can you? As she hesitated, I realized there was a different reason she hadn't come to find me these past few days. A question was gnawing at her. She hadn't fully moved on from her father's passing, after all. Can you bring him back? I can't. It doesn't work like that. And I've lose clockwork. I told her truthfully, and she deflated a little. Then she brightened up. Well, whatever. A part of me expected that. Otherwise, you would have done that already, right? She continued quickly, for she didn't need an answer to that question. I just wanted you to know that watching you deny death itself. I don't know, it just changed something in me. Made me believe that maybe my story doesn't have to end the way it was written either. Like you told me. This wasn't good. She'd finally accepted her father's passing and chosen the path to revenge instead. However, my show of divinity had returned her previous ambition that Quetzalcoatl had destroyed. The scariest part was that I knew no matter what I said now, she wouldn't be convinced. Goddamn. The vulnerability in her voice hit harder than any grand declaration could have. I reached out, pulling her into a hug that she resisted for exactly one heartbeat before melting into. Your story is yours to write, I said against her hair. Always has been. She pulled back, composed again so quickly I might have imagined the moment of softness. The iron fist spirit won't be easy to find or convince. Be mentally prepared. Maybe research into Chinese culture a little. Oh, don't worry. I know how to talk to a Chinese ancestor. Don't ask from where. Where? Well. Morning came too fast and not fast enough. The landing pad buzzed with activity as various groups prepared to leave Genosha. The Blackbird sat sleek and ready, while a smaller, more luxurious jet bearing the Hellfire Club's symbol waited nearby. Emma Frost stood beside it like she owned the world, which technically she could probably afford to. Benjamin. Xavier rolled forward, his expression carefully neutral. Not many are aware of what you've done, but the world is watching now. Secrets don't remain that way for long. Everything you do will be scrutinized, analyzed, and weaponized by those who fear what you represent. No pressure, right? His smile was sad. I'm afraid pressure is all we have now. Magneto approached, and the crowd seemed to part for him instinctively. He held out his hand, and I noticed a small metallic disc resting in his palm. A token, he said simply. It will always point toward Genosha, no matter where you are. Should you ever need sanctuary, or... His eyes flicked meaningfully toward where Anna Marie stood with the Brotherhood, wished to visit. The goth girl blushed, sighing into her hands. People didn't miss this exchange. I pocketed the disc, feeling its subtle magnetic field. Thank you. No, Benjamin. Thank you. The sincerity in his voice, from someone who'd spent decades perfecting emotional manipulation, was almost unsettling. But before I could respond, Emma's voice cut through the morning air like silk wrapped around steel. If you're quite finished with the melodrama, darling, we have a schedule to keep. Ben boy, come with me to Massachusetts, will you? I'll show you around. She stood by her jet stairs, one perfect eyebrow raised in challenge. The Blackbird was right there, Grandpa and Gwen already boarding, but something in Emma's expression promised answers to questions I hadn't asked yet. No. Gwen said from the side. Our summer vacation is still ongoing, you know. He doesn't have time for an old lady. Actually, I said, making a decision that surprised everyone, including myself, I'll take Emma up on her offer. The landing pad went silent. Gwen's head snapped around so fast I worried about whiplash. Grandpa's expression could have been carved from stone. But Emma just smiled, that cat with cream satisfaction that should have warned me I was walking into something complicated. Wonderful, she purred. I promised to return him in one piece, Maxwell. That's what worries me, Grandpa muttered, but he didn't protest. He knew me well enough to recognize when I had a plan. As I walked toward Emma's jet, I caught Anna's eyes across the pad. She wasn't angry or jealous, just sad in that way that seemed to be her default when it came to me. A silent acknowledgement passed between us. The only person that she'd managed to touch in a year was flying away now, leaving her behind amid people who flinched when she stood too close. We'd found something on that balcony, a connection that transcended touch, but we both knew it wasn't enough. Not yet. Maybe not ever. After some words with Grandpa and a slightly grumpy Gwen and Charmcaster, to whom I had to convince that this was for business and not any personal interest, I walked toward Emma. The jet stairs felt like crossing into another world. Emma's hand on my back, possessive and assured, guided me inside where luxury replaced the utilitarian design I was used to. So, she said as the door sealed behind us, shall we discuss why you really accepted my invitation? Or should we maintain the pretense a bit longer? I smiled, settling into leather seats that probably cost more than most cars. Definitely the pretense. It's more fun that way. Where is that Shaw dude? Her laugh was louder than what suited a noble lady. Oh, Benjamin. Shaw can jump off a cliff for all I care, this is my jet. And you and I are going to explore interesting things here. As the jets roared to life and Genosha fell away beneath us, I let the realization pass through me one last time about everything that had happened since I landed here. The Chi Scrolls, the mysterious Iron Fist, the world that now knew death could be reversed. The hero of Genosha was leaving, but Ben Tennyson, the guy who just wanted to figure out what came next, was finally moving forward. Tomorrow's problems, I decided, closing my eyes as Emma's perfume filled the cabin, can wait until tomorrow. I guess that was why I'd hopped on Emma's jet. She'd be helpful. Chapter 115, Flight with the White Queen. Chapter 115, Flight with the White Queen. The sky slid across us outside the window as I relaxed. The leather seat molded to my body like it had been designed specifically for me. Knowing Emma Frost, maybe it had been, who could tell? Everything in this jet screamed calculated luxury. The type that made you comfortable while reminding you exactly who held the power. Its owner, Emma, settled across from me with the fluid grace of a predator getting comfortable before a meal. Her white suit caught the cabin lights in ways that made her seem to glow, an angel wrapped in designer fabric and deadly intent. So, she began slowly, crossing her legs in a movement that was surely intentional. How does it feel to be the most fascinating man in the world right now? Heavy, I admitted, surprising myself with the honesty. Like wearing a crown made of other people's hopes. Her laugh was crystalline, sharp enough to cut. How delightfully poetic. And here I thought you'd deflect with that charming humor of yours. Day off from being charming. You caught me at a rare sincere moment. Ah, is that right? Then I'll treasure it accordingly. She leaned forward, and her perfume, something that probably cost more than most people's yearly salary, wrapped around me like silk. Ben, my darling, I need to ask you something as both a telepath and someone who studied psychology extensively. How do you really feel? After reversing death on that scale, most minds might crumble. That question was getting quite repetitive by now, but I guess that only went to show how big an achievement it was. The concern in her voice almost sounded genuine. Almost. Who says mine didn't? I countered, watching her reaction. Maybe I'm just really good at pretending to be sane. No. That's not true. Her ice blue eyes studied me with an intensity that made me understand why people feared her even without telepathy. Broken minds have tells. Micro-expressions, verbal patterns, physiological responses. You're remarkably whole for someone who just played God. Remarkably whole. That was one way to put it. I guess it was the knowledge that there were crazier feats out there in this insane universe. The meta-knowledge of it all. It helped me remain grounded. But Emma didn't need to know that. Nobody did. Maybe that's just what makes me special, I said, injecting just enough arrogance to make it believable. Not everyone's Ben Tennyson, after all. She linked. Then she actually laughed at the joke, a sound that transformed her face from calculating to almost human. There's the ego I was waiting for. I was starting to worry you'd gone humble on me. Never. Humility's for people who can't back up their claims. I totally agree. She uncrossed and recrossed her legs, definitely not accidentally brushing my knee. You can certainly back up yours. Though I'm curious about something. What is she curious about? The jet hummed around us, that particular silence of pressurized air and distant engines. Outside the windows, clouds painted themselves gold in the afternoon light. You have the most powerful device in the universe strapped to your wrist, she continued, yet I saw you pull out that manual during our ascent. Ancient martial arts training. That seems almost quaint. This. I said. I'd been flipping through Charmcaster's Chi manual without really thinking about it, my fingers tracing the diagrams that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The leather binding felt warm, like it held energy just waiting to be accessed. The Omnitrix doesn't always work, I explained, closing the manual but keeping it on my lap. Sometimes it times out. Sometimes people can stop me from transforming. Like Cassandra holding my arm with telekinesis. And sometimes, I met her gaze directly, you need power that comes from within, not from a watch. Emma's interest sharpened like a blade being drawn. Well. Your power does come from within, Ben. She rose from her seat in a slow but fluid motion, crossing the small distance between us. Instead of returning to her seat, she settled beside me, her thigh pressing against mine through expensive fabric. May I? She gestured at the manual, but she was already reaching for it, her fingers brushing mine in the process. The contact lasted a heartbeat longer than necessary. Ah, this is ancient Tibetan breathing techniques, she murmured, examining a page that detailed the foundation of qi manipulation. The cultivation of inner energy through specific respiratory patterns. How wonderfully esoteric. You think it's nonsense or something? Her proximity made it hard to focus. This close, I could see the perfect application of her makeup, smell that probably illegal perfume, feel the warmth radiating from her body. Everything about Emma Frost was weaponized seduction. You really think of me so narrow-minded? She laughed. Even before witnessing you reverse time and death, Emma Frost has seen a lot of things to convince her or magic. I've researched about this. That's surprising. If that's the case, can we talk about it? I think I need some help. This thing wasn't as easy as reading a Xianxia novel. I'm here to serve. The White Queen. I'll enjoy it, then. So here. The basic principle seems simple enough, I said, taking the manual back and finding the breathing exercise I'd been attempting. Breathe in for 4 counts through the nose, hold for 7, release for 8 through the mouth. Each breath is supposed to draw energy from your surroundings into your core. It sounds complicated. Show me, sweet boy. I closed my eyes, straightening my spine the way the manual instructed. Breathe from the diaphragm, not the chest. Imagine roots extending from your body into the earth. Hard to do that at 35,000 feet, but I tried anyway. The first breath came easy. In through the nose, 1, 2, 3, 4. The air felt different when you really focused on it, heavier somehow, like it carried weight beyond oxygen. Hold. 1, 2, 3. By the 4th count, my lungs started protesting. By the 7th, they burned. The exhale came out as more of a gasp than the controlled release the manual described. I see the problem, kind of. Try that one more time, Emma said softly. But this time, don't fight your body. Work with it. I tried again. This time, I noticed something. When I stopped trying to force the breathing pattern and instead let it flow, there was a moment, just a flicker, where I felt something. Like static electricity gathering in my chest, but warmer, more alive. The sensation vanished the moment I tried to grasp it. Looks like it didn't help. Frustrating, isn't it? Emma's voice carried amusement. The harder you chase power, the more it eludes you. Rather like relationships, really. Speaking from experience, Miss Frost. Oh, yes. Constantly. Her hand found my arm, fingers tracing the outline of the Omnitrix through my sleeve. I could help, you know. Use my telepathy to quiet your mind, remove the distractions that prevent proper focus. Appreciate the offer, but the Omnitrix has opinions about telepathic interference. Of course it does. She didn't sound disappointed, just more intrigued. A mind I can't read, a will I can't bend. Do you have any idea how rare that makes you? About as rare as a telepath who actually asks permission. She squeezed my arm, not quite painful but definitely a warning. Careful, darling. I might start thinking you don't appreciate my restraint. I leaned closer, our noses almost touching. And what would Miss Frost do to the hero of mutant kind if I'm not careful? The step-forward cuckoo somehow chose that moment to enter. I withdrew my face while Emma giggled. The cuckoos moved with that eerie synchronization that made my skin crawl even though I knew what they were. 3 identical platinum blondes, perfect down to the way they blinked in unison. Mother, Celeste, or maybe Mindy, said. We've brought refreshments. They set down a tray of coffee that smelled like it cost more than most people's monthly salary, along with pastry so delicate they looked like they'd dissolve if you breathed on them wrong. Their eyes found mine, and for a moment, I caught whispers at the edge of my consciousness. I allowed Omnitrix to filter them in. He's even more interesting up close. Mother has excellent taste. I wonder if he'd notice if we... The Omnitrix pulsed, cutting off whatever that thought was going to be. Girls, Emma's voice carried enough warning to freeze hell. Manners. Of course, Mother. They replied in perfect unison, withdrawing with smiles that promised mischief. Your daughters? I asked, though we both knew the truth was more complicated. Surprised I'm a mother. I know I don't look a day older than 20. The Lady of Frost International has a way with her jokes. How rude of you, Ben. But yes. They are my daughters. In every way that matters. Emma poured coffee with practiced elegance. They're brilliant, powerful, and occasionally need reminding about boundaries. Rather like their mother. Is that a warning or a promise? Both, darling. Always both. The coffee tasted like liquid gold mixed with just enough bitterness to keep it interesting. Kind of like Emma herself. We continued talking over coffee, and I brought up the main reason I boarded her plane. Yes, there was more to this rather than just enjoying her company. When Charmcaster told me about the spirit of the Iron Fist and the trouble in finding it, I was worried. But I had a billionaire lady right beside me, who'd do pretty much anything with all her money and power to impress me. So, she started after I explained some of the situation to her, settling back against me in a way that was definitely not professional. China. You need to go there with your family and that sorceress girl. Dare I ask for more details? I was hoping you'd ask that, I said. As manipulative as she was, Emma wasn't an enemy. And if she was, she would find out eventually, so asking her help and also controlling the narrative made more sense than letting her meddle in my things on her own. I added, there's supposedly an Iron Fist spirit wandering around. Ancient master, blessed by dragons, exists between heartbeats. Might be willing to teach complete chi manipulation to someone worthy. Emma's eyebrow arched elegantly. And you think you're worthy? I think I'm interesting enough to get its attention. Beat it up with 4 arms first in case it resists. Whether that translates to worthy remains to be seen. Such refreshing honesty. She shifted, and suddenly her breath was warm against my ear. I can have flights arranged within hours. Private jets, diplomatic immunity, whatever documentation you need. Frost International has significant holdings in China. I had a feeling she'd be the first to offer help even before I asked. I held back a smile. What's the catch? No catch. Call it an investment in future possibilities. Her surprisingly soft hand found mine, fingers interlacing with casual intimacy. Besides, I find the idea of you owing me a favor rather stimulating. Emma. Yes, darling. You're so trying to seduce me. Oh no. Is it working? I turned to look at her fully. This close, I could see the calculation behind the desire, the careful construction of every moment. But there was something else too. Genuine interest, maybe even genuine attraction, buried under layers of manipulation and control. Ask me again when we land. Her laugh was rich with promise. I do so love a challenge. The plane banked slightly, beginning our descent toward Massachusetts. Emma pointed out the window at the sprawl of her territory below, Frost International buildings that looked like ice sculptures, the academy grounds that seemed to go on forever. All of this, she said, represents just a fraction of my resources. Power isn't just about mutation, darling. It's about infrastructure, connections, the ability to make things happen. The resources to, say, arrange discreet travel to China for someone seeking ancient warriors who may or may not exist. Subtle. I don't do subtle. I do effective. Turbulence rocked the plane, and Emma steadied herself with a hand on my chest. She left it there longer than physics required. Strong heartbeat, she murmured. Steady. I like that in a man. Just my heartbeat. Fishing for compliments. How delightfully young of you. I ignored her next. Then I tried another breathing exercise, mostly to distract myself from how warm her hand felt through my shirt. Women like her were used to and bored of seeing immediate results. If I wanted to subdue a player of her level, I'd have to borrow some skills from my past life. Attraction was a game, believe it or not, and only the patient could win it. This time, I managed the full count without gasping, though that warm static feeling remained frustratingly elusive. You're overthinking it, Emma observed. Real power comes from acceptance, not force. Stop trying to grab it and let it flow through you. Speaking from experience with your telepathy. Speaking from experience with everything, darling. The academy came into full view as we descended. It looked like someone had transplanted Oxford into Massachusetts and given it a multi-billion-dollar upgrade. Crazy to look at. Ancient architecture mixed with cutting-edge technology, tradition merged with innovation. After witnessing your performance at Genosha, Emma said, her tone shifting to something more serious, I've been reassessing alliances. The old power structures are crumbling. Smart people position themselves accordingly. And you're positioning yourself with me, Miss Frost. I'm positioning myself where I can appreciate the view. Her eyes traveled over me in a way that made her meaning crystal clear. Among other benefits. The landing was smooth as silk, barely noticeable except for the change in engine pitch. Emma stood, somehow making the simple act look like a dance. Welcome to my domain, Ben Tennyson. I think you'll find it has everything you need. Even hotties. She paused at the cabin door, looking back with an expression that promised nothing and everything at once. My suite is just down the hall from your quarters. Should you need anything? And I mean anything at all. The cuckoos reappeared to prepare for disembarkation, and I caught another whisper of telepathic communication. Mother's actually interested in this one, I think. What do you guys say? It's been years since she looked at anyone like that. When was the last time? $10 says she has him in her bed within a week. Poor boy. Emma's expression suggested she'd heard that too, but her smile just widened. The Massachusetts Academy sprawled before us like a promise of power and possibility. Emma had shown her hand, resources beyond imagination, connections that spanned the globe, and personal interest that went far beyond political advantage. As I followed her onto the tarmac, Emma already arranging my China expedition with a few quick calls that made the impossible seem trivial, I realized something. Emma Frost didn't just want me as an ally. She wanted me whole. The question was, how much was I going to let her take? Chapter 116, The Dragon and the Hellion. Chapter 116, The Dragon and the Hellion. The Massachusetts Academy's guest quarters were nicer than most five-star hotels I'd stayed in. Well, technically I'd never stayed in a five-star hotel in this life, but I'd seen enough movies to make the comparison. Polished mahogany furniture that probably cost more than a car, silk sheets that felt like clouds had been woven into fabric, and a view of the Academy grounds that made me wonder if Emma had specifically chosen this room to impress me. She definitely chose this room to impress me. Unlike the snobby X-Men, I had a feeling Emma Frost would love to have me in her school. Not that I planned to enroll here. I set the Chi manual on the ornate desk, fingers tracing the shifting diagrams one more time. The breathing exercises seemed simple enough in theory. Draw energy from the environment, cycle it through specific pathways in the body, and store it in the dantian. Classic cultivation novel stuff, except this was real, and I had no system or grandfather in a locker to guide me through the process. The manual described Qi as the bridge between physical and spiritual, the energy that animated all living things. In Chinese philosophy, it was the fundamental force of existence, flowing through everything from mountains to mice. Martial artists learn to harness their internal Qi through years of training, meditation, and discipline. Years I don't have. The Omnitrix gave me instant access to alien abilities, but Qi was different. It came from within, from understanding and harmony rather than transformation. The irony wasn't lost on me. I could become a being of pure energy at will, but I couldn't manage a simple breathing exercise without feeling like my lungs were trying to escape through my throat. Maybe I was approaching it wrong. The manual emphasized Wu Wei, the concept of effortless action. Stop forcing, start flowing. Like Emma had said on the plane, though I doubted she'd learned that from ancient Chinese philosophy. I needed to clear my head. Emma had mentioned she'd be tied up with Academy business for a few hours, something about disciplinary hearings that sounded suspiciously like she was about to destroy someone's entire career. Which meant this was the perfect time to explore without her perfume clouding my judgment. The hallway outside my room stretched in both directions, all dark wood and expensive carpets that muffled footsteps. Now, which way do I go? Portraits of important people watched from the walls, their painted eyes following me with that trick artists had perfected centuries ago. I recognized Sebastian Shaw in one of them, looking younger and somehow even more punchable. Through an open doorway, I caught sight of a classroom in session. A woman with green hair was teaching what appeared to be advanced genetics, holographic DNA strands rotating above her desk, while students took notes on tablets that projected their own mini-holograms. One kid, who couldn't have been older than 14, was casually levitating his stylus while writing, multitasking with the ease of someone who'd been doing it since childhood. Different world, I reminded myself. Powers are just Tuesday here. Another room held what looked like a chemistry lab, except half the equipment was floating and the periodic table on the wall included elements that perhaps didn't exist in my old world. A student was carefully pipetting something that glowed purple into a beaker that shouldn't have been able to contain it, judging by how it phased in and out of visibility. The Academy was everything Xavier's school pretended not to be. Where Charles focused on integration and control, Emma had built something that celebrated power. These kids weren't learning to hide. They were learning to excel. I followed the sound of impacts, the familiar rhythm of combat training drawing me like a magnet. The noise led me through a set of double doors into what had to be the Academy's version of a danger room, though this one felt more like a traditional dojo that had been upgraded with next-century tech. The floor was polished wood that somehow absorbed impacts without creaking. Mirrors lined one wall, but they shimmered occasionally, suggesting they were actually displays that could show different environments. Training equipment ranged from traditional wooden dummies to holographic opponents that flickered in and out of existence. And in the center of it all, she moved like water through a river. The woman was Japanese, or at least Asian, though something about her features suggested mixed heritage. Her purple hair was tied back in a practical ponytail that whipped with each movement. She wore form-fitting training gear that left little to imagination while being completely practical, every line of her body speaking of years of discipline and dedication. But it was the energy blades that made me stop and stare. Purple psychic energy extended from her hands in the shape of katanas, but these weren't simple constructs. They hummed with power that made the air itself retreat, leaving visible distortions in their wake. When she moved through her forms, the blades left after images that lingered for heartbeats before fading. Psylocke, my mind supplied, though something felt off. The Psylocke I remembered from comics was Betsy Braddock, a British telepath in a Japanese assassin's body. But this woman moved with the natural grace of someone who'd been born to this form, trained in it since childhood. The way she held herself, the minute adjustments in her stance, everything screamed of authentic martial arts training rather than downloaded skills. Quan Non, then. The original. She flowed from one form to another, each movement precise yet fluid. A high kick that would have taken most people's heads off transitioned into a spinning blade strike that carved through the air with surgical precision. The psychic energy responded to her will like an extension of her soul, growing longer for reach, shorter for speed, sometimes splitting into multiple blades that danced around her in deadly patterns. This wasn't just a mutant ability, nor was it just martial arts. It was meditation in motion, where her breathing synchronized with every strike. She'd found that harmony the Chi manual talked about, that perfect balance between mind, body, and spirit. Interesting, does she use Chi? If she did, things would get much easier. I must have made some noise, or maybe she just sensed my presence. Psychics tended to do that. Her next spin brought her facing me, and the psychic blades dissipated like smoke as she straightened from her stance. Enjoying the show? Her voice carried a slight accent I couldn't quite place, cultured but with edges that suggested she'd learned English as a second language. Learning from it, I corrected, stepping fully into the dojo. That's incredible control. Most psychics I've seen treat their constructs like hammers. Yours are scalpels. Something shifted in her expression, surprise maybe, or approval. Most people just see purple swords and think, pretty. You've got eyes. Most people haven't spent the last hour trying to understand Chi manipulation. I held up the manual I'd brought without thinking. The way you synchronized your breathing with your movements, channeling psychic energy through the same pathways martial artists use for Chi, that's not a coincidence, is it? She tilted her head, studying me with dark eyes that held depths I couldn't read. Not that the Omnitrix would have let her read me either. You're the one Emma brought from Genosha. Not a question. The Ben Tennyson. Just Ben works. The Ben Tennyson thing makes me sound like a monument. Monuments don't usually walk into my training sessions. She moved closer, and I caught the scent of jasmine mixed with clean sweat. I'm Quan Nan, by the way. Though here they call me Psylocke. Quanan's a beautiful name. Why change it? That's a long story with the previous person who wore this name. But let's just say branding for short, she said with a slight smile that transformed her face from dangerous to merely intimidating. Emma insisted. Said it would play better with Western media when the Hellions go public. The Hellions. Emma's answer to the X-Men, her personally trained squad of young mutants who'd probably end up running corporations instead of saving the world. Or maybe both. You're their combat instructor? Ah. No, I'm part of the team. Vice leader, she corrected, and there was pride there, earned and deserved. But I guess I do kind of teach them stuff. I teach them that power without discipline is just destruction waiting to happen. Sounds like something from the manual. I opened it to a page I'd marked earlier. The superior warrior wins without fighting, not because they lack the ability, but because they understand that true strength lies in knowing when not to use it. Quanan's eyes showed a smile. Sun Tzu by way of Bruce Lee. You've actually been studying. For a moment I thought you were just hitting on me. Maybe I'm trying both. I flashed a smile, making her lips twitch. Anyways. The breathing exercises are kicking my ass though. Every time I think I'm getting somewhere, the energy just... I made a vague gesture of dissipation. Show me. It wasn't a request. She moved to the center of the dojo, sinking into a lotus position with the fluid grace of someone who could probably meditate while doing backflips. I sat across from her, close enough that our knees almost touched. I hoped she'd manage to help me get through this somewhat, before I leave for China. Chapter 117, The Hellion Situation. Chapter 117, The Hellion Situation. If I get to learn Chi from this girl here, things will get much easier. Maybe I wouldn't even have to visit China, although I doubted that. She wasn't an iron fist. The problem with Westerners learning Chi, she said, and there was gentle teasing in the words, is you think too much. Chi isn't about thinking. It's about being. Very zen. She raised an eyebrow. Very practical. Close your eyes. I did, immediately aware of how vulnerable that made me. In a room with a psychic assassin I'd just met, in Emma Frost's academy where everyone had an agenda, closing my eyes should have been stupid. But something about Quan Nan felt honest. Maybe it was the way she'd been training alone, no audience to impress. Or maybe I was just a sucker for dangerous women who could kill me in interesting ways. Breathe normally first, her voice came soft but commanding. Don't try to do anything special. Just breathe and notice. What do you feel? Air going in and out. My chest rising. Deeper than that. What does your body feel? I focused, really focused. Heartbeat. Blood pumping. Little tensions in my shoulders from sitting. The air is cooler going in than coming out. Is that good? Good. Now, instead of trying to pull energy from outside, notice the energy already within. Your heart creates an electrical field. Your brain generates measurable waves. Every cell in your body produces heat. You're already a collection of energies. Chi is just teaching them to dance together. That was different from what the manual described. Less about drawing power from the environment, more about organizing what was already there. Maybe she learned from a different path. On your next inhale, don't pull. Invite. Try to seduce. Like opening a door rather than dragging someone through it. I breathed in, trying to shift my mental approach. Instead of grabbing for power, I imagined creating space for it. The difference was subtle but immediate. That warm static feeling I'd been chasing suddenly bloomed in my chest, gentle but undeniable. Holy shit, I muttered, eyes snapping open. Quan Nan was smiling, and although I hadn't known her for long, it looked rare. You felt it so fast. You might have talent for this. It felt like a warm battery in my chest. That's your middle dantian. With practice, you'll learn to move that energy through meridians, store it, amplify it. But for now, just maintaining awareness of it is enough. She stood in one smooth motion, and I scrambled to follow, still buzzing from the breakthrough. This is huge. I've been banging my head against this wall for hours. You were trying to break through the wall instead of finding the door, so naturally it was more difficult. She moved to a weapons rack, running her fingers along various practice swords. Would you like to try something? Moving meditation might help solidify the feeling. You're offering to teach me. I'm curious, she admitted, selecting 2 wooden practice swords. Someone who can fight sentinels but struggles with basic chi, you're either very interesting or very dangerous. Hey, why not both? I asked even as I wondered how much she knew about me, and how much at all. She tossed me one of the swords, and I caught it without thinking. I loved this werewolf-enhanced body. The weight was good, balanced, though nothing compared to holding a crystal blade as Diamond Head. First form is simple. Mirror me. She moved through a basic kata, and I followed, trying to maintain that awareness of the warm energy in my chest. Every movement seemed to shift it slightly, like water sloshing in a container. When I stepped forward, it flowed toward my hands. When I pulled back, it settled in my core. I was surprised I could feel it at all, but I still tried to use it. You're overthinking again, Quan Nan observed, not even looking at me. Stop trying to control it. Be the riverbed, not the dam. We continued for maybe 10 minutes, and I started to find the rhythm. The chi wasn't something to be commanded but something to work with, a partner in the dance rather than a servant. At least so far. That's when the door slammed open. Sigh, What the hell is this? The voice cracked with adolescent outrage and barely contained power. A tall young man stood in the doorway, and he wasn't alone. 4 other teenagers flanked him, all wearing variations of the academy uniform that they'd somehow made look threatening. I wouldn't have recognized him anywhere else, but given this was Emma's school, the name clicked. Julian Keller. Hellion. Julian himself was exactly what you'd expect from someone codenamed Hellion. Tall for his age, conventionally handsome in that entitled prep school way, with perfectly styled brown hair that probably cost more to maintain than most people's rent. His green eyes blazed with indignation as they fixed on me. Quan Nan, he said, and the possessiveness in his voice made my teeth itch. Why is there a tourist in our dojo? Julian. Quan Nan's voice could have frozen fire. This is a shared facility. For academy members. He stepped forward, and I felt the telekinetic energy rolling off him in waves. Strong, undisciplined, like a fire hose with no one holding it steady. Not for Emma's boy toys. Boy toy. That was new. It bothered me how he talked about Emma despite being her student. Though I guess from his perspective, unknown guy shows up on Emma's private jet, gets the VIP treatment, and immediately starts hanging around with their vice leader. I could see how that looked. Usually I'd back off and relax, but perhaps it was all the worshipping I received lately. My head was pretty big. I didn't want to let this go. You talk like that about your principal? Crazy. Careful, Keller, I said, setting the practice sword aside. Your insecurity is showing. His face flushed red. You don't even know who I am. Julian Keller, codename Hellion. Telekinetic, probably Omega-level potential if you ever learn control. Leader of the Hellions, which is adorable wordplay, by the way. Didn't Emma name the team after you? You must feel special, so are desperate to prove yourself to Emma. You probably have complicated feelings about authority figures. How'd I do? The temperature in the room dropped about 10 degrees. Not literally, though with mutants you could never be sure. The other Hellions spread out, unconsciously taking tactical positions. I recognized maybe 1 or 2 from half-remembered wiki entries, but the specifics didn't matter. They were a team. I was one guy with an alien watch. The Omnitrix hummed on my wrist. You think you're funny? Julian stepped closer, and the objects around the room began to tremble. Coming here, using Emma's name like it means something. I think I was having a nice conversation about chi manipulation before you decided to measure your metaphorical dick against mine. Quan Non stepped between us, purple energy flickering around her hands. Enough. Julian, take the team and go. He's the one who should go. Julian's eyes never left mine. This is our space. We train here. You're our vice leader, not his tour guide. Actually, I said, knowing I was poking the bear but unable to help myself, she was teaching me. Doing a pretty good job too. Maybe if you asked nicely, she'd help you with your control issues. That telekinetic field you're projecting is about as subtle as a foghorn. The practice sword in Julian's vicinity snapped in half without anyone touching it. You want to see control? His voice dropped to something dangerous. How about we spar? See what Emma's new pet can do. The smart play was to de-escalate. Walk away, let the kid cool down, avoid the confrontation entirely. But the chi was still warm in my chest, and something about his attitude reminded me of every bully who'd thought power meant permission. Plus, a part of me was curious. Obviously, the chi control I had currently wasn't enough to match against an Omega-level telekinetic, but what if I managed to infuse my aliens with it? I reckon I had a form that could control chi where I failed. I let out a long sigh, then shrugged. Sure. The challenge was accepted, and I saw Quanon's eyes narrow slightly. She was calculating odds, probably wondering if she'd have to intervene when things went south. Julian's grin was all teeth and no humor. Perfect. Well, I thought as the Hellions spread out to give us room, this should be interesting. Chapter 118, Diamond's Edge. Chapter 118, Diamond's Edge. The silk gown clung to Emma Frost's curves like liquid moonlight, its white fabric doing absolutely nothing to hide the generous swell of her breasts or the way her thighs pressed together as she lounged in her leather chair. The laptop screen cast pale blue light across her face, highlighting the sharp angles of her cheekbones and the predatory satisfaction in her ice blue eyes. On screen, the Gold Emperor's ancient face remained impassive. He was old enough to have seen the Qing dynasty fall, old enough to remember when Shanghai was just fishing villages. His weathered hands remained folded, but Emma caught the microscopic tightening around his eyes. Your attire is unconventional for such serious negotiations, Miss Frost, he said in accented English that carried the weight of centuries. Emma's laugh was crystal breaking on marble. She shifted deliberately, letting the silk ride higher on her thighs, watching his pupils dilate despite his legendary control. Does it bother you? You're far too old for it to have any effect, anyway. The Gold Emperor's expression didn't change, but she felt the spike of irritation through her peripheral telepathic awareness. Men of power hated being dismissed, especially by beautiful women who knew exactly what they were doing. Predictable. They're all so predictable. The terms remain as discussed, he continued, voice steady. My clan will ensure your Benjamin Tennyson faces no official interference during his time in our territories. Be it police, military, bureaucracy. All will look the other way. Any obstacles will be removed. Quietly. Emma traced the rim of her wine glass with one manicured finger. And the temples. The hidden places where spirits supposedly dwell between heartbeats or such. Those who guard such places will know he comes under the dragon's protection. The old man's eyes glittered. Though I cannot guarantee the spirits themselves will welcome him. The dead have their own opinions about the living. Especially about those who've reversed death itself, Emma thought, remembering the sight from Genosha. 4 million souls yanked back from whatever lay beyond. She wondered if Ben understood the magnitude of what he'd done, or if he was still playing at being a normal teenager with a fancy watch. This debt between us. The Gold Emperor began. Is paid in full, Emma interrupted, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. What I did for your grandson in Hong Kong, removing those particular memories before they could destroy his sanity, we're even. The screen flickered as he nodded once, formal and final. It is agreed. The White Queen's protégé will find China accommodating. The connection ended, leaving Emma alone with her thoughts and the taste of expensive wine. She leaned back, silk sliding against leather, and allowed herself a moment of satisfaction. Ben had no idea how many strings she was pulling, how many favors she was calling in. The boy who could command time itself, walking blind through a world of hidden powers and ancient grudges. Even he'll need more than that alien watch where he's going. The office door burst open without ceremony, one of the step-forward cuckoos rushing in with uncharacteristic urgency. Celeste, if Emma was reading the micro-expressions correctly, the girls insisted they were individuals, though the differences were subtle as snowflakes. Mother, Celeste said, her usual composed mask cracked just enough to show genuine concern. I believe you'll want to see this. The wall-mounted monitor flickered to life, displaying the Academy's main dojo in high definition. Emma's wine glass paused halfway to her lips as she took in the scene. Ben Tennyson stood in the center of the training space, facing off against Julian Keller. The Hellions had formed a loose circle around them, along with what looked like half the Academy's student body. "Oh, Julian. You predictable young fool." Emma's expression hardened into a scowl, followed by a weary sigh that came from somewhere deeper than her chest. She'd seen this coming from the moment she'd invited Ben aboard her jet. Julian was territorial, possessive, and had spent 3 years being the unquestioned leader of his peer group. The arrival of someone who commanded Emma's obvious interest would trigger every insecurity the boy carried. "He's acting exactly as I trained him to," she realized with bitter amusement. Confident, protective, always ready for a challenge. All the qualities that make him perfect to lead the Hellions, and utterly incapable of recognizing when he's outclassed. Through the monitor, she watched Ben's casual stance, the way he held himself with unconscious confidence. The boy had fought sentinels, messed with cosmic entities, reversed death itself, and Julian thought he could intimidate him with teenage posturing. "Should I intervene?" Celeste asked. Emma considered it. A telepathic command could end this before it escalated. Not even a command. A simple suggestion planted in Julian's mind, a momentary distraction, anything to preserve her carefully constructed power dynamic. But dozens of students were already watching. Word would spread through the academy within minutes. If she stepped in now, she'd look weak, a teacher protecting her pet from her own student. Julian's authority would be undermined, but so would hers. Besides, she thought, settling deeper into her chair, I'm curious to see what Benjamin does when pressed. "No," she said finally. "Let them play. This was inevitable from the moment I brought him here." Julian could be seriously hurt, Celeste pressed. Emma's smile was all teeth and winter moonlight. "Oh, darling. I'm not worried about Julian." Because while Ben was undoubtedly strong, so was Julian. He was Emma's trump card. The dojo felt different now. Half the equipment had been shoved to the walls to make room, and the atmosphere itself had also changed. Electric and dangerous. The kind of moment where reputations got made or shattered. My first day at Emma's school and I'm already starting fights. I stood in the center of the makeshift arena, feeling the weight of 40-odd pairs of eyes. Some curious, some excited, some clearly hoping to see the outsider get his ass handed to him by their golden boy. Julian occupied the space across from me, telekinetic energy making the air shimmer around his hands like heat waves. A senior student I didn't recognize had appointed himself referee. He was a tall kid with silver skin that reflected the dojo's lights, probably some kind of metallic mutation. "Standard Academy sparring rules," he announced. "First one who can't continue loses. You can choose to surrender at any time. No permanent injuries, no powers that could cause lasting psychological damage." He looked between us. "Are you ready?" Julian's smirk was all cocky confidence. "More than." "Hold on," I said, raising one hand. "Just need a second." I twisted the Omnitrix dial. "Let's go, feedback." I needed the energy absorption to make this work. I carefully clicked down on the Omnitrix face, feeling the familiar surge of anticipation as alien DNA flooded my system. The transformation hit like lightning made tangible, every cell restructuring itself in seconds that felt like hours. When the green flash faded, I looked down at hands that sparkled like cut emeralds. My eyes switched. Diamond-hard crystal covered my entire body, refracting the dojo's lights into rainbow patterns that danced across the walls. "Oh, come on. Diamond Head," I muttered, my voice now a low rumble that seemed to come from a chest carved from living stone. Here I thought the malfunction effect had been fixed. I held back a sigh. The watch has been cooperating for weeks, and now it decides to act up. Perfect timing. But even as I mentally cursed the Omnitrix's unreliability, another thought began forming. Feedback would have been ideal for converting Julian's telekinetic attacks into electricity, but he couldn't channel raw chi. Every energy type was filtered through his electrical nature. So my desire to use chi in this duel wouldn't have been successful. It'd just have been electricity. Diamond Head, though. Diamond Head was basically a living crystal matrix. Silicon-based lifeform with a structure designed for conducting and storing energy. Just like Chromastone, his genetic cousin who could absorb and redirect anything from solar radiation to cosmic rays. And if I recalled correctly, didn't he have the body of a chronosapien inside him? Maybe this is better. Time to test what Quan Non taught me. "That's your power?" Across from me, Julian's expression shifted from smugness to something more calculating. He'd probably been planning to overwhelm me with raw telekinetic force, but crystal was harder to break than flesh. Very glittering. "Ready when you are, princess," Julian called out, his voice dripping with condescension. I didn't give him a reaction. The lack of response seemed to irritate him further. "What's wrong?" Julian's smirk widened as he addressed the crowd. "Cat got your tongue. Or maybe you're finally realizing you're out of your league here." A few Hellions chuckled. One of them, a girl with blonde hair, called out, "Maybe he's scared, Julian." Was her hero name Roulette? I kept a note. "Nah," Julian replied, his telekinetic aura making nearby objects tremble. "He's just another tourist who thinks one lucky break makes him special. Probably got his powers handed to him on a silver platter. That weird watch thing." The silver-skinned referee looked between us nervously. "Are both fighters ready?" "More than ready," Julian said, cracking his knuckles. "Time to show Emma's new pet what real training looks like." Pet. It was a pretty funny word, given the context, given how much Emma was trying to win me over, but I kept my expression neutral. "Begin." Julian exploded into motion the instant the word left the ref's mouth. A training dummy rocketed toward my head from the left while two more came at me from different angles. Weight plates spun through the air like buzzsaw blades, their edges whistling as they cut toward me. I fired diamond shards, intercepting the first dummy in a shower of splinters. My crystal projectiles punched through the wooden target with sharp cracks that echoed through the dojo. But Julian was already 3 moves ahead. His telekinetic barriers deflected my counterattack while more equipment joined the assault, medicine balls, practice weapons, even chunks of the floor itself. A weighted training sword clipped my shoulder, spinning me around. Before I could recover, a medicine ball slammed into my back, sending me stumbling forward. "Come on." Julian laughed, his voice carrying easily over the chaos. "I heard rumors that you fought sentinels. This is embarrassing." I raised my arms, firing a spread of diamond projectiles. Julian's shield turned them aside like they were thrown by a child. More students started cheering for him, their voices growing louder with each successful defense. "Julian. Julian. Julian." A practice staff caught me across the ribs, followed immediately by another weight plate to the chest. The impacts rang against my crystal form like bell strikes. I fired back, but my aim was off, my movements sluggish. "What's wrong?" Julian taunted, sending 3 dummies at me simultaneously. "Not so tough without your little green friends to back you up." "Focus on the chi," I told myself, trying to ignore the barrage. It didn't hurt at all, after all. I wasn't here to just beat his ass, I was here to train my chi during battle. Find that warmth, find that flow. But it was like trying to meditate in the middle of a hurricane. Whenever I almost grasped that internal spark, another projectile would slam into me, scattering my concentration. I expected more from the new student Emma brought, but I guess it's my bad. "Your powers come from a watch, after all." Julian continued, his voice growing more mocking with each word. "Is the Sentinel rumor a propaganda? Maybe you just hid behind better mutants while they did the real work." The students' laughter was getting louder. I could hear whispers from the crowd. "Is this really the guy Emma brought? Julian's not even trying. He looks pathetic." Julian sent a desk flying at my head. I ducked, but the follow-up chair caught me in the shoulder, spinning me around. As I tried to regain my footing, a barrage of smaller objects, books, training weights, water bottles, pelted me from every direction. "You know what I think?" Julian's voice was pure venom now. "I think you're just some wannabe who got lucky once. Emma probably felt sorry for you. Oh, look at the poor little human with his shiny watch. Let's give him a participation trophy." At least he can talk the talk, I had to admit. Despite my patience, even I was getting all irritated. Anyone else, they would have stopped focusing on chi and fought for real by now. The crowd was eating it up. More students had gathered, and they were all watching me get systematically dismantled by their golden boy. Another training dummy slammed into my chest, this one hard enough to nearly tumble me to the ground. I staggered backward, firing wild shots that went wide of their mark. Julian's barrier didn't even need to deflect them. I heard some kids theorize earlier that he fought dozens of sentinels in Genosha. A student called out. "He can't even save himself." Julian was in his element now, conducting the assault like a symphony. Objects flew at me in complex patterns, high, low, spinning, straight. Every time I tried to focus internally, another impact would jar me back to the physical world. The chi. I need to find. A weighted training sword caught me across the jaw with enough force to crack my crystal. An Omega-level mutant's telekinesis wasn't weak. I stumbled, my vision blurring for a moment. "Oh, did that hurt?" Julian's mock concern was acidic. "Maybe you should call for help. I'm sure Emma will come running to save her precious pet." That's when a heavy medicine ball caught me square in the chest, sending me to one knee. The crowd's cheering reached a crescendo. "Put him down. Finish him, Julian. Show him what real power looks like." Julian raised both hands, gathering a massive telekinetic force. Training equipment orbited around him like satellites, and his eyes blazed with triumph. "Any last words before I show everyone what happens to pretenders in my house?" "My house?" The possessiveness in his voice, the casual cruelty, the way he turned my attempt to learn into a public humiliation. It nearly pissed me off. But I wasn't angry. I was focused. Because while Julian had been grandstanding, while the crowd had been cheering, while objects had been battering my crystal form, I'd finally found it. The chi wasn't liquid warmth in this form. It was structured, geometric, following the natural pathways of my crystalline matrix. Like light refracting through a prism, the energy moved in predictable patterns, building and amplifying with each pass through my diamond lattice. There. I felt it gathering in my core, flowing down through the crystal matrix of my arms, collecting in my hands like some sort of contained starlight. Julian was still posturing, still building his big finishing move, still talking. "I hope Emma's watching," he said, the telekinetic pressure around him reaching critical mass. "I want her to see what happens when." I opened my arms and let his attack hit me full force. The telekinetic blast struck my chest with the power of a runaway truck. Under normal circumstances, even Diamond Head's durability would have launched me across the room. Instead, I felt the kinetic energy pour into my crystal structure, absorbed and converted just like chromastone would handle a laser beam. I hope this idea works. Since I was having trouble focusing on the little amount of chi I had, what if I mixed extra energy with it? It'd surely be easier to sense and influence after that. My body began to glow with inner light, the absorbed energy mixing with the chi I'd been focusing on so far. The combination was intoxicating, raw power amplified by conscious intent, Julian's own strength turned against him and enhanced by my growing mastery. The students' cheering died in their throats as they realized what had just happened. Julian's expression shifted from triumph to confusion to dawning horror. I stood up slowly, light bleeding from every facet of my crystalline form. When I spoke, my voice carried harmonics that made the air itself vibrate. My turn. The beam that erupted from my chest wasn't just concentrated force. It was kinetic energy refined through crystal structure, amplified by chi, and directed with surgical precision. Julian's eyes shot wide and he raised his hands to form a telekinetic shield. It met my attack head-on and shattered like spun glass. The beam caught him center mass and launched him across the dojo. He hit the far wall hard enough to crack the reinforced material, sliding down to land in a heap of expensive academy uniform and wounded pride. The silence that followed was absolute. Now we're cooking. The cheers had fallen quiet. I stepped forward, walking slowly, and with each footfall, I sent chi-enhanced commands through Diamond Head's connection to silicon-based materials. The dojo floor was composite, but the ground underneath contained minerals to respond to my will. Massive diamond spires erupted from the floorboards, razor-sharp and gleaming. They chased Julian's scrambling form like living things, forcing him to take to the air with desperate telekinetic flight. But that was just the beginning. I raised my hand and focused chi into the crystal formations I'd already created. The spires began to resonate, vibrating at frequencies that made the air itself hum. Then, with a thought, I detonated them. The explosions weren't fire or force, they were crystalline fragmentation bombs. Each spire burst outward in a sphere of razor-sharp shards, thousands of tiny diamonds moving in unpredictable patterns that Julian's telekinesis couldn't track or deflect. He screamed as several found their mark, drawing blood through his academy uniform. This is what power feels like when it's really yours. But I wasn't done. "Oh, did that hurt?" I mocked back with the same words he'd said to me. "Maybe you should call Emma." I pressed my palm against a remaining section of intact floor and let chi flow through the crystal matrix beneath. The energy spread like roots through the building's foundation, seeking every trace of silicon, every grain of sand in the concrete, every fragment of glass in the windows. The entire dojo began to sing. It started as a low harmonic that you felt in your bones, then built to a crystalline chorus that made students cover their ears. Every piece of processed mineral in the room responded to my will, the silicon chips in electronic devices sparked and died, glass fixtures cracked in perfect geometric patterns, and even the small quartz crystals in some students' jewelry began to glow. Julian tried to regroup midair, gathering his telekinetic strength for another assault. But how do you fight someone who's turned the entire building into a weapon? How do you overwhelm a foe who can make any crystal-based material sing to his tune? This is crazy. Previously, Diamond Head could only generate crystals and control his own, but with the help of chi, I could also influence outside crystals. "You were holding back. You dirty trickster, you tried to get my guard down." Julian shouted, his voice cracking with anger. I could sense the fear mixed, though. I didn't answer. Instead, I created a single, perfect diamond in my palm and infused it with concentrated chi. The crystal began to pulse with inner light, growing brighter with each heartbeat. When I flicked it toward Julian, it moved like a guided missile, changing direction mid-flight as my chi-enhanced control allowed me to manipulate its trajectory far easier than before. Julian caught it with his telekinesis, thinking himself clever. That's when I smiled. The diamond exploded in his telekinetic grip, not outward but inward, an implosion of crystalline shards that overwhelmed his defenses and peppered his arms and chest with tiny cuts. He screeched in pain and dropped like a stone, his concentration shattered along with his confidence. I closed the distance in a blur of green crystal, sidestepping his last desperate telekinetic shove like a child through it. Students scattered to safe distances as the destruction spread, someone screaming instructions about evacuation protocols that seemed to come from very far away. My hand closed around his outstretched arm, diamond-hard fingers finding the precise pressure points that would cause maximum pain with minimal actual damage. The crack of his wrist breaking echoed through the ruined dojo, followed immediately by Julian's scream of agony. Arg. He dropped to his knees, cradling his shattered arm against his chest. Tears streamed down his face, pain, humiliation, and the bitter realization that he'd picked a fight he never had a prayer of winning. Sunlight filtered through the destroyed rooftop, falling over me. My body scattered it all around the destroyed, crystal-filled gym. I stood over him, 7 feet of crystalline power, and felt something that should have been satisfaction but tasted more like disappointment. This is supposed to be Emma's prize student. The leader of the Hellions. Next time, I said, my voice carrying clearly through the shocked silence, ask before you assume. Evaluate before you challenge. I tapped the Omnitrix, and the transformation ended. In a flash of green light, I was Ben Tennyson again, shorter, softer, but somehow carrying more presence than I'd had moments before. Quan Non appeared at my side, having watched the entire fight from the edge of the crowd. Her dark eyes held something that might have been a look of surprise. Impressive, she said quietly. What was that strange form? You channeled chi through such an odd nervous system. I've never seen anything like it. Neither have I admitted, and it was true because I didn't see any alien use chi before. Around us, students whispered in dozens of languages. Some helped Julian to his feet, others stared at me like I'd grown a second head. The dojo looked like a war zone, diamond spires jutting from shattered floorboards at impossible angles. Emma's going to love this. I met the eyes of the academy's student body. Some fearful, some awed, all utterly focused on me. Then I realized something had fundamentally changed. I wasn't just Emma's guest anymore. I was a player in whatever game she was running. Chapter 119, The Reckoning. Chapter 119, The Reckoning. The silence stretched like a held breath. Julian knelt in the wreckage of what used to be the Academy's premier training facility, cradling his shattered wrist while tears of pain and humiliation carved tracks down his cheeks. The smell of ozone and crystalline dust hung thick in the air, mixing with the metallic taste of blood from the dozen small cuts decorating his arms. Around us, 40-odd students stood frozen in various stages of shock, awe, and barely controlled fear. Some clutched each other for support. Others backed toward the exits with the careful movements of prey animals who just witnessed an apex predator in action. I felt their stares like physical weight. The whispers were low at first, but I could soon hear them. Fragments in English, Spanish, Mandarin, languages I couldn't identify but whose meaning was universal. Did you see? The entire building. Julian never stood a chance. Who is this guy? My hands still tingled with residual chi energy, that warm flow I'd finally managed to channel through Diamond Head's crystalline matrix. The breakthrough felt monumental. It was like discovering I could fly or breathe underwater. But looking at the devastation around me, the shattered floor, destroyed equipment, a kid whose confidence I'd just ground into dust, the feeling was slightly mixed. Only slightly, though. Maybe the arm breaking was a bit too much. Julian tried to stand, his good hand braced against a chunk of rubble. One of his teammates, a redhead whose name I couldn't remember, rushed to help him up. However, it was the blonde girl, Roulette, whose reaction made my skin prickle with warning. Ow shit, what was her power again? Probability discs. Crazy. Her blue eyes blazed with fury as she stared at me. You bastard, she snarled, probability waves beginning to shimmer around her clenched fists. He was just sparring with you. He wasn't trying to actually hurt you. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Other students shifted nervously, recognizing the build-up to another fight. Roulette's power was nasty, she could manipulate probability fields, making unlikely events happen with disturbing frequency. In a room full of damaged equipment and unstable crystal formations, that could turn lethal fast. Jennifer, Julian wheezed from where he knelt, don't meddle. Shut up, she snapped without taking her eyes off me. This freak broke your wrist. Over a sparring match. Her powers flared brighter, and I heard the distinctive crack of overstressed metal somewhere behind me. I'll show him what happens when he messes with the Hellions. She took a step forward, probability fields coiling around her like invisible serpents. That's when Quan Non moved. One moment she was standing beside me, the next she was between me and Jennifer, purple psychic energy flickering around her hands. Not weapons, not yet, but the clear promise of them. Stand down, Jennifer, Quan Non said, her voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. Now. Get out of my way, sigh, Jennifer snarled, but I caught the uncertainty creeping into her voice. Even hopped up on righteous anger, she wasn't stupid enough to think she could take Quan Non in a straight fight. The two women faced each other across 3 feet of crystalline debris, tension crackling between them like static electricity. Jennifer's probability manipulation warred with Quan Non's disciplined calm, making the air itself feel unstable. Jennifer's mouth opened to warn again. But then her eyes rolled back in her head, and she collapsed like a marionette with cut strings. She hit the floor in a graceless heap, breathing steady but completely unconscious. The probability fields around her dissipated instantly, leaving only the acrid smell of ozone and the stunned silence of students who just witnessed something impossible. "What the hell?" one of the other hellions started. "Language, Mr. Wilson." The voice cut through the chaos like silk wrapped around a steel blade. Emma Frost stood in the doorway, one perfect eyebrow arched in mild disapproval. She looked like she'd stepped out of a fashion magazine, not a hair out of place, her white suit immaculate despite the destruction surrounding us. But her eyes, her ice blue eyes held depths that made me think of Arctic winters and calculated vengeance. "Miss Stavros will be fine," Emma continued, stepping delicately around a pile of crystal shards that somehow seemed to part before her feet. "She's simply taking a small nap to cool her temper. I find sleep does wonders for perspective." The casual way she mentioned putting a student to sleep with a telepathic command made several kids take involuntary steps backward. Power games within power games, Emma reminding everyone present exactly who was in charge here. Her gaze swept the ruined dojo, taking in the destruction with the detached assessment of someone calculating property damage. When her eyes found mine, I caught just a flicker of something: approval. Amusement. Before her expression returned to professional neutrality. "Well," she said mildly, "this is certainly more excitement than I anticipated for a Tuesday afternoon." Julian struggled to his feet with the help of 2 teammates, his face pale but determined to meet his headmistress's gaze. "Ms. Frost, I can explain." "I'm sure you can, Mr. Keller." Emma's smile was warm as winter sunlight. "And I'm equally sure that explanation will involve you making choices that seemed reasonable at the time but appear less so in hindsight. Isn't that right?" The gentle mockery in her voice made Julian flinch, but she wasn't done. "After all, Julian," Emma continued, her tone remaining conversational despite the razor edge underneath, "challenging an unknown quantity without proper intelligence gathering is exactly the sort of tactical error I've spent 3 years trying to train out of you." Ouch. Even I felt that one. Emma had just dressed down her star pupil in front of his entire peer group without raising her voice or using a single harsh word. It was a masterclass in psychological warfare. But then her expression softened, just slightly, as she looked at Julian's injuries. "However," she said, and the warmth in her voice sounded almost genuine, "I'm also impressed by your protective instincts. A leader who won't fight for his team isn't worth following." The execution was flawed, but the impulse was correct. Julian straightened slightly at the backhanded compliment, some color returning to his cheeks. Emma had just salvaged his reputation in front of his followers while simultaneously making it clear that challenging me had been a mistake. Damn, isn't she good at this? Emma's attention shifted to me next, those ice blue eyes studying my face with uncomfortable intensity. "Mr. Tennyson," she said, and her voice held notes I couldn't quite identify. "I trust you found our facilities educational." "Your dojo has excellent acoustics, that's for sure," I replied carefully. "Really brings out the sound of crystalline resonance." Her laugh was like champagne bubbles bursting. How delightfully understated. Most men would be boasting about their victory right about now. Most men wouldn't have just destroyed their hostess's training facility. And most men, I'd said this before, but I loved repeating this, aren't Ben Tennyson. Why would I brag about a fight of this little value? True. She stepped closer, her heels clicking against crystal fragments with each step. "Though I notice Ms. Braddock felt compelled to defend you." "How interesting." All eyes turned to Quan Non, who stood perfectly still despite being the sudden center of attention. Her expression remained neutral, but I caught the slight tension in her shoulders that suggested she was less comfortable with the scrutiny than she appeared. "Ben was not the aggressor," Quan Non said simply. Julian issued the challenge. Ben accepted it. The outcome was determined by skill and preparation. "And you felt the need to intervene when Miss Stavros became overzealous?" "I felt the need to prevent a second unnecessary confrontation." Emma nodded slowly, as if Quan Non's response confirmed something she'd already suspected. The telepathic conversation that passed between them lasted perhaps 2 seconds, but I was wise enough to know they were discussing me. "Manuel and Haroun," Emma said without looking away from us, "please escort Mr. Keller to the medical wing. The doctor will want to examine that wrist. The rest of you, I believe you have afternoon classes to attend." The dismissal was polite but absolute. Students began filing out with the careful haste of people escaping a predator's territory. I watched Julian leave, supported by his teammates, and by then my slight feeling of guilt had vanished. He's just a kid. But a powerful, arrogant, entitled kid. He needs to learn. When the last student disappeared, Emma turned her full attention to Quan Nan and me. The smile she wore was different now. Less calculated, more genuinely amused. Well, she said, surveying the wreckage once more, I haven't seen the dojo this thoroughly destroyed since Sebastian decided to test his power absorption against a holographic sentinel. At least that had the excuse of involving actual explosives. Sorry about the mess, I said. Oh, don't be. Insurance will cover the repairs, and the spectacle was worth far more than the property damage. Her eyes glittered with something predatory. You channeled energy in ways that shouldn't be possible for your alien form. How delightfully unexpected. Before I could respond, she was already moving toward the exit. Miss Psylocke, Mr. Omnitrix, would you join me in my office? I believe we have several things to discuss. It wasn't really a request. Chapter 120, New Company Old Company. Chapter 120, New Company Old Company. Emma's office occupied the top floor of the Academy's main building, with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of the Massachusetts countryside. The decor struck a balance between executive luxury and subtle intimidation. There was leather furniture that probably cost more than most cars, artwork that belonged in museums, and a bar that contained liquor I'd only heard about in movies. She poured herself a glass of something amber and expensive, then settled into her chair with the fluid grace of someone completely comfortable in her own domain. Drink, she offered, gesturing toward the bar. I don't know. I'm 18. How refreshing. Quan Nan. Water, please, Quan Nan replied, taking a seat across from Emma's desk. I settled into the chair beside her, hyper-aware of the way Emma's eyes tracked every movement. Now then, Emma said once we were all situated, shall we discuss what just happened downstairs? Because I find myself fascinated by the dynamics at play. She leaned forward slightly, her attention focusing on Quan Nan. Now, don't take this the wrong way, but it's very rare for you to protect someone who you know can protect himself. Even so, you felt compelled to. Why? Quan Nan was quiet for a long moment, her dark eyes distant. When she spoke, her voice held careful consideration. Julian was beaten, she said finally. The fight was over. Jennifer's attack would have been revenge, not justice. There's a difference. Indeed there is. Emma's smile was approving. Though I suspect there's more to it than abstract concepts of fairness. Don't you know already? You're just asking meaningless questions, Principal. Ben was genuinely trying to learn, Quan Nan continued, and enjoyed listening to her talk. His approach to chi manipulation showed real dedication, he's talented. Julian turned that into a contest of egos. I didn't like that. Ah. Emma's eyes lit up with understanding. You respect dedication. How very traditional of you. There was something in the way she said traditional that made it sound almost like an endearment. These two had clearly worked together long enough to develop their own conversational shorthand. What about you, Benjamin? Emma turned her attention to me. How did it feel, channeling internal energy through an alien nervous system? I thought about it, trying to put the sensation into words. Like tuning a radio to a frequency that doesn't officially exist. The chi wanted to flow in patterns that didn't match Diamond Head's biology, but when I stopped trying to force it and started working with both systems. Integration rather than domination, Quan Nan said with something like approval. That's the foundation of advanced martial arts. Most students never grasp that concept. Most students aren't carrying around the DNA of crystalline lifeforms that naturally conduct energy, Emma observed. And as he'd say, most students aren't Ben Tennyson. Right. Now that was a little embarrassing. I rubbed the back of my head. Emma giggled. Though I admit, I'm curious about the implications. If you can channel chi through one alien form, what might be possible with others? I could see the possibilities. Heat blast's connection to thermal energy. XLR8's relationship with kinetic force. Forearms' raw physical power. Each transformation might unlock different aspects of chi manipulation. You're thinking very loudly, Emma noted with amusement. Not telepathically, but your expression gives you away. Plotting to revolutionize martial arts through alien biology. Something like that. Although those will be slightly more difficult to control. I think Diamond Head was so easy because he's so close to Chromastone in relation. Ambitious. I like that in a man. She stood, moving to the window that overlooked the Academy grounds. Which brings me to my next point. I bet you're dying to visit China already. Yeah, I looked at Psylocke to let her know. There's supposedly an Iron Fist spirit wandering around somewhere between heartbeats and breaths. My sorceress friend, Charmcaster, thinks it might be willing to teach proper chi manipulation to someone worthy. No way. Psy looked stunned. Emma nodded slowly. China is a complicated place for mutants. The government maintains official policies of tolerance while unofficial organizations hunt us for experimentation. Even with diplomatic immunity, travel there can be hazardous. Hence why I accepted your offer to help arrange things. Indeed. Which is why I'm proposing that Psylocke accompany you. The suggestion hung in the air for a moment. I glanced at Quan Non, who was studying Emma with sharp attention. She knows the region, Emma continued before either of us could respond. Speaks Mandarin fluently and understands the cultural context you'll be operating in. More importantly, she's already begun teaching you chi manipulation. Having a guide who understands both your abilities and the local customs seems prudent. It made sense from a practical standpoint. Too much sense, actually. Emma Frost didn't make generous offers without expecting something in return. What's the real reason? I asked. Her smile was razor-sharp as she turned to look at me. The real reason is that I'm investing in future possibilities. I already know the feats you can pull off, and this morning you demonstrated capabilities I hadn't anticipated. Having someone I trust observing and reporting on your continued development serves my interests. And Psylocke is okay with being your spy. I'm sitting right here, Quan Non said dryly. You could ask me directly. I turned to face her. Are you okay with being Emma's spy? I prefer the term cultural liaison, she replied without missing a beat. But to answer your question, yes. Ms. Frost had already told me about you, that is why I was quick to recognize you. Your approach to martial arts is unlike anything I've encountered. I'd like to see how you handle more advanced training. Emma's expression showed quiet satisfaction. Excellent. This is good. I'll have the travel arrangements finalized within hours. Private jet to Beijing, diplomatic cover through certain contacts I maintain in the region, and enough funding to handle whatever complications arise. She returned to her desk, pulling out what looked like an encrypted phone. I assume you'll want to inform your family of the plans. Yeah, probably should. I pulled out my own phone, scrolling to Gwen's contact. They're not going to be thrilled about me taking another detour. Family rarely is, Emma observed. They prefer predictability, even when predictability limits growth. The phone rang twice before Gwen's voice crackled through. Ben. Finally. Where the hell are you? Grandpa's been trying to reach you for hours. Hey, Gwen. Sorry, been busy. Listen, change of plans. I'm going to China for Chi. What? The volume made me hold the phone away from my ear. Emma raised an eyebrow while Quan Non tried to hide a smile. You can't be serious. Bastard. Gwen's voice carried clearly through the speaker. We're supposed to be having a family summer vacation, Ben. Not watching you run off with every dangerous woman who bats her eyelashes at you. Hello. When did women become a part of this? It's not like that. It's exactly like that. First Jessica, then Kai, then that psycho-cosmic clone, then Charmcaster, now whatever that Auntie White Queen bullshit this is. Her voice cracked slightly. Grandpa and I are headed to South Dakota. Some plumber thing involving cave paintings and energy signatures. You want to go play with ancient Chinese spirits? Fine. Go fuck yourself and enjoy your trip. The line went dead. I stared at my phone for a long moment, processing the anger and hurt I'd heard underneath Gwen's fury. I rubbed the back of my head. Emma and Quan Non waited in polite silence while I tried to figure out what to say. Finally, I pocketed the device and looked up. Well, that went better than expected. Did it? Emma asked. She didn't threaten to teleport me into a volcano, so, progress. Yay. Quan Non made a soft sound that might have been sympathy. Family is complicated. Especially when you're changing faster than they can keep up, Emma added. Growth is rarely comfortable for anyone involved. I thought about that as I looked out at the academy grounds, where students were already spreading rumors about the morning's events. Gwen was right about one thing. I did seem to be collecting dangerous women. Though in my defense, they kept finding me first. Tomorrow, China. Tomorrow, ancient spirits and dragon-blessed warriors and whatever other cosmic nonsense this universe wants to throw at me. At least the adventures weren't leaving me. Chapter 121, everybody was kung fu fighting, those cats were fast as lightning. Chapter 121, everybody was kung fu fighting, those cats were fast as lightning. The Massachusetts Academy's private tarmac gleamed under morning sunlight, all pristine concrete and perfectly maintained aircraft that subtly made a statement of overwhelming wealth. My eyes fell on the shiny aircraft in front of me. Emma's jet was waiting like a sleeping predator, its sleek white hull reflecting clouds that drifted across an impossibly blue sky. Somewhere in the distance, a flock of birds scattered across the sky, free in ways I sometimes envied. I adjusted the strap of my backpack, which contained exactly 2 changes of clothes, the Chi manual Charmcaster had given me, and a toothbrush. Everything else, apparently, could be acquired with Emma's money. Quan Non stood a few feet away, her posture perfect as always. She wore practical black clothing that somehow managed to look both hot and deadly. Fitted pants, combat boots, and a jacket that likely concealed at least 3 weapons. Her purple hair was pulled back in a tight ponytail, highlighting the sharp angles of her face. Nervous, she asked without looking at me. About flying halfway around the world to hunt down the ghost of an ancient martial artist who may or may not exist. Nah, totally Tuesday for me. I bounced on my heels, scanning the horizon. Just wondering where dash. A flash of brilliant purple light erupted beside me, the air crackling with magical energy that smelled like ozone and lavender. I didn't even flinch as Charmcaster materialized, her silver hair whipping around her face from the magical winds. There she is. Ben. She threw herself at me with unexpected enthusiasm, wrapping her arms around my neck. The scent of her magic clung to her skin, mingling with something earthy and ancient. I got your message and came as soon as I could. I returned the hug, surprised by her openness. Hey, Hope. Glad you could make it. She pulled back, her unusually colored eyes bright with excitement. Come on, are you kidding? I've been researching nonstop since we last talked, waiting for when we'll leave. Her smile was wide, genuine in a way I rarely saw from her. And when I heard Gwen and your grandfather wouldn't be coming, I was so happy dash. Her voice trailed off as she finally noticed Quan Non standing nearby. The enthusiasm drained from her face, replaced by something cooler and more calculated. Oh. She stepped back from me, arms crossing defensively. I didn't realize we were bringing company. Quan Non's expression remained neutral, but I caught the subtle shift in her stance, weight balanced perfectly, ready to move in any direction. Named Psylocke, she introduced herself simply, offering no further explanation. Charmcaster. Hope's smile didn't reach her eyes. I assume you're Emma Frost's watchdog. Making sure the precious investment doesn't wander off. Hope, I warned, but Quan Non just raised an eyebrow. I'm a cultural liaison with expertise in chi manipulation and Asian mysticism, she replied, her voice carrying the barest hint of an accent. But watchdog works too, if you prefer simplicity. I could practically see the temperature dropping between them. What a great atmosphere, I muttered. This is going to be fun. Charmcaster turned back to me, lowering her voice. We don't need a babysitter, Ben. This was supposed to be our expedition. Her fingers brushed against mine, a subtle reminder of what we'd shared. Just us. Ms. Psylocke isn't a babysitter, Emma's voice cut through the tension as she approached from the main building. She's an asset. One who understands the complex political and mystical landscape you're about to navigate far better than either of you. Emma looked immaculate as always, her white suit catching the morning light in ways that seemed physically impossible. Her heels clicked against the tarmac with precise rhythm, and her smile held secrets I didn't want to know. China's mystical community is ancient, hierarchical, and extremely protective of their traditions, she continued. Having someone who understands their protocols might be the difference between success and finding yourselves as decorative statues in someone's garden. I glanced between Charmcaster and Quan Non, feeling the weight of their unspoken competition. Yep, she's right. That's why we're all going together. As a team. How delightful, Charmcaster said with artificial sweetness. Quan Non remained silent, which somehow felt more ominous. Emma either didn't notice the tension or, more likely, found it amusing. A few final details before you depart. My contacts will be monitoring your progress, but don't expect obvious assistance. China's relationship with mutants is complicated. Best to keep a low profile. She reached into her jacket and pulled out a sleek black card with a simple frosted emblem. Frost International. Unlimited spending. Consider it an investment in your education, Benjamin. The card felt impossibly light in my hand. Unlimited. Within reason. Her smile sharpened. Though my definition of reason is rather flexible. This is generous, I said, pocketing the card. What's the catch? You've been doing a lot for me, Emma. It was about time I brought this up. Her smile was like honey and butter. The catch, darling, is that someday I'll ask for a favor. She stepped closer, her perfume wrapping around me like expensive silk. And when I do, you'll remember this generosity. I know you will. The pilot appeared at the jet's door, signaling they were ready for departure. Emma stepped back, her expression shifting to something more businesslike. Safe travels. Try not to start any international incidents. She paused, reconsidering. Or at least win them decisively if you do. As we boarded the jet, I reminded myself that Emma was playing a game several moves ahead of everyone else. The question was whether I was one of the main players or just another piece on her board. Inside, the jet was exactly what you'd expect from Emma Frost. Luxurious without being gaudy, and every surface designed for both comfort and subtle intimidation. Charmcaster immediately claimed the seat beside mine, while Quan Non took one across the aisle, giving us space but remaining within earshot. The dynamic was awkward but functional. It would have to do. I enjoyed Hope's presence and how she hugged my arm, beginning to yap about something I didn't know much about. As the jet accelerated down the runway, I watched Massachusetts fall away beneath us. Leaving the country for such a journey made me wonder. Would finding this iron fist spirit actually help me master Chi? Or was I chasing yet another powerful being who'd leave me with more questions than answers? I guess we'd find out soon enough. Shanghai hit all 5 senses at once. The humid air clung to my skin like a second layer as we stepped out of the air-conditioned comfort of Emma's jet. Distant spices and cooking oils mingled with vehicle exhaust and the unmistakable scent of millions of people living in proximity. The skyline was a contradiction, with ancient temples and gardens juxtaposed against gleaming skyscrapers that seemed to defy both gravity and taste. Everything vibrated with an energy that felt both chaotic and precisely orchestrated. "This way," Charmcaster said, consulting a small compass-like device that glowed with purple energy. "I'm sensing a concentration of spiritual energy about 2 miles northeast." We changed into more casual clothes to blend in, though blending in was relative when your group included a silver-haired sorceress and a purple-haired assassin. It was time for a change of clothes, anyway. I wore khaki pants and a black tee with a green line in the middle, the iconic Omniverse one. Language scanning done. A few minutes of walking through the buzzing Mandarin-speaking people, the Omnitrix suddenly beeped in my ears. Live translation available. Suddenly I could understand everything being spoken around me. My eye snapped to a mother guiding her son to school. "Stop whining, Xiao Ming. When you return, I'll cook your favorite." Neat. I was wondering where this translation feature was. After a short taxi ride through streets that seemed to operate on traffic laws from another dimension, we found ourselves standing before an unassuming building tucked between modern shops. The weathered sign read, "Heavens to Pavilion," in both Chinese characters and English. "This is it?" I asked, eyeing the place skeptically. The entrance looked like every tourist trap tea house I'd ever seen, complete with decorative dragons and stylized clouds. "Seems a bit obvious." "The obvious hiding place," Quan Nan said quietly. "Often the most effective." Charmcaster's compass pulsed brighter. "There's significant magical energy here, disguised by layered wards. This isn't just a tea house." I raised an eyebrow. "So what is it?" Her eyes met mine, excitement dancing in them. Only one way to find out. As we stepped inside, the transition was subtle but unmistakable. The air shifted from Shanghai's humid heat to something drier, charged with energy that made my skin tingle. The sounds of traffic faded, replaced by the gentle melody of traditional string instruments. The scent of jasmine tea and sandalwood incense filled my nostrils. But it wasn't the sensory shift that caught my attention. It was the clientele. At first glance, they looked like ordinary people enjoying tea, businessmen, tourists, locals. But if you knew what to look for, the signs were everywhere. An elderly man whose teacup never emptied. A young woman who hadn't visibly breathed since we entered. 2 men in business suits discussing meridian breakthroughs and spiritual enlightenment as casually as stock prices. "It's a gathering place for chi masters and cultivators," Quan Nan murmured, her voice betraying a hint of surprise. "Disguised as a tourist attraction. Cultivators? That's crazy." I wondered how similar these words were to the cultivators I'd read about in Xianxia novels, or if it was just a fancy word for meditators. "Hiding in plain sight," I said. "Smart." A server approached, bowing slightly. "Welcome to Heaven's to Pavilion. May I show you to a table?" We were seated near a window overlooking an interior garden that seemed far too large to fit within the building's apparent dimensions. Space-bending magic, probably. The table itself was ancient wood that felt warm to the touch, almost alive. "Order the jasmine tea," Quan Nan suggested. "It's considered respectful." As we settled in, I noticed the subtle ways the other patrons were observing us. Not staring, but rather taking in details through peripheral vision or reflected surfaces. Assessing. Cataloging. Deciding if we were threats, opportunities, or simply curiosities. Charmcaster leaned forward, her voice low. "This place operates on multiple levels of reality simultaneously. The upper floors probably don't even exist in normal space. Like the Ancient One's sanctum?" I asked. "Similar principle, different execution. Eastern mysticism has its own rules." Our tea arrived, served in simple ceramic cups that were deceptively delicate. As I took my first sip, the liquid seemed to warm me from the inside out, a gentle heat that traveled through my chest and spread along pathways that matched the diagrams in my chi manual. "This isn't just tea," I whispered, feeling the energy circulating within me. "Spirit-infused," Quan Nan confirmed, watching me over the rim of her cup. "It enhances natural chi flow. Common in places like this, though usually reserved for recognized practitioners." "So they already know why we're here," Charmcaster concluded. Before we could discuss further, a man approached our table. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, with sharp features and watchful eyes that seemed older than his face. He wore simple modern clothing, but his posture and the calluses on his hands told a different story. "Forgive the intrusion," he said in perfect English. I couldn't help but notice newcomers. We don't get many Western visitors who can perceive the true nature of this establishment. I nodded politely. "Just passing through. Learning as we go." "Learning." He smiled slightly. "An admirable pursuit. I am Lin Lai." He didn't offer a hand to shake, instead giving a subtle bow. Lin Lai, where have I heard that name before?" I hummed as I searched my memories. "Ah shit, Lin Lai the Sword Master." I recalled. I only knew him because I'd gotten addicted to the game, Marvel Rivals, at one point in my previous life. This young man was destined to become the next Iron Fist. What was he doing here? "Ben," I replied, following Quan Nan's lead and returning the bow. "These are my friends, Hope and Quan Nan." Lin Lai's eyes lingered on each of us, his gaze particularly confused when it came to the Omnitrix on my wrist. For a practitioner of Qi, was a watch that held the life codes of a million species bizarre to look at. "Nice to meet you all. I'm here on my sect business," he said casually, though the words carried weight. "This table is usually reserved for members of the celestial lineages, such as me and my friends. So perhaps you might find the window seats more comfortable." It was a polite dismissal wrapped in courtesy. Testing us. I didn't miss the light behind his eyes, which made me pause to consider the repercussions of destroying this spiritual tea house. Chapter 122, An Acquaintance. Chapter 122, An Acquaintance. "Actually," I said, taking another sip of the spirit-infused tea, "I find this spot has excellent qi circulation. Perhaps your sect business could be conducted at one of those empty tables." Lin Lai's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Perhaps surprised at the clueless Westerner who knew about qi. "You're familiar with energy currents." "I'm learning." I flexed my fingers, letting a tiny spark of the qi I'd been practicing with Diamond Head flow visibly across my knuckles. Nothing impressive, I didn't have as much control over qi as I did in Diamond Head form, but it was enough to show I wasn't completely ignorant. "Interesting technique," Lin Lai observed. "It has an unusual signature. Not quite traditional." "I'm not quite traditional myself." He nodded slowly. "May I ask what brings you to Shanghai?" "Perhaps I could offer guidance, if your interests align with my knowledge." The question seemed innocent, but I'd spent enough time around Emma Frost to recognize subtle probing. He was fishing for information while appearing helpful. Two could play that game. "We're seeking information about an Iron Fist spirit," I said, watching his reaction carefully. "One that exists between heartbeats and breaths." Lin Lai's face remained neutral, but his pulse, visible at his throat to my enhanced senses, quickened slightly. "I see. Forgive my words, but that is stupid. The Iron Fists are not to be trifled with. Their legacy is sacred to many." "We mean no disrespect," Quan Nan interjected smoothly. "Simply seeking knowledge from those willing to share it." Lin Lai frowned deeply, clearly considering what to say next. As Lin Lai kept thinking, I noticed a bunch more eyes looking at us. I glanced past him to the friends he'd mentioned, observing us with interest. The table behind him seated several individuals who clearly weren't ordinary tea house patrons. My eyes widened slightly when I spotted a familiar face among them. Very shocking that I'd recognize a face in China, but here we are. A young woman with distinctive blue-tinted hair whose K-pop performances had taken over YouTube algorithms for weeks. However, it wasn't YouTube videos I recognized her from. I recognized her from Magic's video call that one night. "Wait a second," I said, snapping my fingers. "Ileana's friend." The woman's head turned sharply toward me at those words, her expression shifting from mild boredom to intense curiosity. Luna Snow, real name Seolhee, rose sharply from her seat, studying me with newfound interest. "Huh, you know Ileana?" she asked, approaching our table quickly. Recognition dawned on her face. Wait. You're that boy Ileana talked about. The one she took to Limbo and..." She trailed off, eyes widening slightly. "Ben Tennyson." "Whoa, she actually talked to you about me." "That's crazy," I replied, surprised that the aloof Magic had mentioned me to anyone. Luna stared at me in silence for a bit and then smiled, a hint of mischief in her eyes. "She might have mentioned a certain rescue mission. And how you handled yourself against a rather turtle-shaped problem. She shares a lot of stuff with me." Beside me, I felt Charmcaster tense slightly at the reference to Adwaita. Quan Nan remained composed, but I could tell she was filing away every detail of this unexpected connection. Luna turned to Lin Lai, whose carefully neutral expression couldn't quite hide his confusion. "Lin, these are friends of friends. I can vouch for them." A young man at their table leaned forward. He was stockier, with an intelligent gleam in his eyes. Any friend of the Queen of Limbo deserves at least a cup of tea before being kicked out, he remarked with a wry smile. Amadeus, Lin Lai began, his tone suggesting this wasn't the first time his companion had undermined his authority. Come on, Lin, Luna said, placing a hand lightly on his arm. Since we're all friends here, it's okay to let them have the seat. There's plenty of room at our table if your guests arrive. Lin Lai hesitated, clearly weighing his options. He didn't like this. But I could almost see the mental calculations behind his eyes, the potential advantages of making connections versus the risks of breaking protocol. Very well, he finally conceded with a slight bow. But I must warn you, the events about to unfold in this establishment are not for the uninitiated. Tread carefully. Yes, no need to warn them, I'll be sitting with them. Luna grinned and slipped into an empty seat beside us, leaning in conspiratorially. So, what brings Ileana's champion to a chi cultivators gathering in Shanghai? Last I heard, you were making quite an impression in Genosha. She told you about that too. That was supposed to be a secret, I said. I'll have to warn Colossus about this. Before she could respond, the distant sound of bells began to echo through the tea house. Around us, patrons straightened in their seats, conversations halting mid-sentence. Ah, Luna whispered, her playful demeanor shifting to something more serious. It seems the auction is beginning. The air shimmered, reality folding in on itself like origami paper. The tea house's interior expanded, walls receding to reveal a vast circular chamber with tiered seating that hadn't existed moments before. Our table remained in place, but now positioned within what had transformed into an auction house. Damn. You don't see this type of stuff in the States, I noted. I suppose China's 5,000 years of intricate civilization wasn't built on nothing. A platform materialized at the center, upon which stood a dignified elderly man in traditional robes. His voice carried effortlessly through the space without apparent amplification. Honored guests, welcome to the monthly gathering of the Celestial Auction. Today's offerings include treasures from the 8 directions, each verified by the Council of 5 Harmonies. Lin Lai walked to stand near our table, his demeanor shifting from casual to formal. You've arrived on an auspicious day, how fateful, he murmured. The Celestial Auction is invitation only. And yet here we are, Charmcaster replied with a hint of smugness. The auction began with minor items, scrolls containing forgotten techniques, herbs from mountains no ordinary human could climb, weapons with modest enchantments. Bidding proceeded in a formal, almost ritualistic manner, with participants raising painted fans to indicate their offers. Each item sold for what seemed like astronomical sums, but the patrons barely reacted. This was clearly normal for them. Then the auctioneer presented a small jade box that glowed with soft golden light. Our premium offering today, a genuine dragon's breath cultivation pill, harvested from the sacred peaks of Kunlun. This singular treasure can grant a practitioner's 20 years' worth of chi, compressing decades of training into moments. The crowd stirred, whispers rippling through the chamber. Even Lin Lai's composed expression faltered slightly. Quanan's eyes had widened, and she leaned forward as if she was drawn into the pill's light. That thing was clearly valuable. Any idol would kill for that kind of shortcut, Luna whispered, her eyes wide with a mix of professional envy and genuine awe. 20 years of chi means tighter skin, slower aging. Northwest wonder this place is packed. Opening bid, 1 million. Fans rose immediately from various sections of the audience. 2 million. 5 million. 8 million. Charmcaster and I exchanged glances, surprised at how excited people were for that pill. The bidding escalated rapidly, the amount climbing higher with each call. Practitioners who had appeared ordinary moments ago now revealed themselves as representatives of ancient sects or wealthy mystical lineages. 15 million. 20 million. 25 million. The competition narrowed to 3 bidders in less than a minute. An elderly woman whose fan moved with the gentle flicks of her wrist, a middle-aged man wearing an unassuming business suit, and a young woman with a jade hairpin that occasionally emitted soft light. Ah, I recognize that person. That's Elder Chin from the Phoenix Gate sect, Luna murmured, nodding toward the elderly woman. And the woman with the hairpin is from the Jade Palace. They both have reputations for aggressive acquisitions. This is going to get expensive. 30 million. 35 million. 40 million. The crowd fell silent as the bidding reached its apparent peak. The auctioneer looked between the final bidders, his expression suggesting the battle was concluding. 40 million from the Phoenix Gate sect. Going once. I raised my hand casually. 50 million. The silence that followed was absolute. Every head in the room turned toward our table, expressions ranging from shock to outrage to calculated interest. Both Charmcaster and Quan Nan snapped their heads toward me, their expressions a matching pair of disbelief. Luna just stared for a second, then a slow, impressed grin spread across her face. Ileana was right, she breathed. You really don't care about the rules, do you? This. Lin Lai started. This isn't a place to make jokes, my friend. If you offend those 3 big shots, it might cause trouble for your stay here. He's not wrong, what are you doing? Quan Non asked. I shrugged, feeling the weight of Emma's black card in my pocket. What? This much is nothing for Emma. Since she wanted to spoil me, I'll let her. Plus you seem a lot interested in that. I smiled at the auctioneer. 50 million. Cash equivalent, any currency you prefer. Lin Lai stared at me, his careful composure completely shattered. The auctioneer cleared his throat, recovering his professional demeanor. 50 million from the foreign guest. Going once, going twice. As the gavel came down, sealing the deal, I caught Lin Lai's whisper, clearly meant for me alone. You have no idea what you've just done. I wish you good luck for what's to come. I smiled back at him, channeling my endless surge of confidence. That's where you're wrong, my friend. I know exactly what I'm doing. The truth was much scarier. I had absolutely no clue, but sometimes the best defense is a good bluff. And besides, what's 50 million to Emma Frost anyway? Just another investment in future possibilities. Chapter 123, Dragon's Breath and Selfies. Chapter 123, Dragon's Breath and Selfies. The auction hall buzzed with whispers like angry wasps. 50 million whatever currency they used here had silenced the room for exactly 3 seconds before erupting into barely contained chaos. You'd think I declared myself the new emperor of China rather than just outbid a few rich cultivators for a glowing pill. The auctioneer's gavel came down with a decisive crack. Sold to the foreign gentleman. As I stood to approach the platform, I felt the weight of hundreds of eyes on me. Some curious, some calculating, most hostile. The 3 main bidders I'd outbid weren't bothering to hide their displeasure. Specifically, the elderly woman from the Phoenix Gate sect looked like she was mentally cataloging all my vital organs for future removal. Nothing new there. At least she's not turning into a cosmic entity or launching sentinels at me. Your method of payment, sir? One of the staff members brought the item to me to check, and asked. Usually, I'm assuming that'd be a rude question to ask in front of everyone. But supposedly my foreign features and age promoted it. I pulled out Emma's black card, handing it over with what I hoped was casual confidence rather than the nervous energy bubbling inside me. This should cover it. The man's eyebrows rose slightly as he examined the card, before nodding to an assistant who disappeared with it through a side door. Several minutes passed in uncomfortable silence as the entire auction hall waited. Luna leaned against a nearby pillar, watching the proceedings with undisguised amusement. If your card bounces, we're all going to be embarrassed horribly, she stage whispered, loud enough for several nearby patrons to hear. It won't, I replied, though a part of me wondered if Emma had a spending limit in mind when she said reasonable. Was it 50 million yuan or $50 million? If the latter, that much for a pill might stretch the definition. Probably yuan. It wouldn't make sense for them to be using dollars here. The assistant returned, bowing deeply to the auctioneer before whispering something in his ear. The older man's eyes widened fractionally before his professional mask slipped back into place. The transaction is complete. Just for your information, that was close to $70 million, he announced, presenting me with the jade box. Congratulations on your acquisition of the Dragon's Breath cultivation pill. So it's neither yuan nor dollar. Is it some hidden society currency? I didn't bother worrying about that any longer. The box felt warm in my hands, pulsing with energy I could sense even through the jade container. Opening it revealed a small golden pill that glowed with inner light, spinning slowly in place without touching the sides of the box. Neat. Like a miniature sun trapped in jade. I nodded at the staff, and they gave us space once again. I looked at the others around me. Charmcaster and Quan Non stared at me, their expressions vastly different. Hope looked impressed and slightly calculating, while Quan Non seemed conflicted, her eyes repeatedly drawn to the pill despite her obvious effort to appear indifferent. So that's what $70 million gets you these days, huh? Charmcaster remarked, leaning in to examine the pill. Pretty, but is it worth making enemies of half of China's supernatural underworld on our first day in China? Depends what you do with it, I replied, before turning to Quan Non. I wasn't really interested in this pill, honestly. Not for myself, anyway. Having too much energy might make things more complicated for me instead. Without ceremony, I held the jade box out to her. Here. It's yours. The silence that followed was almost comical. Quan Non stared at the box, then at me, her normally composed features giving way to genuine shock. What? The pill. It's for you. Ben, that makes no sense, she said. If you're doing this to hit on me, that's very stupid. You're the one trying to learn chi manipulation. Not me. I shrugged. Learning to control a cup of tea is easier than controlling a pond. I don't need the extra burden. As for if I need pills like this in the future. I shrugged. If one of these existed, more definitely did. I'd find them if necessary. Then I'll figure it out my way. I always do. Charmcaster watched our exchange with a dry expression. Psylocke still looked unconvinced, her eyes narrowed slightly. You sure? You spent 70 million on this, and now you're just giving it away. It's Emma's money, not mine. And I'm not giving it away. I'm investing it in someone who'll make good use of it. I pushed the box closer to her. Besides, you were practically drooling when they brought it out. A faint blush colored her cheeks. I was not drooling. Metaphorically I mean, I amended. I'll just say you're thinking too much about this. You know Chi, you understand what this means. And I saw your face. This matters to you. So take it. Charmcaster crossed her arms. Are you sure about this, Ben? That pill could give you decades of training in moments. You don't have to take it now. Take it after you learn some control. It would increase your powers instantly. Since when do I solve problems the easy way? I grinned at her. Besides, watching Quanen's technique yesterday told me everything I need to know. I'll get there through practice, trial, and error. Can't have the universe hand everything to me. Quanen's fingers trembled slightly as she finally reached for the box. This is unexpected. Thank you. Her voice was soft, almost vulnerable. Quite different from her usual composed demeanor. Just promise me one thing, I said as she took the pill. What's that? Agree to spar with me when I finally figure out Chi manipulation properly, I said. I want to see what 20 years of instant experience looks like in action. A small smile tugged at her lips. I accept your terms. About then Lin Lai approached our table, his expression a mixture of disbelief and resignation. Well, that was certainly memorable. I don't believe anyone has ever shown such disregard for established protocols at a celestial auction before. First time for everything, friend, I replied cheerfully. Indeed. He muttered. After a short silence, he gestured to where Luna and Amadeus waited near the exit. My companions and I were planning to convene with the rest of our team. They should be arriving shortly. Luna bounded over, her enthusiastic energy a stark contrast to Lin Lai's restraint. You should join us. Safety in numbers, after all. Those bidders you outmaneuvered aren't the forgiving type. I appreciate the offer, but, I began. You would be wise to accept, Lin Lai interrupted, surprising me. The Phoenix Gate sect is particularly vindictive when denied something they desire. Their agents are likely already planning retribution. Luna grinned triumphantly. See. Even Mr. Sirius agrees. You're foreign guests in our country, we should offer protection. Lin Lai frowned. I didn't say that exactly. And Luna, you're a foreigner too. Didn't you, though? Luna challenged, ignoring the last line. Shouldn't we try our best to protect visitors to our side of the world? Ben has just drawn the ire of 3 powerful sects, and it'd be too intense to tell Ileana that I saw her friend get butchered. Lin Lai hesitated, clearly weighing his options. I could almost see the internal struggle playing out across his face. It's fine, I said, waving off their concern. We can handle ourselves. Are you certain? Luna pressed. I'm not from around here, but even I can think of at least 3 assassination techniques the Phoenix Gate specializes in that would bypass your watch entirely. She has no idea what this watch even is, I just smiled at her. Let them try, Charmcaster said with surprising heat. I've dealt with worse than some geriatric martial artist with a grudge. I nodded. Besides, I have a feeling our paths will cross again soon enough. Don't worry about us. What a pity, Luna sighed dramatically. Then her expression brightened. Oh, wait, before you go. Before I could react, Luna darted forward, pressing her cheek against mine and pulling out her phone in one smooth motion. Smile, she said, snapping a picture of our squashed-together faces before I had time to process what was happening. What was that for? I asked, blinking away the flash spots. Sending it to Ileana, she replied with a mischievous grin, already tapping away at her phone. She'll be so jealous I met her favorite limbo invader before she had a chance to introduce us properly. I couldn't help but laugh. You're going to get me in trouble. That's what friends are for, she replied with a wink. Besides, you already bought a $70 million pill and gave it away. How much more trouble could you possibly get into? If only she knew. As we left the auction house, stepping back into the bustling streets of Shanghai, I couldn't shake the feeling that 50 million might end up being the cheapest part of this adventure. You really don't do subtle, do you? Charmcaster asked as we navigated through the crowded evening streets. No idea what you mean. The neon lights of Shanghai bathed everything in a kaleidoscope of colors, turning ordinary faces into masks of blue, red, and purple. First day in China and you've already spent a fortune, insulted 3 powerful sects, and made friends with K-pop superheroes. When you put it that way, it sounds like I'm being restrained, I replied with a grin. Usually I'd have blown something up by now. Quan Non walked slightly ahead, the jade box secured inside her jacket. Her gaze constantly swept our surroundings, alert for any sign of danger. You're worrying too much, Sai, I said. You don't understand, she replied. We should reach the hotel quickly. I'd prefer to be somewhere secure when I absorb the pill's energy. It's not a good idea to keep this pill unconsumed. Hope frowned, pulling her silver hair into a loose ponytail as we walked. Is that safe? I've studied Eastern mysticism, and cultivation pills that powerful usually require special preparation. Sacred grounds, protection circles, that sort of thing. Our hotel suite should suffice, Quan Non replied. Emma reserved us the penthouse. I can establish the necessary wards. Always in luxury, that old auntie. Gwen was right, Charmcaster muttered. We could have just teleported somewhere. Would have been safer than any hotel. And miss the room service? I asked. Crazy talk. Hope's retort died on her lips as her eyes fixed on something behind us. Don't look now, but we've picked up a tail. I resisted the urge to turn around. How many? 2 cars, black sedans. They've been matching our turns for the last 3 blocks. Quan Non nodded slightly. I noticed them when we left the auction house. Phoenix Gate operatives, most likely. Want me to lose them? I asked, hand hovering near the Omnitrix. 1 quick transformation and we're gone. Unnecessary, Quan Non replied. Look ahead. 3 sleek vehicles had pulled up at the intersection before us, blocking the road. Men in expensive suits emerged, their movements telegraphing combat training despite their business attire. They're Emma's security detail, Quan Non explained, not breaking stride. She always has contingencies in place. Sure enough, as we approached, one of the men stepped forward and bowed slightly. Miss Psylocke. We've been instructed to escort you safely to your accommodations. That was fast, I murmured. Emma probably had them following us from the moment we landed, Quan Non replied softly. She doesn't leave things to chance. The suited men formed a perimeter around us as we continued toward the hotel. In my peripheral vision, I caught glimpses of the black sedans that had been following us, now stalled several blocks back, their occupants apparently reconsidering their approach. Charmcaster leaned closer to me, her voice low enough that only I could hear. Ugh, I don't like this, Ben. There are too many players, too many agendas. Emma's, the martial artists, whoever Luna and her friends really are. We came to find an iron fist spirit, not get caught in local power struggles. Sadly, that's just life. Don't worry, we're fine, I assured her, though I understood her concern. Remember, if things get truly dicey, we've got me, your magic, and now Quan Non with extra 20 years of chi in her pocket. Hope's eyes lingered on Quan Non's back. That's what worries me. Power like that pill. I don't know, such a sudden power boost might change her. Sudden power changes people. I've seen it before. Nah, Quan Non can handle it, she's been born a mutant, not some random human, I said with more confidence than I actually felt. She's not the power-hungry type. Everyone's the power-hungry type given the right circumstances, Charmcaster replied, her voice carrying the weight of experience. Even you, Ben. We arrived at our hotel soon. It was a towering glass and steel monument to modern luxury. The lobby gleamed with marble and gold accents, staff bowing respectfully as we entered. We rode the elevator in silence, still alert. The penthouse suite occupied the entire top floor, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of Shanghai's skyline. Lights twinkled like earthbound stars, stretching to the horizon where they met the real ones in the night sky. Quan Non wasted no time, moving to the center of the main room and kneeling on the plush carpet. Only now do I feel a little safe. Guys, I'll need about an hour for this. The pill's energy requires careful integration. What can we do to help? I asked. Nothing really. But if you want, you can stand guard. There's still a chance the Phoenix Gate might try something more direct. She removed the jade box from her jacket, opening it carefully. The golden pill glowed even brighter now, as if responding to her proximity. And, thank you again, Ben. This is a gift I didn't expect. Just don't go power mad on us, the ever-pessimist Hope joked. Quan Non let out a surprisingly gentle laugh. She found it funny. I won't. As she began preparing herself, arranging her body in a precise meditative posture, Charmcaster moved to the windows, peering down at the city below. What are you thinking, Hope? I asked, joining her. That we're kinda very exposed up here, she replied, her fingers tracing patterns on the glass that left faint magical residue. And that you're an impossible person. What did I do now? She turned to face me, her eyes searching mine. You gave away a priceless artifact without hesitation. Just to impress a girl? Wow. The kind of thing people kill for, the kind of power that changes destinies. I shrugged. You're thinking too much. Hope kept staring at me. As Quan Nan began to absorb the pill's energy, golden light streaming into her body like liquid sunlight, I wondered what exactly Hope feared. It made sense why Hope thought like this. Considering her life so far. If I tapped into the cynical mindset I held in my previous life, I could understand it. Human nature was at once fragile and ferocious, and by human, I meant the so-called mutant kind too. And more. Everything that was people. Everyone liked to hide behind masks of compassion, civility, obligation, but beneath that hid the same hunger for survival, the same urge to conquer, to dominate, to inflict or endure pain. Charmcaster's life taught her that there was no one pure and kind, and those who seemed so often used kindness as a dangerous weapon. A great illusion. A lesson she learned when her own uncle used her for rituals and experiments. This pill wasn't a big deal, at least to my eyes. Maybe in Hope's eyes, as she knew more about magic and energy than me, it was a huge deal. I didn't blame her for that. No, how could I blame her for wanting to be cautious? I am cautious. Unlike Hope, I was not disillusioned. Psylocke was a ninja, an assassin, and those people could not be kind. Why would I assume anything in return from her in exchange for this gift? It was just better for her to have it now, as China could get dangerous and having a stronger ally was better than me facing trouble because of a larger and harder to control chi core. In this world, those who refuse to judge others often end up judged by the smoke and ruin they leave behind. So I try to make my decisions only after I've gone through judgments in my mind. Such was life. Chapter 124, Midnight Cultivation and Midnight Hunters. Chapter 124, Midnight Cultivation and Midnight Hunters. The penthouse hummed with power. Not the electricity that powered Shanghai's neon skyline below, but something older, more primal. The energy of life. Charmcaster moved around the suite, her fingers tracing patterns in the air that left trails of purple light hanging like frozen lightning. She was placing wards. They pulsed once before settling into invisibility, but my recently growing senses could still feel them. A subtle pressure against my skin, like standing too close to a storm that hadn't broken yet. You know, I said, watching her work from my position near the windows, for someone who claims to hate teamwork, you're surprisingly good at this protective barrier stuff. She shot me a look over her shoulder, silver hair catching the city lights. Is it really surprising? Think about it. Protective barriers keep people out, Ben. Very different from letting them in. Deep. Should I write that down? Shut the hell up and let me concentrate. But her lips twitched, fighting a smile. I leaned against the glass, feeling the cool surface against my back. The Omnitrix felt heavier than usual on my wrist, though I knew that was psychological. The device didn't change weight. My awareness of it did. My eyes flicked to where Psylocke was sitting. The pill seemed to be shining from within her. Interesting how something so small can draw so much attention. $50 million, 3 hostile sects, and half of Shanghai's supernatural community now knows there's a kid with a weird watch wandering around their territory. Not my smartest play, admittedly. But who the fuck cared? The last ward snapped into place with an audible crack. Suddenly the air tasted like ozone and copper. Charmcaster stepped back, examining her handiwork with critical eyes. Nice. That should hold against most intrusions, she said, rolling her shoulders. Not all, but most. Most is better than none. Is it? She moved to stand beside me at the window, close enough that I caught the scent of her magic clinging to her clothes. Lavender and something darker, like smoke from a fire that had burned strange wood. Sometimes, most just means you've given yourself false security before the real threat shows up. You're in a cheerful mood tonight. I'm in a realistic mood. Her reflection in the glass showed those unusual eyes studying the city below. You spent the White Queen's $1 million like water, made enemies of people who've perfected assassination into an art form, and gave away the kind of power that cultivators spend lifetimes pursuing. All in one afternoon. When you put it that way, I'm actually being pretty restrained. She laughed, eyeing me with a strange attachment in her eyes. Yeah, and I love that about you. I'm glad you chose to come here with me, Ben. I really am. I held her by the waist. Let's not get too lovey-dovey, there's another person here. Behind us, Quanan's breathing had shifted slightly. Slower now, deeper, the kind of controlled respiration that spoke of years mastering her own body. The dragon's breath pill floated within her, spinning slowly like a miniature golden sun. Its light painted the room in warm amber tones, making Charmcaster's silver hair look like spun gold and turning the shadows into living things that danced at the edges of my vision. She's about to reach a threshold, Charmcaster murmured. Golden light erupted from Quanon's body in waves that made the air itself shimmer. The temperature spiked, sweat beading on my forehead despite the air conditioning that should have been keeping the suite comfortable. Her aura expanded outward in concentric rings of pure energy that I could feel pressing against my chest like physical weight. Holy shit, look at that, I muttered. Charmcaster's hand found mine, squeezing tight. Pretty crazy. That's 20 years of cultivation compressed into moments. Her meridians are being forcibly expanded and reinforced. The pain must be. She didn't finish, but she didn't need to. Quanon's face remained serene, locked in meditation, but small tremors ran through her body. Sweat soaked through her clothes. Every breath she took seemed to cost her something. Is this normal? I asked. For a pill of that caliber? Probably. For someone experiencing it. Charmcaster shook her head. I can't imagine. Minutes crawled past. The golden light grew brighter, forcing me to squint. Quanon had become the sun at the center of our small solar system, and we orbited at a respectful distance. Then Charmcaster's wards screamed. I frowned. The sound wasn't audible in the traditional sense. It bypassed my ears entirely, stabbing directly into my brain with the sensation of nails dragging across chalkboard while someone whispered wrong numbers into my skull. Every ward Charmcaster had placed flared brilliant purple, visible now, pulsing in warning. Then they shattered. The magical barriers didn't just break. They disintegrated, unraveling into threads of purple light that dissolved like sugar in rain. One moment they existed, the next they were memory. Well, Charmcaster said with surprising calm, that's not good. Simultaneously, every electronic device in the suite went dark. The lights, the air conditioning, Emma's high-tech security systems, all of it died without so much as a flicker of warning. The only illumination came from Quanon's golden aura and the neon glow of Shanghai bleeding through the windows. Professional. This is very professional. Charmcaster and I exchanged glances. We didn't panic. Panic was for people who hadn't fought an enraged Hulk or reversed death on a national scale. This was just another Tuesday, albeit one with better city views. Shadows moved in ways shadows shouldn't. Not stretching from light sources but emerging from them, birthing figures in dark combat gear who materialized like smoke given form. Some phased through walls as if solidity was optional. Others rose from the very darkness pooling in corners, their movements silent as held breath. Phoenix Gate sect assassins. Had to be. I counted 8. Maybe 9. One was doing something that made my eyes slide off them, some kind of perceptual trick that was difficult to look at properly. Ben. Charmcaster's voice held no fear, just readiness. Yes, I see them. My hand was already on the Omnitrix, but I paused, counting heartbeats. You know what the fun part about this is? There's a fun part. They went to all this trouble to disable your wards and Emma's tech, but they forgot something important. I grinned in the darkness, feeling the decision of transformation waiting at my fingertips. I don't need either of those things. The Omnitrix flared green, bathing the penthouse in emerald radiance that made the assassins freeze for a crucial half-second. That hesitation cost them their advantage. The transformation swept through me like lightning. My body restructured itself, flesh becoming crystal, bones turning to diamond lattice, every cell reorganizing into a form designed for one purpose. Being unbreakable. When the light faded, I stood 7 feet tall in Diamond Head's body, every facet of my crystalline form catching and refracting the golden glow from Quanon's meditation. The assassins' reflections fractured across my surface, multiplied and distorted into a dozen versions of themselves. Evening, gentlemen, I said, my voice carrying harmonics that made the windows vibrate. I'd offer you tea, but you seem to have broken all the cups. The first assassin moved before I finished speaking. Fast. Probably enhanced with chi or some kind of movement martial art technique, because they crossed the room in a blur that would have made XLR8 raise an eyebrow in respect. Their blade, coated in something that glowed sickly green, aimed for the gap where my neck met my shoulder. A killing blow delivered with precision born from hundreds of successful assassinations. Except this wasn't an armor I was wearing. There was no gap. The weapon shattered against my crystal hide, fragments scattering across the floor in a sound like breaking wind chimes. The assassin's eyes widened behind their mask, visible shock in that fraction of a second before I backhanded them across the room. They hit the wall hard enough to crack expensive drywall, then slumped unconscious. One down, I announced cheerfully. Who's next? My answer came in the form of 5 simultaneous attacks. They'd learned from their colleague's mistake. No more single approaches. They came at me from different angles, weapons glowing with various colors of chi disruption poison or corrosive energy. I slammed my fist into the floor. The entire penthouse rang like a struck bell as massive emerald spikes erupted from every surface. Crystal formations exploded upward from the floor, downward from the ceiling, outward from the walls. In seconds, I transformed the open suite into a geometric maze of diamond barriers that separated the assassins from each other and, more importantly, from Quan Non. Her meditation continued undisturbed at the center of a perfect geodesic dome I'd grown around her. Flawless translucent crystal that caught her golden light and scattered it into rainbow patterns across the room. Protect first, disable second, and well, try to kill never. You know what I love about this form? I asked, addressing the assassins now scrambling to adapt to the new terrain. My crystals are so hard. That's not funny. I pressed my palm against the nearest wall and pushed with chi, not physically but conceptually, thereby commanding the silicon in the concrete, the trace minerals in the drywall, the microscopic quartz in the paint. All of it responded to my will, spreading crystalline transformation through the structure like beautiful infection. New barriers erupted between the assassins, cutting off line of sight and forcing them to fight blind in a forest of my creation. This is actually kind of fun, Charmcaster called out from where she'd taken position near the windows. Purple energy crackled around her hands as she wove spells that complemented my crystalline maze. Shadow tendrils snaked through gaps in my barriers, tripping assassins or pulling weapons from grasping hands. Like the world's deadliest game of hide and seek. Right. I laughed, firing a spread of blunt crystal shards at an assassin trying to scale my constructs. The projectiles caught him in non-lethal zones, shoulders and thighs, sending him tumbling back to the floor with a pained grunt. Though I think we're winning. Come on. Winning implies they had a chance. An assassin burst through one of Charmcaster's shadow barriers, blade raised. She didn't flinch, just smiled and gestured. The floor beneath them turned to solidified shadow, sticky as tar, trapping their feet mid-step. I encased them in a crystal cocoon before they could try anything desperate. You know, I said conversationally, dodging a thrown knife, but it was too fast. It hit me and shattered harmlessly against my shoulder. I was just thinking about dinner plans. There's this place Luna mentioned that does amazing Xylong Bao. The soup dumplings. Charmcaster created a barrier of compressed mana that caught 3 more thrown weapons. I'm listening. According to her, they're made by a chef who infuses them with minor chi during the cooking process. It's not enough to cultivate, just enough to make them taste incredible. I grabbed an assassin who'd gotten too close and gently, relatively speaking, tossed them into a crystal cage I'd prepared. Thought we could try it after this. After defeating deadly assassins, you want dumplings. I want dumplings because of the deadly assassins. Fighting makes me hungry. She laughed, the sound bright and unexpected in the midst of violence. You're taking me on a date while we're being attacked. Well, you're late. I was expecting a date weeks ago. Best time for it. Very memorable. I created a series of crystal pillars that forced the remaining assassins into a tighter group, making them easier targets. Plus I figure if we're going to die horribly, might as well plan something nice first. Huh? We're not going to die. Exactly. So dumplings it is. The fight continued in this surreal pattern. Assassins would attack with deadly intent, employing techniques that represented decades of martial training and mystical study. Charmcaster and I would counter with teamwork that flowed like we'd been doing this for years, all while discussing dinner plans and arguing about whether the restaurant should be near Westlake or closer to the Bund. It was almost too easy. These weren't amateurs. Every move they made spoke of elite training, perfect coordination, and techniques designed to kill enhanced individuals. But between my alien biology and Charmcaster's magical expertise, we operated on a different level entirely. Soon enough, only one remained. The leader. I could tell by the way they moved, slightly different from the others. More confident. More skilled. Their blade glowed with an energy that made my crystal form itch uncomfortably, some kind of corrosive technique specifically designed to bypass exotic defenses. They looked at their captured companions, then at Quan Non's dome, then back at us. You're persistent, I acknowledged. I respect that. They didn't respond. Instead, they moved. Not toward me. Toward Quan Non. They'd recognized the real target. Disable the protectors, strike the vulnerable one. Smart thinking. Would have worked against most defenders. Their blade was inches from the crystal dome when golden light erupted from inside. Not breaking outward. Not shattering. The dome simply ceased to be. One moment it existed, the next it had disintegrated into harmless glittering particles that floated through the air like luminous snow. That's scary. Quan Non stood where she'd been kneeling, except now she radiated power that made the room's temperature spike another 10 degrees. Her eyes glowed with inner gold, and her aura had solidified into something visible even to normal sight. Waves of chi rippled outward in geometric patterns. The assassin froze mid-strike. Quan Non looked at them. Then she flicked her wrist. A bolt of shuriken concentrated with pink chi struck the assassin dead center. There was no fancy technique here, no elaborate martial form. Just raw power directed with absolute precision. The attacker convulsed once, every muscle seizing simultaneously, then collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. The golden light in Quanan's eyes faded to something more manageable, though I could still feel the power radiating from her in waves that made my crystalline form resonate in sympathy. "Well," I said into the sudden silence. "That was impressive." She met my eyes, and for the first time, she showed the brightest smile. It was so bright that it transformed her entire face. "Thank you," she said simply. 2 words that carried the weight of everything unsaid. I transformed back to human form, surveying the wreckage. 8 assassins in various states of unconsciousness or crystal imprisonment. Charmcasters destroyed wards. My crystal constructs turning the penthouse into something between an art installation and a disaster zone. "We should probably question them," I said, approaching the leader's unconscious form. Charmcaster waved her hand, and tendrils of shadow pulled 3 of the captured assassins together in front of us. They were awakening now, groggy but alert enough to recognize their situation. I knelt before the leader, keeping my voice friendly. "Evening. Long night, huh? I have some questions. Who sent you? Was it the Phoenix Gate sect? Someone else? And why attack now specifically?" The leader's eyes focused on me, and I saw the exact moment recognition and calculation flickered across their features. Then they smiled. Not fear. Not regret. Just fanatical certainty. They spat a single word in Mandarin. The Omnitrix translated it instantly. "Heretic." "Right." I stood up, my pleasant expression fading. "We tried it the easy way." I looked at Charmcaster and Quan Nan, both watching with varying degrees of anticipation and concern. Then back at the captives who stared at me with the zealous gleam of true believers who died before betraying their masters. A slow, predatory grin spread across my face. "Guess we're doing it the hard way then." I activated the Omnitrix, but this time I didn't choose power or strength. I chose fear. The green light faded, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Not gradually but instantly, like someone had opened a door to winter itself. Frost began forming on the windows despite Shanghai's summer heat. Ghost Freak materialized, my consciousness spreading thin across dimensions that normal biology couldn't comprehend. That single, cyclopean eye fixed on the bound assassins, and I watched their fanaticism crack. Ghost Freak. Because some things transcend training. Some fears are primal. Chapter 125, Hard Way and the Highway. Chapter 125, Hard Way and the Highway. You know, for a man who criticized Professor X and the other mind-reading mutants, I was enjoying this a bit too much. In my defense, this guy was a criminal sent to kill me and not some poor student whose privacy Xavier loved to violate. The assassin's mind felt like wading through a swamp of coal tar. Sticky. Resistant. Full of shit that would never wash off. Ghost Freak's abilities made navigation simple enough, but the sheer devotion I encountered was something else. I'm starting to see the telepath's mindset now. Interrogations are boring. You ask questions, they lie. It's a waste of time. Mind rapes, on the other hand, those are efficient. Was I letting power corrupt me? I floated through his memories, and found each one to be a little bubble of fanaticism. The Phoenix Gate sect had their hooks in deep. Years of training, conditioning, punishment. Blind obedience wrapped in flowery language about honor and tradition. The men had killed 37 people before me. Some deserved it. Most didn't. Heretic, he'd called me. In his mind, that word glowed like a neon sign. To him, I wasn't just a target, I was an offense against the natural order. Because I gave away a pill. Good Lord, these people need hobbies. I pushed deeper, past his surface thoughts and into the meat of what I needed. Soon I found the juicy parts. The orders this time came from an elder named Chen. Suddenly it made sense why they were so pissed. Elder Chen was a wrinkled prune of a woman whose face burned with righteous fury in his memories. Once she used to be beautiful, and to regain that beauty she'd spent decades trying to obtain something like the dragon's breath pill. Then some foreign devil walks in, outbids her, and gives it away to a purple-haired mutant. She just had to be Japanese too. Unacceptable. A stain on their honor. A heresy against their traditions. And so on. The assassin's mind clung to these beliefs like a drowning man to driftwood. So I decided to take the driftwood away. I didn't just read his memories. I rewrote them. Showed him his precious elder Chen groveling at my feet. His sacred techniques failing against a child. His temple burning while his elders fled like rats. His entire worldview dissolving into a lie. It wasn't real. But to him, it was realer than reality. Honestly, this was more of a test on my part. I wanted to see how much I could manipulate someone's memories. Like some red-eyed ninja freak. Something deeper caught my attention. A secondary mission. Intelligence gathering. The Phoenix Gate wasn't just after revenge, they were tracking something that had me interested. A massive convergence of spiritual energy in the Wudong Mountains. Once-in-a-century event. They believed it signaled a celestial being's descent. I could guess better. Between heartbeats and breaths. This was it. This was where we'd find the Iron Fist spirit. The timing was too perfect to be coincidence. Or it really was some celestial being, but if there was a wandering Iron Fist spirit from the old era, I think it might want to meet someone like this. Regardless, this place was worth a visit. I'd gotten what I needed, but I wasn't quite done. I left one final image burning in his mind. Me, standing over the broken bodies of the Phoenix Gate's leadership, holding their sacred texts in one hand and a lit match in the other. Let that simmer for a while. I pulled out of his mind, leaving behind a shattered psyche. Not dead, but broken enough that he wouldn't be threatening anyone soon. His companions weren't in better shape. I'd gone through them first, but they'd had less to offer. The familiar green flash of transformation washed over me as I shifted back to human form. The cold of Ghost Freak still clung to me for a moment, a lingering reminder of the space between worlds I'd just occupied. There. They won't be a problem anymore to anyone else, I said, straightening my shirt as I looked at the two. And I know where we need to go next. Under the gentle light of this classy hotel, the two girls had strange expressions. Charmcaster watched Ben's expression with unblinking eyes. The green flash illuminated his face, casting harsh shadows that made him look older and sharper. The catatonic assassin sat slumped against the wall, occasionally mumbling nonsense or twitching. One was drooling. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Well, she said a moment later, stepping closer to Ben, that's one way to get answers. Faster than my truth spells. She moved to examine one of the assassins, lifting his chin with her finger. His eyes stared through her, focused on horrors only he could see. She felt a rush of something. Admiration. Attraction. She wasn't sure. But this Ben Tennyson was not the boy hero she'd initially taken him for. Well, he was, but did he have shades she'd not explored yet? I didn't know you had it in you, Ben. She released the assassin's chin and turned back to Ben, seeing him in a new light. Someone who understood power and wasn't afraid to use it. Someone like her. Quan Non remained by the window, her posture perfect despite the violence they'd just witnessed. The dragon's breath pill had changed her. Not visibly, she looked the same, but her energy had shifted. Become more focused and more refined. She could sense things now that had been invisible before. Including the psychic devastation Ben had just inflicted. Their operational capacity has been neutralized forever, she observed, her tone clinical but with a note of respect. She'd killed before. Many times. But she'd never destroyed someone so completely while leaving them technically alive. Here I thought he was being harsh with Julian. She reassessed her evaluation of Ben Tennyson. The boy with the watch wasn't simply an interesting man or a potential ally. He was a strategic-level threat if he ever turned to villainy. The type of person who needed to be either closely aligned with or eliminated immediately. For now, she was glad to be in the former category. Ben seemed to notice their reactions. He met Charmcaster's approving gaze, then Quan Non's calculating one. His expression betrayed no guilt, no remorse for what he'd done. Don't be so surprised. I'm only a hero to nice people. But these are brainwashed puppets who tried to kill us. They failed. Now they're a lesson. Simple as that, he said. Crying about it doesn't bring back the dead, though I guess that's a very bad analogy for my particular self. He shook his head as if dismissing a stray thought. After that, he gave the two of them a brief of what he'd learned. Which faction sent these fools, and the exact person behind the decision. Everything that mattered. Makes sense. Charmcaster stepped closer, her silver hair catching the light from Shanghai's neon skyline as she nudged close to him. So we know our enemies. Are we going to pay a visit to this Elder Chen? Burn her little clubhouse to the ground. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. I've got some new spells I've been dying to try out. Ben didn't answer immediately. His eyes grew distant, weighing the options. Quan Non could almost see the calculations running behind them. I considered it. I really did. The Phoenix Gate sect had tried to kill us. In most of the superhero stories I grew up with, this would be the moment where the hero lets the villains go with a warning. Shows mercy. Takes the high road. But this wasn't a comic book, and while I was a hero, I wasn't naive. If necessary, I was always ready to kill. These weren't misunderstood villains with tragic backstories. They were assassins who tried to murder us in our sleep, and they'd do it again given half a chance. Part of me, a dark, angry part that had lived my previous life, wanted to hunt down Elder Chen. Make an example of her. Show the world what happens when you come after Ben Tennyson and his girls. Girl. Well, same thing. I could do it, too. Turn into XLR8, race to their temple. Find Elder Chen. Transform into something that would make her regret her life choices. 4 arms. Diamond Head. Hell, maybe even Ghost Freak again, to give her a taste of what her men experienced. But then what? Revenge wasn't the point behind this visit. I'm not saying this as a saint but as a thinker. The Phoenix Gate wouldn't just roll over. They'd send more assassins. Start a blood feud. And for what? Pride. Revenge. I wasn't here for revenge. I was here for power. Knowledge. The ability to control chi like the ancient masters. That's what would keep me and my friends alive in the long run, not some petty vendetta against a sect I'd never heard of before today. So I just scoffed. Come on, Hope, are you kidding? Waste our time on some geriatric cult leader with a bruised ego. I shook my head. No. Emma security detail can clean up this mess. They can send the bill to the Phoenix Gate. We have better things to do. Charmcaster looked disappointed, but Quan Non nodded in approval. One of the assassins started humming a children's song, rocking back and forth. We all ignored him. This energy convergence in the Wudong Mountains, that's our target, I continued, walking to the window. The Shanghai skyline glittered like a circuit board in the night. If my gut is right, the Iron Fist spirit should be around there, and it isn't going to wait around for us to settle local grudges. I checked my phone, since the Omnitrix somehow didn't show time, and nodded to myself. We need to move quickly. The convergence won't last forever. Right now. Yes. But wait, give me a bit. I activated the Omnitrix, cycling through until I found what I needed. Upgrade. The familiar rush of transformation washed over me. My body became living technology, a sentient mass of nanomachines with a singular green eye. I reached for my smartphone, merging with it instantly. Its circuitry became mine, its capabilities amplified 1,000-fold. Hacking into the security network of the security team that Emma deployed was child's play for me. I found their communication channel and sent a direct message. Penthouse has been compromised. All is good, 8 assassins are neutralized. My team requires immediate extraction and transport to Hubei province. Need a clean-up crew here. Be sure to send the captured assassins back to Phoenix Gate Sect with warning. The response came quickly. Although this wasn't Emma Frost's direct team of course, but if it was under someone who someone like her trusted. So they were nothing if not efficient. Acknowledged. Extraction team en route. ETA 10 minutes. Then I disconnected from the phone and reverted to human form, pocketing the device. Green light flashed. Transportation's on its way, I told the girls. We'll be in Wudong by morning. We moved to the balcony, the night air cool against my skin. The penthouse behind us was a disaster zone, broken furniture, shattered glass, bloodstains on expensive carpet. But the view was still spectacular. Quan Non leaned against the railing, her posture relaxed for the first time since I'd met her. The view of her ass might have been better than Shanghai's skylines. I was worried about consuming the pill too quickly, she said, not looking at me. There was an immediate threat. I couldn't risk being incapacitated. You managed to absorb it, I observed. She nodded. After you neutralized the threat. The process was intense. Not painful, exactly. More like having every cell in your body remember its purpose all at once. And now. Now I understand. Her eyes met mine, and I saw something new there. Not fear or wariness, but recognition. 20 years of energy gathering, compressed into moments. I can see the flow of chi in everything. In you. In her. She nodded toward Charmcaster. In the city below us. Really, even from up here. What do you see? I asked. Well. Potential. I guess that's a fitting word. She extended her hand, and a small blade of psychic energy formed above her palm, purple and perfect. Thank you, Ben. This gift. I won't waste it. Charmcaster sidled up beside me, bumping my shoulder with hers. So, first mind-breaking, now ordering around corporate death squads. You're growing up so fast. There was genuine affection in her voice, mixed with the teasing. Next thing you know, you'll be taking over countries. Ah, maybe in another life. The wind picked up, carrying the sounds of the city up to our perch. Somewhere in the distance, sirens wailed. A helicopter's searchlight swept over nearby buildings. Life went on, oblivious to the drama that had played out 30 stories up. The night was young, and so were we. Chapter 126, The Mountain That Breathes. Chapter 126, The Mountain That Breathes. Wudong Mountains. They looked smaller in the Jackie Chan movies. The air here felt strange, and I didn't mean it in the normal mountain sense. Like you could chew on it. The Omnitrix on my wrist kept its hum, but the cell was dead. I noticed that my phone was a brick. No signals and satellites. Just vibes. And I loved the vibes. We'd landed at a dirt airstrip that looked like it hadn't seen a plane since the Korean War. The pilot, one of Emma's people, looked nervous. Couldn't blame him. The mountains loomed over us like sleeping giants that were shrouded in mist despite the afternoon sun. There was something wrong with this place. Something ancient that made the hair on the back of your neck stand up. If this were some Xianxia novel, some sect would have hidden in one of those peaks. This is as far as I go, the pilot said, not meeting my eyes. Miss Frost's orders. I'll wait 12 hours. If you're not back by then. We're on our own, I finished for him. Yeah. Standard protocol. I don't think we'll be back by then though. Good luck with your stay. Quan Non stepped off the jet first in a fluid motion. The dragon's breath pill had indeed changed her. Not visibly, she still looked like a supermodel who could kill a man with a chopstick, but in how she carried herself. Like a sword that had just been given the perfect edge, humming with a power it was still getting used to. The chi here is a little overwhelming, she said quietly, her eyes scanning the mist-wreathed peaks. It's everywhere. Really? I asked as I jumped off behind her. Yeah. If you look for a spot that doesn't have overflowing chi, it'll be trying to find a single drop of water in the ocean. Damn. And then there was Charmcaster who was busy yawning. If Quan Non was a still, deep lake, Hope was a wildfire. She was the last one off the plane, and the moment her feet touched the ground, she took one deep breath and smiled. It was a predatory thing that showed too many teeth. Oh, I like it here, she said in a purring voice. The magic is old. Pure and untouched. I watched them. One was a surgeon's scalpel, the other was a stick of dynamite. Both of them were useful here. Both dangerous if you held them wrong. Thankfully we were all on the same side. I turned to Charmcaster. All right, magic girl. You're up. Find us a ghost. She shot me a smirk. Finally admitting you need me, Benny boy. Fair enough, I'd get tired too if I were the one taking care of everything. Don't get a big head, I said. Unfortunately, the Omnitrix couldn't skin magic for shit, and Hope was our best bet in finding where we should be heading after this. I guess if I become XLR8 and roam the entire valley for a few minutes something will come up, but that's too much work. She laughed, and it was a sound bright and clear against the heavy air. From her bag, she produced a small silver bowl and a vial of mercury, and I realized this was a different kind of magic than I was used to seeing from her. Something older, more primal than the flashy pyrotechnics she usually favored. What does that do? Well. You see, traditional scrying won't work this time, she explained, pouring the quicksilver into the bowl. Too much interference. We need something more direct. She pricked her finger with a small silver needle, letting a single drop of her blood fall into the mercury. It did not mix. It floated on the surface, a perfect crimson sphere. Quan Non watched the ritual with a clinical, detached curiosity. Your methods are primitive. Primitive methods get the job done, that's why even primates thought of them and survived. If you think about it, we stand here because of primitive ways. That is how we evolved. After that needless lecture at philosophy, Hope shot back without looking up. Not all of us had 20 years of chi shoved into us overnight. The barb hung in the air, but Quan Non merely inclined her head in a slight, almost imperceptible nod of acknowledgement. The drop of blood began to move, drawing a slow, deliberate pattern across the liquid metal. Charmcaster's eyes narrowed in concentration. What does it say? I asked. We've got a lead, she said finally. There's a path. Faint, but it's there. The blood had formed a thin red line pointing deep into the forest. As we watched, it began to glow with a soft purple light. Charmcaster stood, tucking the bowl away. Follow me, she commanded. And stay close. This mountain doesn't like visitors. I didn't ask how a mountain could like or dislike anything. In a place that was full of energy, was it impossible for rocks to acquire consciousness? I was past questioning that kind of shit. When a sorceress who has stared down cosmic gods tells you a mountain has opinions, you just nod and follow her lead. The path was barely visible, a game trail at best. The trees grew denser as we climbed, ancient growth that had never seen an axe. The silence was the worst part. It was absolute, unnatural. There were no birds nor insects around us. Just the sound of our own breathing and the crunch of leaves underfoot. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of movement at the edge of my vision. Flickering shapes of armored warriors or snarling temple dogs that vanished the moment I tried to focus on them. Illusions, Charmcaster called them. A filter meant to disorient and drive off the unworthy. They're getting stronger, Quan Non noted, her hand resting lightly on the hilt of a knife I hadn't seen her carrying before. It's a filter, like I said, Charmcaster said, her eyes fixed on the path ahead. The closer we get, the more it'll push back. She glanced at me, a challenge in her eyes. Feeling scared yet, hero? Terrified, I deadpanned. Might need you to hold my hand. She rolled her eyes, but I saw the corner of her mouth twitch as she interlocked her hands with me. Quan Non didn't say anything, pretending we weren't playing lovebirds in this situation. After an hour of climbing that felt like 3, the path ended abruptly at a sheer rock face. A massive waterfall cascaded down the cliff, feeding a small, crystal-clear pool at its base. The roar was deafening. Dead end? Quan Non asked, her voice raised over the sound of the water. Charmcaster shook her head, stepping to the edge of the pool. She held out her hand, and a faint purple glow emanated from her fingertips. It's here, she shouted. The entrance isn't a door, it's a knot in reality. Woven into the mountain's chi, we can't break it. My first instinct, a crude and simple one, was to hit it. Hard. 4 arms could probably turn this cliff face into a gravel pit. But a glance at Charmcaster's face, a mask of pure concentration, told me such a brutish solution would be a mistake. This was a lock, not a wall. So how do we open it? I yelled. It's a harmonic lock, she explained. It needs to be vibrated at a precise resonant frequency to shatter the concealment ward. It's not about a pretty tune though, it's about hitting it with the right kind of force. She turned to Quan Non. I need you to channel chi into the rock face. Steady, consistent flow. It'll stabilize the mountain, prevent a landslide when the ward breaks. Water cascades like thunderclaps, but we managed a conversation by yelling at each other. Quan Non nodded, placing her hands against the wet stone. A faint pink glow, different from Charmcaster's magic, spread from her fingers into the rock. Charmcaster turned to me, a wild look in her eyes. I don't think that's enough, so I need a sound. A specific frequency. Powerful enough to shake a mountain. You want me to howl for you? I grinned. Just say the word, hope. I aim to please. Just make the mountain shake, Tennyson, she yelled back, a laugh mixed with the words. Save the pickup lines for when we're not trying to open the Cave of Wonders. It's a waterfall, not a cave. A specific frequency. A sound powerful enough to shake a mountain. I had just the dog for the job. I rolled the Omnitrix dial and then clicked it down. The familiar green flash washed over me, and I felt my body reshape itself, bones elongating, face stretching into a muzzle, fur sprouting across my skin. When the transformation completed, I stood taller, covered in gray fur, my muzzle split 4 ways to reveal the specialized vocal cords that made Blitzwolfer unique. Charmcaster placed her hand on my arm, her eyes closed in concentration. Start low, she said. Gradually increase the pitch until I tell you to stop. I took a deep breath and began to growl. It was a sound that emanated from deep within my chest, a subsonic rumble that caused the water in the pool to tremble. Slowly, carefully, I increased the pitch, my quadruple-hinged jaw allowing me to modulate the sound with perfect precision. The entire cliff face began to groan, small pebbles raining down into the pool. Quan Non's arm strained as she channeled more chi into the rock, her expression a mask of focus. Higher, Charmcaster's instructions came. Almost there. I pushed the sound higher, until it was a piercing howl that tore at the air itself. The waterfall began to waver, the water splitting around an invisible barrier. Now. I poured everything I had into the howl. The air cracked like glass, a sound like a million windows shattering at once. For a split second, the waterfall itself vaporized from the sheer sonic force, leaving the cliff face bare. And there it was. A glowing circular gateway, pulsing with energy, carved directly into the rock. The waterfall crashed back down, but now it flowed around the gateway, not touching it. A doorway behind a curtain of water. I wasn't in my human form, and yet I felt my ears ring slightly. I could only assume how bad it must be for Hope and Quan Non. That, Charmcaster said, was loud. But look, I pointed ahead. It worked, Charmcaster admitted, staring at the portal. I can't believe it worked. You didn't know if it'd work or not. Quan Non gave her a dry look. Never mind. What now, she asked, pulling her hands from the rock. Now, Charmcaster said, a grin spreading across her face, we go through. The gateway hummed with power, a swirling vortex of energy that made my skin tingle. Ladies first, I said, gesturing grandly. Charmcaster rolled her eyes, hitting my massive werewolf chest. Coward. But she stepped through, vanishing in a flash of light. Quan Non followed a moment later. I took a deep breath and stepped into the vortex. The world twisted, compressed, then exploded outward. For a brief, terrifying moment, I was nowhere and everywhere at once. Then, sound. Overwhelming, chaotic sound. I stumbled forward onto solid ground, blinking spots from my vision. The first thing I registered was the noise. It was a deafening roar like being inside a football stadium during the final play of the Super Bowl. The smell was also a lot. Incense and sweat, mixed with ozone and the coppery tang of blood. What the hell? We were on a high stone platform overlooking a colossal arena carved directly into the heart of a mountain. Below, in a circular fighting ring, two warriors clashed in a blur of movement. One wielded a chain of pure lightning while the other fought with a spear that seemed to cut through space itself. Beyond the arena, an impossible city sprawled across the valley. Pagodas floated in midair, connected by bridges of jade and crystal. Waterfalls flowed upward. The entire valley pulsed with energy, all of it focused on this one bloody spectacle. Okay. So not a quiet ghost hunt. It's a goddamn mystical thunderdome. And we just crashed the VIP box. It was as if we'd crossed into a parallel world where cultivators were real and roamed the skies instead of superheroes. I suddenly had a feeling where we were. The Omnitrix's translator kicked in, struggling to keep up with the roar of the crowd. Soon, it began to feed me fragments. Champion of Leigong will face. Ninth trial of the heavenly cities. Only the victor is worthy of the Iron Fist. Are they walking about the same Iron Fist we came searching for? Before I could even process that, the air around us shimmered. A phalanx of guards in jade armor materialized, their energy spears leveled at our throats. Their leader, a stern-faced man with a beard that reached his waist, stepped forward. You have trespassed upon the sacred grounds during the tournament of the heavenly cities, he announced, his voice carrying despite the noise. Surrender your weapons and submit to judgment, monsters. Hey. I'm a sentient being, not a monster, I argued, even as I took a fighting stance. I was already calculating. Was Blitzwolfer a good choice here? Can his howl disorient them all at once? Or should I switch to a different one? How many could 4 arms take before they overwhelmed him? If I went Ghost Freak, could I? This might sound crazy but... They're with me. The voice cut through the tension like a knife. Surprised but familiar, with a thick Russian accent even as she spoke Chinese. I froze. I knew that voice. I turned. Leaning against a stone pillar, looking completely unimpressed by the entire spectacle, was none other than Ilyana Rasputina. The demon queen of Limbo. She wasn't wearing her X-Men uniform. Instead, she was dressed in dark, flowing robes embroidered with silver runes. A massive, soul-forged sword was strapped to her back. She looked less like a guest and more like she belonged here. She pushed off the pillar and stalked toward us, her boots making no sound on the ancient stone. The jade guards parted before her, their expressions a mixture of fear and reverence. She stopped in front of me, her ice blue eyes scanning me, Charmcaster, and Quan Non with cold amusement. Tennyson, she said, frowning even as she was smirking. She whispered in English so that the others couldn't understand. What the hell are you doing at a heavenly tournament? I just stared at her, a similar question echoing in my mind. What is the Queen of Limbo doing in a place supposedly touched by heaven? Chapter 127, 127, The Queen and the Crane. Chapter 127, The Queen and the Crane. Her presence had a discernible effect on the world, akin to a drop in temperature or a shift in barometric pressure. The Jade Guards, men who likely hadn't felt fear since they were children, instinctively took a step back. They didn't know who she was, not really, but they knew power when they saw it. And Ilyana Rasputina radiated power the way a star radiates light. Effortlessly and constantly, with the quiet promise of burning whatever got too close. And she wasn't even in her dark child form. This was just Ilyana, dressed in dark, flowing robes that seemed to drink the light, a massive soul-forged sword strapped to her back. No need for a fight, at least. I tapped the Omnitrix symbol on my chest. The green glow faded, and the hulking form of Blitzwolfer dissolved back into plain old me. A guy in a t-shirt and jeans, standing in the middle of a mystical thunderdome. The contrast was ridiculous. I loved it. Of all the mystical tournaments in all the hidden dimensions, she said, her Russian accent a familiar sound in this alien place, you had to walk into this one, Tennyson, just when I was attending it. You have a talent for attracting trouble. I could say the same about you, I shot back, unbothered. Isn't this the heavenly tournament of the 7 cities? I recalled from the comics. Last I checked, your Limbo was a hell dimension. Not one of the 7 capital cities. Her lips curved into that familiar, dangerous smirk. It isn't. But the Crane Mother and I have mutual interests. She invited me as an honored guest. I accepted. Her ice blue gaze slid past me, landing on Charmcaster and Quan Non. I see you brought your harem with you. Can't go anywhere alone, little boy. Ben and I have professional relations, Psylocke replied. The air around Charmcaster crackled, a faint scent of ozone and lavender filling the space between us. We don't need your permission to be here, Demon Queen. I stepped between them before the wards started flying. Play nice, Hope. She helped save you, remember? The reminder made her eyes twitch. Charmcaster's hostility didn't vanish, but a flicker of grudging acknowledgement tempered it. She remembered being a damsel in distress, and she hated it. Ileana, for her part, looked at Hope with a dismissive sort of curiosity, the way one might examine an interesting but ultimately harmless insect. Guess that's the difference between an up-and-coming sorceress and the ruler of Limbo itself. Unfortunately, my Charmcaster was outmatched here. Ah, the little witch, Ileana said, her tone dripping with condescension. Still clinging to Tennyson's coattails, I see. At least you've learned some new tricks. Hope clicked her tongue but didn't say anything. Ileana's attention then shifted to Quan Non. It was a different kind of look. The recognition between two predators. You've gotten stronger, she stated, not a question. Heard you ate a chi pill. Quan Non gave a single, sharp nod. It was a gift. Yeah, a teenage boy running on hormones can be a necessary tool at times like this. Ileana's eyes found mine again. Luna was talking about you, by the way. I saw that selfie. Wait. A golden portal opened beside her, and the demon queen yanked a phone out of it. She quickly tapped away, and my phone buzzed. I pulled it out. The picture was exactly as I remembered. Luna Snow, cheek pressed against mine, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Yes, looks good. We exchanged numbers too. Don't get any ideas, alien boy, Ileana's voice dropped to a possessive purr that was 90% threat. Luna is mine. Touch her and I'll show you what Limbo does to thieves. I couldn't help but laugh. She was serious. Luna was her anchor, her soft spot. It was a weakness she wore like armor, daring anyone to test it. I understood that kind of loyalty. Message received, Your Majesty. Hands off the K-pop idol. She nodded, satisfied. Can you tell us more about this tournament now? The brief flash of vulnerability was gone, replaced by the cool, calculating queen she pretended to be. About this little circus. She gestured to the fighting pit below. Every 88 years, the 7 cities merge. They hold this tournament to determine who will walk the earth for the next decade. The losers get 50 years of isolation. It's all very dramatic. She paused, letting the information sink in. There's a problem this time, though. The Crane champion slot is empty. Has been for nearly a century since a drunk Iron Fist killed the last one in cold blood. Her smirk was wicked. Normally, Kuan-Zi, the city of dark magic, would just send a placeholder to lose gracefully. But our mysterious special guest, the one with enough juice to make even the city rulers nervous, ordered the selection process thrown open this time. For the first time ever, anyone can compete to take the Crane's place. Even outsiders from the mortal realm. The pieces clicked into place. This wasn't just a random tournament. It was an opportunity. If I could use it, I didn't have to be here to find an Iron Fist spirit by wandering around a mountain asking for directions. I could be here to make an entrance. To become a player in their game. So anyone can enter this preliminary? I asked, my voice calm. Well. Anyone with the guts can step into that ring and the power to survive it, she confirmed. 30 enter. 1 leaves with the title. The rest leave in pieces. But if you win, Ben, you walk into the main tournament as the 7th immortal weapon. Instant legitimacy and power. She looked me up and down, and smirked. Instant target on your back, too. What you think, alien boy? Interested? You're suggesting he throw himself into a meat grinder? Charmcaster asked, her voice tight with concern. She was thinking about Adwaitia, about the times I'd jumped into fights I had no business winning. I'm suggesting, Ileana corrected with a shrug, that the boy who can reverse death itself might be capable of winning a fistfight. But what do I know? I'm just a demon queen. The barb hit its mark. Charmcaster's jaw tightened. I looked down at the arena. At the warriors clashing with chi-laced weapons. At the crowd roaring for blood. They were right. This really was a meat grinder. But I wasn't some normal human. Sometimes, the only way to get to the other side is to walk right through the blades. And I think I can risk it. I'm in, I said. Quan Non, who had been silent until now, spoke. It is the most direct path to our objective. High risk, high reward. If you think you can take it, I won't stop you. Spoken like a true assassin. Charmcaster just shook her head, but she didn't argue. Ileana laughed, a sound that was both delighted and cruel. I thought you might say that. I'll register you quickly. The people will think you're one of my acquisitions from Limbo. A demon warrior. Her gaze swept over my human form, thoroughly unimpressed. You should probably change into something more believable. She turned to walk to the throne that waited in the middle of this gallery room, taking a seat and beginning to watch the match. Your first match is in 10 minutes. Try not to die too quickly. It would be terribly boring. Why was she leaning against the wall if she's got a seat to sit on? I wondered as she snapped a singer as guards rushed to her aid. She explained the situation, that she wanted to register someone, and the process began. Charmcaster whispered, "If you die, I'm dragging your soul back from whatever afterlife you end up in and stuffing it back into your body. I'll count on that." 10 minutes later. The arena was a different world. It was a place carved from black jade and living rock, carrying stories of power and time. It smelled of incense and old blood. The crowd was an impossible gathering, beings from 7 different realities packed into tiers that spiraled up into the mountain's core. They weren't here for sport but for a ritual combat that decided the fate of their homes for the next half-century. In the front row of the audience, a man sat alone, his sheer mass creating a gravity well of respect around him. He was a mountain of a man in grey silk robes, with hair the white of sun-bleached bone. His belly was vast and round, which shook with silent laughter as he watched the preliminary bouts. This was Fat Cobra, the immortal weapon of Peng Lai, a living legend who could shatter mountains with a punch and drink an entire brewery dry. He was here out of obligation, mostly bored. The preliminaries were usually just local talent showcasing their skills before the real tournament began. But this year was different. The whispers from Kuan-Zi were strange. The Crane Mother was acting on orders from a higher power, an unknown player who had changed the ancient rules. The announcer, a creature with the head of a falcon and the body of a man, spread his wings and called for silence. Honored guests. The preliminary for the Crane's mantle continues. The crowd roared, a sound like a landslide. The falconman unfurled a scroll. Our next challenger. From the kingdom of spiders, trained in the venom arts, feared across 3 provinces. Jing the Scorpion. A wiry man with 6 arms scuttled into the arena. His skin was the color of old parchment, and his smile was a show of sharpened teeth. And his opponent. The announcer paused. His beak clicked in confusion as a second, smaller scroll materialized in his hand, glowing with faint demonic energy. There seems to be a substitution. A late entry, sponsored by Her Majesty, the Queen of Limbo. A murmur went through the crowd. Limbo. The demon realm. What game was the Crane Mother playing? Fat Cobra leaned forward, his boredom evaporating like morning mist. A new contender, the announcer screeched, his voice cracking with excitement. From the mortal realm, bearing the blessing of a demon queen and the hunger of a conqueror. Tetraman. The gate opposite Jing the Scorpion didn't open. It disintegrated. Black jade exploded inward as a crimson figure burst through, a 4-armed blur of motion that landed in the center of the arena with a ground-shattering boom. The impact sent a spiderweb of cracks racing across the stone floor. He rose to his full, 9-foot height. 4 arms corded with muscle that seemed carved from ruby. Skin etched with black markings that pulsed with a life of their own. His eyes were 4 glowing green slits that promised nothing but violence. He looked less like a fighter and more like a natural disaster given form. 4 arms. Jing the Scorpion, the feared assassin, the master of venom arts, took an involuntary step back. The arena, which had been filled with the noise of roars and cheers, fell into a stunned silence. 4 Tetraman arms cracked the knuckles on all 4 of his hands, the sound echoing like gunshots in the sudden quiet. He fixed his gaze on his opponent like a predator sizing up its prey. "Don't just stand there, man. Let's see if you can sting," he rumbled, his voice like grinding stones. The crowd erupted. The falconman, recovering from his shock, shrieked, "Begin." Chapter 128, 128, The Venom and the Fist. Chapter 128, The Venom and the Fist. Begin. The word hit like a starting pistol, and the world narrowed to a tunnel of violence. Perhaps because he was scared of what the red-skinned demon of hell was capable of, Jing the Scorpion moved first. 6 arms wove a blur of seals, fingers contorting into shapes that would snap a human wrist. The crowd leaned forward. They had seen Jing fight before. They knew what came next. Venom. Thick and glowing with sickly green chi, pooling in his palms. He spat it forward. Although some might say he fired it, a pressurized stream of concentrated acid that cut through the air with a hiss like a welding torch. It left a trail of acrid vapor that made the air itself seem to tremble. 4 arms didn't flinch nor did he make an attempt to dodge. He didn't even bother blinking. The venom splashed across his chest with the sound of bacon hitting a hot pan. It sizzled. It screamed as it tried to eat through crimson alien hide. Smoke rose in greasy plumes, carrying a stench of burning meat and ozone that hit the front rows first, making hardened warriors gag. The crowd erupted like a volcano. It was working. The big red demon could be hurt. Jing had drawn first blood. Or at least, first burn. In the stands, bets were being frantically recalculated. Maybe the spider had a chance after all. Jing saw the smoke rising from his handiwork and his confidence, already inflated by a lifetime of being the biggest monster in his corner of reality, exploded. This was it. the validation hit hard. He was Jing the Scorpion, master of the venom arts, assassin of the kingdom of spiders. Yes, I'm going to win this too. This demonic bastard was just another prey item that had wandered into his web. This lumbering brute, all muscle and no finesse, was going to be his food today. Time to finish it. He didn't give 4 arms time to recover. That was amateur hour. Professional killers pressed their advantages. 6 arms moved in perfect synchronization, weaving not just venom but constructs. Solid shapes formed from hardened poison, masterworks of lethal artistry. A spear here, gleaming with toxic chi, a net there, its strands sharp enough to cut steel. A trio of throwing stars that spun like tiny hurricanes, their edges weeping corrosive fluid. The crowd was on its feet. This was a show of incredible technique and masterclass artistry. This was why they had come. Jing launched his arsenal. Not all at once, for that was crude. He fired in waves, forcing his opponent into defensive positions where the next attack would land. The spear came first, a green blur aimed at the alien's heart. When 4 arms moved to block it, the net would follow, wrapping around his arms. And when he tried to tear free, the throwing stars would find their mark. It was a beautiful plan. A song of violence he had composed and performed dozens of times, always to a fatal standing ovation. The key was patience and control. Making your enemy dance to your rhythm. That's it. 4 arms caught the spear in his upper right hand. He caught it with no apparent pain. Like catching a baseball. The venom construct, woven with enough chi to pierce a vault door, crumpled in his grip like wet paper. Toxic green liquid oozed between his fingers and steamed as it hit the arena floor. Ugh. Jing blinked. That wasn't supposed to happen. His constructs were unbreakable. That was the whole point of weaving chi into them. They had structure and will. They weren't supposed to just drip. 4 arms examined his hand. The sizzling venom. Then he looked at Jing, and the alien's mouth split into a grin so wide it showed rows of teeth that belonged on a shark. Nice trick, 4 arms said, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through the stone floor. He squeezed. The spear disintegrated completely, raining venom like broken glass. But you're gonna need a bigger one. He took a step forward. The arena shuddered. A primal fear, something Jing hadn't felt since years, pricked at the back of his neck. He suppressed it. After all, he was a master. He would not be intimidated by a brute. He scuttled up the arena wall, 6 arms finding purchase on stone that should have been too smooth to climb. He moved like a spider on a hot stove, jittery and unpredictable. From the wall, he wove more constructs. A whip this time. It was a long and flexible thing that lashed out and wrapped around 4 arms' left ankle. The venom bit down, trying to paralyze. 4 arms barely noticed. He grabbed the whip with his lower arms and pulled. Physics took over. Jing, for all his speed, weighed as much as a sack of flour. 4 arms weighed as much as a truck. The equation was simple and brutal. Jing came flying off the wall like he'd been launched from a cannon, all 6 arms flailing. 4 arms caught him midair. One hand on his torso, pinning 2 arms. Another on his left wrist. A third on his right ankle. Let me guess, 4 arms said, bringing Jing closer to his face. You've killed a lot of people with that venom trick, huh? Jing writhed. He had 3 arms left free, and he used them. Chi-enhanced strikes pounded on 4 arms, blows that should have shattered bone. The sharp impacts echoed like a drum in the silent arena, and hairline fractures spiderwebbed across crimson skin. The crowd screamed. He's bleeding. The alien is bleeding. 4 arms looked down at the cracks. Then back at Jing. His grin widened. Better luck next time. He slammed Jing into the ground. The impact was an explosion made of sound and fury. The jade floor buckled. It cratered. The shockwave knocked the front row spectators back a full step and sent cracks racing outward from the impact point. Dust and pulverized stone exploded upward in a mushroom cloud. Jing lay in the crater, blinking up at the arena ceiling. His neural network was short-circuited by sheer force. His beautiful plan, his symphony of violence, had just been smashed with a sledgehammer. What? That was the only word his brain could produce. What happened? 4 arms knelt down, his massive shadow falling over Jing like a blanket. He leaned in close, alien face filling Jing's vision. You think small, 4 arms said, his voice quiet now, almost conversational. You think a bit too much like a spider. Trap, and snare, and wait. Look up a guy named Spider-Man, he's much better at this. He stood up, leaving Jing in the crater. You. Jing grumbled. You think you're some big shot? I don't know. But I'm not prey, friend. I'm a predator from a different food chain. The venom constructs, no longer sustained by their master's fractured will, dissolved into harmless green mist. The arena was silent again. Not the stunned silence of shock, but the deep, respectful silence that follows a masterclass in strength. Even the wind in the open-air stadium seemed to stop. Forearms turned to the crowd. He spread all four arms wide, presenting the acid burns, the fractures, the places where Zheng had actually managed to wound him. He showed them the damage. Tetraman showed off that such damage meant nothing. Hell yeah. The roar that followed was seismic. 1,000 warriors realizing they were up for a great show ahead. A creature that could be wounded, but couldn't be stopped. The Falconman announcer landed in the arena, beak clicking nervously. He looked at Zheng, broken and bleeding. He looked at four arms, standing victorious and pristine. He swallowed audibly. Winner, he screeched, voice cracking like a teenager's. Winner, Tetraman. Four arms didn't roar in triumph. He just turned and walked toward the tunnel that led back to the fighter's wing. His massive feet cracked the already broken floor with every step. The crowd's roar followed him, a wave of sound he wore like a cloak. Well, the Ben 10 within thought. That was fun, even if I'm showing off a bit too much. But subtle was for people who had to play by the rules. In the front row, Fat Cobra stroked his beard. Huh. His perpetual smile was replaced by deep, professional consideration. He had seen champions come and go. He had fought men who could split mountains and women who could dance through lightning. What he saw didn't feel demonic, however. What a strange creature. And Fat Cobra knew, with the certainty of a man who'd not only survived by strength but by reading opponents like books, that the story of this Tetraman was not going to be a short one. Up in the high gallery, Ilyana Rasputina sat on her throne of carved bone and shadow. Her smile was small but satisfied. I lucked out this time. She had sponsored a monster, and the monster was delivering. Her acquisition was making a name for himself. By extension, making her look like a queen who knew how to pick her champions. The minion that Ben replaced wasn't weak, but by any means he was not going to win this tournament. But with Ben here, things might be different. She caught Ben's eye as he reached this room. No, Tetraman's eye. She gave him the faintest of nods. A queen acknowledging a knight who had just won his first joust. He was a good toy. A very, very good toy. And he was hers. No he isn't. Ilyana mentally snapped the Dark Child. Chapter 129, Idols, Agents, and Bad Decisions. Chapter 129, Idols, Agents, and Bad Decisions. The floating jade couch was stupid comfortable. I sprawled across it with one arm behind my head. The other held some kind of spirit fruit that tasted like fizzy electricity and wild honey. Below, two cultivators were locked in what amounted to a really expensive slap fight with chi blasts. Boring. Compared to what I'd just done. This was watching paint dry. Expensive and mystical paint, but still paint. Charmcaster sat on the railing nearby. Her legs dangled over 100-foot drop like it was nothing, silver hair catching the ethereal light as she studied the energy patterns in the arena. Quan Non stood behind Ilyana's throne like a statue with hands clasped. Radiating that subtle assassin energy that made the Jade Guard sweat. Ilyana lounged on her bone and shadow throne. She looked like a cat that had just caught the world's most impressive mouse. Her acquisition had won his first fight in spectacular fashion, and she was eating up the attention from the other VIPs who kept glancing our way from distant galleries, something I only felt thanks to my chi the current match dragged on. More chi blasts and more acrobatic flips. A lot of yelling about honor and technique too. Ilyana yawned. This is boring, she announced to no one in particular, her heavy Russian accent making the complaint sound almost regal. I snorted. That can't be right. You invited me to a martial arts tournament and you're bored of martial arts. I'm bored of mediocrity, Benny boy. She sat up. That troublemaker grin spread across her face. The one that meant someone was about to have a very interesting day. I need better entertainment. She snapped her fingers. The sound cracked through the gallery like a whip. Two jade-armored servants materialized from the shadows, bowing so low their helmets nearly touched the floor. Go to the Agents of Atlas Gallery, Ilyana commanded. She waved a gloved hand, the movement fluid and dismissive. Fetch Luna Snow. Tell her the Queen of Limbo requests her presence. She paused, her smile widening into something predatory. And bring whoever she's with. I want to show off my new pet. Oh no. I'm not a pet, I said around a mouthful of spirit fruit. You want to fight on my sponsorship? That makes you my pet, no. She looked at me with those ice blue eyes that seemed to hold endless winter. I locked eyes with her as I continued eating. That was a little insulting. Okay, no, it annoyed me a lot. I'd get back at her. As if she could see the threat behind my eyes, she added, besides, don't you like Luna? Don't pretend you don't want to see her. I mean, yeah, but maybe warn a guy before you start parading him around. Where's the fun in that? The servants vanished in a shimmer of light. I looked at Charmcaster. She was biting her lip, trying very, very hard not to laugh. She found it amusing that I, Ben Tennyson, was being played around for once. Wow, Hope, I said. I didn't say anything. You were thinking it very loudly. Can't prove that, she winked at me. Quan Non remained silent, but I swear I saw the corner of her mouth twitch. What a joke. My entire support crew found this hilarious. Minutes passed. The match below concluded with some kind of dramatic finishing move that made the crowd roar. I stopped paying attention halfway through. Instead, I focused on the spirit fruit. It was somehow getting more fizzy the longer I held it. They're here, Quan Non said quietly. I looked up. The servants had returned. They'd brought company. Luna Snow walked in first. She paused mid-conversation as she entered, her white and black hair catching the light. She wore a cheongsam instead of her usual stage outfits. Behind her came Lin Lai, the future Iron Fist and current Sword Master I'd met at the tea house. He looked about as comfortable being in the Demon Queen's territory as someone walking into a wolf's den. His hand kept drifting toward where his sword would normally be. Nervous habit. Bringing up the rear was Amadeus Cho, who made me sharpen a little. He looked simultaneously excited and terrifying. Luna's face lit up when she saw Ileana. Illy. She rushed forward, throwing her arms around the Demon Queen in a hug that would have gotten anyone else turned into a decorative ice sculpture. Ileana tolerated it with the air of someone accepting tribute from a lesser noble. Luna, my sweet darling. Thank you for coming. Of course. The guard said it was important but... Luna pulled back. She finally noticed the rest of us. Her eyes landed on me. Ben. What are you doing here? I raised my spirit fruit in greeting. Hey, Luna. Fancy meeting you here. She looked confused. Glanced between Ileana and me. I'm surprised to see Ileana here, but you also somehow found your way into this heavenly tournament. Much thanks to my Charmcaster and Psylocke here, I said casually. They helped me find the entrance, although I helped too. As for meeting Ileana, that part was a total coincidence. Or fate. Ileana's smile sharpened. Be careful around this one, Luna. He's not a good man. I laughed, unable to help it. Coming from the literal queen of hell, that's rich. Limbo is a dimension of exile, not hell. There's a difference. Semantics. Luna looked between us, clearly trying to figure out the dynamic. Lin Lai and Amadeus hung back near the entrance, both watching the exchange with fascination. So, Luna said slowly. She sat down on the couch next to me without invitation. I know I teased you about Ileana before, but I seriously thought it was nothing. But you're such a close friend of Ileana. Since when? Since I invaded Limbo to save someone and didn't immediately die, I replied. Apparently that impressed her. Oh yeah. She did tell me that. Oh, she did. I looked at Ileana. What a surprise, she must really love you, I said while staring at Ileana, who scowled at me. Yeah. It's a long story that involved a lot of demons and some very angry henchmen. Good times. Oh, I know what to do to get back at this Russian. Ileana leaned forward on her throne, eager to change the subject. Benjamin has proven surprisingly resilient. Which is why I sponsored him for the tournament. Luna blinked, turning to look at the queen. You sponsored him? Wasn't some demon fighting for you in an earlier match, or am I going crazy? When is Ben's fight? Well. Ileana's grin went full Cheshire Cat. In fact, you've already seen him fight. Tell me, Luna, what did you think of Tetraman's performance? I bit the fruit. Oh, here we go. Luna's brow furrowed. Tetraman. That four-armed red demon who just... She trailed off and looked at me. Looked at Ileana and then back at me. No way. Yes, Ileana purred. No way. Yes way. It was strange how excited she was getting, and I wondered how much of that was herself and how much of performance. Luna's voice somehow climbed even higher. Wait, Ben. That four-armed red demon was you. The entire gallery went silent, and every conversation stopped. Even nearby floating galleries turned their eyes to our little corner of chaos. Don't worry, it's soundproof, Ileana said. But you're right. That was him. I took another bite of my spirit fruit, slowly eating it. Guilty as charged. That's impressive. I didn't know your aliens were so strong. No wait, was it an alien or a demon? Tell me, tell me. Alien. Whoa, that's so cool. Luna grabbed my arm, her eyes glinting. I noticed Ileana's growing concern seeing this, and that made things much more enjoyable. Before any of us could continue speaking, Amadeus Cho pushed past Lin Lai. He was practically vibrating with excitement. Sorry to interrupt, but... He pulled out his phone, fingers already flying across the screen. I've been a fan of yours since you stopped the Hulk and Abomination in Harlem. The energy readings from that fight were insane. I've been theorizing ever since about your transformation capabilities. He looked up at me with stars in his eyes. You're a Tetramand. From the desert planet of Koros. It was a little difficult to get information on them, but I'm right, aren't I? Ah. What fascinating species. Whereas Hulk needs doses of gamma radiation to exert the level of strength he does, Tetramans do so naturally. The muscle-to-body mass ratio alone should be thermodynamically impossible, but somehow you're making it work. Which means there's some kind of exotic matter conversion happening at the cellular level. Or maybe quantum entanglement between your human and alien forms that prevents. He kept talking. The words just kept coming. Rapid-fire scientific jargon mixed with fanboy enthusiasm. I held up a hand. Hey men. Let's breathe together. Amadeus sucked in air. Right. Sorry. It's just, come on, man. You have alien DNA. I stared at the decently muscular dude. He had a device strapped to his wrist which I recalled controlled his Hulk transformation at will. I wondered how this Amadeus got Hulk's power since it hadn't been long since Bruce Banner's Hulk became a thing. In the comics, Amadeus becomes the new Hulk after Bruce, taking on the totally awesome Hulk mantle. But this was the MCU-adjacent timeline. Mental note, ask about that later. Also note, Amadeus Cho is dangerous. 7th smartest person on Earth. Tactician. Capable of outthinking gods. Don't underestimate the friendly face. Luna was still processing, her hand still gripping my arm. Wow, sometimes I feel so left out. Amadeus is super strong himself and a genius, and now there's another person who can match the real Hulk in strength. She shook her head. Sometimes I feel maybe I should just stick to singing and dancing. Oh, come on, I said in a soothing voice. I've heard some of your heroic reports. You and your group do fantastic work. Don't underestimate yourself. You're a good counter to many big villains, such as Magneto for example. Well, he's not a villain anymore but still. You can free the metal so that he can't control them anymore. Charmcaster spoke up from her perch on the railing. She didn't even turn around. Don't let his sweet talk get to you, he's just an idiot with a rapidly building god complex and a watch that turns him into monsters. He's a cheater. Hey. Why is she ruining my game? Am I wrong? I don't have a god complex. Yeah. Clock what? I scowled. That's different. Is it, though? Luna looked between us, clearly trying to keep up with the dynamic. What's this about? Different story. Much longer, can't say, I patted her hand. I'll tell you later. Lin Lai finally spoke up from near the entrance. His voice carried that formal edge of someone trained in ancient traditions. Allow me to share some words too, Queen of Limbo. He waited until Ileana nodded. He looked at me. The rich boy from the tea house is a monster-class fighter. He shook his head slowly. I should have seen the signs. Your stance and your confidence. As well as the way you moved. I shrugged. I'm good at hiding it. Clearly. Ileana was watching all this with undisguised amusement, her chin resting on her hand. Although she was surely hiding the annoyance she felt with Luna touching my arm. See, Luna. Isn't he delightful? So full of surprises. Oh, he sure is full of something, Luna muttered, and she was smiling. She hit my arm. Not hard. More playful. You're so ridiculous. A walking special effect, aren't you? How many forms do you have? Whoa, she's making fast moves. I wasn't complaining. Enough to keep things interesting. That's not an answer. It's the only answer you're getting. Amadeus had his phone out again, typing frantically. If I could just run some tests on your transformation matrix, I could probably reverse engineer the energy conversion algorithms. I cut him off with a look. Not happening. Last person who tried to study this thing almost blew up a city, I lied. I'm much more careful than. Still no. He deflated slightly, but rallied quickly. Can I at least ask questions? Like, do you retain full consciousness during transformation? What's the psychological adaptation process? How does your neural architecture handle the biomass differential? I leaned back, considering this. This was Amadeus Cho. Certified genius. Very dangerous mind. But also endearing in his enthusiasm. Befriending him would come with benefits. Plus, I knew things about him that he didn't know I knew. Comic book meta-knowledge was weird like that. Tell you what, I said. You can ask 3 questions. But I'm not answering anything that would let you build your own crazy watch, that's a no-no. His face lit up. Deal. Okay, first question, what's a galvan? I smiled. Hook, line, sinker. I'm surprised you don't know that. They're a species of hyper-intelligent beings from the planet Galvan Prime. About 2 inches tall. Genius-level intellect as their baseline. They invented most of the advanced technology in the nearby galaxies. I paused for effect. The one who made this watch. He's considered the smartest being in 5 galaxies. I don't mean to insult you, but he's about 100 times smarter. I just made that number up, I have zero idea. Amadeus went very still. 2 inches tall. Yep. Smarter than Reed Richards. Oh, Different specializations, but I'll say yes. Oh wow. He sat down hard on the nearest available surface. That changes a lot of things. If intelligence can scale independent of brain mass, then the entire neurological model I've been working under is fundamentally flawed. The synaptic density would have to be orders of magnitude higher. Which just means. He looked up at me. You just broke theoretical biology. I do that sometimes, but that's not me, that's the creator of the watch. Lin Lai spoke up again, tone respectful but curious. If you're this powerful, why hide it? Why not declare yourself openly and keep the world safe? I am keeping the world safe, but I don't need to declare myself openly for that. Too much trouble with that in America. Besides, I'm 18 and I don't want a target on my back 24/7, I replied honestly. Power draws attention. Attention draws problems. I like being able to walk down the street without someone trying to kidnap me for my DNA. Too late for that, Ileana said cheerfully. Every major power in this tournament now knows you exist. Good luck. Thanks for that, by the way. You're welcome. Luna squeezed my arm. Okay, but seriously. How many forms do you actually have? Wasn't she a bit too interested? I thought about telling the truth, that it was about 1 million, but decided against it. They won't believe me, plus I can't actually transform into that many. About like 20 now. I don't know, I forgot to count. Wow, 20 like that. Unfair. Luna's voice cracked. Charmcaster finally turned around, a smirk on her face. And this is why traveling with him is exhausting. Every day is a new existential crisis for someone. You love it, I shot back. No. I enjoy it. There's a difference. Luna looked at all of us, then burst out laughing. You guys are so insane. What an unfair society the hero society is, she leaned into me, familiar and comfortable. Do you have any that can use ice powers? I want to test myself against it. You're in bad luck, not yet. Ileana stood from her throne, stretching like a cat. As touching as this meeting is, I do believe the next match is about to start. And Benjamin, you have another fight coming up soon. You should rest. I checked the jade screen floating nearby. It showed the tournament bracket. She was right. 2 more prelims, then I was up again. The social energy in the VIP box was getting thick. Too many eyes on me. Too many questions I didn't want to answer. I needed space to think. To breathe. Not to be on for a bit. I stood up, stretching. I'm gonna take a walk. Get some air. Ileana's eyes narrowed. Going where, champion? Just stretching my legs. Too much perfume in here. I winked at her. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll be back for my next fight. See that you are. But she was smiling. She must be happy I was leaving Luna alone, and maybe she just enjoyed whatever I did. Watching me move through her world with confidence. Like she was waiting for the moment I'd slip so she could devour me. Good luck with that. I left the VIP section, walking out into the corridor. The architecture of the heavenly city looked impossible. Walls curved upward into infinity, twisting in odd geometrical angles that made my eyes roam. Stairs led sideways. Doors opened onto courtyards 3 stories below. I passed ancient statues of warriors frozen in eternal combat. Nervous guards who recognized me leaving the Demon Queen's gallery but didn't know what to do about it since I looked like a regular teenager in jeans and a t-shirt. The Omnitrix hummed quietly on my wrist as if it were aware of where we were. Eventually, I found myself on a quieter terrace overlooking the lower districts. The city sprawled out below in impossible geometry. Lights flickered like earthbound stars, casting long and strange shadows against the mountain rock. The air smelled like incense and clouds, heavy with the weight of centuries. I leaned against the railing, feeling the cool stone beneath my palms. The tournament wasn't just a sport. It was a ritual. It was power made manifest. And somewhere in all this, hidden beneath layers of tradition and secrecy, was the Iron Fist spirit. The thing we'd come here to find. I wondered where this tournament was truly leading me. Chapter 130, The Dragon's Technique. Chapter 130, The Dragon's Technique. I'll try to post 3 chapters per week again, and slowly even try to increase the output. Let me know how you're liking the chapters and all, it'll motivate me to write more and faster. And please throw Ben some power stones to rise into the rankings again. Our next challenger is a new crowd favorite, the announcer said excitedly. From the mortal realm, bearing the blessing of Limbo's queen, welcome back Tetraman. I hopped into the center of the black jade ring from the dark tunnel, drumming my chest just once. Wind exploded from the impact and energy rippled under my skin. Being a Tetraman felt like wearing a suit made of hot leather and pure aggression, and while the forearms probably looked terrifying to the locals, they just made it really hard for me to find a comfortable standing posture. They cheered for the red-skinned monster from Limbo, the beast with green eyes and muscles on top of muscles. Given my previous match's results, they were excited to see what would happen this time. Our next challenger, the falcon-headed announcer screeched, his voice booming without a mic because magic, from the mortal realm, trained in the ancient ways of the Dragon's Breath School, wielder of the singing blade, Colleen Wing. Wow, really? Colleen Wing. The daughter of Dragon. The gate opposite me ground open and she walked out. Colleen Wing was younger than I remembered from the Netflix shows. 22 or more, perhaps. She had a perpetual annoyed expression on her face, her dark hair pulled back in a bun that looked too tight, and she wore simple training clothes that wouldn't catch on a blade. A tight tank top that hugged her chest, a green skirt that showed her long legs, and a red sash. Image here. I got curious. What was she doing here? It was 2011. I tried to do the mental math while she approached. In the MCU, she didn't become a main player until the Iron Fist series years down the line. But she existed before that, obviously. Which meant she was still drinking the hand's Kool-Aid, oblivious to the fact that her sensei Bakuto was a lying cult leader who kicked puppies for fun. She was just a weapon here. A very sharp, disposable tool sent to participate in this tourney. We had a referee this time, perhaps because of the brutality in some of the fights. It was some old geezer with a beard long enough to trip over, waving for us to bow. Colleen did it with perfect, mechanical grace. I tried to bow back, but Tetraman spines weren't built for politeness. The demon who crushed Zheng, Colleen said. Her voice was flat. That's me. My voice rumbled out like boiling lava. Tetraman, say hi to Bakuto for me, Colleen. Her eyes narrowed, just a fraction. You know my school. I know a lot of stuff. I shifted my weight, all 4 fists clenching in preparation. No time to discuss all that in an arena. Tell you what, surrender and walk away, that'll save you an injury. I didn't come here to talk either. Her hand hovered over her katana. The crowd leaned forward, smelling violence. I sighed, exhaling from all 4 lungs. It was a loud sound. Fine. Do it the hard way. Begin. Colleen moved before the old man even dropped his hand. She closed the gap in a blur, her katana singing out of the sheath in a drawcut aimed right at my gut. The blade glowed with faint blue chi and I knew that thing would cut through my skin. My lower right arm swatted the blade aside. It felt like punching a tuning fork as sparks flew and the sound of metal on something hard rang through the arena. Colleen didn't even blink. She used the momentum to spin, repositioning instantly. Okay, she wasn't too bad for a human using chi. She came in low this time, aiming to hamstring me. I hopped easily, which looked ridiculous given my size, and slammed all 4 fists down where she used to be. She was already gone, rolling smoothly to the side to slice a line of fire across my shoulder. The crowd roared. First blood to the human. It stung, but not deep. She's a little more than a mosquito, it seems. The problem was the chi. It bypassed my natural durability like a cheat code. She was targeting tendons, joints, and soft spots. She wasn't trying to overpower the raid boss, no, she was trying to do a death by 1,000 cuts on me. I threw a haymaker with my top right arm. She ducked and I swept with the left. She jumped. Attack, deflect, counter. It was a little annoying. She flowed around me like smoke, and every time I missed, I got a new scratch to add to the collection. This is getting embarrassing, I thought as she ducked another swing. I'm getting diced by someone a third my size. In my defense, I didn't want to kill her of course. Forearms was built for grappling, for throwing tanks and crushing walls. He wasn't built for chasing a ninja around a dance floor. I tried to keep her at a distance with jabs, but she stayed right inside my guard, her blade flicking out like a viper's tongue to nick my ribs. The crowd was loving it. The big bad demon getting humbled by the pretty lady. I was getting sick of it. New plan. Stop being a gentle giant and start being a monster. I stopped trying to hit her and just rushed. Arms wide, chest open. Colleen's eyes widened and she brought the sword up to block, but I didn't care. I tanked the slash across my pec and clamped my upper hand onto her sword arm. Gotcha. Colleen didn't panic immediately. She twisted her wrist, using my own grip as a fulcrum to pivot and smash her free hand into my elbow. It was a perfect joint lock. My arm spasmed, fingers loosening just enough for her to slip free. Of course she knows judo, too. But she was panting now. She was technical and fast, but she was human. Moving that fast cost energy she didn't have to spare. I pressed the advantage. No fancy moves, just size and anger. I herded her toward the wall like a sheepdog. She realized the trap a second too late and tried to pivot back to the center, but I cut her off with my lower arms and brought the upper ones down like hammers. She blocked, but the force drove her to one knee, cracking the jade floor. I grabbed her again with all four hands. She dropped the sword to roll between my legs, but I kicked out, sweeping the blade across the floor until it skittered out of reach. Colleen stood up, empty-handed, staring down a 9-foot red wall of muscle. Yield, I said. No. Stubborn. She shifted into a hand-to-hand stance. She was actually going to try and box me. It was brave, stupid, and kind of tragic. I didn't give her the chance. I closed the distance in one stride and snatched her up, lifting her feet off the ground while she hammered uselessly at my wrists. I win, I said. Victor, Tetraman, the referee yelled. The crowd erupted, not nearly as loud as last time, but I didn't mind. I was looking at Colleen. She'd stopped fighting. She just hung there, limp, with a look on her face that wasn't fear. It was resignation. Like she expected this. Like she knew she wasn't coming home with the win. At what point had she started doubting that the hand sent her here to die? Something to think about. They sent a young woman to fight monsters and didn't bother booking a return ticket. I set her down. She stumbled back, retrieved her sword, and sheathed it with trembling hands. You fought well, I said. Not well enough, apparently. My brain churned. In the timeline, she eventually breaks free. She becomes a hero. But right now. Yes, right now she was just meat for the grinder. I probably shouldn't fill my plate with more work. I was here for a ghost, not to run a deprogramming clinic for wayward ninjas. But, screw it. I'm taking her, I boomed. The crowd went dead silent. Colleen's gave me a confused look. What? Spoils of war. I tried to channel my inner warlord. I won. She's mine. Gasps rippled through the stands at the scandalized words. Taking the loser as a slave or a prize was old-school barbarian shit, exactly what they expected from a demon. Ileana was probably laughing her ass off in the VIP box. Colleen glared and opened her mouth to argue, so I picked her up and threw her over my shoulder like a sack of potatoes. She started pounding on my back, shouting protests that I ignored as I marched toward the tunnel. This is either going to work, I thought, or I'm getting stabbed in the kidney. The tunnel was dark, damp, and smelled like mildew, which was a relief after the arena. Colleen was still squirming. Put me down, demon. In a minute, I grunted. I ducked into a maintenance corridor, checked for spies, and dumped her on her feet. She went for her sword instantly. I put up all four hands. Whoa, timeout. I'm not gonna eat you. You abducted me. I'm not going to be your slave wife. Who said anything about a slave wife? I raised an eyebrow as she paused. Take a deep breath. I'm not abducting you. If we're being technical here, then I saved you from becoming a servant to some weird vampire lord, so you're welcome. I checked the hallway again. Look, I know this looks bad, but I'm trying to help. Help me. Her hand stayed on the hilt. You serve the Queen of Hell. It's a temp job. Complicated. I rubbed the back of my neck. What I'm saying is, I know about the hand. I know what they do more than what you think you do. She froze. I don't know what you're talking about. Bakuto, I said. Tall guy. Loves speeches about honor. He's full of shit, fuck him. The hand isn't a dojo, it's a meat grinder. They sent you here to die. You're lying. Am I? I leaned against the wall. Where's your backup and where's your support team? You were expendable. If you won, great. If you died, they'd just find another orphan to train, I said. Unlike the Queen of Limbo, your evil cult doesn't have enough influence actually to send the heavy hitters here. Don't you wonder why you're the only one they sent? She didn't answer, but her jaw tightened. I'd hit a nerve. Why would a demon care? She asked, voice tight. I'm not a demon. Forearms looked more reliable in a fight, but definitely not trustworthy. I slapped the Omnitrix symbol on my shoulder as a flash of green light filled the hallway. I felt a sensation of my bones rearranging themselves, and then I was just Ben. Jeans, a t-shirt, and messy hair stood before her. Colleen stared at me, eyes wide. You're human. Mostly. The demon alien thing is a rental. I held out a hand. Name's Ben. She looked at my hand like it was a snake, then slowly, hesitantly, took it. Colleen. I know. You're gonna be famous one day, you know. I saw it in a dream. I grinned. I wasn't lying, she took the title of Iron Fist at one point. If you survive this cult crap, at least. Ask Bakuto about the resurrection pits. Ask him what they put in the mixture. Oh wait, they'll just kill you if you ask that. Her face went pale. The pits are a myth. Oh, you already heard about it, I said. I stepped back, leaving the path to the main tunnel open. Anyhow, I just wanted to warn you about that. You can go back to them now, whoever is here to supervise you. Tell them you escaped. But keep your eyes open. She stood there for a long time, the gears turning behind her eyes. After a slight bit of hesitation, she said, "Can we talk more about this?" I held back a smile. Chapter 131, Complications and Conversations. Chapter 131, Complications and Conversations. The VIP box was already crowded when I hauled Colleen Wing through the entrance. Ileana looked up from her throne, eyebrows raised. Luna and Amadeus were mid-conversation about some energy-reading nonsense, and Lin Lai stood near the window with his arms crossed. Quan Non hadn't moved from her post behind the throne, but I felt her gaze tracking us. You brought back a souvenir, Ileana observed dryly. She's not a souvenir. I nudged my chin at a seat, and the nervous Colleen took it. She's here by choice. I gave her the option to leave in the tunnel. Colleen looked like she wanted to argue that point but kept her mouth shut. Smart girl. Ileana's ice blue eyes studied Colleen with the intensity of a surgeon examining a tumor. So, what's up? If she's not the fruit of your conquest, you want me to babysit your new pet? No. I want you to check her for demonic shit. The hand deals with resurrection magic, right? Could be something nasty hiding in there. Right, she's with the hand. That got Ileana's attention. She stood and approached Colleen, who tensed and stood back up. The demon queen walked a slow circle around her, fingers trailing through the air like she was feeling invisible threads. Interesting, Ileana murmured. There is something. Pretty small. A seed, barely germinated. What does that mean? Colleen asked, voice tight. It means your masters planted something in you. Insurance, probably. A way to track you, or worse. Ileana snapped her fingers. The sound cracked through the room like a gunshot. Colleen gasped, doubling over as black smoke poured from her mouth. It lasted maybe 3 seconds before dissipating into nothing, leaving her panting and pale. Better? Ileana asked, already walking back to her throne. Colleen straightened slowly, one hand on her chest. Yes. I didn't even know it was there. Of course you didn't. That's the point. Ileana gestured lazily at an empty couch. Sit back down. You look like you're about to fall over. Luna bounced over before Colleen could process what just happened. Hi. I'm Luna. You were amazing down there. The way you moved was so graceful, it was almost like a dance. Do you do stage combat? I bet you'd be great at stage combat. Colleen blinked at the sudden avalanche of enthusiasm. Thank you. Luna, don't be so excited, I said. She just got decursed. Give her a minute. Oh, right, sorry. Luna didn't look sorry at all. She plopped down next to Colleen anyway. But seriously, that was so cool. I'm not a fighter myself, for the most part, I'm just here to support my friends, but watching you two was like art. Amadeus wandered over, phone out and scanning. I must comment that your chi circulation patterns are fascinating. The Dragon's Breath School uses a modified meridian flow, I'm assuming. I've read about it but never seen it in practice. He kept talking, prompting Lin Lai to clear his throat. Forgive my companion. He gets easily excited. He did a martial bow to Colleen. Your technique was excellent. The Dragon's Breath style is rarely seen outside certain circles. Your master trained you well. Colleen's expression flickered. Thank you. I watched her take in the room after that, and I wondered how she felt. A literal demon queen was lounging on a throne of bones. A genius who probably had an IQ higher than most people's credit scores, accompanied by a world-famous K-pop idol who could freeze things with a touch, and Lin Lai, who moved like water and hit like a truck. At last, her eyes landed on Quan Nan, who stood silently in the background. Oh, and me too. She stared at me with familiarity and she looked overwhelmed. Uncomfortable, even. Can't say I blamed her. Charmcaster sat in the corner, munching on a bag of chips she'd somehow found, watching everything with a dry expression. Colleen glanced at her, tilted her head in confusion, then shrugged when Charmcaster didn't even look up. Huh. She's in a mood. Quan Nan moved from her post for the first time since we'd arrived, approaching Colleen with measured steps. May I share some words? Colleen nodded hesitantly. Your stance during the fight, Quan Nan said, her voice soft but carrying an edge. Some of your deflection techniques reminded me of the Hand. And you also had a seed from them. Were you working for them? Colleen went very still. Yes. I was trained by them. Were you aware of their true nature? Aren't you being too hostile? I asked. She surely wasn't, given she didn't know she had a demon seed in her. You gotta relax. Quan Nan shot me a look and then studied her for a long moment. The hardest lesson in martial arts isn't learning to strike, indeed. It's learning when a master is using you versus teaching you. I hope you realize you've been used. A lot of people don't and choose to go back to look for answers. She stepped back. Colleen nodded slowly. The arena announcer's voice boomed through the viewing screens, calling the next preliminary match. I glanced at the bracket display floating nearby and realized my name wasn't coming up anytime soon. Looks like I'm benched for a few days, I muttered. Good, Ileana said without looking at me. You were getting cocky. I won. Sure. What does that even mean? I was about to argue when Charmcaster stood up, brushing chip crumbs off her pants. I need to pee, she said and walked out without another word. I stared at her back, waiting exactly 30 seconds before following. I followed her down the hall and into the women's washroom. The place smelled like expensive soap and whatever lingering residue she left when too close to running water. It was pleasant and clean. Charmcaster turned hearing my footsteps, blocking the door like she owned the hinges. Excuse you, this is the ladies' room, you pervert. Relax. I'm not here to touch up your lipstick. I leaned against the tile near the sink, the ceramic cool through my shirt. You basically dragged me here. Want to talk? Did I? And no, I want to yell more like, she corrected me and stepped closer, arms folded, chin tilted up in that way she did when she was preparing for an argument she had already decided she would win. I'm just noticing stuff. You're collecting women again. It's pathetic. Why do you need so much female validation? Whoa, where did you learn those big words? First Jessica, then Madeline, and Psylocke too. Now the monk girl. I came here to catch a spirit, not host an intervention for your wounded strays. Since when are I and Psylocke together? And Colleen isn't a stray. I crossed my arms back. She's not my type, too bland. MMH. Her gaze sharpened. Interesting. Because you carried her like you were auditioning for a rescue romance cover. Very heroic. Lots of spotlight. She turned, having decided to end the conversation. I caught her waist and pulled her close before she could pivot away. She stiffened for half a second but then her hand settled against my chest, fingers drumming out a rhythm I couldn't decipher. What's up with you, Hope? I said, breathing down her nose. Jealous. Don't flatter yourself. Her tone didn't match her posture. She stayed close. Too close for the denial to carry any weight. You're just making things complicated. I can't remember how I fell for you. Ugh. It's always complicated, I said quietly. I brushed a stray lock of her hair behind her ear. The static wasn't magic, just magical air conditioning fighting humidity. You know where you stand. The others are allies. You're, you. Yeah. Liar. Her voice dipped. Not angry. Something else, something unguarded which she immediately regretted letting slip. You say that to everyone, don't you? Whatever keeps the peace in your little circus. Not to everyone. Only when it's true. She exhaled, a soft sound more tired than irritated. She rested her forehead against my chest for a brief moment, as if annoyed with herself for even doing that. You exhaust me, Ben Tennyson, she said and I laughed a little. It wasn't as if I didn't understand her. And yet you dragged me into a bathroom. A lesser man would question why she was getting jealous when she knew what she signed up for. But the truth was, it didn't matter she signed up for this knowing what type of person I was, it still hurt her when it happened to her. Everyone wanted to feel great and important, and that feeling was robbed when she saw me bring in other girls. She looked up, eyes half-lidded. Don't push your luck. I'm still furious about the arena since you don't listen. You never listen. Show me how furious. She did. There was no warning. Her mouth crashed into mine, not in any graceful way, just raw need and annoyance and everything else tangled together. I pulled her closer, lifting her slightly, her robes bunching around my hands. Still mad? I asked against her mouth. Shut up. She bit my lip hard enough that I tasted copper. Her hand slipped under my shirt, nails scratching down my ribs like she wanted to leave proof she'd been here. You infuriating idiot. I pushed her back onto the sink counter. The porcelain creaked under the impact with her arm going around my neck, wrapping a leg around my waist, grinding down with a sound she tried to hold back and failed. Ben. Her voice caught somewhere between a threat and a plea. Yeah. I kissed along her neck, the spot where her pulse kicked hard under her skin. She let out a whimper and clutched my shoulders, unsteady, like she couldn't decide whether to pull me closer or hex me into dust. Don't stop, she whispered. I didn't plan to. Her hands were frantic, tugging at my shirt, then her own. The fabric slid against the wet tile. I traced up her side, fingers brushing the edge of her bra. She arched without thinking, without calculation. Hope, I breathed. Less talking. She dragged my face back to hers. The room was too small for this, for the sound we made. A cramped square of tile and bad lighting and a dripping faucet behind us. There was also a paper towel dispenser that rattled every time her body hit the wall. But she didn't care. Nor did I. Her legs locked around me and the rest of the world blurred into a distant hum. You're mine, she whispered, breath hot against my ear. Right now, you're mine. Yeah, I'm yours. For now. She pushed me back against the opposite wall, straddling my thigh, moving with a rhythm that had nothing to do with seduction and everything to do with urgency. My name spilled from her lips in a way that sounded like she wasn't used to saying it like that. When it finally broke, whatever tension she'd been holding tight in her spine, she clung to me like she thought she might fall if she let go. A bit later, the room settled into a thick quiet. Her makeup had been smudged into something less glamour spell and more like a bad crime scene survivor. Her hair was wrecked beyond Magic's first try at fixing it. We should stop, she said. Her voice was rough around the edges. She stayed exactly where she was. Probably. Neither of us moved. She laughed once under her breath, the sound small but real. You're a bit too good at consoling a wounded girl, aren't you? You don't mind. Unfortunately. She kissed me again, quick but lingering. Go. Before I do something reckless. I squeezed her ass. Nah. We didn't leave until the next hour. Image here. Chapter 132, The Waiting Game. Chapter 132, The Waiting Game. I slipped back into the VIP box with my heartbeat mostly under control. The sound ward still hummed over the gallery, turning the arena's roar into background noise. Ileana didn't look at me. She sat on her bone throne, chin on her fist, eyes on the ring, a small, smug smile on her face. Yeah. She knew. Charmcaster dropped onto her floating cushion like nothing unusual had happened, crossing one leg over the other and digging into another bag of chips. I observed the room to see if anything had changed. Quan Non was standing behind Ileana still, that same loose but ready posture. Where Luna and Amadeus were bent over his tablet, whispering among themselves. Lin Lai watched the fights from the rail. Colleen had claimed a spot on the back bench, sitting small and quiet with her arms around her knees. I dropped onto a couch and pretended to care about the current match. Some guy from Legong City was going at it with a woman whose chain whip kept turning into ice mid-swing. Lots of sparks. Cracks in the floor. Stylish as hell. Although I'd seen worse in a Walmart. The Legong guy finally overextended, slipped on a patch of his own melted lightning, and ate a length of frozen chain to the face. The crowd screamed, the Falcon announcer screeched, the winner raised her arms and flared her chi for maximum applause. That was when I felt it. Not sight, not exactly. More like the way my bones prickled during Quanan's meditation drills. I wasn't the brightest when sensing chi but. When her chi rose, it then folded. The flare twisted, skimmed along invisible lines in the arena floor, and sank down. Not out into the air. Down into the mountain. I frowned. Next match. 2 different nobodies. Same thing happened. At their peak, their power bled into the ring, ran through sigils I couldn't see with my eyes, and vanished under my feet. Okay, that's weird, I muttered. Charmcaster glanced over. You mean besides the bird-headed announcer? The drain, I said. You feel it. She licked salt off her thumb, then held out her palm. Purple light pulsed over her skin as she traced a quick sigil. A sketch of the arena floor hovered between us, made of lines and circles. The Crane Mother's people carved a siphon into the whole platform, she said. See. Every time some idiot powers up, the array shaves off the top and feeds it into the mountain. Feeds what, exactly? I asked. Chi, duh. Life force, spiritual pressure, whatever you want to call it, she said. This place is a furnace. The tournament is the coal. Nothing secretive though, the important people know it's happening. I watched another fighter lose control and blow too much energy in one big dramatic blast. The array lit up for a second in my inner vision, grabbed what he'd wasted, and pulled it down. My own chi reacted, just a twitch, like it wanted to follow. Note to self. No fireworks when my turn comes. Ileana spoke without looking away from the ring. All the cities are currently aligned and joined up. This arena exists in the Quincy region, and Quincy is a hungry city, she said. The Crane Mother is generous, but she's not a charity. You play to become her champion, she takes her cut. That's how she plans to recover her lost energy fast. How much of a cut? I asked. As much as she wants, Ileana said. She's offering a piece of her authority. Did you think there wouldn't be a price? I didn't answer that. I just kept watching the drain. The next name the announcer called out was actually important to us. From the Emerald City of Kunlun, wielder of the Sword of Fushi, Lin Lai. Lin exhaled once, then stepped off our gallery. He floated down like a leaf and landed in the ring without a sound. His opponent was a mountain of a man in stone armor, carrying a hammer that was basically a boulder on a stick. He didn't look like a subtle man. The fight was over in one exchange. The hammer came down. Lin stepped in, and his sword moved in a way my eyes didn't quite track. There was a white line in the air for half a heartbeat. Then the hammerhead slid off. The stone armor split open from shoulder to hip. The big man took one confused step and collapsed in a heap. The announcer's speech drowned under the crowd's roar. Chi tried to burst from the dying man's body. The array caught it and dragged it away. Lin didn't glow nor did he pose. He bowed in 3 directions and walked out, sword already sheathed. I was impressed. Hope I don't pull him in round 2, I muttered. HM. You called me? Charmcaster asked. Quanen's mouth twitched like she wanted to say something and decided silence was better. A few matches later, the announcer shrieked for the bearer of America's green beast, the Hulk's power, champion of Atlas. Welcome, Brawn. Amadeus gave Luna a cocky grin and stepped to the edge. He clicked on the device that was strapped to his wrist. 1 second he was a spindly genius in street clothes. The next, ebon green skin ripped over him, and his frame bulked out into black and green armor. Except he didn't look maddened. He dropped with a grin and cratered the ring. His opponent was some lightning martial artist from the City of Thunder. Good speed, decent output, bad matchup. The guy jolted Amadeus in the chest with enough voltage to light Vegas. Amadeus skidded back, shook off smoke, and laughed. That was the Hulk's physique after all, even if worn by someone else. Then he grabbed the man by the ankle and used him to mop the floor a few times. It was very gentle, by Hulk standards. Lightning flared and got eaten by the siphon, leaving the poor bastard twitching. It wasn't elegant, but it worked. Amadeus waved up at us like he'd just scored at a basketball game. Luna shook her head. Show off. The rest blurred. A guy who thought he was the next Iron Fist and clearly wasn't. A swordswoman from a spider city who never touched her opponents with her hands but somehow always left them tangled and bleeding. A talisman thrower who covered the ring in paper animals until he ran out of breath. Every time someone went big, the mountain drank deep. By the time the last prelim ended, I'd had enough. The Falconman glided to the center, shouted something in an old dialect that the Omnitrix translated easily but I didn't bother to pay attention, and a huge jade construct unfolded above the arena. Names slid into place on a bracket tree. There were a lot of names, but many fewer than what had been in the prelims. It'd be quicker next time. I scanned until I found Tetra Man, Limbo Patronage, in the lower left corner. Across from it read, Bride of 9 Spiders. My stomach did a slow roll. Familiar name. It took me a second to properly recall who that was. I'd read Immortal Iron Fist back in my old life. Bride of 9 Spiders wasn't technically from Quincy originally, but given the current situation, she was trying her luck. She was an interesting one. Surely not some Thanos, but she fought using suicide bomber little spiders that messed with people's channels. I didn't remember the rest clearly, but I think she also used hallucinogenic venom, soul webs, and drains that didn't show on your skin until you were already dead. I wasn't sure, maybe I was mixing her up. Although I clearly recalled that she could dimension travel. Not someone you want crawling around your energy network. A small symbol above our names read 2 days in characters that the Omnitrix translated automatically. 2 days of preparation. Better not get poisoned in the meantime. Matches resume in 48 hours, Quan Non said quietly, confirming. The cities will feast and trade in between. In other words, chaos, Charmcaster said. Stalls, drunks, scams, and terrible Chinese music. Hey, Chinese music isn't terrible. How can you insult 5,000 years of artistic evolution? Maybe longer considering the situation. And festivals, Luna said. You say it like it's a bad thing. Yeah. The bracket shimmered, then turned translucent. Up in the higher galleries, powerful auras winked out one by one as city rulers and courts left. The mountain tugged on my chi again. Stronger this time. For a heartbeat, the whole city seemed to breathe in. First circuit filled, Ileana murmured. She's storing nicely. How much more can she pump into that thing? I asked. As much as she thinks she needs, Ileana said. These 1,000-year-old creatures are bad at moderation, you see. She set her empty teacup aside and rose from her throne. Even out of her dark child form, people got out of her way on instinct. We have 2 days, she said with a yawn. I have to endure a formal banquet with the Crane Mother and her friends tonight. Ben will be coming with me. Ah, and you witch, before you argue, Ileana's eyes flicked over Charmcaster, you are not invited. Charmcaster clutched her chest in mock offense. Rude. You would turn half the table into frogs, Ileana said. On purpose. Not half, Charmcaster muttered, studying her nails. Ileana ignored that. There will be a market in the lower tiers. Go lose yourselves for a while. Try not to sell your souls in a back alley. That's my job. So what, we're tourists now? I asked. For a day, she said. Tomorrow, if you're all still breathing and not in jail, I'll show you the parts of Quincy the festival guides don't mention. She looked straight at me on that last line. Dragon bones, shrines under shrines, all the fun stuff. Any laws I should know before I go offend someone important? I asked. Don't touch anything that glows red, she said. And if someone offers you a bargain that sounds perfect, walk away. That's it. Hey, this is already more legal advice than most mortals get in a heavenly city, she said. A tiny smirk. But you're Ben Tennyson, what's there to worry? She sliced the air with her hand. A golden portal yawned open, spilling out a view of some ornate hall lit in cold blue. But yeah, behave, she added, and then stepped through and was gone. Amadeus let out a low whistle. Is she always like that? He asked. Worse, usually, Luna said. Quan Non rolled her shoulders once. We should move before the streets clog. Yeah, I said, pushing up. Let's see what heaven sells at street level. We filed out of the VIP box and into a side corridor that sloped down toward the lower tiers. The air got warmer and louder. I was already beginning to hear distant drums and the buzz of too many voices. I shoved my hands in my pockets and followed the others toward the glow of lanterns and the sound of a city that only woke up once every 88 years. Chapter 133, Snow Day. Chapter 133, Snow Day. The lightning was lovely here. Lanterns floated between pagodas and banners snapped in air that wasn't really air. Somewhere above, a dragon-shaped cloud slid between towers like it was late for a meeting. We walked straight into a wall of people. Mortals from Earth in mixed robes and street clothes, cultivators in ridiculous outfits with more accessories than sense. Semi-corporeal spirits drifting through bodies like fog, and vendors yelling over each other. Drums in the distance. A floating ox cart cut between platforms. 3 seconds of that, and our group came apart. The crowd surged from a side alley, bodies pressed between us like a tide. Someone's shoulder clipped my ribs. I reached out on instinct and closed my hand around the nearest wrist that felt familiar. Hey, I said. Luna looked up, startled. Then she saw it was me and let out a breath. We just got split, I said. You okay with being stuck with the alien? You're famous and hard to kill, she said. I'll take my chances. Romantic, I said. We let the crowd carry us sideways until we squeezed between a noodle stall and a rack of cheap swords, spilling out onto a slightly clearer side street. Behind us, the main flow rolled past like a river. I squinted and searched. No sign of Charmcaster's hair, Amadeus' tablet, Quanon's bored eyes, or Lin at all. Colin was probably lost as well. Think they'll notice? I asked. Your Quanon will, Luna said. Amadeus will look up in half an hour and scream. Ileana already knew this would happen. Comforting. We stood there for a second. The air smelled like pepper oil, smoke, and incense. A vendor a few steps away slapped meat on a grill and the sizzle almost drowned the drums. I looked up. There were balconies stacked on balconies, each with its own lanterns, talismans, and tiny shrines squeezed into corners. Roof tiles etched with runes that glowed if you stared too long. Floating bridges connecting towers that shouldn't physically stand. If you'd handed this to 12-year-old me on a game screen, I'd have thought it was overdesigned. In person, it worked. Wow, Luna muttered. It's like 10 drama sets mashed together. You grew up in Seoul, I said. Haven't you seen this aesthetic before? CGI and cardboard, mostly, she said. This place has real flying dragons. Another serpent of light glided overhead. People barely glanced up. Point, I admitted. A girl in a hanbok walking past us froze. Her eyes landed on Luna, grew huge. Seoul he SSI, she blurted, in quick Korean. Luna's posture flipped instantly. Shoulders back, smile bright. It was her image of perfect, I realized. Annyeong, she said, giving a small wave. You made it up here too. The girl let out a sound halfway between scream and hiccup, giving her a quick hug. It seemed like an old friend of Luna. The girl's friends didn't seem like they knew Luna personally though, and they stared like they couldn't process what they were seeing. You're Luna Snow, one of them managed. From the Busan show. Can you autograph? Of course, Luna said smoothly. What's your name? Minji. Luna took the crumpled paper Minji dug out of her bag and scribbled something, then did the selfie routine. She did a quick lean, head tilt, and a practiced V sign. By the time she finished, a few other heads were turning, whispers starting. One guy near me squinted. Is that really? Yup, I said. Live and unrendered. He opened his mouth to ask who I was. I smiled kindly and turned away. Luna didn't take too long, she rejoined me a minute later, still smiling, but it wasn't the idle smile anymore. A bit softer. Come on, you threw a crowd at me. Does that happen everywhere? I asked. Sometimes, she said. Less in other dimensions, but apparently K-pop travels. Multiversal streaming, I said. Very fun. She laughed. It pays, she said. Food. Now we're talking my favorite subject, I said. The food street was overstimulating but somehow it worked. Stalls lined both sides every few steps, and there were steam baskets, too. Skewers, and massive flat pans full of dumplings frying in rings. One that caught my eye was bowls of noodles held together by chopsticks that hovered on their own. Spirit fish swimming in big clay pots, seasoning themselves in real time. Little charms flared over some of the more luxurious-looking stands, promising their customers pure, no demons, or dragon-blessed recipe. Others had nothing but a hand-painted sign and a line. Luna homed in on a stand where a bent old lady was pulling noodles by hand into a bubbling pot. This one's the real deal, American boy, Luna said. You can tell by the smell. This the part where you flex 5,000 years of food history on me? I asked. Only a couple hundred, she said. My grandma used to make something like this. We joined the line and I patted my pockets out of habit even though I knew the answer. No money. I saw people buy things with jade or something called heavenly tokens, but I had neither. I did have my wallet but the currency wouldn't work here. The old lady glanced up as we reached the front. Her eyes flicked over Luna, paused, then warmed. You again, she said in rough Mandarin. The Omnitrix translated the tone easily. It was fond. Cold noodles. Please, Luna said. 2 bowls. Now, how should I pay her, Luna? How? Luna laughed. You don't have local coin, do you? I didn't give her a reaction. We kind of skipped the part where you exchange money at the door, I said. Entered through a secret passage, remember? She giggled which soon turned into a bigger laugh. Ben Tennyson, hero of mutants, and you came to a heavenly flea market broke, she wheezed. Amadeus at least tried to trade away junk tech. You just brought your smile. I brought the ability to win this tournament, too, I said. Not as tradable as you'd think. She handed the old woman jade tokens with a bright, Kamsahamnida, and turned back to me. I've got you, she said. You can pay me back in entertainment. So that's your rate? I asked. Food for jokes. Food, jokes, occasional life-saving, she said. Normal Tuesday for you, no. We took our bowls to a low bench wedged against a wall. I took a bite. The broth was deep and fatty with some spice I couldn't place. The noodles had just enough bite. Steam hit my face and cleared out tension from my shoulders I hadn't realized was there. I made a sound that surprised me too. This thing was good. So, she asked. This might beat Grandpa's chili, I said. If you ever tell him I said that, I'll deny it. That good? No, his chili is trash. This is good. He puts pickles in it sometimes, I said. Don't ask. She giggled, then slurped noodles with zero concern for idle image. So, she said again, but there was more in it this time. Haven't matched your American movies yet. I've read more novels on this rather than watching movies. And honestly. I looked around. The food's better. Less random young masters begging for a beating. You read those too, she asked. Oh yeah, I said. Cultivation web novels, dungeon stories, the works. Half their heavenly cities looked like this in my head. This one has fewer exclamation marks. And more real consequences, she said. Yeah, I said quietly. We finished in mostly comfortable silence. When we were done, Luna stood and stretched, arms up, back arching. My brain registered it as my eyes swam over the curves. I'm not proud. I'm also not sorry. You're staring, she said. Multitasking, I said. She rolled her eyes. Come on. You need a souvenir. I have an Omnitrix, I said, holding up my wrist. Stop bragging about your weapon already, big boy, she corrected. We drifted through trinket stalls. My eyes caught spirit beads, wooden charms painted with little cranes, and swords that hummed when we passed too close. And, bottled clouds, too. But the authentic dragon scale was definitely just lacquered turtle shell. Luna stopped at a stall full of plants. Not earth plants, at least not from the mortal plane. Some glowed faintly. Some had leaves that spun in slow circles without moving air. One vine curled toward my hand as I passed, then recoiled like it had been burned. The sign above it read in old characters the Omnitrix helpfully labeled, auspicious herbs and influences. The vendor had no eyebrows and too much smile. Bad combination. Looking for luck, he crooned. Fortune. Courage. Warmth in the bed. Luna coughed. We're just looking. Young couples always are, he said. We're not cool, she started. We're browsing, I cut in. What's that one? I pointed at the least obnoxious thing. It was a small pale flower with thin white petals tipped in silver. The man plucked it up with care. Moon-tipped orchid, he said. Calms the mind. Softens hard hearts. It encourages open conversation, you can say, his smile sharpened. Good for clearing the air between two people getting to know each other. Luna made a small noise. So it's therapy in plant form, she muttered. Better marketing than aphrodisiac, I said under my breath. She snorted. It can't be that, come on. The vendor leaned forward. For you, special price, he said. First love discount. He really needed to retire that line. Luna looked at me. What do you think? My bet is that it's not aphrodisiac, and probably would just make us a little high. Sure. Let's try it. But if it turns us into giggling teens, I'm blaming you, I said. She paid before I could talk myself out of it. We left with the orchid wrapped in thin paper and tucked into a little pouch at her belt. We walked. Kuanzi shifted from open market chaos to narrower streets. The lanterns hung lower here, mostly white and blue instead of festival red. The noise dropped a notch. The air felt cooler, but my skin felt warmer. I chalked it up to the crowds at first. Then I realized we weren't in a crowd anymore. Luna's fingers brushed mine once. Neither of us pulled away immediately. Her hand was cool against the weird warm buzz in my palm. The smell from the pouch at her belt was faint. It reminded me of snow, something floral, a clean sweetness. Okay, I thought. This is probably already doing something. Is it just me, Luna said quietly, or is it getting hot? A little, I said. I think I was right and you wrong. She huffed. Figures. We drifted into a side alley without noticing. It wasn't dark or creepy, not really, but narrower. A few lanterns hung over doorways, casting soft light. And someone had left out a bowl of rice and fruit in front of a tiny shrine at ankle height. We stopped. I could have stepped back then. Logical Ben would have said, oh well, since we're under mild influence, let's just retreat and regroup. Instead, we just looked at each other. My body's warming up, Ben. Luna said. Yeah, I said. That'd be the sketchy flower we bought instead of reading the label. Typical, she muttered. I survive idols, stalkers, and supervillains, and I get taken out by mood incense. Should have listened to you. We were close enough now that I could see the faint color in her cheeks, the way her eyes kept dropping to my mouth and snapping back up. There was a beat where I could have stepped back. I didn't. This is stupid, she said quietly. Isn't it? I agreed. She exhaled, sharp and shaky, then grabbed my shirt near the collar and kissed me. Hard. The first thought that hit me wasn't smart or noble. Luna Snow. Top-tier idol. My brain supplied headlines that I didn't ask for, fans screaming into pillows, entire forums melting down. God help me, that only made it better. Her lips were cooler than I expected, a sharp contrast against the heat crawling under my skin. It felt like a cool breeze in the heat of the summer, addictive and wrong in the best way. She tasted faintly of broth and mint, and something else that made my thoughts blur around the edges. My hands found her without a meeting or a vote. One arm slid around her waist, yanking her in, while the other drifted lower until my palm pressed against the curve of her ass. She sucked in a breath when I squeezed, fingers tightening in my shirt like she'd decided not to pretend anymore. She stepped closer, crowding me until her body was flush against mine, hips brushing in a way that was definitely not accidental. Luna's hand slid up the back of my neck, nails dragging just enough to make my spine light up, fingers threading into my hair and tugging when I deepened the kiss. It got sloppy after that. Our teeth clattered together and we breathed into one another. Her mouth opened under mine with a soft sound that went straight to my head, and I responded without thinking, kissing her harder, Messier, as if I wanted to keep her all for myself. I backed into the wall without meaning to, the stone cool against my shoulders while everything else burned. The alley shrank until there was nothing but warm air, her body pressed into mine, and the way her perfume mixed with that faint snowflower scent and sank right under my skin. If I'd been 13, I'd probably have exploded from sheer teenage wish fulfillment. K-pop idol, ancient sky city, and magical aphrodisiac. Wasn't this someone's fanfic cliché bingo? N. The Omnitrix pinged. A tiny vibration happened on my wrist, and a soft hollow line appeared at the edge of my vision. Airborne agent detected, mild neuromodulator present. Moon orchid. Right. The kiss wasn't intentional from either side, we were being influenced. So was it really anything to brag about? I eased off the kiss, letting it taper instead of snapping away. Our foreheads rested together for a second, both of us breathing a little harder. We've got cheating on the field, I said quietly. What? She asked. The flower, I said. It's hazing your brain, but snap out of it. Omnitrix says it's tickling our brains. Nothing major, but it's not just us, she finished, closing her eyes for a heartbeat. Oh, great. Fell for the old incense trick. Could happen to anyone with a nose, I said. She leaned her forehead into my chest with a little groan. I'm never telling anyone about this, she said. Amadeus will write a paper. I'll make something up, I said. Tell him you punched me for trying to copy your choreography. She laughed against my shirt, then stepped back enough to look up at me. You're calling it? She asked. There was no accusation in it, just checking. Yeah, sure, I said. We keep going and we'll both wonder later how much was us and how much was herbal meddling. I've got enough bad decisions on my record, so I'd like at least some of them to be fully my fault. She exhaled, then nodded. Big man, she said softly. I have flashes, I said. She unhooked the pouch from her belt and dropped it into my hand. The wrapped orchid pulsed faintly with light from inside the paper, like it was smug. I flicked a tiny spark from my fingertip. The paper caught, edges curling in a slow black line. The scent spiked, then thinned as smoke curled up and away. We watched until there was nothing left but ash. Goodbye, expensive mistake, Luna said. You were fun for 5 minutes. Call it tuition, I said. Next time we buy mystical plants, we bring a chemist. We have one, she said. Amadeus. Preferably a girl, I said. You're terrible. We stepped out of the alley. The noise hit us again like a wave. The sound of drums, chatter, and vendors calling. The strange heat in my veins dropped back to a manageable buzz. Luna walked beside me, not quite touching, but not keeping distance either. Just so it's clear, she said after a bit, that was still good. Yeah, I said. No refunds. She smiled, cheeks a little pink. Good, she said. And I'm counting this as a date. A new shiny hero in the market, and Luna Snow already marked him early. Sounds like a fun headline a few years later. If we live, we'll renegotiate the label, I said. She bumped my shoulder. We found our way back to the upper tier by feel more than map. We followed the crowd uphill and looked for our guest house's dragon-infested roofline. Quan Nan was sitting by the door when we arrived, arms folded, looking like she'd been there for hours and also like she hadn't worried at all. Separated, she said, eyeing us. We found food, I said. Acquired life lessons. Didn't get mugged. Her gaze flicked between us, taking in the slightly messed hair and the way Luna's mouth was a bit too red. HN, she said, and then followed with a sigh, you know she's an idol, right? Since you want to avoid leaking your identity to the public, it's best not to date an idol. For her too, Korea and its idol culture is terrible for dating. Relax, we aren't dating, he's just fun to hang around with. Luna hummed a tune under her breath and pushed the door open. Yeah, what she said, I agreed. I took one last look at the insane, Beautiful city spilling down the mountain, lantern light turning the air into something almost tangible. Heavenly cities was weird. But that wasn't entirely a bad thing. Chapter 134, Dinner with an Immortal. Chapter 134, Dinner with an Immortal. If heaven had a rooftop, this was it. The banquet platform hung off the side of Quincy like someone had grown a terrace out of cloud and carved jade on top. Pillars shaped like cranes held up a curved roof. The rest was open air, or what passed for air here. The atmosphere was cool, thin, and full of drifting light. Beyond the balustrade, there was nothing but clouds. Not the city nor the sky was visible, just a pale ocean rolling beneath us. Every now and then a piece of mountain jutted up through the mist like an island, with little lanterns lit on lonely spires. We weren't eating yet. No one had sat. The big round table in the center stayed untouched while people in robes and armor and weird half-spectral bodies circled it slowly with sticks of incense or tiny spirit lamps. Muted gongs chimed somewhere unseen while words in a dozen languages floated around us. The Omnitrix tried to keep up. Blessing, toast, dragon's favor, and something about longevity, then finally just a lot of ritual noise. Everyone wore masks that covered the upper half of their faces. Some were simple, starting with painted wood, a crane beak shape, and a fox. But others were ridiculous, such as a gold filigree with embedded gems, jade carved into dragon brows. Even Ileana had one, a plain white thing that made her look more unsettling, not less. Mine was a simple black lacquer thing with a green line down the middle. It felt weird on my face. I kept fighting the urge to scratch it. Feels culty, I muttered. Because it is, Ileana said next to me, voice muffled by the mask. Smile and don't agree to anything you don't understand. Tips to survive any cults, I said. We walked the slow lap with everyone else, holding a thin stick of incense an acolyte had shoved at me. It would have been blasphemy if I was a believer. Then again, I wasn't even sure which god I was allegedly honoring, so I just thought no hard feelings in Quetzalcoatl's direction for good measure. Because while I wasn't a believer, I'd seen her in person. The Crane Mother was nowhere. Just her priests, sponsors, and champions. Ileana had told me on the way up there'd be a lot of sponsors similar to her tonight, with 4 of them being main sponsors, each with their chosen fighter. The others were floating in the crowd somewhere. Where do these city rulers stand, by the way? In the divine scale? I asked quietly as we shuffled forward. Like Odin level. Quetzalcoatl. Ileana's eyes flicked toward me through the mask. Why ask? Hey, I like knowing how dead I'll be if I mouth off, I said. Already annoyed a few heavy hitters. Don't want to jump from mid-boss to final boss without warning. She snorted. They're just a bunch of ancient immortals who happen to rule magical cities, she said. Fat on chi, mysticism, and extra-dimensional law. Bound to their city's role and cosmic function. So Quetzalcoatl with better real estate is what I'm hearing, I said. Nah, that feathered goddess cares about stories as much as power, and power she does have. She's much stronger than these city lords, she said with a snort. The Crane Mother cares about balance and territory. Odin plays politics. Makes sense. Scale, I said. If Odin, Quetzalcoatl, and Crane Mother walked into a bar. The drink explodes, she cut in. In raw weight. Odin and Quetzalcoatl kill each other, given preparation, and Crane Mother dies in the crossfire. That's all you need. So she's not that strong. Nothing to worry about then. A few robed guests nearby shifted away from us, very deliberately turning their shoulders. The body language was universal. We don't know these people, please don't drag us in when tornadoes hit. She's not nearby but you think she heard me disrespecting her? I asked under my breath. Yes, Ileana said. This is her realm, the winds carry words to her ears. But don't worry, she's heard worse. The pious mortals don't want to be seen near sacrilege when the curtain goes up. Cool, I was relieved. Missed being the awkward kid at church. Just then, a crane cried somewhere above us. It was a low, rolling sound that cut the murmurs short. Heads turned up as one. Through the clouds, a long, white shape glided down. Wings stretched wide enough to blot out the lantern light. Feathers like polished ice. A long neck that ended in a beak sharp enough to cut stone. The enormous crane circled the platform once, slow and deliberate, wind from its wings tugging at sleeves and banners. People bowed as it passed. Some dropped to both knees. I stayed standing. So did Ileana. Should I? I started. You're an invited champion, a follower of the demon queen Ileana, why must you bow to her, she explained with a smirk. Bow when she gives you reason. Not because everyone else does. The crane's shadow washed over us. For a second, golden eyes like coins looked straight at me. Then the bird folded its wings and dropped. It hit the flagstones without a sound. Light crawled up its legs, over its wings, over its head. Feathers melted into falling streamers. The beak folded in on itself and became a porcelain mask. When the glow faded, a woman stood where the crane had landed. She was tall and thin in the way old paintings made immortals look, like they'd forgotten food was a thing and lived on incense and air. Her robes were layered blues and whites embroidered with cloud and crane motifs. The mask covered everything from the bridge of her nose up, with stylized feathers fanning out at the edges. Her hair was piled up under a jade crown shaped like spread wings. I could see her lower mouth, and her skin was gray. Not like an old lady's, no, the skin was smooth, but it was gray in color. Her lips was glossy purple. She carried no weapon, just a long, slim staff and an aura that said she didn't need one. "Welcome, my guests," she said, and the word rolled through a dozen languages at once before settling into one in my head. "Eat, drink, enjoy. But remember you stand on borrowed sky." Everyone bowed again. Even some of the other heavy presences dipped their heads a fraction. Ileana didn't move. The crane mother's eyes, hidden as they were, seemed to track that, then move on. Servants flowed out from side doors. All of them were silent figures in crane masks setting dishes, pouring wine, lighting more incense. For a few minutes the platform was just motion and the clink of porcelain. Nobody began eating though. The crane mother was sitting on a table by herself, and there were empty seats around her. Then the crane mother lifted a hand. "My dearest sponsors," she said, followed by 4 names. "Please bring your chosen." The crowd shifted. A priest in white gestured Ileana and me toward the main table. 3 other pairs were already being herded that way. We took our seats. The crane mother sat in the highest chair, back to the mountain, mask turned toward the clouds. On her right, an old man in plain gray robes with a Tiger Island crest at his collar. On her left, a middle-aged woman in black and red onmyoji robes with paper charms woven into her hair. Next to her, a man in emerald silk whose pupils were vertical slits, something about him smelled like money. Their champion sat one step down, slightly behind them. I didn't know most of them, but how could I not recognize Tiger's beautiful daughter of the Tiger Island? She was, as daring with her clothing as she was in the comics. She sat beside the Tiger Island elder like she owned the space. Her long legs were crossed with careless confidence under her, her eyes watching me. I chose to watch her outfit instead. She wore less robe and more skin, sleeveless silk cut high at the thigh, and patterned in black and gold tiger stripes that clung where they shouldn't. The Onmyoji's champion was a slim Japanese woman with a sword and a fox mask. The demon merchant's champion was a hulking brute with jade plates grafted into his skin. And then there was me, at Ileana's side, with my cheap mask and borrowed etiquette. Not bad. The first part was small talk, at least for their value of small talk. Compliments on the arena formations. Oblique references to past tournaments. A few dry jokes at the expense of some absent heavenly cities, not even trying to pretending to help the crane mother. The demon merchant, someone called him Lord Jade Account, slid pathetic compliments at the crane mother again and again. Even I could tell the woman didn't enjoy them. "Your siphon array is elegant as always," he said. "Kuan-zi bleeds efficiency." "Kuan-zi bleeds necessity," she corrected mildly, which finally put him quiet. Food came in courses. They were delicate things carved into crane shapes, small meat dishes, and bitter greens that buzzed faintly against my teeth. I ate carefully. Ileana didn't seem worried, which was my main barometer for poison. Halfway through some spicy fish, the crane mother finally shifted gears. "Mortals speak," she said. "Heaven listens. Sometimes heaven answers. Sometimes it ignores. Wow, what a wise woman. Is this bullshit what passed for wisdom in these cities? Even I. You," her head turned slightly toward me. "Sometimes a mortal reaches up and drags the answer down by the throat." The table went still. "I heard," she continued, "that Benjamin Tennyson did not wait politely for fate to unspool on an island called Genosha. How does she know?" "Fuck." The Tiger Island elder's jaw tightened as he stroked his beard. The Onmyoji's eyes narrowed behind her mask. Lord Jade Account smiled with too many teeth. "He tore time, I heard." "Quite the fear," the old man in gray said. "Soft, but sharp." "Blasphemy against balance," the Onmyoji added. "Life taken and returned without spirit's consent. My clan calls that hubris." Lord Jade let out a low chuckle. "My accounts call it initiative." "Hey, wasn't this supposed to be some state secret? How does everyone and their mother know about this?" Ileana's mask tilted. I could feel the pride radiating off her. "He reversed a genocide that should never have happened," she said. "Call it what you like. You weren't the ones swimming through those mines. I assumed since these were the heavenly cities, even if they weren't exactly Asgard or Olympus, they also had the luxury to observe death and likewise. A massacre and rewind of that degree must have pinged their radar. The Tiger Island Elder's head turned slightly at Ileana's words. Demonis, you. The Crane Mother raised a hand before anyone could trade more barbs. We will not pretend heaven has clean hands, she said. I wish to see the piece myself. Her focus settled fully on me. For a second the mask seemed less like carved porcelain and more like a crane's skull. Tell me, Benjamin Tennyson, she said. Why did you not stay on your small blue world and cling to what you had already stolen back? Why step onto my stone and into my game with that device on your wrist? Everyone was watching. Even the fox masked champion. I swallowed the food on my mouth, set my chopsticks down, and thought about lying. It didn't seem worth it. I wanted to lie and say I don't trust any of you to leave the board alone, I said. But honestly, I am just bored and happened to stumble upon this. A few breaths caught around the table. I kept going before Ileana could cackle. But the more I see, the happier I am to be here. A bunch of old monsters doing the same dance for centuries, making it hard for us mortals for no reason. I watched their reactions. Since you guys bought up Genosha, let's talk about that. You guys aren't a major pantheon, so there shouldn't be rules that prevent you from meddling with fate. At least not too strictly. And yet, the only time you guys descend on Earth is when you need something for yourself. Be it fame, recognition, or something else. Lord Jade's smile deepened, but it wasn't a kind smile. The Onmyoji's fingers twitched against her sleeve. Genosha burned along with millions, I said. I had something that could fix it. So I did. And once you drag the timeline off the rails like that, hiding doesn't feel like an option. So here I am, sitting here. Making sure whatever you're building doesn't eat my planet by accident. Silence. We are the protectors of Earth, the Onmyoji said with a scowl. That made me laugh. Surely. Something like a laugh hummed in the Crane Mother's throat too, and it was a creepy sound. Not loud, just a ripple. You speak as if your world is the center of all things, the Onmyoji argued. This universe has uncountable worlds. But this the one with my people on it, I said. That's enough. You juggle tiger teeth, child, the Tiger Island Elder said. That watch should be under proper ward. Locked beneath the city where it cannot break more than it already has. The Omnitrix hummed. Held safely by Kuan-Zi, yes, that does sound like a good plan, Lord Jade said smoothly, eyes sliding toward the Crane Mother. Under your direct view, of course. Imagine the stability, Mother. His burden relieved. Your city stronger. Ileana's aura flared like a match about to hit gasoline. The soul's word at her back hummed in the way only someone sitting this close could hear. I put a hand on the table, deliberately casual. Last person who tried taking this thing off me ended up getting slapped by God among gods, Quetzalcoatl, I said lightly, throwing her name under the bus. If you guys are so capable, I can summon her any time. Lord Jade's eyes narrowed. But funnily enough, that person was an immortal as well, I continued. Not that Quetzalcoatl cared. Just keep in mind when you joke around with stuff like that. Are you threatening me, child? The Tiger Island Elder scowled. With this thing on my wrist, I said. If I just so want to, my existence is a threat to you and your entire Tiger Island. That made the tiger's beautiful daughter sitting beside him growl like a beast, glaring at me. Ileana relaxed slightly next to me. I could practically feel her smirk. The Crane Mother's fingers tapped once on her cup. I am very disappointed at a few of your suggestions. Do I have the habit of stealing toys from children at my table? She asked, offended. Even destructive ones. Her gaze slid over the other sponsors. I have no need to curry favor with guests by pretending I do. Lord Jade inclined his head, just a fraction. The old man in gray pursed his lips and said nothing. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. What I am curious about though, Ben, the Crane Mother continued, is how far your sense of making sure things don't get worse extends. Her attention didn't fully leave me as she turned her head slightly, and I spoke up, speaking of things not getting worse, I happened to notice the drain under my feet. What are you trying to fix? That was a dangerous poke. A few of the lesser attendants across the platform stiffened. The Onmyoji's champion's head turned a fraction. You dare ask about Kuan-Zi's heart in such a way while sitting at the Crane Mother's table, the Tiger Island Elder snapped. Rather ask here than poke around in your basement, I said. Seemed polite. Lord Jade chuckled, low. The Onmyoji said nothing, but her fingers had stopped their small movements. Waiting. The Crane Mother's shoulders rose and fell in something that might have been a sigh, might have been amusement. At least you are direct, she said. Most mortals think flattery hides fear. She lifted her cup, watching the tea swirl. When she spoke, her voice carried farther than before, touching the edges of the platform. Kuan-Zi's fighting pits aren't just arenas right now, she said. They are my lungs. Its purpose is to shape and recycle power. Long ago, the previous iron fists broke the balance by killing my champion. My power has been weakened since. Her fingers tightened minutely on the cup. Rage without wisdom, those fools, she said. He killed my champion, and my chi that was powering my champion withered. My authority eroded, healing far too slow for it to matter. This is the solution. So the tournament is physical therapy, I said. For immortal power. The tournament is an agreement, she corrected. I open my gates and allow so many mortals and lesser immortals to chase my favor, my blessings, and my mantle. The winner will be granted all those things. Those who fail feed the machine that lets that happen. They know. I asked. The ones down there. They understand they're buying lottery tickets with their chi. They are not cattle, she said with a nod. We do not lie. Every sect that sends a fighter here knows the price. Power offered and power taken. I'm a little offended your sponsor didn't explain properly. I did, he probably didn't pay attention, Ileana shrugged. Regardless. This is normal procedure, Benjamin, the crane said. You think your own world's nations fund their wars with anything better? I couldn't exactly argue with that. In my head, the image was ugly but clear. This was a lottery with divine branding. A single jackpot winner, a lot of losers, and everyone's tickets going into the same house stash. The crane mother set her cup down with a soft click and straightened. I apologize for the petty threats a few have sent your way. While you stand on my stone, Benjamin Tennyson, she said, voice smoothing out into something that carried to every corner of the platform, your watch stays on your arm. Your life is not a bargaining chip. Any hand raised against you here is raised against me. That was surprising. She was offering me her protection. It was not some magical oath, at least not one I could feel, but in a place like this, words weren't just sound. Possession and protection in the same sentence. Ileana's satisfaction sharpened beside me. The Tiger Island elder scowled. Lord Jade hid whatever he felt behind a polite nod. Now, the crane mother said, picking up her chopsticks again, let us eat without making each other uncomfortable. The tension bled out in little exhales. Conversation picked back up in safer channels. Someone refilled my cup with tea that hummed faintly in my teeth. Tiger's beautiful daughter shot me a glare and said something to her sponsor. The fox-masked champion finally started on her food. I picked up a dumpling and chewed, trying to ignore the stares. Ileana leaned close enough that only I could hear. You did well. Didn't even swear once. I don't swear, I whispered back. She chuckled. Chapter 135, Tigers Don't Bow. Chapter 135, Tigers Don't Bow. The next day blurred past in fragments. Ileana made good on her promise and spent the morning dragging us through places tourists weren't supposed to see. I say dragging because half the time we were following her through half-hidden doors and service corridors that didn't show up on any map. From the outside, the joined heavenly cities looked like a postcard, floating palaces, glassy bridges, and clouds you could walk on. From the inside, they looked like the anatomy of something. Thick ribs of white stone that weren't quite stone, humming with low power. Shafts where you could actually see chi sliding down like liquid light into the mountain. Old dragon carvings half covered by newer crane motifs. In one back passage, we walked under an arch where 3 different city scripts overlapped, their seal arrays knotted together in a way that made the Omnitrix itch. If I squinted, I could see how the whole thing used to be elegant. Before someone smashed it together like a kid with too many Lego sets. We moved deeper away from Quincy's pretty surface into places where the style changed. There were some harder lines here, and more animal motifs there, and without ever crossing a formal border. Ileana pointed once with her chin. This is where the City of Thunder wired its storm wards into Quincy's backbone, she said. They bolted them on after the last lightning accident. Accident, Charmcaster repeated with a scoff. You mean massacre? Details, Ileana said. I was curious what this story was about, so Charmcaster explained it to me as we walked. It was an almost natural incident that killed thousands. We weren't in those other cities yet, we were walking through the joints where they plugged their systems into Crane Mother's mountain. Underfoot, the dragon furnace kept tugging at my chi although it wasn't absorbing anything. We saw little gods. Street shrines with tiny offerings. Spirits stuck in walls. An old woman selling charms who nodded to Ileana while staring at the soul's word at her back. It was a lot. By midday, my head felt full and my legs had that tired ache that said I'd walked more than most tourists and less than any local. We stepped out from a cramped stone tunnel onto a broad upper balcony that overlooked a junction plaza. This was one of Quincy's main hubs, where the other heavenly cities had anchored their embassies like ships around a harbor. From here, we could see one of the big teleport hubs. It was a round stone platform carved with more sigils than I could parse, ringed with pillars shaped like mythical creatures. People and spirits flashed in and out with ripples of light as they jumped between cities. To the right of that, Grafted onto Quincy like a parasite, was Tiger Island's enclave. Dark shingles with orange banners that were painted with stylized tiger heads. Carved stone jaws formed their main gateway. I'd seen it from a distance before. Up close, it radiated its own flavor of aggressive tiger roost, Ileana said. The disdain in her voice was almost affection, like she was talking about an annoying cousin. They refused to live in guest quarters like everyone else. Brought their own. If I'd spent centuries in a jungle city, I wouldn't trust the plumbing either, I said. Charmcaster leaned on the railing, eyes tracking a patrol. Their banners are so ugly, though, she said. Someone should tell them orange clashes with heaven. Volunteer? Luna asked with a smirk. Hard pass. Psylocke was checking out the area with a careful expression, her posture rigid. She was a cautious person by nature, but the others weren't, so they didn't look bothered as they hadn't seen how the Tiger Island people treated me and Ileana last night. I might have made a joke, but then I saw who was standing in the middle of the tiger yard. It was the old man from the banquet, in the same plain gray robe with the tiger crest at his collar. He held a staff in his hand, his perfectly combed beard not swaying in the wind. Suddenly the aura became heavy, like damp heat in a closed room. Tiger Island's elder. And half lounging on the low wall beside him, one leg swinging, was the true leader's heir. Tiger's beautiful daughter didn't bother dressing like a respectable guest, which made sense since she dared to not bother when meeting the crane mother. Her sleeveless top hugged a torso built for killing, not dancing, and the silk skirt with its side slits did absolutely nothing to hide the lines of muscle in her thighs. Gold bangles circled her wrists and ankles, humming faintly. Her hair fell loose down her back in dark waves, a few thin braids laced with little fangs. She looked like trouble, and like she knew exactly how much a person would think that and enjoyed it. Her gaze swept the plaza, missed nothing, then landed on us. Hard to avoid us when we were standing right in front of their gate. Ileana's shoulders were set. Stay behind me, she said. And try not to say anything stupid like last night. That's a high bar, I said, but followed anyway. We took the stairs down onto the plaza proper. Traffic flowed around us with sect disciples in matching uniforms, envoys from other cities, and some random earth mage trying not to stare at a dragon spirit. Tiger Island's guards stiffened as we approached. The elder turned fully to face us, the weight of his attention as unsubtle as everything else about him. Darkchild of Limbo, he said. His voice had that rolling mountain accent I'd heard in some kung fu dubs, heavy and rough. I have wanted to ask since last night, how do you like the heavenly cities? Even worms are allowed to crawl on the crane's stone this year, it seems. Friendly as ever. Ileana stopped at the invisible line where Tiger Stone met Quincy Stone. She didn't bow. Her mask was off, her expression might as well have been stone. And the tiger still feared leaving his cage, dragging the chains along, she said. Congratulations on learning how to walk on clouds without falling, old man. That must have taken effort. A few people at nearby stalls suddenly had an epiphany that they had somewhere else they needed to be. The elder's grip tightened on his staff. We cultivate strength over centuries, he said. Not like you, getting power handed over by evil creatures. Playing with filth, feeding on refuse. A demon who makes herself queen of trash. Charmcaster clicked her tongue softly and whispered to me, he's not wrong about the trash part. Hey, she's on our side, I pinched her waist, making her wince. Ileana continued, at least my realm is honest about what it is, she said. Your island breeds attack dogs and calls it tradition. I suppose lying to yourselves keeps you warm. Tiger's beautiful daughter shifted. She slid off the wall in one easy motion and landed at the old man's side. Up close, the stripes on her outfit were actually little runes, crawling faintly under the silk. We breed warriors, Demonis, she said. Her voice was smooth and low, with a faint rasp. Not cowards hiding behind foreign devils. Ileana's eyes cut to her. Would you look at that, she said. The cub dares to speak among adults. The girl smiled, slow. You're the one who dragged your boy champion up here, aren't you, she asked. Couldn't win your own battles, so you found a new toy. You do realize I'm not allowed to compete in this stupid tournament by myself, right? Ileana looked annoyed. I noticed how her jaw tensed at boy. I also saw the way the girl watched for that reaction and tucked it away with obvious pleasure. So that's how it was. Don't fall for it, I said softly. She's poking you on purpose. I noticed, Ileana replied, just as quiet. The elder's gaze flicked to me then, sharp and cold. This one was uttering big words last night, his laugh had a mocking tone. A fool with a toy. Ben Tennyson, I said. Professional savior of the world. Tiger's daughter looked me up and down like I was a curiosity on a market stall. You look so ordinary, are you really the four-armed monster, she inquired. It makes sense though. A pathetic mortal vessel like yours is surely bested by any other forms you can wield. Was she trying to bait me into saying something stupid like, fine, I'll fight you in my human form? Because it wasn't working. Sorry to disappoint, I said. You'll see the good parts in the arena. Her eyes gleamed. I hope so, she said. It would be boring if you screamed and broke in one hit. The elder rapped his staff on the ground once. You arrogant runt, how about we make a bet? If you lose, hand over that watch. Nah. He scowled at the prompt refusal. You think Crane's favor will save you? He asked with a glare. You think a few kind words at her table make you untouchable? Pretty sure she literally called me that, I said. Might have misheard. The tea was strong. His nostrils flared. When Li Hua breaks your bones for the crowd, he said, voice softening into something close to pleasure, no dragon's word will glue them back together. Limbo's whore will watch you fall and do nothing. That last line bothered me far more than the insults they'd thrown me. And I was far from the only one. Even Luna looked pissed. So of course, one could only imagine how furious Ileana got. She went very still beside me. I could feel the spike of her power in the air, hot and sharp, like a sword being drawn. My hand moved before I thought about it, before she could free her soul sword. I set it on her shoulder. Hey, I said quietly. Not here. Her eyes slid to my hand, then to my face. For a moment, I thought she'd shrug me off and let Limbo eat the plaza. Instead, she let out one slow breath through her nose. You old bastard, your mouth is still as foul as your jungle, she told the elder. One day you'll choke on it. He snorted. Words, he said. Always words with you demons. Tiger's daughter watched all of this with open amusement. She enjoyed it. The insults and the tension. The way Ileana had to swallow it. That settled any lingering doubt I'd had about how hard I was going to hit her later. Save your curses for the pits, the elder said. You are not even worth my staff here. He turned slightly, dismissing us without saying it. Come. Tiger's daughter held my gaze for another heartbeat. Don't die too fast against me, Benjamin Tennyson, she said. It would be a waste of a good face. Then she pivoted on her heel and followed her elder into the tiger enclave without looking back. The air felt thicker when they were gone. Charmcaster let out a long, low whistle. Wow, she said. He really went straight for the whore of Limbo line. Classic old fucker energy. Ileana's shoulders were still tight under my hand. Slowly, they loosened. You okay? I asked. I will be, she said. After you rearrange that little bitch's face. Do not hold back just because she's a girl, you understand. If that's what my queen wants, I replied, and that seemed to please her. But then she grumbled. He insulted me, that imbecile, she said, as if that were explanation enough. In front of my champion. He's lucky this is a neutral location. I noticed, I said. That air liked it a bit too much. Ileana's gaze flicked back to the tiger gate. Yes, she thinks that small kind of victory matters, she said. Because it's the only one she can get. Weakling. I cracked my knuckles, thinking about the fight. The rest of the day wasn't very fun as I spent it very eager for the next day. It was time. The area surrounding the arena stank of stone dust and old blood. There was also some kind of incense that tried and failed to cover both. I stood in a side tunnel, forearms form filling most of the space. The walls here were carved with the same crane motifs as everywhere else, but they were scuffed and chipped from too many fighters' shoulders. Up ahead, the tunnel opened into blinding light and noise. The ring. Above that, the falcon-headed announcer was in full performance mode. I could hear his screech even through stone. Tiger Island's prodigy. Claw of the southern jungle. Welcome, the young heiress of the tiger line. He drew out the titles like he got paid by the word. However, her strength was no joke. Her side shouldn't be underestimated. Tiger's beautiful daughter stepped into the light and the crowd roared. Even from the tunnel, I could feel the subtle shift in atmosphere. The way the Tiger Enclave section of the stands went wild, banners shaking. The way other city factions watched more quietly, assessing. The fact that Li Hua was supposed to be the immortal weapon of Tiger Island. Being the heir and all that. She already filled that role in the comics, but for whatever reason she hadn't climbed that seat in this life. Not yet at least. The problem was, my opponent was suddenly the tiger's beautiful daughter. Not who I was supposed to fight. The bracket had me against Bride of Nine Spiders. I'd prepped for that. Then Tiger Island threw their weight around, pulled strings with the tournament officials, and swapped her out for their own heir. How's that even allowed? Real professional. They wanted to fight me that bad. Whatever the reason behind their decision was, Li Hua had been gift-wrapped a spot she didn't earn. And I was going to unwrap it for her. I moved up just enough to see her through the arch. She walked into the ring barefoot, like the stone was an old friend. Her golden mask glinted against the sunlight. She wore that same striped silk, bright against the black jade floor, and a lazy confidence in every step. She didn't acknowledge the cheering. Didn't wave. She rolled her shoulders once, shook out her arms, and bounced on the balls of her feet twice. That was it. The announcer finished his spiel and milked the noise. Then his voice shifted directions. And from the realm of limbo, marked by the Queen of Demons herself, our rising star, the Black Horse. I winced slightly at that wording, the red-skinned juggernaut who crushed all his opponents. Champion of Chaos. Tetraman. Time to work. I ducked my head and stepped out. The light hit me first, then the heat from the crowd, along with the feel of the ring under my feet. There was a slight spring from the arrays underneath. I rolled my shoulders, cracked my top set of knuckles, and let the roar wash over me. Tiger's daughter watched me come with that same sharp interest as earlier. Seeing 4 arms up close didn't make her flinch. If anything, her eyes lit up. Better, she called across the ring. This shape suits you. Glad you approve, I rumbled back. My voice carried differently like this. Deeper and more resonant. Would have worn a tie if I'd known. She snorted. You joke now, demon, she said. We'll see if you're laughing when you're on your back. You want to get on top that bad? My reply seemed to piss her off for some reason. The referee this time was some old monk with more scars than teeth who shuffled between us, raising his hands. You know the rules, he said. No killing unless both agree. No attacks on the crowd or boxes. The Crane Mother watches. His gaze flicked to each of us. Begin when the bell rings. He shuffled back to the edge and raised a small gong. The bell's clear note cut through the noise. I moved first. There was no need for a fancy opener. Just a straight, heavy stride forward, my lower arms ready to grab and upper arms coiled for a strike. I planned to live up to my promise to Ileana. For Arms wasn't built for some dancing, so I moved the way he was born to move. Tiger's daughter didn't backpedal. She came in too, at an angle, steps light. At the last moment, I lunged, all 4 arms snapping out, trying to catch her between reach and weight, ended in one clean scoop. It all happened in under a second, and yet. She wasn't there. The air where she'd been burned in my lungs as my hands closed on nothing. For a heartbeat, I saw her, smear. Like someone had dragged part of her frame sideways faster than my eyes wanted to track. Then her heel slammed into the back of my right knee. The impact was devastating. Pain lanced up my leg and the limb buckled and I was sent flying. I managed to dig my feet into the floor before I could be thrown out of the arena and be eliminated. I dropped onto my other leg as the crowd gasped. She was already above me. A second kick snapped against my lower spine. It held less power but perfect placement. It pushed and used my own momentum to spin me half sideways. This time, I had to dig all 4 hands into the ring to stop the slide. Stone cracked under my fingers. The arena's roar came back into focus, full of surprise and delight. I huffed once, then laughed. Okay, I said, turning my head enough to look back at her. That's fun. She was already a few steps away again, weight on her front foot, shoulders loose, eyes bright. There was no apology there. Just the satisfied gleam of someone whose first test had gone exactly how she wanted. You're really slow, she said. And heavy. Hey, I'm still standing, I pointed out, pushing back up to full height. My knee complained, but 4 arms' durability kicked in fast. I hadn't been underestimating her, but her strength still surprised me. It made sense, she hadn't become the champion of the Tiger Island in the comics for nothing. This is a good thing. I had to physically hold back a grin. This wasn't going to be a one-sided stomp either way. Boring would have been worse. Show me what tiger speed really looks like, then, I said. I'll see if I can keep up. Her grin widened, showing a hint of sharpness behind the beauty. As you wish, she said. Then she moved, and the real fight began. Chapter 136, Tiger Style. Chapter 136, Tiger Style. As you wish. After saying that, Tiger's beautiful daughter shifted, and whatever lazy swagger she had outside vanished. Li Hua's body dropped lower, her weight shifting to the balls of her feet. For a second she just breathed in. Then her shoulders rolled once, her fingers curled, and her chi flared around her like heat coming off asphalt. The world stuttered. She came at me in a straight line, or that was how it looked at first. My eyes caught a streak of motion and my brain said, there she is. My ribs disagreed. Her knee smashed into my right side like an explosion before the image caught up. I felt my armor-like flesh dent around the impact, and air whooshed out of me in a grunt. I swung reflexively with my top right fist, but she was somewhere else already. Claws raked across my back. Not actual claws, but rather chi-hardened fingertips dragging lines of fire along my skin. My shirt shredded and I felt warm wetness start to run. That's not just speed, some sort of movement technique that allows her bursts of teleportation, maybe. She circled like a cat worrying a bull, feet a blur of soft slaps on the arena stone. Her every move was tight. No wasted motion. When she kicked, she snapped it back instantly. When she punched, her whole body turned into it and then uncoiled into the next strike. I tried to track her but Four Arms wasn't really known for his speed. I relaxed my eyes, trying to see movement, not details. My brain wanted to focus on the little red stripes of cloth and glistening skin but my training forced me to focus on lines. She blurred again. For a half second her afterimage stayed where she'd been, and her real body was already sliding along my flank. Tiger shadow step, she said. Her foot drove into my lower kidney, and stars burst behind my eyes. Too slow, demon. I planted one lower hand on the ground to stop myself from pitching forward and swung the other three in a wide arc. One fist cut through air where her head had been. Another grazed her shoulder. It was enough to brush her chi. She had an incredible amount of chi. It was strong and wild and it buzzed against my skin like grabbing a live wire. Her counter came as soon as contact broke. A spinning back elbow clipped my jaw on the left side. Teeth rattled. I tasted metallic blood on my tongue. The crowd roared with each clean hit. The tiger section was losing its mind. Somewhere above, banners flapped and drums started picking up her rhythm. Ha ha ha. I was enjoying this. I could have turtled, I could just planted my feet and waited, cover my vitals and outlast the barrage. But that would have bored the hell out of me, and it would not give Ileana what she wanted. So I pushed forward instead. I forced my legs to move through the ache and charged, but not in a straight line this time. I moved in a low zigzag, lower hands leading. She was faster, but she was not stronger. She knew she had to be careful not to get grabbed by me. Every time she darted in to tag me, I made sure at least one fist was already coming back the other way. We traded in inches. Her foot flashed and a heel slammed against the side of my knee. I felt something pop and then slide back into place with a grind. My lower right hand shot out in the same moment and brushed her hip. It was just a tap but it was enough to throw her balance a fraction off when she tried to vanish again. She stumbled half a step. Lovely. My upper left fist came down in a hammer blow where she would have been if I'd guessed wrong. It met empty air and a whisper of fabric as she twisted aside. Ah shit, she's so slimy. Even so, it has been closed. Her eyes widened just a little. She wasn't untouchable and we both knew it now. Better when you struggle, she said. She raised her hands in a loose guard. Her fingers crooked into hooked shapes, her thumbs tucked, palms facing me. Tiger claws. Her chi surged again, far more focused this time. It wrapped around her arms and legs in faint striped bands. When she exhaled, the sound started in her belly and shook the air. This is my white tiger howl, she said, and then it out. The roar hit me a moment later. It wasn't sound in the normal way. It was chi concentrated into pressure. My chest felt like someone had leaned an invisible weight on it. The shockwave rattled the ring. Dust jumped at my feet and my ears popped. I dug my lower hands into the floor and let it wash over me. Four Arms mass helped. If I'd been in a lighter form, it might have lifted me straight off the ground. By the time it faded, she was already on me. Her claws came in a three-strike pattern. Firstly her right hand moved to my throat, her left across my chest, and then her right again toward the liver. The first raked across my collarbone when I jerked my head back. The second scored a line through the hard red skin, drawing shallow but very real blood. The third sank deeper into the soft spot between ribs, and then my lower right hand clamped around her wrist. Got you. I yanked. She rolled with it, twisting midair to flip instead of being yanked face first into my fist. Her body arced, spine bending more than it should have, and her free leg snapped out to smash into my jaw as she used my own pull to add momentum. My teeth clacked together hard enough that I heard one crack. Her ankle slipped out of my grip as she completed the spin, landing in a low crouch a step away, breathing a little harder now. Blood dripped from the lines on my side and back. It steamed faintly in the air. She licked a bit of my blood off her knuckles and smiled widely. Got me. Ha, you wish. You bleed well though, she said. Good color. Thanks, I said, spitting a red streak to the side. You hit like a truck. You shouldn't compliment your opponent mid-fight, that's pathetic. Is it now? I scoffed. I rolled my shoulders again. The joint in my knee complained, but strength flowed back in quickly. Four Arms could take punishment. She's not bad. My thoughts were sharp under the haze. No, she's really good. Speed, strength, technique, and timing, everything wise. If I let her dance all fight, I'll lose on points even if I never go down. Right. I shifted my stance. It was time to change strategy. Instead of pushing in again, I planted my lower feet wider. It annoyed me a little to play defensive, but oh well. My center of gravity dropped a little. My lower arms came up to guard the center line, my upper arms spread slightly, hands open instead of curled into fists. An invitation. Li Hua's eyes narrowed. She saw the change and the trap. Her weight shifted from one foot to the other, testing. I thought you liked charging, but you turned out to be a coward, she said. I've seen your combos. This is a change of strategy, not cowardice. She laughed once, short. You are pathetic and weak. So-called demon. She darted in, but this time I didn't try to swat her out of the air as soon as she moved. I let her close. I waited until she was fully committed. She went for the leg again, trusting what had worked. But this time, at the last instant, I stepped into her instead of away. My right lower arm swept down to catch her kicking leg at the calf. My left shot toward her shoulder, hand open. She tried to twist around it. Tiger shadow step flared again, her chi dragging her sideways in that jarring blur. It saved her from a full body grab, but not from contact. My fingers caught her upper arm just above the elbow. Her chi met raw strength there. Hot and wild energy surged along her tendons. I tapped into my own chi, or at least I tried. I wasn't sure how much of it worked given my lack of control, but I did feel a little tweak. My chi felt heavier, running through forearms frame like magma in rock. For a heartbeat those two currents crashed. Then I tightened my grip. The effect was instantaneous. Her body snapped sideways from the clash in trajectories. Her foot never got to my knee. Instead, she was half horizontal in the air with all her momentum twisted. Her balance had broken. My upper right fist came down in a tight arc and smashed into her ribs. I felt bone give under the impact. The sound was ugly, a wet crack under the crowd's roar. The hit launched her across the ring in a ragdoll tumble. She hit the floor on her shoulder, skidded, and rolled twice before she dug her claws in and arrested the slide. The tiger section of the stands howled. Not in victory this time. In outrage. Li Hua pushed herself up on one arm, breathing hard. Her left side didn't move right. Bruising had already started to flower under her skin in ugly purple. Yes, she was fast and strong. But size mattered. Her little frame could only have so much durability. She looked down at her own chest and laughed. There it is, that incredible strength. Your fists aren't pillows at least. This is just warm-up, I said. We went again. She no longer tried pure hit and run. The next exchange was jagged and dirty. She aimed at joints more. My ankles, fingers, and even my throat. I blocked with lower arms and hit with upper ones, trading grazes for heavy blows. Her special moves kept coming, but she wasn't arrogant enough to tell me their names now. There was a flurry where both her hands streaked toward my eyes, chi gathered at her fingertips in shimmering blades. I crossed two forearms in front of my face and felt the energy bite into the tough skin there, carving shallow trenches. Another sequence had her plant her hands on the floor and spin into a low sweeping kick that cracked against both my ankles at once. My shins didn't like that at all. But each time she hit, I made sure she paid. Even glancing hits from forearms hurt in ways normal fighters didn't walk away from. A backhand clipped her jaw, and blood sprayed from her mouth in a fine mist. One of her front teeth went with it, flashing white against the black floor before bouncing away. Her head snapped sideways and she blinked, dazed for the first time. Her footing went sloppy for half a step. I did not let her recover. Something grumbled in my chest. It wasn't just battle focus anymore. The memory of the elder's voice saying Limbo's whore rose up hot in my head. Ileana would have never let it slide, but she had to swallow that insult in this neutral city. I recalled this girl's pleased little smile while the old man had said it. This one's an annoying bitch. My vision tunneled, not in a loss of control way, but in a very clear narrowing of priorities. You poked the wrong goddamn nest. My lower right hand grabbed her wrist as she tried to strike again. My upper left clamped around the back of her neck. While the other two punched. The first blow landed on her cheekbone. I felt it crack, sharp and brittle. Her head snapped sideways, eyes unfocused. The second came from the other side, slamming into her jaw. Something gave with a horrible grinding pop. Her knees buckled, but my lower hand held her up by the arm. She couldn't fall. Her body hung there, half supported and half broken. I hit her again. My upper right fist slammed into her nose. I felt the cartilage shatter under the blow. Blood burst out in a sudden fountain, splattering across my knuckles and chest. It ran down her lips and onto the floor in heavy drops. The crowd noise started to blur at the edges, like the volume had been turned down. All I heard clearly was the wet impact of bone and flesh and my own breathing. Li Hua gurgled something that might have been a word, or just a reflex. Her free hand clawed weakly at my forearm. I tightened my grip on her trapped arm and twisted. Her shoulder joint went past its natural range. Ligaments strained, then tore. The sound this time was like someone snapping a branch wrapped in wet cloth. Her scream finally punched through the fog. It was a raw and high sound, cutting through the arena. The ref took a hesitant step forward, then stopped himself. The Crane Mother had not intervened. The crowd was frozen between horror and fascination. My lower left hand moved to her other wrist. I yanked her off the ground fully, holding her in front of me by both arms like a stuffed toy. Her legs kicked once, then dangled. Blood dripped freely from her nose and mouth now. Her beautiful face was a ruined mess of swelling and red. "You wanted a story," I said, more to myself than her. Then I brought her down. The slam shook the ring. I drove her back into the jade with enough force to crack the floor under her body. Dust jumped, rising in a small cloud. Her back arched from the impact and then flopped. For a 6-second I thought she might have died. She twitched. Good. Alive. My grip on her arms never fully let go. I hauled her up again. Her head lolled. The left side of her body didn't seem willing to answer commands anymore. I could feel eyes on me from every direction. Tiger Elder, boiling with anger. Ileana, a cold, bright point on the edge of my vision. Somewhere high or below, the Crane Mother, her expression unreadable. One more. I slammed her down again, slightly off-center this time. Her right leg folded under her at a bad angle. I heard, and felt, something in the shin give with a crack. The scream this time died halfway out. Shock was catching up to her. The ref finally rushed in then, shouting something about submission. I barely heard him. Li Hua lay on the cracked stone with her arms bent wrong and legs twisted. Her face was swollen beyond recognition. Blood pooled under her head and smeared across her teeth, a pink froth when she tried to breathe. Her eyes were still open. They met mine, glassy but conscious. There was pain there. And under it, a tiny spark of defiance that hadn't gone out yet. When I smiled, the ref scrambled to put himself between us, hands up toward me just in case. His fingers shook. "Winner," he shouted, voice cracking. "Tetraman of Limbo. Match over." For a long heartbeat, nothing happened. No cheers and drums followed. Just the sound of Li Hua's ragged breaths and the distant hum of the city. Then someone in a far section started to cheer. It spread in a strange wave, rolling over the stands. Tigers screamed curses and rage. Other sects roared approval. Some faces just stared at me in pale shock. I didn't raise my arms towards them. I shot a look towards the Tiger Elder, who glared at me. Then I turned away from the broken little tiger on the floor and slowly walked back toward the tunnel I'd come from. Each step left faint red specks on the jade. Chapter 137, Darkchild. Chapter 137, Darkchild. The corridor back to our box was quieter than the arena, but not by much. The stone walls turned the crowd noise into a dull roar while I walked it straight, unhurried, with my hands still crusted in dried blood. The guards at the door glanced at my knuckles, then cleared their throats and decided looking at the sky was more interesting. The wards tasted Ileana's mark on me and let me through. Inside, the place looked the same as before with the same people. Table covered in cups and plates, floating disc showing the next match, and the balcony open to the mountain air. Everyone turned when I stepped in. I thumbed the Omnitrix, felt the green wash over me, and shrank back down to 2 eyes and 2 arms. My shirt was torn up and stiff with blood, ribs already bruising underneath, but it was all still attached, so I counted that as a win. "Miss me?" I said. That broke the pause. Most of their reactions I caught in one pass. Amadeus' mouth tightened for half a second before he dropped his eyes to his tablet and started typing faster. Lin Lai gave me a small nod, and based on the look on his eyes, I assumed that he'd already replayed the fight in his head a few times. The new girl, Colleen, stayed near the wall with her hand a little closer to her sword than necessary. I hope she was thankful to God or whoever she prayed to, realizing I hadn't gone all out on her. Luna sat cross-legged on a cushion in front of a bowl of untouched noodles, spoon still in her hand, watching me like she wasn't sure what to do with what she'd just seen. Charmcaster had draped herself over a mound of cushions like a cat. Psylocke stood by the balcony with her arms folded, staring out over the arena instead of at the replay. And Ileana sat on her bone throne at the far end, cheek on her fist, mouth curved in a way I'd learned to recognize. Charmcaster looked really happy for some reason. "That was you." She jabbed her chin at the floating disc, which kindly froze on the slam where the tiger girl bounced. Ben Tennyson, protector of crying civilians and stray puppies, just turned a girl's ribs into modern art. "She had it coming," I said, walking toward the table and picking at a stubborn flake on my knuckles. "Oh, I'm not saying she didn't," Charmcaster said. I just had you filed under the type who hits hard but pulls the last punch. Today you tried to nail her through the floor. I have to redo my whole mental spreadsheet, Ben. You underestimate me, I said. Apparently. Colleen cleared her throat. Her eyes hadn't left me since I walked in. You fight differently than I expected, she said. Yeah. I looked over. What were you expecting? I thought you'd stop when she stopped being a threat. Her tone stayed polite, but the grip on her hilt was a little too natural. I was right, she was thankful I hadn't given her a beating like this. You didn't. She stopped being a threat when I stopped swinging, I said. Any earlier and we'd be talking about my kneecap instead of hers. She's not a weakling. She didn't argue with that. Psylocke stepped away from the balcony and came closer, giving me the same checking look she used in training. I didn't think you were the angry type, but I should have assumed so given the incident with Julian. She was talking about Hellion. Yeah. You don't regret it, either. There's nothing to regret, Psy. I appreciate you practicing restraint, but humans don't have to be restrained all the time. She frowned but accepted that with a small nod. You do need better training, though. It's not as if you're slow, but she played you like a cartoon. If you're willing, we can focus on that after you learn more chi control. I was surprised she was offering to teach me martial arts. Psylocke was in no way the best fighter in Marvel, but she was on the upper echelon. I had no reason to refuse her, thank you. I'll contact you after my summer vacation ends, I said. That was enough for her. She turned back toward the balcony and the ongoing match. Luna still hadn't said anything. She just sat there with her spoon hovering over the bowl. You all right? I asked her. She blinked, like she'd forgotten she was holding something, and set the spoon down. I was going to ask if you were okay, she said. But that sounds stupid now. You're clearly fine. Walking, talking, and a little hungry, I said. Pretty okay. Right. She let her eyes flick up to the replay disc, which chose that moment to show the final slam again in slow motion, then back to me. Heaven got its ticket's worth today. That's what they wanted. The match wasn't some never-seen incident for people, but the brutality made it fun. Luna didn't seem to appreciate the brutality, but she didn't speak up against it. I finally let myself look at the far end of the room. Ileana hadn't moved. One leg crossed, elbow on the arm of the throne, fingers resting against her cheek. The soul's word hilt rose over her shoulder like a silver threat. Her bangs shadowed her eyes, but the little smile was clear. Well? I asked. How did my queen like the show? She laughed. It was a soft, amused sound. I hadn't heard her laugh like that. Acceptable, she muttered. I thought you'd go easy since she's a girl, color me surprised. You humiliated a man I hate, and you did it on his own stone with his people watching. I am satisfied. High praise, Charmcaster muttered. Ileana pushed herself up from the throne. No, I mean it. The air shifted around her as she took the first step off the dais. The lamplight seemed to sharpen, and the shadow under her boots darkened. Heat brushed the room. Her skin darkened from pale to violet starting at her fingers, the color crawling up under her sleeves and along her throat. Thin lines of gold lit along her veins for a heartbeat, running across her collarbone and down where her robes dipped, then sank back inside. Black horns pushed out through her white hair and curled back from her forehead. Her eyes went from ice blue to bright gold. Image here. The dark child walked toward me. Everyone else gave her a little more space without thinking about it. I stayed where I was. She stopped close, heat coming off her in a steady wave. It wasn't the uncomfortable type of heat, it felt rather good actually. I know what type of man you are, Benjamin, and so I appreciate it more that you beat up a girl to that degree. You broke their pride, for me, she said. Her voice sounded almost the same, just roughened. On their oh-so-important sacred realm, where they thought they were safe. They won't forget that. Good, I said. I didn't do it for them. Who did you do it for, then? She asked as if she didn't know already. Her hand came up and settled along my jaw. The claws on her nails were obvious now, small dark points, but she didn't scratch. Come here, she said. Although she asked me to come, she didn't let me. She pulled me down, her strength irresistible, and kissed me. The demon form didn't feel that different from a human's, just turned up. Her lips were hotter, and there was a faint taste of smoke under everything. Magic buzzed under her skin where it touched mine. I put a hand behind her waist and let it happen, feeling the hard line of her horns brush my forehead and the weight of her hair against my fingers. Somebody behind me hit a cup with their knee and made it clink. I ignored it. When she let go and stepped back a little, the gold in her eyes dulled. The horns shrank. The color drained from her skin and left her as just Ileana again, pale and sharp with bangs almost in her eyes. The aura went, but she stayed where she was. Damn, I said, your other half is acting up quite a bit. Isn't she? Ileana seemed to hesitate. I half expected her to crack a joke and pretend that had just been a demon thing. Instead she reached up with her bare hand, fisted it in the front of my torn shirt, and dragged me down again. The second kiss was slower. There was no demonic heat, just her mouth, her breath, and fingers curled in my collar. Her bangs bumped my nose. I rested one hand on her hip and let the other hold the back of her neck. When she drew back, she didn't go far. Today, she said, looking up at me, I'm really happy. Me and Darkchild both. That's good news. I muttered. You should be. I hadn't done what I did to get a kiss from her, but I did love it. It felt great. And it felt even better seeing her not try to pretend it was just her demonic side. Her mouth twitched, like she'd almost smile wider and thought better of it. She let go of my shirt and went back to her throne, settling into it with the kind of relaxed satisfaction I didn't see on her often. What was that, Ileana? Luna said from behind me. That was a hate crime against my brand. I turned. She had one hand over her face and the other pointing accusingly at Ileana. Her ears were red enough to match her lipstick. You alive there? I asked. No, she said flatly. Ileana's been teasing me for years. She said she doesn't like boys, and now, this. What's this? Ileana, stop looking away, answer me you liar. Luna seemed offended and turned on. She also shot me a glare, but didn't say a word. What happened between us during the outing was a secret. Well, this sure is a day. Charmcaster propped her chin on her fist. What, our demon queen kisses too much for the pop star? Hey, he's my boyfriend and even I don't mind, stop being so jealous. That did surprise me. I thought Hope would need another session of convincing, but it seemed our last talk had gone very well. Perhaps it helped that Ileana had helped save her life. I was having a little uncertainty about my preferences because of Ileana, you know. Luna said, ignoring her. Self-discovery was supposed to happen in my 30s, so I was waiting. After a nice glass of wine. But then she just. I shot her a look, reminding her of our kiss, and she looked away. Why was she spiraling like this? Amadeus snorted. Congrats, Tennyson. You just broke our K-pop. Shut up, Amadeus, Luna said without looking at him. She dragged her hands down her face. You could have warned me. Huh, how? He asked. You want a flyer next time? Warning, demon girlfriend may cause unexpected feelings. I am not his girlfriend, it's just a kiss, Ileana said from her seat, turning to her for a brief moment, and then quickly turning away. She made a noise into her palms and slumped back on the cushion. She was adorable. I guess she had some feelings for Ileana, despite all her denials, and something had happened between her and me too. So to see me and Ileana kiss, must have short-circuited her brain. Poor K-pop, Charmcaster said, walking over to me and leaning against me. Be careful, you might be his next prey. Luna and I exchanged a glance. If only she knew. Chapter 138, Sword and Fall. Chapter 138, Sword and Fall. The next few days blurred together in a rhythm, but it wasn't boring. I woke up, ate whatever the Ciencian servants brought, watched a few matches from the gallery, and then headed down to the arena whenever my name got called. That was the general flow of things. The tournament had thinned out quickly as we neared the semi-finals. What started as a circus of hopefuls from 7 cities and a bunch from the mortal world trying their luck was now down to people who actually knew what they were doing. I had 2 more matches in that stretch. The first was against some guy from the City of Thunder who threw lightning like he was trying to burn the place down. 4 arms just walked through it, closed the distance, and put him through the stone in under a minute. The second was an old man from Spider Island whose webs were sharp enough to chip the floor. That one took longer because he moved well and knew how to keep distance, but the result was the same in the end. None of them made me work as hard as Tiger's daughter had. By the time the semi-final bracket settled, there were only 4 names left. After this would be the finals, which would decide who'd get to represent Quincy. It was either me, Amadeus Cho, Lin Lai, or an old master from Kunlun who looked like he'd been fighting since before Captain America was buried in the ice. The old man and my match landed first. Lin Lai and Amadeus were matched against each other for the other slot. The old guy was good. Very good. His footwork and timing were sharp, and if I were just a normal martial artist with muscles he'd have taken me apart. But I wasn't, and he wasn't packing a magic sword or gamma-boosted muscle. He earned my respect for his craft, and then he went down. Which meant the last path to the finals was Amadeus versus Lin Lai. Hulk Genius versus Magic Sword Kid. Not the worst matchup to watch with snacks. I sat in Ileana's gallery again, leaning back on a pile of cushions. The balcony opened to the arena below so we could watch it directly, while a floating disc hung near the ceiling to show close-ups and slow motion. The crowd noise rolled up in waves whenever someone did something flashy. Luna sat to my left with a bowl of candied something. It was sweet and sticky and probably expensive. She hadn't really been eating, just stirring it around with her chopsticks. Her eyes were glued to the arena. Ileana was on my right, on her usual bone throne. One leg slung over the arm, bangs half over her eyes, she looked like she was at some casual theater show instead of a serious martial tournament. She was in an unreasonably good mood these days, which I was taking as a personal compliment. Down on the floor, Amadeus and Lin Lai stood opposite each other. Amadeus had already hulked up into brawn. His skin had grown green, and his frame was massive, but he still wore his glasses because they apparently survived everything. Does he even need glasses in that form? Banner didn't, so why him? Lin Lai stood with the sword of Fushi out in front of him, his blade low and shoulders loose. This is going to be weird, Luna said. They're actually friends, you know. I noticed, we've been standing in the same gallery for the past few days, might surprise you, I joked. Agents of Atlas, huh? So how does that work when they have to fight? They'll hit each other as hard as they can, she said. That's how it works. You don't sandbag a friend in a tournament, that's rude. Spoken like someone who's never had to explain a black eye to their mom, I muttered. Idol life must be easy when you're born pretty. Mister, I have literally been a public superhero since I was 18, she defended herself. My mom assumes black eyes. And what do you know about idols? Our lives are incredibly difficult. Hell, difficult doesn't even start to cover it. She looked really offended. Looks like I hit a sore spot. She kept ranting. You know what an idol's usual schedule looks like. Wake up at 5. Practice until my legs feel like they're vibrating. Vocal training until my throat burns. Then dance rehearsal again. Interviews where we're not allowed to say anything real. Even smile training. Yes, that's a thing. Can you believe that? Smile wider. Smile softer. Smile like you're in love with the camera. It's crazy. And then, she jabbed a finger at her own cheek. Heaven forbid I gain 2 pounds. Suddenly it's the headlines. Is Luna Snow losing control? No, I ate rice. Once. She crossed her arms. There's no privacy. I can't date without it becoming a national emergency, with people threatening to kill me, and I can't even walk outside without someone filming me breathing. Every move gets dissected. If I'm quiet, I'm cold. If I talk too much, I'm attention-seeking. You said idol life is easy. I am sorry, I was trying to joke around. I said, watching her shoot me a glare, before turning her head back to the arena. She didn't look done with me. The referee floated down, said a few ritual words in Mandarin, then lifted his hand between them. I glanced at Luna, clearing my throat. So, your money's on who? She chewed on the inside of her cheek, wondering if she should answer me. Then she said, Amadeus will win. He's too strong. And his brain is annoying when he actually uses it. It's logical, but... Her gaze flicked to Lin Lai's sword. But that thing is cheating. I asked. Kind of, she said. That's the sword of Fushi. It's not cosplay. Ah yes, the sword of Fushi. It's a juicy thing. On my other side, Ileana shifted like she'd been waiting for that. Forged to kill the war god Chi-Yu. One of the better toys this plane has ever made. It cuts gods. It cuts concepts. And it can also move on its own to keep its bearer alive. I looked at her. You like it? She seemed to have taken a fancy to it. I knew about it but only in snippets, and I wasn't curious to know more. I respect fine craft, she said. It's not as clean as the Soul's Word, but it's nasty. A few would argue my Soul's Word would lose to it, but I don't agree. Now I got curious about this matchup. Who'd win, really? Amadeus, who was too strong to lose, or Lin Lai who had a trump card? The ref's hand dropped. Amadeus moved first. For someone built like that, he was unfairly fast. 2 long strides and he was already in Lin Lai's face, swinging a punch that would have turned a car into scrap metal. Lin Lai twisted aside and the fist went past his shoulder, close enough that I could feel the impact up here. The sword snapped up in a smooth counter. Amadeus blocked with his forearm and the blade skipped off his skin, leaving a shallow glowing line. Green fire licked along the wound for a second and then faded as his body started to patch itself. See? Luna said. He can hurt him. Just not enough yet. Emphasis on yet, I said. Amadeus didn't give Lin Lai time to press. He followed through with a backhand, a knee, and then tried to catch the swordsman in a clinch, but Lin Lai slipped each time, his senses sharp and footwork impressive. He fought like someone who knew any real hit meant a hospital visit. They made a full circle of the arena. Every time the sword flashed, Amadeus took another cut, but nothing vital. Every time Amadeus swung, Lin Lai just barely stopped not being there, the near misses stacking up like debt. He's trying to hurt him, I studied. By cutting off angles and trapping him on the edge. Or trying to at least. Yeah, Luna agreed. Lin Lai's good, but this is Amadeus' game. Movement and angles and probabilities. He's annoying as hell when you spar him. So bet. I said. Her eye twitched. On them. Why not? Last fight before I go down there. Gotta entertain ourselves somehow. Alright, then. She sat up a little. I'll put my faith in the power of friendship and say Lin Lai pulls something off. You just said Amadeus will win. Yeah, she said. But it's more fun to be wrong. Ileana snorted at that. You two are terrible at this. I looked her way. Oh. Enlighten us, Your Majesty. She turned her attention down to the ring. She went quiet for a bit and then said, You fought Hulk, Ben. You know how strong he is. This one's strong too, even if it's just a Hulk child. You can say he has all the advantages such as strength, durability, and intelligence. If this were 100 fights, he would win 91 of them. That is very specific. So you're betting on Amadeus. The other 9, she went on, ignoring me, only exist because of that sword. It only has to land once, correctly, with the right intent. It is made for that. So, who do you bet on? I asked. She smiled. Lin Lai. I like long odds. That was curious. I suddenly had an idea. Bets were only fun with something to gain from it, wasn't it? What are we putting on the line, exactly? She tilted her head. Secret. How about you? Secret. Luna gave me a worried side-eye. I'm not participating, she said, and we both chose to ignore it. Down in the arena, Amadeus finally clipped Lin Lai properly. It was just a grazing backhand across the shoulder, nothing full force, but enough to send him tumbling. The crowd popped off at that. Lin Lai hit the ground, rolled with it, and came up on one knee. His left arm hung weirdly. That's not good, Luna said. I think his shoulder is out. And if that's the case, his guard on that side is done for. And Amadeus knows it. He did. From then on, every swing came aimed at the weak point. Every dodge cost Lin Lai more energy. His responses got a tiny bit slower and the sword began to do even more work than it was before, jumping into blocks that his body had missed, parrying blows when his footing was wrong. He's bleeding pretty bad, Ileana, I smirked at her, but she ignored me. Divine fire flickered in some of the wounds. Amadeus' body fought it, but instead of healing instantly, those cuts lingered like normal injuries. Keep watching, Benny boy, Ileana said. The next exchange did it. Amadeus feinted high, made Lin Lai commit his sword into a parry that left his side open, then stepped in and drove a knee right into his stomach. It lifted him off the floor and sent him crashing down flat on his back. The sword flew from his hand and skidded a few meters away. Yeah, I said. That's game. Even the crowd seemed to feel it. The roar had that tone that said, it's basically done, but we'll pretend not yet. Amadeus limped forward, careful but confident. As the 7th smartest person on the planet, he didn't let his guard down even at victory's door. He'd be a fun opponent in the next round. He lifted his foot for a controlled stomp to the chest, the sort of attack that would knock the wind out and convince the ref to call it without killing anybody. That was when the sword moved. One moment it lay there, still and harmless. The next, the legendary Fushi's blade jerked like someone had yanked a string. It slid across the floor in a burst of green light, into Lin Lai's reaching hand, and came up just as Amadeus's foot came down. The edge kissed his thigh. The cut wasn't like the earlier ones. Green flame roared along the wound as the sword bit in deep, through skin and muscle in a diagonal slash that almost reached bone. Amadeus staggered back with a shout, balance gone. Oh! Luna cheered. There it is. Lin Lai rolled to his feet faster than he should have been able to, eyes wide, probably more on adrenaline than anything. He didn't waste the chance. He lunged in, soared a streak of emerald light, and slashed across Amadeus' ribs once, twice, then across his forearm when Braun tried to guard. Those wounds didn't close. They cut the idea of the wound closing, Ileana said. Nasty work. I wonder who made that sword. Amadeus tried to adapt, to shift to more distance, but he was already slowing. Blood loss, pain, and the sudden realization that this stopped being just a friendly spar. Lin Lai ducked under one more desperate swing and drove the sword into his side, angling the blade away from anything that would kill him outright but deep enough to drop him. Braun went to one knee, then the other, then the floor. The arena held its breath for half a second, then exploded. Even the old masters in the side balconies looked surprised. Okay, that's actually crazy, I couldn't believe my eyes. Hulk lost to a magic sword. Well, it wasn't really Hulk, but still. Luna had both hands over her mouth. He did it, she laughed. He actually did it. Oh my god. Ileana's smile had sharpened. That sword earns its legends. Amadeus is going to complain about this for years, Luna added after a beat. He hates losing to magic. Bad data or whatever he says. Healers rushed in as Lin Lai stepped back, panting, knuckles white on the hilt. He looked up, following the line of the boxes, and eventually found ours. His eyes met mine for a second even through the glass. He gave a tired nod. I nodded back. All right, I said, exhaling. So I'm fighting the kid with the God-Killer sword. This is going to be fun. Ileana turned her head slightly. You sound worried. Feeling nervous after losing the bet. I respect dangerous swords, ma'am, I said. And I'm more worried about what you'll ask in exchange for winning the bet. She chuckled. You'll enjoy it, don't worry. Comforting as always, Ileana. I was actually a little worried about what she'd ask. She was so unpredictable that I could never be sure. I shouldn't have been so overconfident. The final was called not too long after Amadeus was carried off. Heavenly medicine and city pride meant nobody wanted to drag things out. When I stepped into the arena as 4 arms, the atmosphere was heavier than before. The seats were packed, even the distant ones carved into higher pillars. Banners of all the heavenly cities rippled along the walls. Somewhere up in one of the higher pavilions, I could feel the Crane Mother watching like a weight at the back of my neck. This was important. The victor here will represent the Crane Mother, and then he'll fight the other champions of heavenly cities for the rights to roam the mortal world. This benefited me as well. I assumed I'd be granted a portion of the Crane Mother's century-long chi after this, which would benefit me greatly. Lin Lai stood on the other side of the ring, sort of Fushi Bear. He wore fresh robes, but his shoulder was still taped under them. The healers had patched him up enough to stand, not enough to erase everything. The wind blew. Leaves flew around us, as people cheered around us in a circle. The wide arena was humming softly in anticipation as I cracked my knuckles. The announcer floated between us again, clearly hoping this one would be a proper show. Final match of this cycle, he called. The future champion of the Crane's mantle. Begin on my mark. Lin Lai raised a hand. I forfeit, he said. The words cut straight through the noise. The crowd didn't process it at first. The ref didn't either. He blinked. What did you say, Sword Master? I forfeit, Lin Lai repeated. He slid the sword back into its sheath and walked a few steps closer, stopping just out of arm's reach of me. I withdraw from the final. The crowd finally realized what he'd said and went from roar to confused shouting in about 2 seconds. I looked down at him. You sure you want to do that out loud? He met my eyes. Up close, I could see the fatigue better. And the fact that, under all the bravado and magic sword nonsense, he was still just a kid who'd taken a Hulk punch and kept walking. I won against Amadeus because of luck, he said. Because the sword decided to save me when I was already basically done. You saw it happen. Everyone did. He shook his head. You're not going to be far more cautious after seeing that. No, I'm not scared of a beating as a warrior, but I feel ashamed for relying on the sword this much. I want to win these things with my own ability. I might lose to your own skill, you never know, I argued. He snorted once, then went serious again. I came here to test myself and see how far I could go. I did that. I am not here to pretend I can beat someone I obviously can't, just to make the crowd happy. The booing was getting louder. The Crane Mother isn't going to like it, I said. She probably would prefer you, as the Wilder of Fushi, rather than the boy with an alien watch. Fushi has a mythical history in these circles, I heard. She'll live, he said. She gets her champion either way. You pissed off more important people recently than she is. And she won't treat you badly as her champion. Fair, I admitted. He extended a hand. For a second I just stared, then reached out with one of my upper arms and took it carefully. His fingers looked small against my palm. Good luck, Tennyson, he said. You're better suited for that seat than I am. Thanks. I squeezed lightly, then let go. And good job out there. Seriously. Making Amadeus eat dirt. That's going on your highlight reel for a long time, until you surpass that sword's ability on your own. I recalled how people dislike Swordmaster's character for being a prick and a bum, but this time around he seemed to be overcoming that even before whatever happened in the comics that fixed him. He gave me a short bow, turned, and walked toward the tunnel. The crowd booed harder. Some of them shouted things I didn't catch over the general mess. The referee floated there looking like someone had just kicked over his sandcastle. After a few seconds, he seemed to remember his job. "Bye, surrender," he said, voice trying to carry over the noise. "Winner of the Heavenly Tournament, champion of the Crane's Mantle is Tetraman of Limbo." The cheer that followed was mixed and messy. Some people cheered because they liked me. Some because they'd bet on me beforehand and still technically won. A lot booed just because they'd been robbed of a good fight. I couldn't even blame them. I rubbed at the back of my head with one of my upper hands, feeling awkward in a way this body wasn't built to look. Forearms was made for smashing, not shrugging. I glanced up at our box. Ileana had one hand over her mouth, covering a yawn. Luna had both hands on her head like she couldn't believe this was how the big finale went. Charmcaster, standing at the rail, gave me a lazy wave that I read as, "Congrats, idiot." "Sure," I muttered, turning toward the tunnel as the noise washed over me. "Why not? This is fine. Heaven wanted a champion. They got one. Whether they liked the packaging was their own problem. Next was the real fight, against the other champs. Chapter 139, The Blessing. Chapter 139, The Blessing. Note, sorry guys, ahaha. Here's the chapter weary face. The arena was still loud when I left it, and it stayed loud as I climbed back through the tunnels. I easily ignored the boos since they weren't directed at me. Even though I understood why, the victory felt boring. Lin Lai had surrendered, I'd been declared champion of Quincy, and the crowd booed like I stole their dinner. Then the announcer started screaming about the next phase, the real tournament, and everyone got excited again because violence is easier to cheer for when it's not toward them. I felt it too. The desire of victory there. So yeah. The Colosseum kept being a Colosseum. I was walking toward Ileana's gallery down a corridor that smelled like incense and old stone when two crane-masked attendants stepped into my path. They weren't guards. Guards here tended to look tense and ready to die for their boss. These two looked clean, calm, and expensive. Their robes weren't dusty, and their masks had gold lines in the carvings. The way they stood made me think they had done this exact job for a long time. As in, standing and sneaking around. One of them bowed and produced a scroll from his sleeve. I took it and broke the seal with my thumb. The wax had the crane crest stamped into it. It was simple and smug at the same time, which I was learning represented the crane mother's whole personality. The message was short. Champion of Quincy. Present yourself tonight. A gift is prepared for your victorious soul. Arrive before the third bell. No signature, because she didn't need one. I read it twice anyway. This was a Xianxia hidden world, and here polite language hid threats and sometimes gift meant test, and sometimes test meant that I might end up losing my limbs and stuff. The attendants didn't move while I read. They just waited, heads slightly lowered, like I had a choice. I got it. Tell her I'm coming, I said. The attendant bowed again and reached out a hand. He wanted the scroll back. That annoyed me. I liked keeping messages, because I liked knowing what people ordered me to do. It made it easier to remember who owed whom. I was about to roll the scroll back up and hand it over when I stopped. Wait, I don't have to listen. As far as I knew, I was the reward here, not Crane Mother. She should be grateful that someone as awesome as me was going to receive whatever gift she had, right? To begin with, I didn't need her gift to roam the world like a king. I might be overstepping, but at the same time, I am Ben Tennyson. Nah, I'm keeping it. And I'm going back to my gallery first, I told them. I'll go meet your mother after. They went quiet. Then they bowed once more, stepped aside, and let me pass. I headed back to Ileana's box. The door opened without resistance. The wards were tuned to Ileana's magic, so it felt like entering her space even when I was the one who had just won her a tournament. Everyone was there. Luna sat on the couch with a bowl of candied food in her lap, idly poking it with chopsticks as if it had offended her. Charmcaster was sprawled in her characteristic pose, looking as if she had been waiting for my arrival to make an annoying remark. Psylocke as always stood by the balcony with her arms folded. Lin Lai wasn't here, he had likely returned to the gallery where the rest of the agents of Atlas were. Ileana sat on her bone throne, boots up, chin on her fist. She looked pleased with herself in that lazy way that was like a cat's. She looked at me the moment I entered. Champion, she called out, like she was testing the word in her mouth. Don't start, the end was very anticlimactic, I told her. Charmcaster perked up. He did the thing, she announced, pointing at me like I was a circus animal. He became important. Wow, Ben. How does it feel to finally get some attention? Was she trying to make some kind of reference or joke? I didn't really understand. I just shot her a look and dropped onto a cushion. Luna didn't look up. Crowds don't like being denied their murder show, she muttered. You're lucky they didn't throw fruit at you. They did, actually, I recalled. It was some kind of spiritual fruit though. That's why it stopped after the first one. Ileana was staring at me, as if wanting me to say something. I leaned forward. Yes, Crane Mother summoned me. That changed the mood in the room. Charmcaster sat up a little. Luna finally looked up from her candy. Psylocke's eyes shifted from the balcony to me. Ileana didn't even blink. Then. That's your reaction? I asked. Hey, I'm a guest here, I was told about this beforehand, Ileana said. She sounded bored, like I'd asked whether water was wet. You're her champion now. She will give you a blessing, and she will remind you who owns you. I love when you say it like that, I muttered. But no, she doesn't own me. Even Iron Fist, after getting powers from Sholau, flees Kunlun all the time. If he can flee from his responsibilities, I can for sure too. The big reason I'd even bothered to participate in this tournament was that it didn't really change anything for me. If I represented Crane Mother and won the real tournament, I'd have the role to protect Earth. Which I was doing already. Luna frowned. Speaking of Sholau, a blessing means power. But sometimes it also means a trial. Didn't the Iron Fist have to fight Sholau the Undying Dragon? That's what I'm asking. I spread my hands, looking at Ileana. Since you claim to know, enlighten me too. Do I have to fight a dragon? A spirit? Maybe a crane made of knives? Charmcaster snorted at that. You can beat a big fat dragon, why are you worried? It was less of a question and more of a proud declaration. I was glad she had such faith in me, but Luna glanced at her. Why are you so fixated on dragons being fat? You said it earlier too. Hey, think about it. Dragons are greedy creatures, Charmcaster replied, tapping her temple as if she'd solved rocket science. Greed and gluttony are very close, you know. So greed equals eating. It's math. Ileana's mouth twitched like she found that mildly funny, which was a dangerous sign. I looked back at Ileana. Hey, stop being quiet. Is it like Iron Fist stuff? Iron Fist's fists glow bright when he punches people through walls, but to get all that he had to wrestle a dragon. Similar idea, different flavor, Ileana said. Current Iron Fist, Daniel Rand, is Kunluan's little hero. You're Quincy's champion, which means she'll try to shape you into something she approves of. Yes, but how? I was annoyed how she seemed to keep avoiding the question. Ileana shrugged. You'll see. Don't be an idiot. That is always your advice. And it keeps being relevant. Charmcaster spoke up, voice calm. If she offers you a blessing, accept it. Quincy does not offer twice. I raised a brow. Suddenly you know a lot about Quincy, a martial arts plane, while you're a mage. She smiled. Did you forget it was me who researched all this to find you martial art and chi manuals and stuff? Naturally I had some findings about the Heavenly City's politics as well. Psylocke turned from the balcony and looked at me. I'm unsure what procedure she'll grant you power with, but if it's some sort of direct chi infusion and not a divine beast's blessing like Sholau the Undying, be sure not to take it in your human body. You're not conditioned. Huh. Sure, I'll just accept it in four-arms form. Tetramans are a race of warriors, I agreed. A shadow moved near the door, and I turned. Two crane-masked attendants stood there, silent and patient. They hadn't been there a second ago. Either the wards didn't care about them, or they were so good at being background that nobody noticed. Or Ileana just let them in, which was likely what happened, otherwise she'd have reacted. One bowed, then gestured toward the hall. I stood up and brushed my hands on my pants. All right. Time to go get blessed or murdered. I'll let you guys know which one. Luna's eyes followed me. Be careful, she said, and it came out more serious than her usual tone. Charmcaster waved lazily. He'll be fine. Worst case he turns into feedback and eats the palace. Trust me, you don't know how crazy feedback is. What's feedback? Hope, stop spilling my secrets, I warned her while waving at everyone, walking out of the gallery. The attendants led me deeper into the Crane Mother's territory, and the difference was obvious fast. The routes tourists walked were pretty. The interior was meticulously clean, as if even dust required permission to exist. We passed courtyards of white stone and shallow pools, with water so still it appeared artificial. The distant sound of a bell rang across the walls. Carvings were everywhere. Cranes, obviously, but not the soft gentle kind. These carvings showed cranes hunting and cranes standing over prey, beaks pointed down like spears. The artistic skill was honestly impressive. I kept walking behind the attendants and let my eyes move. You had to do that in places like this. Everything was a message. As we went deeper, my Omnitrix began to itch, and I felt a faint discomfort in my teeth, strangely like biting aluminum foil. The dragon furnace, located somewhere below, emitted a sensation akin to a powerful engine idling. We passed ward after ward. Sometimes symbols glowed underfoot when we stepped on them. Sometimes I felt a pressure in my head like something checking if I was really me. The final doors were tall and plain, and that made them more intimidating than something carved and fancy. 2 crane statues stood on either side, eyes made of black gems that didn't blink. The attendant stopped. One knocked 3 times. The doors opened on their own. Warm light spilled out, and a woman's voice carried through it. Enter. It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. I stepped inside. The chamber was simple, and that was the first thing I noticed. Instead of my expectations of a mountain of treasure, an army of servants, or a truck-sized throne, the room was simple. It was a wide space with smooth stone floors, a low platform at the distant end, and floating candles suspended in the air as if fixed in place. The air smelled faintly like tea, and there was a clean, sharp feeling in it that made me aware of my skin. It wasn't fear, but a visceral sense of power, the kind of power that settles in one's bones when they enter the domain of a superior force. The crane mother stood on the platform, a still point in all that empty stone. The floating candles washed her in soft gold. Her ashen skin showed at her throat and hands, and silvery black hair spilled from beneath a narrow jade crown shaped like stylized wings, while the filigreed crane mask hid everything above her mouth. Her layered white and muted blue, gold-trimmed robes were pristine, looking more ready for ritual than for practical use. Her hands were precisely folded. She viewed me through the mask's eye slits like a severe teacher judging a tardy student, no warmth, just quiet, absolute authority. And unlike last time, her clothes showed her cleavage. I didn't know how old she was, and while her gray skin was worrying, she looked like a healthy woman. I walked closer and stopped at a respectful distance, mostly because I didn't want to accidentally offend her. Not yet anyway, she was going to grant me a gift after all. You summoned me, I said. Champion, she replied. Instead of welcoming me or thanking me for my immaculate performance, the old lady just called me champion, like she was naming a tool on a shelf. I glanced around once, then looked back at her. So what am I fighting? Her head tilted slightly, and I could feel annoyance from behind the mask. Do you believe all power is earned with blood? She asked. Most places I've been, yeah, I admitted. Then you have lived in crude places, she said. Probably, I said. Including this. I only stand in front of you because I shed other challengers' blood, don't I? Anyway, what is this? A gift, she said. Kuan-Zi will not send its champion into the 7 cities tournament unprepared. After all, you represent me now. That was, promising. The way she said it showed how she thought of me, like a pet. Think of chicken fights. She surely had fun ideas for me in her head. It sounded like a leash, like Ileana said. I nodded once. Okay. How? She watched me for a moment, and it felt like standing under someone's microscope. You are incredibly untrained, she said. I lifted a brow. No offense, but I won your tournament. You won with a strange machine that changes your body, she replied. Not with understanding of the crane's flow. That was fair, even if it annoyed me. But the thing was, did it really matter how I won? She pointed at my wrist. Go ahead, pick a stronger form. Your human vessel will not hold what I will give. 4 arms. I asked. I do not care which, she said. Choose the one that endures. All right, sure. I slapped the Omnitrix and turned the dial. The green light flared and my body surged outward. My bones grinded and muscles layered thicker, until the heavy form of 4 arms hit the floor with a loud thud. I rolled my shoulders and looked down at her. Now what? She didn't flinch, not at my size or my red skin or my extra arms. That told me she'd dealt with weirder than this. She clapped her hands once. A side door slid open. I nearly flinched. 4 women stepped out, dressed in skimpy Chinese dresses. They moved quietly, and they didn't look lost or confused. They appeared well-trained. Their hair was impeccably styled, and their expressions were serene. They wore minimal, sheer silk garments that seemed intentionally designed to reveal more, almost as if exposure were a required part of their uniform. They're gorgeous, I stared at them, then looked back at the crane mother. She wasn't amused or embarrassed. She just looked like she was rearranging furniture. The women walked toward me and surrounded me in a half-circle. One touched my upper arm, fingers sliding over the muscle like she was checking the shape. Another placed a warm hand on my chest. The third came up behind me and set both hands on my shoulders, thumbs pressing into the tight spots like she'd done it 1,000 times. The fourth stood right in front of me and looked up into my eyes, then down again like she was measuring me. I stayed still. Not that I was afraid, I was simply waiting. This is. I started. Practical, the crane mother interrupted. I looked down at her. This is the blessing. This is the method, she corrected. You have not trained in the way of the crane. Your chi channels have opened recently, but they are rough and unrefined. If I pour Quincy's chi into you directly, it will disperse and much of it will be wasted. Some of it will rip through you instead, tearing apart your organs, meridians, and possibly even your sanity. I didn't like the phrase tear apart, but I appreciated the honesty. I still didn't understand the girl's roles. Well, I had a theory, but it couldn't be that right. I asked just in case. So they're, what, conduits? I said. She fell quiet, as if surprised, but it was hard to tell with that mask. Yes, she said. I have placed the chi inside them, in their womb. Through intimacy, you will receive it with minimal loss. I stared at her mask again, then looked at the 4 women touching me like I was a statue. Then I looked back at the crane mother. Whoa, I said. Dual cultivation. Sounds good. She didn't smile. Do not mistake this for indulgence. I am not pleased by it. I am doing it because it works. That, weirdly, made me trust her more. If she had looked like she was enjoying this, I would have assumed it was a trap. She lifted her hand slightly. One at a time. I blinked. What? There are 4, she said, like she was explaining math. If you take all at once, even in this form, you may lose control. Start with 1, stabilize, then continue. The women in front of me shifted subtly. The one closest to my chest stepped a little nearer, and the others eased back a half step like they already knew the order. I felt embarrassed for about 2 seconds, which was stupid. I'd been in weirder situations with demons and sorceresses. Still, this was a different flavor of weird. I cleared my throat. And you're sure there isn't a catch? The crane mother's voice sharpened. Do you believe I need to trick you? I started to answer, then shut my mouth again. She had a point. If she wanted me dead, she would not need silk-clad girls to do it. She could poison me and stuff, or more like at least try it. She had no reason to hurt her champion. I still did not trust the situation. Suspicion was how you stayed alive. I nodded slowly. All right. I'll do it. The crane mother stepped back. Her robes were still perfect, and her hands returned to that calm, folded position. She watched as if this were a medical procedure and she were the doctor overseeing it. Then she gave the final instruction, her tone flat and absolute. Begin. The door behind me was closed. The room was quiet except for the soft flicker of the candles and the faint hum of power in the air. A sudden fear crept in about what was truly going to happen in this room. Will it really just be funsies and games? Chapter 140, The Furnace. Chapter 140, The Furnace. The crane lady waited alone in the side chamber, her mask set aside on the low table. She held a porcelain cup of jasmine tea, her pale fingers wrapped around it. Finally. She did not smile. Smiling was for those who still cared about being liked. But she was happy even as her mouth remained a thin, practiced line. Only her eyes betrayed a quiet, cold satisfaction as she recalled the events of the tournament. Tetraman was a mess. He was loud and very untrained. To make matters worse, he was reckless too. But he was all that in a way that only the truly strong could afford. She had expected as much, given Ilyana Rasputin was his sponsor, but not the full extent of his strength. She clearly recalled the way he went out of his way to defeat Tiger's daughter had humiliated their entire sect. Crane Lady had honestly enjoyed the expression on the Tiger Elder's face when the girl broke. It was worth more than any tribute. Yes, that was her champion. He was raw and coarse, relying on brute force and that strange wrist device rather than any understanding of refined technique. That was acceptable. Tools did not need to understand, they only needed to obey for as long as required. She'd use him well. She took a slow sip, the faint scent of jasmine lingering in the air. Just 2 days later, when the 7 champions would enter the heavenly pavilion, Tetraman would be the heavy blade among needles. He would break them, as she'd order him to, and the others would curse Quincy's savagery even as they tried to imitate it. He'd teach Danny Rand, that outsider bastard, a deserving lesson. By killing him. There was also the other issue. About the Iron Fist spirit, but she was ready. The crane lady set the cup down in silence, her fingers tapping once against the polished stone. This Ben Tennyson was a brutal weapon, more hammer than sword, but he belonged to her now, no matter how much he protested. Despite being a hammer, he was sharp enough to cut through anything in his way. That was exactly what she needed. Begin. The door behind Ben closed right after the crane lady spoke. And before he could ready himself, the first girl stepped forward like she'd been waiting. She pressed close, her body small against forearms bulk, lips parted, eyes steady. Oh, champion, I'm here to serve. The other three hung back, whispering, faces already flushed. Ben looked down at her. The whole setup felt somewhat wrong. This is weird. His upper arm stayed loose as he held back from touching her. Barely. Ben had tangled with demons and space freaks before, he was used to those stuff, but right now he felt out of place, like a kid fumbling through a bad porn. Her fingers traced his stomach, testing the muscle. Hold up, he rumbled. His voice came out deeper like this, and it startled the girl. She froze and looked up. He took a breath. Forearms wasn't built for delicate work, so he had to be careful. Let's start with names, he said. I don't do this without names. She blinked. The whispers stopped. They all stared. He gestured with his lower right hand. Yesh, all of you. The first girl glanced back at the others. Silence stretched. Then a short, nervous giggle broke it. She cleared her throat. I didn't expect the champion to be so kind as to inquire our names. I am Jin. Ming. Xiao. Fun. Ben nodded. Good enough. Without further hesitation, he acted. Not toward Jen, she was too eager, so he lunged for the one who caught his eyes. The girl named Ming, curvy with lustrous hair, looking a little nervous. She cried out as his lower hand scooped her up. Ben grabbed the front of her green silk dress and yanked. The fabric shredded with a wet rip, ribbons falling away. Her breast spilled free, pale and round with dark pink nipples already stiff. Champion. Ignoring her surprise, he lowered his head and took one into his mouth. His tongue was rough in this form, almost like a cat's. And luckily not like a tiger since, fun fact, they had industrial-grade sandpaper-like tongue that could strip skin and flesh from bone. Ming let out a shivering gasp, her hands grabbing at his skull, fingers digging into the bone ridges there. Her back arched into him, pushing more against his lips. His other hands got busy. Hey, champion, I was here first, Jin let out a soft whine. Ben's lower arm shot out and yanked Jin close, crushing her against his side. She squeaked in surprise, then moaned when his fingers found the slit in her deep red dress and pushed inside. He cupped her through the thin silk of her underwear that was. It's already damp. Ben didn't let that catch him off guard and pressed his palm against her pussy, grinding. She bucked against him with a whimper. Yes, the crane lady said he should have them one by one, but fuck that woman. Why should he do as she said? He'd have them all together. Just the thought of it was making something primal in him act up. Xiao tried to step back a little. Then his upper right hand snagged her wrist and dragged her in. He shoved two thick fingers between her thighs without ceremony, pushing past her blue panties to find her entrance. She was tight, almost too tight for even one digit, but slick enough that he worked inside with a wet sound. Wait, I'm too. Her eyes went wide. Her mouth fell open as she moaned. Fun was laughing at the sight. She did not back off and instead climbed his back on her own, crimson robes brushing his skin. She wrapped her arms around his thick neck, hooked her legs over his hips. You have such a manly SCSNT. She said as she ground herself against his spine, her breath hot on his ear as she kissed and bit the tough red skin. Play with us all you want, champion, we're all yours. Ben wasn't going to reject such a great idea. In moments, the chamber descended into a tangle of limbs and rising heat. Limbs were everywhere and the sound of silk tearing filled the room. Heat built up until the air felt thick. 4 voices mixed in sounds that didn't sound human anymore. Ming whimpered into his shoulder, her hips rolling uselessly as he sucked and bit her tits. Jin now kissed his chest, lips trailing across muscle, tongue darting out to taste his sweat. Xiao's thighs clamped around his wrist like a vice, her pussy clenching around his fingers as he pumped them. Fun rutted against his back, soaking through her dress, moans vibrating against his neck. She was also helping him take off his shirt. Then Jin's hand slowly slid lower, past his stomach, between his legs. She met his eyes, smirking now, her face flushed, as her hand slowly slipped into his pants. Then her expression froze. She pulled her hand back, and stared down at the massive bulge, a bit too massive to be normal. Then she slowly raised her eyes. You have too, she breathed out. Ming lifted her head from where he had her pinned. She looked down at the bulge. Her eyes went wide. Fun did what they all wanted to do and helped him yank his pants off. The secret was out. What the? They all gasped together in shock. It was a little disgusting, but maybe since Ben was currently transformed, he didn't find it weird. His brain felt used to it. He could have explained to the girls about Tetraman biology. 4 arms, 4 eyes, 2 cocks. But the girls seemed to have already reached a conclusion. By any chance, are you a sex demon in the demon realm? Right, they thought it was a demon. He didn't bother to correct them. Right now, no science lessons. You'll find out soon. He shifted his grip on Ming and maneuvered her toward the bed. Ben bent her over without ceremony, stomach pressed to the cool surface, S raised high. Wait. She hesitated, perhaps a bit scared. Definitely scared. What remained of her dress bunched at her waist. He tore it away completely, leaving her bare from the waist down. Her pussy glistened in the candlelight, pink and swollen and wet. She bit her lip and looked back at him. And despite having said wait, her eyes oozed with hunger. His upper left hand pressed down on the small of her back, pinning her. His lower right wrapped around one shaft and guided the thick head to her entrance. Slowly. He pushed forward. The first thrust buried half of him inside. Ming let out a scream. It was not a scream of pain, well, not just pain. It was a scream of shock that went bone deep. Her body stretched around a girth it was never meant to take. Her walls clamped down on him like a fist, wet and hot. Her brave front shattered. She groaned against the bedsheet, tears streaming, fingers clawing at nothing. Too big, too big, too big. It's too much, champion, she whimpered, voice cracking. Please, I can't. Her hips rocked back against him, taking another inch. She was saying one thing, whereas her body was craving his cock. The others had stopped moving. They stared at the sight, mouths open, and watched Ming get split open on his cock. Jen recovered first, gulping. Her face set, she dropped to her knees and reached for his second cock. Allow me to worship it, champion. Her voice was soft, seductive now. Her fingers slowly wrapped around it. It was nowhere close to meeting, the shaft was thicker than her wrist, and her wide eyes said that she knew. She knew, and she wondered how it'd feel inside her. She stroked him once, then leaned in and dragged her tongue up the underside from base to tip. So big. Fan also continued grinding against his back, her thin panties soaked through, leaving wet streaks on his skin. You're making me so wet. Her breath came ragged against his ear. Shio pressed her face to his thigh and shoved her hand under her own blue skirt, fingers working furiously between her legs. Ben was loving every moment of it. So he set a rhythm. He started with long, deep strokes that made Ming's whole body jolt each time. He pulled out until just the head remained, then slammed back into the hilt. Wet slaps of flesh on flesh echoed off the walls. Ming's sobs turned to moans very fast, her mind broken and desperate, her pussy squelching around him. Jen worked his other cock with her mouth. Her lips stretched wide, drool running down her chin. She could barely fit the head, but she tried anyway, tongue swirling around the tip while her hand pumped what she couldn't reach. Fan kept pressing against his back, her hands hugging his chest from behind, her fingers playing with his nipples. Her movements were frantic. Shio's breath hitched, her whole body tensing. Then a strange sensation struck him. No, it wasn't an orgasm. There was an odd spark in Ming's core, hot and alive. Like a switch flipped deep inside. Her back arched hard, spine bowing. I'm coming. I'm coming, coming, coming. She screamed wordlessly, and warmth flowed out of her. Energy. Chi rushed out of her in a wave, pouring through their connection, flooding into him like hot water filling an empty vessel. Chi hit his system and spread. Through limbs, chest, head. His red skin glowed faintly, heat radiating off him in visible waves. The furnace inside roared to life. This is what Crane Lady prepared. He growled like a beast, absorbing the chi. Ming went limp beneath him. She collapsed against the bench with a shuddering sigh, eyes rolled back. Breathing, but out. Ben pulled out slowly after his body quit raging. His cock slid free with a wet pop. He lifted her with two hands, much gentler now, and laid her on cushions. He slowly turned to the other three, a scary grin spreading on his lips. The other three stared at her, then back at him. Eyes wide, feverish, pupils blown. Fear and want mixed. None of them made any move to flee. Ben looked at Jin. She was still on her knees, his saliva-slick cock inches from her face, lips swollen red. Your turn, he said. He hauled her up, spun her, shoved her against the wall. She gasped softly, her cheek pressing to cool wood of the bed, hands splayed. He grabbed her hips and lifted, forcing her onto her toes, as pushed out. Her red dress was already ruined. He tore away what was left and kicked her legs apart. She was drenched, arousal coating her inner thighs, pussy practically dripping. No teasing. He lined up and thrust home in one brutal stroke. Jen screamed. It was a sexy sound. Her walls clenched around him, impossibly tight. He gave her no time to recover. He fucked her hard and fast against the wall, each thrust slamming her forward, tits bouncing. Oh gods, she gasped, voice breaking. Oh gods, oh. Her climax hit like thunder. Whole body seizing, every muscle locking, her pussy spasming around him in hard pulses. Heat poured into him again, brighter and much stronger. Her vision became blurry. Jen's eyes rolled back, her body going slack. Out before he finished. He pulled free and laid her beside Ming. 2 down. Xiao and Fun remained. They looked at each other, then him, then each other. Silent understanding. Fun nodded. They came together. Fun dropped to her knees and took him in her mouth without hesitation. It was quite impressive how her jaw stretched wide, throat working. Xiao climbed onto his lap, straddling his other cock, and sank down with a long, shuddering moan. Arg. They both moaned together. Bang. The heavy wood tore from its hinges in a spray of splinters and fell into the outer chamber with a crash that echoed off stone walls. Stone dust settled like faint snow. The Crane lady's head snapped to look at it. She put her mask back on quickly and lowered her teacup. Her eyes narrowed behind porcelain. Ben ducked through the broken frame, forearms bulk scraping the sides, and stood inside. What is this? She started, voice cold, but he cut her off. I need more. His voice rumbled out far deeper than human. But that wasn't what made her freeze. He was still, hard. And what the hell, he had 2 cocks. His length strained against his stomach, thick and angry and unsatisfied. Smoky steam rose off his red shoulders in the cool air of her outer chamber. Her gaze remained locked. Then it came back up. She pushed her teacup away, and it clicked against the kettle too loud in the quiet. Her eyes stayed on his. He saw her thinking behind the mask. Weighing something. Then the corner of her mouth beneath the porcelain curved. It was not a smile but a smirk. There was a big difference between those two. Why, yes. I have more, she said. Her voice changed. Almost a purr. I own the dragon furnace itself, after all. Its chi flows through my core. Gathering and untouched for centuries. She tilted her head. Do you dare take it, beast? Ben answered by crossing the room. 2 strides shook the floor. His lower hands shot out and grabbed her waist, his fingers nearly spanned it, and he yanked her up off her cushion. She was light. Her legs dangled, robes fluttering, feet kicking air. Crane lady, the ever-scheming old lady, yelped like a young lady. It was a sharp and surprising sound. Her hands flew to his wrists and held on, tight, but not to push away. To steady herself. He spun, carrying her back through the ruined doorway. Her jasmine perfume filled his nose. Release me. Her voice rose, but there was no real force behind it. You dare lay hands. If she wanted, she could blast him away. She didn't. She was pretending to have dignity. He just tossed her onto the bed while the 4 girls were knocked unconscious all around the room. There was no gentleness in the motion. She landed on her back with a gasp, her mask jarred sideways. One pale cheek in the corner of her mouth showed. Before she could move, he was over her. 4 arms caged her in. His body blocked the candles, casting her in shadow. His 4 eyes stared down. Her breath came quick behind the mask. His was a low, steady rumble in his chest. Then her hands came up. Not to push. She grabbed him. Her fingers dug into the seams of his chest, nails scraping the tough red hide, and she pulled him down. You heinous beast, I can destroy you like a rag doll if I just so wish. But, isn't this a fun change of events? I admit, I'm a little curious about your biology. Show me, she breathed. All the ice was gone from her voice. Raw desire bled through. Show me what you can do. Somehow, she was painting this as some test. Ben found that funny. He reached down. Lower right hand. Grabbed the front of her layered robes. He pulled. The fabric tore from neck to navel. It didn't rip, instead it simply parted, like it had been waiting. The pieces fell away. Underneath, her skin was pale gray, smooth as polished marble. She was unmarked and unscarred. Her breasts were firm and round, nipples dark against the ashen flesh. Her stomach was flat. The curve of her hips led down to the dark thatch between her thighs. Her back arched off the bed, as if she was offering herself. The ruler of Quincy vanished in that moment. The cold, ancient schemer disappeared like mist. What remained was a woman. A woman who had kept her body for power and duty. Never for this. She'd not even considered pleasure. She unraveled quickly beneath his touch. The first moan was sharp. It was mixed with her own shock. Like she couldn't recognize her voice. He'd barely touched her, just his rough palm sliding up her stomach to cup one breast, thumb dragging across the nipple. The second moan was a whimper. Needy like a girl's. He loved the reaction already. So he lowered his head and took the other nipple into his mouth. His rough tongue worked its magic, and she writhed beneath him, hips shifting. Seeking Turis. She gasped. Her hands clawed at his shoulders. Centuries since anyone dared to ang. He bit down. Gentle, but enough. Her words dissolved into a shudder. You ought to enjoy yourself more, old lady. His lower hand spread her thighs. She was wet. Glittering in the dim light. Her pussy was swollen and pink despite the gray everywhere else. He dragged one thick finger through her folds, gathering slick, and she bucked against him with a cry. Ah, stop teasing me, you beast. Don't you even know how to please a woman? The word seemed to cost her. I need. You should start with please, but sure, he said and, just to show her, he gave her. The first thrust buried him inside to the hilt. Her scream echoed. It was the rawest of voices he'd ever heard. Her body clenched around him like it was trying to keep him there forever. She was tight. Impossibly tight. Walls rippled around his girth. He pulled backwards, and slammed back again. By the second thrust, she was clinging. Her eyes were wide, hazy, and her mask pressed to his shoulder. Her legs locked around his hips involuntarily. Her whole body was trembling. By the third, she'd stopped trying to speak. She just made sounds now. It sounded so desperate, like an animal. Torn from her throat with every movement. He fucked her like he had the others, but slower. He wanted to be deeper in her, as much as her body allowed. Each stroke he enjoyed fully, grinding against something inside her that made her vision white out. He could feel the power in her core. It was ancient, vast in quantity. The dragon furnace's heat, concentrated into one point. Every time she came, and oh she came often, helplessly, her orgasms rolling into the next, some of that heat bled into him. It was not a rush this time but a slow, steady pour. Filling him drop by drop. Because if that much energy rushed, he might end up dead. Her mask had fallen away somewhere in the middle. It clattered to the floor. He saw her face fully. Beautiful in an austere way. High cheekbones and thin lips. Eyes that had seen empires rise and fall. He leaned in, capturing her lips, as her eyes widened in surprise. Then she gave in, melting to his embrace, moaning in his mouth. Her fingers dug into his back. Her ancient eyes were now rolled back, showing white. Her mouth hung open, panting, moaning. More, give me more, it was begging now. Nothing imperial left. Is that all you can do, beast? Go harder. Break me. I can take it. Give me more. He did. Obscene sound filled the chamber. Her cries grew louder, somehow even more desperate. Each of her moans were punched out by the force of his thrusts. The bed seemed to crack beneath them. Outside, night stretched over the floating city. Inside, there was only this. The slick rhythm of bodies joining and parting. The last candle guttered as shadows danced wildly across the walls. It didn't go out, and they didn't stop. Chapter 141, the morning after the furnace. Chapter 141, the morning after the furnace. I woke up human. At some point in the night I must have rolled over and whacked the Omnitrix on something, because the watch had timed out and dumped me back to default. The dial was green and calm on my wrist like it hadn't just been welded to a 9-foot alien tank the entire night. There were cushions under me and they smelled like jasmine. Jasmine, mixed with sweat to be more accurate. My whole body ached in the good way, the way you get after you go too hard at the gym and then remember you didn't stretch enough. Even breathing felt like work, and somehow that still felt like a win. The 4 attendants were still there. I kind of figured somebody would have come and collected them when we were done and moved them to some mystical recovery spa. Instead they were all around me on the cushions, knocked out. Ming had curled up against my left side with her face buried against my ribs. Xiao had claimed my ankle as a pillow. Jen was on her back with her mouth hanging open. Fun had ended up sideways across everyone, one arm flopped over my chest. They looked peaceful. Also like they weren't moving anytime soon. But there's someone missing. I noticed the blanket. Someone had pulled a thin blue silk thing over me and actually tucked it around my shoulders like this was a sleepover and not whatever last night counted as. It smelled faintly like that same jasmine tea. I followed the smell. My eyes fell on the last person. The crane lady sat at a low table by the far wall with her mask off, drinking from a porcelain cup. The room was bright with the pale blue spirit light leaking in through the window screens, and it made everything look a little unreal. She wore a simple robe instead of the layered ceremonial armor from before, and her silver black hair was down around her shoulders instead of yanked into that tight knot. Without all the costume, she looked different. Not young, but less like a spooky statue and more like a really intense woman somewhere around 30 who just happened to have gray skin and scary powers. She saw me move and poured a second cup without saying anything. Getting out of the attendant pile took some careful detangling. I eased Ming's arm off my stomach, slid my ankle out from under Xiao's head, and rescued my other leg from Fun. Nobody woke up. My legs felt fine when I stood. Better than fine, actually. There was a solid warmth sitting low in my gut that hadn't been there yesterday. It was heavy, almost as if it had a gravity of its own. It felt like a coal that had been glowing all night. I walked over and sat across from her and gently took the cup. Ooh, not bad. I took a sip, feeling a lot more refreshed suddenly. The tea was rich, almost like broth, with a smoky aftertaste that made me think of campfires. I'm glad you liked it. I used furnace vent leaves for this, she said, before I could ask. They grow in the exhaust channels of the dragon furnace. It will help your meridians settle. Aye, thanks. She watched me drink. Slowly. If you rush it, your stomach will reject it and I will not clean the floor. Yeah, okay. Slow it is. The tea spread through my chest and settled somewhere around my stomach. Danteon. Can't believe that term would become common for me. That coal of heat in my core pulsed once, then sank deeper. My fingertips started to buzz. And there was this new edge to my awareness, like I could tell where the air was moving in the room without having to look at the curtains. How does your body feel? She asked. Her tone wasn't really the worry type, it was like a doctor checking her patient. Simply business. Warm, I said. Something sitting in my gut that wasn't there before. Heavier than before, but good. My hands are air buzzing, and I can kinda feel the air. Like I know where all the drafts are without turning around. She gave a small nod, like I'd just passed a test. Good. Your lower dantian has been pushed wide open. You had already begun unlocking your chi pathways just recently, true, but those were surface channels. What I gave you last night forced the deeper reservoir to expand. She set her cup down. Think of it as the difference between a creek and a river. The water was always there. Now the banks are wider. She said a bunch of crazy chi stuff. No, focus, use the right words. Makes sense. How long until I can actually use it? I asked. Months of dedicated practice to stabilize. Years to master. She tilted her head. But with your strong alien body, you should be able to be a little reckless and use it without suffering too much. Well, what's too much in your definition? She ignored me and continued, I hope you're happy, you now have a foundation that martial artists typically spend decades building through meditation and discipline. Although whether you waste it or not is your concern. I don't waste things, I said. We shall see. I drank more tea and watched her over the rim. She watched right back. After last night's events, where she'd let me drag her to the bedroom and claim her body, her expression was different. Less judgy and more gentle. Curious too, maybe. Like she'd picked up a fun puzzle cube rather than just a useful tool, and was annoyed she liked it. You feel a little different this morning, I decided to mess with her a little. Her eyes narrowed a little. Elaborate. You're talking like a person instead of a ruling spirit of doom. I explained. It's pretty nice. Makes you more likable. Also kinda weird too. She didn't react. She took another drink, slow and deliberate, like she was buying herself a few seconds before answering. You earned a degree of candor last night. Do not mistake it for softness. Look at that. Wouldn't dare, my lady. Good. Her gaze stayed locked on mine. Because you are still my champion, and the tournament ahead will be harder than anything you faced in my arena. You'll be fighting fellow champions. And those 6 who represent the other cities are not sect disciples or talented children. They are weapons that have been forged over lifetimes. Yeah, I figured this was the easy mode. Did you? She didn't sound impressed. She set her cup down. The champion of Kunlun will not try to overpower you. He will try to make you defeat yourself. The spider champion sets traps before the fight begins, and by the time you notice them, you are already caught. And the Tiger Island's champion is far stronger than the girl you broke. His anger will be colder than hers, and yes, he will be angry. I filed all that under stuff to worry about later. What about the others? I asked. The dog brother is straightforward. You will handle him. She paused. The Undercity is unpredictable, but they lack raw power. Another pause, heavier. The Prince of Orphans, be a little serious against him. If she was telling me to be serious after all she'd seen me do, then it wasn't just a blank space on the bracket, it was a landmine nobody could see. Okay, I said. So he's extra dangerous. We let the quiet sit for a bit. The blue glow outside shifted as the sun moved, and I noticed the hairline cracks in the walls and floor, all filled with faint gold from last night's chi blast. The room looked like somebody had tried to electrocute it but midway had decided the new look was fine. Can I ask something personal? I said. Her mouth went tight. You may ask. I may not answer. How long has it been since someone just sat here and talked to you? Not because they wanted something. Just a simple talk. She went still. I started to wonder if she was just going to stare at me until I changed my mind. Her fingers traced the rim of her cup once, slowly. Well. The last person who sat where you are sitting, and spoke to me as you were speaking, she said finally, was the Iron Fist before Daniel Rand. She looked past me, like the wall was a window. Orson Randall. He was also very loud. I blinked. Orson Randall. The Iron Fist from World War I times, who pieced out on Kunlun and made everyone mad. He had a terrible death, she added. Plain words, but there was something under it. She'd cared about the guy. I didn't know how, and I wasn't going to ask. Sounds like he had good taste in company, I said. Her eyes cut back to me, sharp. Whatever she saw made her exhale through her nose. It wasn't exactly a laugh, but it was in the neighborhood. Get your priorities straight rather than trying to get to know me better. You will get endless chances in the future. But the tournament is now. It truly will operate on a different scale than what you have experienced so far, she said, shifting gears again. The arena favors no one. The other champions will have blessings of their own, some older and deeper than what I have given you. Do not assume that your alien form makes you invincible. It makes you versatile, which is better, but only if you are smart enough to know your limits. Well, so far, 4 arms has been more than enough. I'll say I've been doing okay with my picks. You have been adequate. I grinned. Is that your version of calling me amazing, Crane Mo-? She shot me a glare when my tone shifted and I burst out laughing. It is the highest praise I offer to someone I have known for 2 days. She didn't blink. Earn a better one, boy. We finished the tea in a silence that was starting to feel comfortable. The attendants kept sleeping in a heap on the cushions. At one point Ming mumbled something and tried to steal more of the blanket, which wasn't even on her. I stood and stretched. That new warmth in my core moved with me, like a second heartbeat that settled on my abdomen. I should head back, I said. My team's probably guessing if I got sacrificed or seduced. Or both. An unreasonable assumption, when it's the opposite that happened. She didn't stand, but when I turned, her hand closed around my wrist. Her fingers were cool. I looked down. You are my champion, she said slowly. Her voice was lower now. Just so we are clear, that is not ownership. Yeah, I know. I said, deciding to poke her one last time. If you suddenly tried the I own you thing, I think Quetzalcoatl might crash through the ceiling to argue about it. I lied. She stared like she was trying to decide if I was trolling her. Then the corner of her mouth twitched, and she let out a short laugh. Sure she will. No, I'm serious, I said, trying to keep a straight face. It was fun to lie. Her small smile disappeared. Wait. You were not joking when you said you and Quetzalcoatl had a... Had a what? I asked. Do not play coy with me, Ben Tennyson. I'm not playing anything. She's a lovely goddess. Very feathery. Great sense of humor. And she was lovely in bed. Even though I didn't know it was her when we got into it. The crane lady kept searching my face for the lie and clearly wasn't finding one, which killed me because I was halfway bullshitting. We did have history, we did sleep together, but it wasn't any more than that. You are, very strange, she said. So I've been hearing. She let go of my wrist and picked up her tea again. Her whole vibe snapped back into place so fast it almost gave me whiplash. You are an investment, Tennyson boy. I do not waste my investments. Her voice dropped a little. So be certain to win. I watched her for a second. Her face, the sharp cheekbones, the thin mouth, all the gray that should have looked weird but somehow suited her. I leaned down and kissed her forehead. She went stiff like I'd zapped her. I'll come back, I said. I'll bring you something cool from one of the other cities. Her hand jerked toward her cup and missed. The second grab landed, and she lifted it with that very precise motion people use when they're pretending nothing is weird. The tops of her ears had gone a darker shade, and the color was creeping down her neck. Leave, she said, before I change my mind about the blessing. I didn't argue. Getting back to Ileana's guest house took maybe 15 minutes. I cut through 2 moving bridges, one courtyard with floating lanterns, and a side passage that I was pretty sure didn't exist yesterday. The more I walked this city, the more it started to make sense. It felt like some kind of mystical sky maze. I pushed open the main door and stepped into the common room. Charmcaster was spread across one of the couches with a book on her stomach, her white hair everywhere like a shampoo commercial. The cover said something in Chinese I couldn't read, only for a moment, as the Omnitrix translated it to Dark Chi 101. Psylocke stood by the window in loose training clothes, arms folded while she looked down at the arena district. And Ileana sat in a high-backed chair near the hearth with her legs crossed, Soul's Word across her knees, running a cloth along the blade. 3 heads turned when I came in. And he lives, Charmcaster said, still half behind her book. You smell like jasmine and... She frowned. A fun night. I guess. Don't be jealous now. Psylocke's reaction was less chill. Her eyes went a bit wide and her arms came uncrossed as I walked closer. She was staring somewhere around my chest like she had X-ray vision. Your chi flow, impressive, she said. It's completely different. Yeah, the crane lady blessing turned everything up. I dropped into the nearest chair and stretched my legs. Pushed the lower dantian wide open, fixed the bass channels, and a dozen more Chinese terms, I don't know. Psylocke stepped closer. I could feel that weird soft brush of her mind and her chi senses skimming over me at the same time, like two kinds of scanning overlapping. Calling it opened up is selling it too cheap, she said. Your meridian capacity has increased by a lot. The density of your core is high. She frowned slightly. I spent some weeks teaching you breathing exercises you could barely maintain for 10 seconds. And now you have a foundation high mid-level cultivators would envy. Hey, I worked hard for it. Won a Xinxia tournament and everything. Don't be so worried, Sai, I'll still rely on you for training. I only have raw output now, I need control. Her mouth twitched, then flattened again. I decided to add, see, this is also why I gave you the dragon's breath pill. Ben Tennyson has endless opportunities, he doesn't need a 20-year shortcut. Yeah. Her jaw clenched, then she let out a breath through her nose. That is the most infuriating thing anyone has ever said to me. Which was impressive if true since she, worse than Colleen, grew up in the hand. You're welcome. Ileana still hadn't said anything. She was in her chair, soul's word across her knees, cloth stilled for a second while she watched me with those ice blue eyes. When I'd walked past her, she'd taken one slow breath through her nose. She could feel the crane lady on me. Or at least the energy. But I didn't know why she'd feel mad. When she made me represent her in this tournament, she must have known what'd happen after I win. Her face didn't move, but the way her hand went back to the blade, the way she started rubbing it harder, yeah. Fun night, alien boy, she asked. Her voice sounded bored, which meant it really wasn't. It was educational, I said. MHM. Charmcaster snorted and lowered her book just enough to give me a look. Thankfully, she didn't fall into another jealousy frenzy. I was about to say something when Psylocke spoke up again. Ben. Do you want to spar? No alien. Chapter 142, Supercar on a Broken Road. Chapter 142, Supercar on a Broken Road. The training courtyard behind Ileana's guest house was just a square of white stone with a sky drop on one side. Low walls on 3 edges but nothing on the 4th but clouds. The floor had old scorch marks and claw gouges, so yeah, people and demons had been beating each other up here for a long time. Psylocke stood across from me, maybe 15 feet away. She wore her usual attire, the tight purple superhero outfit that left her legs bare, with her hair tied in a ponytail. She looked relaxed. A bit too relaxed. To my left, Ileana sat up on the low wall with her legs dangling and the soul's word across her knees. Hope was next to her with that same Dark Chi 101 book open on her lap, pretending to read. Let's see the difference now. I felt good. Better than good, actually. The furnace in my belly had settled into a soft and steady heat, and when I breathed I could feel chi slide through my arms and legs without even trying. Previously, Psylocke had tried so hard teaching me, just getting me to breathe on rhythm for 10 seconds. Now there was a river where a puddle used to be. The whole reason I came to China was to build a foundation that worked without the Omnitrix, protect my human body and fight as Ben Tennyson instead of whatever alien the watch picked. Standing here, I was starting to believe that I'd pulled it off. Let me make the rules clear, Ben, Psylocke said. No using your Omnitrix. Chi and human body only. Yeah, I heard you the first time. Her eyes flicked to the watch anyway. And don't hold back. You'll be dead if I listen to that. I rolled my shoulders and dropped into what I hoped passed for a stance. Ready when you are. She didn't hesitate and moved first. One step forward, weight over her front leg, as she dashed at me. Her right hand came in for a straight palm strike, aiming right for my sternum. The movement was fast, but not too much. It was slow for her, she was obviously just testing. I tried to push chi into my forearm and blocked. It worked. The energy surged through my arm like I'd just cranked open a fire hose. My block landed, I felt the hit in her palm, and for a second I thought, okay, I've got this. Then the chi kept going. It shot past my elbow, into my shoulder, bounced around my chest, and slammed into my own ribs from the inside. My legs wobbled. I nearly sat down right there. I caught myself with one hand on the stone and looked up. Psylocke had already slid back to her starting spot. Her face was neutral, instructor mode, but her eyes had that look you give when a kid trips over air. Again, she said. I stood, shook my arm out. My ribs ached. Great start. This time I went in. Quick step, right straight for her face, pushing chi into my fist but trying not to blow myself up. She slid sideways, clearly bored, and tapped 2 fingers against my wrist as it passed. Lightest touch ever, but it did its work. It wrecked the flow in my arm like someone kinking a hose. All the chi I'd shoved down that path just scattered into the muscles, and my hand went mostly numb. Ow. While I was still dealing with that, she stepped in, put her palm on my chest, and gave a little push. A thin strand of her chi slipped right through my sternum and poked the furnace. It flared. My whole body seized up for a second. Muscles locked and I couldn't even breathe for a moment. I stumbled back 3 steps. She didn't chase. She just watched. We went back and forth for a bit. I tried jabs, kicks, short bursts, and wide bursts. But they didn't help. Every time I really committed, she just slipped just out of reach and tapped some stupid spot. Inside my elbow, along my ribs, and then the side of my neck. It was annoying. Every single time, my own chi freaked out harder than her actual hit. An arm would go weak, or a leg, or my breath would just get punched out of me by nothing. Meanwhile, she was barely moving. Just steps and little taps. Within 2 minutes I was sweating and breathing hard. She looked like she was waiting in line for coffee. The gap was embarrassing. I probably had 10 times her raw output now and she was still taking me apart because she actually knew how this stuff worked and I was just throwing chi around and praying. Okay. Then let's rely on what I have. I decided to end it with one big push. I dug down into the dantian or chi center, whatever these people called it, grabbed as much chi as I thought I could handle without exploding, and dragged it up into both arms. Everything buzzed. The stones under my feet made this tiny cracking sound. I shoved it all forward and lunged, both fists coming in for her chest. Psylocke didn't even bother blocking. She blurred and slipped to my right, grabbing my extended arm and turning her body with mine. Her fingers dug into the inside of my elbow and twisted chi into that spot. My own energy flipped direction, shot back up my arm and punched me in the chest. My feet left the ground. I hit the floor on my back and slid a little. I blinked up at the sky, trying to get my lungs to remember how to work. Psylocke didn't wait. She was there, one knee on my chest, Psyblade humming purple at my throat. She wasn't even breathing hard. Yield, she said. You really need to start training. That was embarrassing. Was it? I am learning. I let my head drop back. Hey, if this was a real fight, I wouldn't have been going easy on you, you know. The blade disappeared. Her expression went from instructor to you just said what in half a second. She stood up, stepped off my chest, and turned away with her jaw clenched, eyes flat and dark. Going easy, she repeated. Well. First of all, you can't always rely on your aliens. You know that. That's why we are training. But even if you were a big alien right now, you think I need you to be gentle with me. Her voice was calm and somehow sharper for it. I have trained since I could walk. I have killed men twice your size with my bare hands. She took a step closer. And you think I need you to hold back even if you're an alien? Of course she did. I commended her early training and current strength, but could she defeat Forearm? I pushed myself up to sit and rubbed the back of my neck. The annoying part was, I did mean it. If this were real, I'd hit the Omnitrix and end it in 4 seconds. That was just facts, and she knew it too. But saying it out loud right after she took my chi apart like a toddler's block tower. That was on me, it's a little embarrassing too. Her other point was also true. I was indeed here to train my human body, not brag about my aliens. I'm not apologizing, I said. I meant what I said. But I also know you just kicked my ass and I'm the one on the floor, so maybe I should shut up. Her jaw flexed. She looked away for a second and then looked at me again. Stand. She continued when I did. Your meridians are wide open, she said. Her tone had flipped back to instructor mode. Your reserves are massive. Bigger than mine even after the pill. That is infuriating. Her mouth twitched like she wanted to say more about that and didn't. But your control is almost zero. The problem before was that you barely had any reserves, so little that controlling it sounds silly. But now, your reserves are so large, it's like trying to guide the ocean with a fan. You push chi like you're swinging a bat. Every time I touched a pressure point, your own energy did more damage than I did. Yeah. Felt that. That was the point, she said. The champions in the real tournament will feel it too. They will not be gentle. She glanced up, toward where the main arenas were. The Prince of Orphans. The Spider representative. and iron fist. She ticked them off on her fingers. They have spent lifetimes turning chi into weapons. Fight them the way you just fought me. She shook her head once. They will use your own power to break you. I chewed on that. She wasn't wrong. Right now my chi was a fire hose with no nozzle. In 4 arms, I could probably eat the backlash and fight them regardless. However, in this body, the furnace would just burn me out from the inside if someone smart enough poked it. Which basically made the Crane Mother's blessing a really impressive way to kill myself faster. Nice. I can train you, Psylocke said. Teach you the pressure points, flow control, and how to turn that river into something useful. The foundation you wanted when you dragged me to China. If you want. How long are we talking? Honestly, it'll take months. No hesitation. A year for real stability. And the tournament starts. She snorted. Soon. This is a long-term goal. You'll have to manage with the drawbacks and fight the tournament with that. What advice, I thought. Out loud I just said, got it. When I returned to the guest house and took a shower to clean the dust, the air felt warmer and more normal. I walked out of my room into the common room, grabbed one of the water jars, and then collapsed onto a cushion. My chest still ached a little where my own chi had body-slammed me. Hope glanced up from her book. That was impressive, she said, and her sarcastic tone was a little annoying. I shot her a look, and she returned one before going back to pretending to read. Honestly, worse than if she'd cackled. Luna and Colleen were in a corner with some kind of tile game spread between them. Luna waved at me without looking away from the board. Colleen didn't even bother with that. Ileana had moved back inside at some point. She sat in that creepy bone chair by the hearth, one boot up on the armrest. I wondered what was up with that throne. Did she have someone move that from the gallery to here, or could she just summon it at will? She was watching me right now, of course. Image here. I decisively ignored her and dropped into the chair across from her and took a long drink before she said anything. You've been smelling different since you returned, she said. Her tone was light, like we were talking about the weather. Too much like that old woman. Did something more than chi granting happen in that chamber? I lowered the jar. Everyone in the room was listening now, even if they acted like they were busy with their own stuff. I wondered what to say, then realized my reputation didn't really matter much. I could be truthful. Her blessing works through chi exchange. That's what last night was. Chi exchange, she repeated. Her fingers slid along the flat of the soul's word. Exchange is an interesting word. In what manner? Through 4 women she prepared for me. I added, and then through herself, when she realized I could take more. That's how she runs the furnace. I didn't pick the method. No, she said. You just participated enthusiastically. Perhaps because I was already a little annoyed, I spoke up fast. Excuse me, didn't you seem quite excited when I joined the tournament under your name? And you also seemed to know how the chi transfer works when I asked you. So what did you think was going to happen? Why are you acting strange? Her eyes narrowed. The temperature around us dipped immediately. I felt the hairs on my arms rise. Frost started creeping along the edges of the bone chair, and the nearest candle flames shrank down like they were scared. Her irises darkened, blue going almost black for a second, then her entire skin tone did a shift. Horns rose from her head as the dark child looked out at me through Ileana's face. When she spoke again there was that layered sound to it, like she was talking and something else was leaning on the same words. I expected a ritual. A transfer of power through others, as in, those 4 girls you mentioned. That didn't bother me, and knowing your character I knew you'd enjoy it too. I just did not expect her to claim you too. That prudish woman, how dare she touch you? She rose out of the chair and walked over without any sound. I stayed put, still sitting down and looking up at her. She stood before me and leaned down slightly, and her hand came down to flatten against my chest and then lowered to my abdomen, right above the dantian. Her fingers were cold, but it didn't feel uncomfortable. This mark, she said quietly. I can feel it. Her chi is threaded through yours now. It is not just power, Ben. It is a tether. Her eyes didn't leave mine. She will be able to feel you. Find you. Pull you. Wherever you go. I hadn't expected that honestly. I glanced down at her hand and back up. Can she control me? No. I'd expected her to put mechanics like control too, but surprisingly she hadn't. Don't worry, if she had, I'd have destroyed it. I'm just surprised she hasn't done it. I smiled. Then it doesn't sound too bad. So what if she can feel and find me? She's welcome to visit my bedroom whenever she wants. She scowled at my joke. She didn't seem to enjoy it, because she didn't trust the scheming Crane Mother at all. I could understand why, but I'd seen that cold, calculative woman break down and moan my name all night before. So I had a different conclusion than Ileana. Are you really this unbothered? Her voice dropped lower. The shadows around the room edged closer, like they wanted in. Even if you are, I am not. I brought you here. I put my name on you. Her grip on my shirt tightened. And now another queen decided to write hers over mine. That irritates me. Her voice grew deeper, demonic, as she growled, glaring at me. Then she yanked me up by the collar until we were eye level. At this range I could see the faint lines where her horns wanted to push through. Ben Tennyson, she said. Even if you're stupid, you're powerful. So at least, you'll be able to free yourself if you want. Or at least choose what you want to do without being controlled. Basically. I am telling you to remember who found you first. Well, that's a little crazy. Technically, I was the one who went to find Ileana because I needed her help rescuing Charmcaster. Ileana didn't even want to help me at first. Regardless, she'd chosen to help me out in the end, and even saved us by risking herself when Adwaita started rampaging. It was only right to repay her, indeed. I looked right back at her. I remember. We held that for a second. Then her fingers unclenched, she stepped back, and the pressure in the room eased. The glow faded from her eyes, her horns vanished, and that human skin tone returned. The frost also stopped spreading. Good. She went back to her chair and picked up the cloth like we paused a cleaning job, not an argument. Don't forget. What was funny was that initially, it was only Darkchild who was interested in me, be it flirting or anything. Ileana had always acted unbothered. But look at her now. I opened my mouth, closed it again, and just took another drink of water instead, hiding my smile. This was fun. I was still chewing on all that when the guest house door opened. 2 crane-masked attendants stepped inside and bowed. One of them carried a scroll sealed in gold wax. They crossed the room and held it out to me without saying anything. I broke the seal and unrolled it. To the 7 champions of the heavenly cities. The grand tournament of the Celestial Pavilion will commence at dawn, tomorrow. All champions are to present themselves at the central nexus by the 3rd bell of the 2nd morning. Failure to appear forfeits your city's claim for the next cycle. Ah, shit. 1 day. Really? The morning was already over, so not even that. This little time to figure out how not to cook myself with my own chi, fight people who'd been training since before I was born, and somehow win a tournament in the hope of meeting the Iron Fist spirit later. Oh, hey Sai, I set the scroll down and looked over at Psylocke, who'd just walked in, her hair wet from a shower. So about that training, I said. How much can you cram into 16 hours? Chapter 143, The Opening Bell. Chapter 143, The Opening Bell. Third-person point of view. The central nexus sat where all 7 cities met. It was a round platform of fused stone and jade, maybe 200 yards across, hanging over a drop of white fog. There were no railings, just the edge and then nothing. The floor and pillars didn't match. One side had Kunluan's clean pale marble, another side had Tiger Island's rough gray blocks, then there was black obsidian from the Undercity, and gold crane lines from Kuanzi running through all of it. 7 different cities all mashed into one, almost as if the builders had argued the entire way through. Except all of this had occurred naturally, as if it were the will of heaven. The seating ring was a single, long curve that perfectly wrapped around the entire arena. There were no private boxes, curtains, or walls this time around. Lords, sponsors, their champions, all those were on the same height of white stone bench, with only their banners behind them to mark who belonged where. Everyone could see everyone. That was clearly the idea. The crane mother sat in Kuanzi's section with her mask on and her hands folded on her knees. She sat very straight and still. To her left, 3 empty cushions sat between her and Ileana Rasputina. Ileana had taken the far edge of the section and sat with one boot up on the railing and the soul's word resting against the chair. The gap between them looked like something they'd both agreed on. Across from them was Tiger Island's section. The elder sat in the center, back straight, hands on his knees, jaw tight. On one side of him, Li Hua sat with her arm in a sling and her jaw wired shut. On the other side, the champion of Tiger Island, a wide man with ritual scars across his bare chest, watched the arena floor. His face didn't move, his eyes did. Kunluan's section held Danny Rand. He looked young next to the others. He had blonde hair, green eyes, and wore a plain white shirt with the sleeves rolled up. Nobody would be able to guess that man was possibly the strongest here. He sat leaned forward with his elbows on his knees and his fists together, and he kept glancing at the empty arena like he was trying to hear something. His right fist glowed faintly on and off. He clenched and unclenched it without seeming to notice. Fat Cobra sat in Peng Lai's seats, chewing candied plums from a paper bag. He tried to hand one to the dog brother, the Undercity's champion, who shook his head. Below the Lord's ring, another ring of seats held people who mattered but didn't rule. It was for normal people. Luna had a place there, alongside the rest of Agents of Atlas, Charmcaster, Colleen, and Psylocke. Luna crossed her legs, visor piece in one ear blinking blue as she quietly recorded the entire thing. She couldn't post this, that'd bring her trouble, but she wanted to watch it later. Hope sat beside her, book shut on her lap, eyes fixed on the arena. Psylocke stood instead of sitting. She leaned on the back of Luna's bench with her arms folded, head tilted slightly as she watched the Lord's ring and not the arena, counting faces and exits. A few rows back, Amadeus Cho scribbled on a tablet without looking up much. Lin Lai sat next to him with the sword of Fushi balanced across his knees. People's eyes lingered on that sword. They didn't linger on Lin Lai, given what had happened. Colleen Wing had found a spot near a pillar and was doing her best to blend into the stone. There were countless other rings like this. One such was hidden from mortal eyes, invisible to most, save for the champions and the city lords. Only one seat occupied that ring. It didn't have a city banner behind it. The figure sitting there wore pale gold-layered robes and a deep hood. There should have been a face inside the hood, but anyone who tried to look saw only blur, like hot air over a road. Danny Rand's fist flared brighter every time his eyes drifted to that seat, as that ring was quite close to the Lord's rings. Every time he looked, he caught himself and looked away fast. Dangerous thing. The announcer walked out to the middle of the arena. This was a different man than the Quincy tournament's announcer. He was tall, wearing ceremonial robes, and his voice was already boosted with chi before he opened his mouth. Champions and honored lords of the 7 heavenly cities. His words rolled around the nexus. The grand tournament of the Celestial Pavilion begins now. Noise rose from the lower galleries, where hundreds of martial artists and sect members packed in shoulder to shoulder. First match, the announcer called. Tetraman, champion of Quincy, versus the Prince of Orphans, champion of Sgambo. Up in the gallery, the Crane Mother's fingers tightened on her own knee. She'd already learned of this matchup before, that was why Ben and the Prince weren't present in their seats. Even so, as the match was about to begin, she couldn't help but get annoyed. Her eyes moved to the glowing bracket that appeared over the arena, and her jaw locked under the mask. The Prince of Orphans in the first round. A bad pairing for a champion who liked raw power. Her gaze slid across the ring to Tiger Island's section. The elder was watching the floor with a thin, satisfied curve at the corner of his mouth. Li Hua's eyes were bright above the metal, keeping her jaw shut. The Crane Mother's head turned slightly toward the hooded figure in the separate ring, who was sitting alone. He didn't show any reaction. She faced the arena again and said nothing. The Prince of Orphan entered, as people cheered for him too. Ben was late. While others whispered where he was, the Crane Mother could feel that her champion was nearby, so she wasn't worried. I just hope that at the very least, she prayed in her mind, he somehow wins this. That he somehow can fight Iron Fist and give him a beating. But suddenly, she wasn't so sure. After all, the Prince of Orphans, truly, was a peculiar opponent. First-person point of view, Ben Tennyson. I came up through the fighter's tunnel and hit the Omnitrix right before the light reached me. Green light flashed as my bones stretched, muscles swelled, and 2 extra arms punched out of my sides. My skin went red and hard, my body growing heavy. By the time I stepped into full sunlight, I was 4 arms again. 9 feet of Tetraman with 4 fists and a grin full of teeth stepped into the light. The crowd lost it. Tetraman. Tetraman rolled around the stands. I'd smashed Tiger's daughter in the prelims, so of course they wanted an encore. Such a great feeling, being cheered for. I rolled my shoulders, cracked all 4 sets of knuckles, and looked across at my opponent. Don't you agree? The Prince of Orphans stood about 40 feet away. He said nothing. He was a lean man with a bald head and a sharp face that could have been carved with a knife. He wore a dark cloak that was fine, but old goggles pushed up on his forehead. What was the point of that? His hands hung loose at his sides. He wasn't in any stance or crouch. He just stood there like this was an appointment he'd been waiting on all week. This guy beat Danny Rand in the comics. Let's remain careful. A person who could beat the Iron Fist in martial arts, he surely was no weakling. Still. He was kinda small, and I was 4-armed and full of stolen furnace power. It can't be too bad. Psylocke's crash course from last night echoed in my head. She'd told me not to push chi past certain points, and to watch my breathing. Particularly, she'd said, don't let people play with your pressure spots. But honestly, I felt fine. 4 arms could eat backlash my human body couldn't. Both participants are here and ready, the announcer's arm cut down the air. Begin. I made the first move. 4 arms was fast for his size and I took advantage of that. My huge legs covered the distance in 3 big strides and swung with my lower right. The punch could have made a new door in a house. Unfortunately, I hit empty air. He was already somewhere else. Fast, way too fast. Damn it. He's the speed type, and he's really good at it. That wasn't good for me though. If I were up against someone like Fat Cobra, victory was as simple as guaranteed. But against an opponent I couldn't catch. Even if I were a dozen times stronger than him, what could I do? I felt him appear behind me and turned fast. But he'd already tapped my back and vanished. I didn't have the chance to pursue him because the tap wasn't just a tap. I hissed in pain, feeling a thin needle of chi slide through the armor of my skin and poke a channel underneath. My dantian did a weird hiccup thing, and my right arm went numb and heavy for a blink, like somebody had poured cold snow on it. My legs still moved, so I rushed him and tried to turn that into a sweep, coming around with my upper left. He ducked under it without hurrying and brushed fingers against the back of my knee as he passed. Another little chi sting. My leg glitched this time and I had to stamp my foot down hard so I didn't faceplant. By the time I got my balance, he was 10 feet away again. His arms remained loose, hanging, and his face expressionless. Cheers, you see, he said, don't mean much if you're not strong enough to meet their expectation. True that, I agreed, even through my annoyance. He's doing the Psylocke thing. Points and flow. How do I counter it when he's this fast? He was likely the fastest among the 7 champions, otherwise it made no sense. What bad luck that I just had to have matched against him for my first match. I went at him again, faster. I used all 4 arms, high and low, crossing strike so there'd be nowhere to go. There should not have been a gap in that net. He slipped through anyway. I lost track of his feet completely. 1 second he was in front of me, next second he was at my side, then behind me, always just off angle. It reminded me too much of what Psylocke had done. Every pass came with another little hit. Spine, ribs, and inside of my upper left elbow, just like Psylocke. Tiny touches that didn't feel like much but kicked my chi sideways every time. Suddenly, I felt really grateful for her training. She'd realized my biggest hurdle was a faster opponent, and she'd shown me a demo of that. So while this situation was super annoying, I maintained some form of control. Within half a minute, my punches started to feel faulty, if that made sense. Power was there, but it wasn't where I needed it. I'd throw with my upper right and feel the surge drop into my lower left instead. My own energy kept leaking into the wrong limbs, so the ones I was actually using felt slow and soft. I'd already lived this once with Psylocke. This was that, on hard mode. Why do I say that? Because then, I saw lightning crackle around his hands. He raised his hand and it rushed toward me. It came straight at my chest. Palm strike with lightning chi, nothing fancy. It hit center mass and my heart did a weird double beat then a skip. Forearms had an incredibly durable body, indeed, but these martial artist bastards used acupuncture and whatnot to target weak points. Even forearms had weak points. So my whole chest clenched and my vision flashed white. Before I could reset, something hard snapped into the side of my head, supercharged and strengthened with lightning. An explosive, fast elbow slammed against my temple, and the arena tilted. Forearms does not go down easy, but my legs didn't seem to care about pride. The crowd noise dipped like someone turned a knob. I caught myself on 2 arms and shook my head. Warm trickle above one eye. He'd cut me. With his fist. Strange. Okay. New plan. Since capturing him was the goal, I should do the one thing that typically worked against fast opponents. The Prince of Orphans came in again, using that smooth step that made him look like he wasn't touching the ground. I wasn't going to outspeed him, and I wasn't going to start winning the pressure point game. So I aimed for the one thing I could change. The floor. I gathered chi on my fists. This much was easy even for an untrained baboon like me. My fists glowed like 4 miniature suns, and the Prince of Orphans slowed down in hesitation. I used that opening to slam all 4 fists down and drove chi into the stone. The energy roared up my arms. I didn't try to guide it delicately, I just shoved it down like an ocean. The arena jumped. Cracks spidered out from my hands and chunks of stone and jade popped up around us. The whole platform shook like something huge had just tried to get up underneath. The prince had to actually react. His step pattern snapped for half a second as the ground under his foot moved, and he had to kick up off a rising slab to keep from eating it. Got you. I lunged while the floor was still a mess. Broken ground made his glide-style footwork harder. He couldn't just skate across smooth stone anymore, he had to actually place his feet. I trapped him between 2 tilted slabs and let all 4 arms go. High and low, cross and hook. He blocked and shifted instead of just vanishing. One of my lower fists hammered his forearm and I felt him move from the hit. At this rate, I could shove him if I actually connected. For a few seconds it was a real brawl. I chased him across the rubble and clipped him twice more, one to the shoulder and one to the ribs that knocked him sideways. The crowd started to wake back up, noise building again. Then his cloak flared and something green hissed out of his sleeves. A thin mist washed over me. I breathed it in before my brain finished registering, oh shoot, that's not dust. It tasted metallic and burned down the back of my throat. 3 seconds later my vision went weird. The edges warped and my chi started doing things I definitely hadn't told it to do. It wasn't point disruption this time, it was like something was chewing on the channels from the inside. Poison, seriously? I muttered. Thunder Dragon Poison Array. Sorry. I didn't care for his unapologetic apology. My next punch went wider than it should have. Just a little, but enough. He slid past it easily, and his hand speared into my solar plexus, 3 fingers and lightning chi focused tight. The lightning chi went through my muscle and hit the dantian itself. Everything inside me lit up the wrong way. I screamed in pain. The Crane Mother's chi, my own, and whatever junk he'd pumped into me all crashed together. My whole meridian network lit up with pain. It felt like being scrubbed out with hot sand. My knees hit the stone and all 4 arms followed a second later when I tried to push back up and nothing responded properly. The Prince of Orphans stood in front of me. He was breathing heavily now, but clearly less injured than I was. I tried to make my arms work. They shook. But didn't move any further. The Omnitrix started beeping. What the hell? The 4 arms form was slipping. The watch's dial was flashing red, and my body started pulling in on itself. I was a bit confused about what was going on. I no longer had the time limit problem, so. Fuck, right. It was a common theme in the cartoon for the alien form to revert back to human form if it was too hurt. Was direct attacks on my dantian really that intense? Extra mass shrank, extra limbs started to fold. I slapped my left hand over the watch, trying to force it to hold, but the fail state had already kicked in. Red flashed. 9 feet of Tetraman compacted into 6 feet of human, 4 arms collapsed into 2. Red skin turned fair, armor turned into a jacket and cargo pants. My body remained on the stone, this time with a lot less weight but a lot more nakedness in front of a few thousand strangers. For about 2 heartbeats there was complete silence. Then the yelling started. What is that, from somewhere above me? He's human, from somewhere else. Voices piled on top of each other, angry, shocked, and even excited. The announcer shouted something I couldn't catch over it. I got one hand under me and pushed. My whole body shook. The heat in my dantian still burned, but it felt hotter and messier than when 4 arms had used it. Thankfully, there was no poison in my human veins. I slowly stood up, breathing hard. The world swam a little when I lifted my head. The prince was still there. He was watching me. Surrender, he said, not surprised to see my human form. Of course he knew. Since Tiger Island was known, all the VIPs definitely knew. The only ones in the dark had been the crowd, and that problem had just solved itself. I opened my mouth to reply to him, but I ended up spitting blood onto the floor instead. I wiped my mouth and looked up at him. Oh brother.